culture to a text culture, to a written culture. With Rabbi Rothschild's fateful decision to actually write down the mission. We spoke about that in the first lecture. In the period we're talking about now, that manuscript culture transitions to a print culture with the advent of printing. Jews were early adopters of Gutenberg's press. They thought it was absolutely fantastic because all of a sudden the Jews were very literate people, the people of the book after all. It makes total sense that we should be mass producing these works which suddenly extend the world of ideas to a much broader audience by lowering the threshold of participation. The cost changes radically, and as Clay Shirky, a very brilliant New York University researcher of the meaning of the internet, writes, more is different. Once more information is available, society changes to match that. We will see that more probably next week when we talk about the impact of the internet on the Jewish world, in particular the study of the Talmud. One interesting detail about this period, when the Talmud begins to be printed, that's one of the most amazing changes of this period, because the Talmud is such a huge and expensive document, very hard to get the full set of 20-odd volumes. Most really important yeshivas only had 2 or 3 masechtas, and they would share them. It was because these are handwritten manuscripts. When they become printed, all of a sudden, every Tom, Dick, and Barry, every Jonathan, David, and Hillel has his own. I forget I enjoyed that. But one of the most interesting and influential people in creating this was none other than a non-Jew named Daniel Bomber. I'll show you one of his most famous contributions. This is a page from one of the earliest Talmuds ever printed by the famous Monsino family in Italy. And does anyone in the audience notice what this is?
When we were young, that shit was everywhere.
Rashi's there on the inside.
Brain for sure. Drops your IQ
It's the page numbers. Thank you. Some of you read the JCA. They didn't think of putting page numbers because you don't need page numbers on codices. And they said, oh my gosh, what do we do with this? So Daniel Bomber, who was, again, a Christian printer, just saw, hey, Jews love books. This is new printing. I can get these books printed and I'll make a lot of money. He printed the first Talmud that had page numbers. And it was like a revolution. Literally, he put the dot in dot yomi. Right? It would not be there without it. And of course, the question is, why does the Talmud begin with the page 2? There are a lot of beautiful things that rabbi types like to say, but really, it was called, it started with page 2 because page 1 was traditionally the title page. Because they were just inventing imagination at the time. They're making their way around it. They said, okay, here's the first page is the title, and then you turn the page, the first page of text is actually the second page. Okay. So that's one of the things. Now let's move kind of 1 century per circle to the remaining time we have. When we get into the 17th century, it's a period of tremendous upheaval. We move towards the east. You'll recall last week we discussed there were 2 phenomena that began to push Jews towards what was then Poland and Lithuania, the largest country, the largest state unit in Europe at the time. One was increasing anti-Semitism in the West. The White libel was becoming very prominent. Charge of desecration of religion and so on. And at the same time, Jews were being invited into the Polish and Lithuanian Commonwealth because they had a very primitive economy. It was primarily a barter economy, and they invited Jews in to provide the most basic economic services like printing coins. Many of the earliest coins from Poland actually have Hebrew writing on them, and also to provide basic credit in the form of money lending, because the Jews had something of a monopoly for several centuries in that task. And so the Jews would literally go as an entire community to specific towns in Poland and Lithuania. They were typically granted Magdeburg-recht, which was kind of communal rights. If a nobleman who owned an entire town would own the huge land holdings called latifundia, but also he would own the wine presses, olive presses, the villages, the
RJ, I knew somebody was going to fucking.
And so he would say to
You're so sick. Thanks, dog. I know.
Come over here. And you want to settle in my town, I will give you the exclusive right to regulate
The account of early night vision goggles used
all
in
of my
Vietnam War
territories.
Join.
And
Oh,
in
it's like
exchange,
join
I will
very
give
easy
you
on Kick.
privileges that you want. Like, for example,
Oh, that's
would
nice.
you like to have
My dad
a
did join
wall
some
around your
stores in
community?
Vietnam.
Ironically, Jews, with the major exception in Westview,
Shout out to
Jews
Blue
typically
Easy.
were the ones who built the walls around the communities to protect them from marauders. If you find that hard to
Oh,
believe,
that's
I
fucking
try to
funny
suggest
shit.
you go visit places like Boca Raton,
So
where they have
Jesse
these so-called
Michaels
gated
released a new
communities.
video.
It's
Went
exactly
down
the
to
same
the
kind of thing you want to give them the security guard, right?
These people have been telling them
And
about
so
these
Jews
movies.
would
They're
go
like, you
and
have to see them
settle
in
as
person.
communities
They
into
are
these various towns. The
humanoid,
Kehila
but they
organization that we
don't seem
discussed
to be
last week.
human. They have a
But
different amount
this
of
did
ribs,
not
but they have
last. In the
like
17th
all
century,
the
a huge upheaval,
cartilage and
particularly in
all the
Ukraine,
ligaments
led
and all
by
the
a man
bones
named
and
Bohdan Khmelnytsky,
everything is
who
in
is the
place
leader of the
that
so-called
makes it look
Kozake
like
or
if you go to
Cossacks.
Jesse's
Here's a
show,
picture, Ilya
go to
Repin's
his
famous
YouTube channel
reply of the
because he's got
Zaporizhian
some
Cossacks to
video
the
footage
Sultan.
of the actual like
In
CAT scans and
Ukrainian
showing the
culture,
tissue.
the Cossacks were kind of, especially in the 17th century, they were
This
sort of
is
like
Jesse's take. I'm
outlaw
paraphrasing.
heroes.
I'm not fucking
They were
stuff, but
runaways
some
from
of these
regular
things are
society. They
forgeries.
tended to
Some of
live
these
in
things are
faraway
just
forest
fake
places
stuff. It's just
like
like kind of art pieces someone created.
rapids,
He
the
thinks they
unnavigable rapids
actually
of
have
the
some of
Dnipro
them
River
that appear to be
south
a
of Kiev.
real creature.
And there they were engaged
And
in
this
kind of like
real creature has 3 toes
hero
and 3
banditry.
fingers,
They would
and there's
attack especially
depictions
the
of
Turks
these in
on the
Peru,
other side of the Black
in
Sea.
these
They would redeem
ancient
Ukrainian
carpets
captive slaves that were taken
and
by the
weaves that
Muslim
are
Turks.
hundreds of years
And they
old.
would also kind of like,
I
raid
think even
local
1,000 years old. So some of
settlements that were
these they think
dominated
are
by Polish
1,700 years
nobles.
old, and some of these
That
are
the arrangement that the
as
Jews
recent
took
as 4 or
coming
5
to a lot of these places involved their very uncomfortable position between the dominant local population made up of
is in like
largely
if this is a
Ukrainian
piece of art
peasants
from
and
1,700
the
years ago,
owners
somebody
of the
created
land were
this.
faraway noblemen living in
That's
Warsaw and
nuts,
Łódź and
man.
places like
That's
that.
an amazing
And so
piece
they
of
were
work
like,
if
if
it's
you
really
imagine,
just
remember there
art.
were some riots in
And if
Los
it's
Angeles
not
in the
art, well, they've
1990s
managed
when
to
the
find
people
some
in
kind
the
of
South
creature that
Central
might have
LA
been
rose
another
up.
type of
They didn't
human.
go and attack
we
the white
didn't know
establishment in Bel
That
Air,
might
places
be-
like that. They
They
attacked
find
the
out,
local
and
Korean
Jesse was telling us on the
groceries
phone, like, look at
because
this
one
is
of
the
the
scan
Koreans
of
were
this
like
thing's bone
living
structure.
there.
This is the
actually making
actual
business.
thing.
So the Jews were kind of like
how
on
nuts
the
is that,
spot.
man? If that's
And when
fake,
an
that's
explosion
fucking
occurred with the
extraordinary, because
Cossacks
that looks
leading
like
it,
a
the
real
Jews suffered
creature.
the
I mean, the
brunt of
amount
it.
of
The kind of
detail.
jobs that Jews did at this
Looks
time was that they were
incredibly
tax
I mean,
farming.
this is incredibly
This is a medieval
is very
practice that goes back many
different.
centuries, in which, as I
Very
described, the
different
nobleman
ours.
would say, okay,
Elongated,
these are my
but also
holdings, this is my
matches
land,
up so
and I
many
estimate they
descriptions
will
of people
produce
that
about
have
700
encounters with
zloty a
beings,
year. So you
including
go out there
the
and you
James
provide
Fox
me with
movie,
700 zloty.
Moment
If
of
you collect
Contact, of
900
Varginha,
zloty,
Brazil in the
and you get to
1990s.
keep what's
They
left. You
describe
get to keep
things
that
that look
extra
exactly
200.
like this. Very
So that
small,
was a
like
profit
3 feet
incentive
tall,
for
3
the
fingers,
Jews
3
to
toes.
engage in
That's
whatever
what these things are.
rights that
Like,
the
they
nobleman
might
would
have
give them
been
to try
another
and
form
eke
of
taxes out of the
human
local
that we just
population.
don't
This is
have
not
any
going to
evidence
make
for.
them any friends with the
Dennis
local
Ophens, they
population,
just found
especially
recently. I think
when
it was in the
the
last
next year
decade,
the nobleman
right?
said, oh,
And
you
then
showed
there's
up
those
with 700
people,
zloty
was
right on
Homo
time. You must have been
Julien's,
too
is that what
low
it
a
was?
figure. This year I'd like you to please give me
December of
800 zloty.
2024, they
And it
released
never
this paper.
goes down.
Found another type
So
of
this is
human.
kind of a difficult
The
place
Flores
because
people,
Shimon
the
Dubna put it,
Hobbit
the
people,
Jews were
Flores,
like
that's like,
between the
I think,
hammer and the
90s.
anvil.
You
The
know, so
hammer
it's
was the Polish nobleman,
all of
the
it's
anvil was
interesting.
the
It's like
Ukrainian peasants,
there's a
and
bunch of
eventually
stuff that we're
erupted
just
into
now
violence.
finding out, but we want to get
The name
rigid
for
and
this form
pretend
of
that
tax
we
farming
know
over
the
there was called
entire landscape as far as like
over
what
that.
different
And
type
one
of
of the
human
details
is.
significant, one of the
What the fuck is that
monopolies
then?
that
If
the
that really is
Polish
1,700
nobleman
years
often
old,
gave
that's
to
true.
Jews
700 years
was the
old.
right of
If that really is
propinaxia,
that,
which
and that's
means
a
the
real
right,
being,
the
and then there's
exclusive
more than
right
one
to
has a fetus
sell and distribute
inside of it.
alcohol.
They think
So
also has
that's
3
where you
fingers and
often
3
have Jews,
toes.
even in the
So they're
21st
trying to
century,
get better
there's an
scans on this
alcohol
thing, but it
trade
has a
secret
fetus inside of it.
organizations
Like,
like this.
that's a
It goes
hoax.
back really to this period in Jewish history where
Like, I
Jews
wanna
were,
know,
again, you recall they were urban, so they tended to have more likely to have
Okay, do we
bins,
know for
whereas
sure
the
how old it
Ukrainian
is?
peasants are
Yeah,
spread
one
out
of them
in the
has like
countryside,
an implant
so
on
they
the
would
back
come
of its
into
head.
the villages to stay at the inn,
Yeah.
and the inn was a place
I
where you
can't
could
recommend this
drink
episode
alcohol. So
enough.
just
Alien Mummies
hold
found
it
in Peru.
economically in your
It's on
mind
Jesse Michael's
The
channel.
peasants come in, they don't have any cash because it's a very weak economy. They know they will eventually get some cash out of the ground when they sell their crops, but they want it here now. So they buy a
There's
beer on
biologists that
credit.
look at this.
Credit
They're
goes in
saying
a
this is
tab.
a
Tab
real creature.
incurs
Whatever this
interest.
is, we need to
And then
do
when
a
the
test
time
and find out
comes
more.
for the
They're very
harvest,
suspicious
and all of a
the
sudden they
actual
go into the inn to
location
pay
at
their
which
tab,
the
and
guys
they see
found
that
them.
it's
It's
really
basically
quite huge, and so
grave
that's going to
robbers that
include
find these things
a lot of resentment. So what ended up happening
they
was
found more
in
than one.
1648 there was a huge peasant uprising led by this Modan Khalmitsky.
three-toed beings.
The so-called Zeras decree of 1648-49 was the Ukrainian peasantry's deep dissatisfaction with the status quo was primarily directed at the Polish noblemen, but they were very far away. So they wreaked their havoc primarily on the local Jewish population, also on Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism because this was an Orthodox, Ukrainian Orthodox uprising, but it had a massive impact on Jews and continues to be remembered greatly to this day. Shortly thereafter, perhaps as a result of the dispirited feeling of Jews after being attacked in this situation, a false messiah arose named Shabtai Tzvi. I would love to spend a lot more time talking about it, but I have to make it very brief. Shabtai Tzvi, a brilliant young man. In his youth, he was considered really quite a child prodigy, tremendous singing voice, for example. He had lots of marriage proposals laid at his feet, but he was a bit of a loner. He liked to kind of like engage in mystical contemplation and things like that. And he probably suffered from some kind of mental illness. Not an expert in something like bipolar disorder or something like that. He ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza. Here, by the way, in this particular image, you can see that the artist is clearly not aware of Hebrew, but he's trying to, represent some Hebrew by putting it on the back of his belly here. Shabtai Tzvi actually was a Europe-wide sensation. Non-Jews were fascinated with the whole story of Shabtai Tzvi. And so it appears in a lot of branches. But he ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza, shown here, leading tens of thousands of people to Jerusalem, who essentially mounted a global campaign, or at least a Europe-wide campaign, that in fact Shabtai Tzvi was the Jewish Redeemer, he was Mashiach, and that he was going to go to Jerusalem, take it back from the Ottomans, and initiate the Messianic period. He received a phenomenal amount of support. There were Jews all over Europe who were so excited. Finally, Mashiach, after 1,600 years of exile, finally we returned to Jerusalem, and they joined him. They sold their properties. They obviously it makes sense on the dollar, and they went to follow him, as you can see from this picture here. And finally, they made their way to Constantinople, and the Sultan was not necessarily impressed with his claims. He said, I have a counter offer. How about I let you keep your head if you convert to Islam? And Shabtai Tzvi agreed and he accepted the deal. He converted to Islam. The vast majority of his Jewish followers were completely devastated by this betrayal of the movement, although a small number of them decided that, wait a minute, this must be part of the divine plan. That Shabtai Tzvi is in fact Mashiach, and he's become a Muslim, it must mean that we should also become Muslims, and that's how we'll bring about the end of days. And so they converted to Islam as well. They were called the Sunnah, and there are significant pockets of them even today in Syria and Turkey, these former followers of Shabtai Tzvi. But it led to still more of a suppression, like a Europe-wide suppression among Jews after this hugely popular Messianic movement failed. Many scholars relate these two events, that is, the Ukrainian uprising of 1648-49, the failed Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, to the growth of the Hasidic movement. Other scholars feel that that's in fact an unfair comparison because Hasidism represents a tremendously new and bright movement all on its own. It's not exclusively a reaction to these earlier devastating events. Basically, what is Hasidism? This is a picture of a well that exists in Ukraine that many linguists believe was actually dug by the founder of the Hasidism movement himself, the famous Israel Ben Elazar, the Baal Shem Tov himself. This is kind of like blessed what Hasidism represents. It's a drink of cool, fresh well water. It's something new, taken from the deep sources that we saw in the Arizal and many other sources, and giving you energy to use. Let's try and understand what is the root behind it. One part of the roots associated with the development of Hasidism in the 18th century is the fact that many Jews, particularly in the southern regions of Eastern Europe, felt that they were intellectually disenfranchised. The world of Talmud study among Jews valorized and prioritized intellectual acuity above everything else. The idea that the only way you could really achieve status in the Jewish world, let's go back up for a second. Historically, there are three ways to achieve status in the Jewish world, and this applies universally. The first is called yichus, which means family lineage. If you come from important people, your father, your grandfather, your mother, your Bobby, and so on, if they're important people, okay, so you're important because you have yichus. The second thing, and this is no longer important, but if you have money, you get status. We don't pay attention to money anymore. But the only democratic way to get status in Jewish society is learning. That's the only avenue to status that is traditionally available to everyone, right? If the Torah is lying on the street, anyone who wants it can pick it up. And the Lithuanians in particular, this is in Northern Europe, will be the paradigm of the intellectual elite. The Lithuanians still have a strong influence on contemporary society. You can usually recognize a Litvak, a person from Lithuanian extraction, because they tend to be humorous, rather good looking, fine fashion sense.
From monkey to man. There's no link to
That's where all the great minds were, the great writers, the great thinkers, they're all up in the north. And the poor peasant Jews in the south, beat up after the Malinowski Revolution, beat up by their failed Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, they had nothing, and they felt so disenfranchised. Baal Shem Tov, active in Podolia and in southern Poland, really began to say, no, your spirituality in itself has tremendous value. Again, drawing from the Arizal, the tiniest little movements, the recital of songs, the extending of kindness, fellowship, singing, dancing, drinking, all of these things imbued with the love of God have phenomenal spiritual and cosmic impact. And that's really what was the main message of Hasidism. There was also an economic factor. There's a particular scholar in Israel who is pioneered the study of this.
Makes me happy
in which we should understand that, just as I mentioned earlier, the Polish nobleman literally owned the town. It also meant that, strange as it might sound, the Polish nobleman had the right to name the town rabbi.
And that's where the original
so the
feminist
Polish
was.
nobleman, who was not an expert in Talmudic law, can name the town rabbi, and it's something open to bribery and corruption.
Literally, she was like,
so what happened over the course of the 15th, 16th, 17th century is that, charlatans would simply invest money in the nobleman. They would get the position of chief rabbi of the given town. They would collect all of the related taxes, such as the korupka, candle tax, meat tax, all these things. And it was a stella, it was a position, it was something that you could do as a job. This did not necessarily satisfy the spiritual yearnings of the local population. So you had developed these, sometimes charlatans themselves, these so-called balei shem, they're usually amulet makers, who were charismatic, who were good communicators, who began to attract around themselves people who needed that spiritual lift, and these people who are not necessarily rabbis by the traditional definition of the term, were able to provide it. The greatest of them was the Baal Shem Tov. This is actually a tax record from Medjugorje, which shows that it's highlighted. A colleague of mine, a senior colleague named Moshe Rothschild, actually went to Poland when the Soviet Union fell apart, and then in the archives, one of the first people to actually discover actual evidence of the life of the Baal Shem Tov. And here you can see in the tax records,
and then
there's
come down,
a
they get
reference to
trapped
Baal
here.
Shem,
And that's the whole
which
thing
is
about
the Baal Shem Tov
transhumanism.
himself. You've done a
Is
lot
that
of
they're
amazing
trying to
things
figure
about
out how to
the
get
Baal
out.
Shem Tov.
Have you
The
ever
word
seen
means
those all
the
talk about the
amulet
shit that they're
maker. Baal Shem is master of the name, i.e. the name of God. And people would like request amulets for health and for livelihood, for finding a spouse and so on. He was like not like those snake oil salesmen. He was the Baal Shem Tov. He was the good amulet maker. And he generated a movement of excitement that spread throughout the region. Here is a map that shows you over the 18th and 19th century, the spread of the many different sects. Here's Lithuania up in the north, where the biblical intelligent people live. And then you have Poland, Hungary, and Ukraine. And the epicenter is right around here in the Carpathian Mountain region, where Catholicism just takes off. And there's clearly a geographic divide. Ironically, one of the most well-known Hasidic sects, the so-called Chabad movement, which is taken from the Arizal 3 Sefirot Chacham, is actually a Lithuanian movement. It is one of the more intellectual of these movements. And these movements, although totally devastating the Holocaust, live on today. If you look at this map of the holy city of Brooklyn, and you can see because the Hasidim overwhelmingly speak Yiddish as their first language, you can see massive collections of these. This map shows children aged 5 to 17 who speak Yiddish at home. This map is from the year 2000. There's huge concentrations here in Borough Park, in Williamsburg, and Crown Heights. And there's also right there, that's where I work. Okay. So the Hasidic movement has a huge impact, but they have massive conflict because the Lithuanian Jews are not standing still throughout all of this. And they begin to oppose the new Hasidic movement. Hasidism, the word Hasid is of course from Hebrew and means pious, but in this context it means someone who does more than is required, more than is necessary, going beyond the letter of the law. For example, just off the top of my head, the Torah says it is forbidden to shave with a razor the size of your
So I had a guy out, he's like, you know what else?
But you are allowed to cut your hair with scissors. So the Litvaks will, of course, cut their hair short in the size like this. But the Hasidim would say, you know what? If I can't cut it with a razor, I'm not going to cut it at all. I'm going to let my hair grow long, beautiful, and that's why they get the payot. So for corners, because it's a way of saying I'm going to do more than is required. I know I can cut my payot, but you know what? For me, I'm so proud of it. So it's ironic because, of course, now if you go to places like Lakewood, which are strongholds of the Litvaks, they will also grow payos. Because, the Hasidim now have influence on the Misnagdim, all have influence on the Hasidim. The term Misnagdim, or Misnagdim, means opponents, because they oppose the Hasidic innovations. The derogatory form, by the way, and I have a lot of, I know it's not funny, I have a lot of Hasidic, some of my best friends are Hasidic, but when the derogatory is snag, modern American usage, someone's a snag, they didn't use it as snag yet, he is one of those Lithuanians. Anyway, in Misnagdim, his greatest reader was the Bill McGowan, pictured here, a tremendous genius living in Lithuania, although his particular opposition was not at all clear. This seems to have been something that was much more popular among his followers. They opposed the Hasidim primarily because there was a lot of antinomian behavior going on. What I mean by antinomian, the Hasidim were not as strict about certain halakhic norms than the Misnagdim were. Like, for example, we have traditionally 3 times of prayer, right? Shacharis in the morning, Mincha in the afternoon, and Maariv at night. And the Misnagdim will actually calculate when these prayers may be said, right? We know exactly what time the sun goes down. You can say Mincha at a certain time, Maariv after that. Breaks and so on, and we're very particular about it. But the Hasidim would say, come on, seriously, does God want you to drag yourself out of bed when it's cold outside and you're hungry and you're not going to be motivated? God wants you to have a good night's sleep, He wants to be prepared, go to shul later, and daven like a mensch, daven properly. Similarly, the Chassidim, the Misnagdim will not eat before prayer. How can you feed your body when you have to show gratitude to God? And the Chassidim says, that's the way you're going to show gratitude. You're going to go to shul, and you know you're saying the words, but you're really thinking about kibble. You're really thinking about the herring. So no, eat a little bit before you go to shul. And so they're always kind of like what the Misnagdim regard as halakhic compromises. The Chassidim say, no, this is a preparation. This is what you need to be able to pray properly. And both groups thought that the other was crazy. There are a lot of other elements going on here. Let us not forget the economic motives, because if you have your town rabbi with his shul, and they daven chakras at, let's say, 8 a.m., and then you have this charismatic group on the side, that's a breakaway minion, and they're Chassidim, so they want to daven at 10 a.m. Well, you know what? They're going to need another building eventually. They're going to need their own congregation. So there's economic stresses as well between this incipient group. Which reminds me of a joke. I can't help but tell you. Sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. I'll say it very fast. First, it's not an offensive joke. First 3 clergymen in outer space. You heard this before? Okay, joke goes like this. First, they go to outer space. They go, they get on the space shuttle, they orbit the world a few times, and they come back down. And the journalists all come up to them and they say to the Catholic priest, "What did you think?" He says, "I thought of the immensity of God's creation." Then they go to the Protestant minister and he says, "I thought of how tiny humanity is." And they ask the rabbi, he says, "Who had time to think? Chakras can come on. Chakras can come on." Okay, so now, the conflict between the Chassidim and the Misnagdim was really quite bitter at the end of the 18th century. It was like they were literally just fighting with each other. They were literally denouncing each other to the Russian authorities, and the Russian authorities were generally fairly pleased to throw this or that Hasidic leader into prison. In fact, as I'm talking right now, today is Chai Elul, a very important date in the Hasidic calendar. That's why if you look, Chabad has all these dates throughout the year where they have celebrations, because this is another day when one of their leaders was released from prison. So they tend to get thrown in prison a lot. And quite often, it was in the Misnagdim in the early period. But both of them realized by about the year 1815 that they had a far larger challenge with the so-called Maskilim. The Maskilim are the followers of the Jewish Enlightenment, which was called the Haskalah. And this was a movement that was spearheaded first by this man here in the red coat, Moses Mendelssohn, who said, you know what? It's time now for Jews to break out of their intellectual ghettos and join world society. There's no reason why Jews cannot participate in the broader cultural currents that surround us. And Jews should not regard themselves as being somehow foreigners living in this society, even though many countries literally consider Jews foreign residents, like Russia until 1917. You could be living in Russia for 1,000 years. Your passport would say, Zemlyak, foreigner. It's time for Jews to regard themselves as part of the societies in which they live. Many of the early Maskilim said the only way we can do this is by jettisoning our Jewish practice, by jettisoning. For example, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Why have our Sabbath on Saturday when after all the rest of the movement is on Sunday? Let's just move it to Sunday. And this was like unheard of. And like, all these foods that we can't eat, but that separates us from our surrounding society. We should give up on that. We should eat the same things everybody else eats, the national foods and so on. So the Chassidim and the Misnagdim have made a truce that has held pretty much until the present day. So they said we have a much larger fight with the Haskalah, with the Maskilim. For example, one of the biggest fights between the Maskilim and the Misnagdim and the Chassidim was over some tiny rules of how an animal is kosher slaughtered. They had to do with the sharpness of the knife. And they argued bitterly about it until they realized the Maskilim are saying, we don't have to
It's
keep
like,
kosher at
like
all.
if you read the book,
So if the fight is over keeping kosher at all, then they've got to work out the differences of the Shita method and move
Now
on.
that's
So that
reality time. Then you go back to
ultimately the
page 18.
Maskilim had a
That's reality
phenomenal
time. I
impact in
think
Western Europe in
that's-
particular,
So
but
do you
the
think that
it was not able to penetrate the same way in Eastern Europe because the Hasidim and the Snag closed ranks. Okay, so let's run to that Western Europe now. And we have to go to the great story of emancipation, Jewish emancipation, which was a drama that occupied Western Europe for about 200 years. The Jews were still living in a kind of medieval format. The Tehillah leadership is designed, as we discussed last week, designed for a medieval kind of feudal society in which people live in communities and they are defined by their community. They're not defined by their professions, by their geographic location, and so on. Certainly not defined by their profession. But as modernity wore on and the feudal patterns of Europe were country by country abandoned, and the Maskilim argued that in fact Jews should be released from their medieval corporate state, and they should be allowed to be regular citizens like everyone else. In France, this happened all of a sudden in 1791. With the French Revolution 2 years earlier, that proclaimed liberté, égalité, fraternité, right, liberty, equality, and siblinghood for all, I should say siblinghood, I should say brotherhood, because when they suggested, there was a woman who suggested, you mean women too, they said, no, women, only men are equal, women are not. The Jews said, well, when you say all people living in France are equal, that's us too. And the French thought about it, they were really not comfortable with it, but in 1790 they said, okay, we're going to accept those Sephardic Jews who live in Bordeaux and Bayonne, because they tend to be more acculturated, they spoke French, they wore French clothes and so on. The Ashkenazim living in Alsace-Lorraine on the border with Germany was a little bit harder, but in 1791 they said, okay, you Jews, you can be French as well. This was a shock to society because, again, the Jews who were an intellectual powerhouse because they were overwhelmingly literate, overwhelmingly numerate, they had tremendous experience with financial services and so on. All of a sudden, they were released from whatever anti-Semitic restrictions were in place, and they were able to get into all aspects of not only the economy, but the culture at the same time. So many protested against this, and in the early 19th century, the Emperor Napoleon said, okay, you know what, we're going to solve this once and for all. Let's ask the Jews what they are all about. Is there an organization of Jews that we can ask as to what they want to do with their citizenship? And people said to Napoleon, well, they used to have a state, and they had a grand court of 71 judges, called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't sat in 1900 years. He says, that doesn't matter to me at all. I'm Napoleon. Reconvene the Sanhedrin. And so he sent out this message that shocked the entire Jewish world. The Sanhedrin, the great grand court of the Jews, would be amassed in Paris under the leadership of this rabbi, David Sinzheim, who was actually a very well-respected rabbi of the time. This was a special kind of celebratory hat that he wore to as the head of the Sanhedrin. And Napoleon asked the Sanhedrin, okay, I have 12 questions that will determine your position in French society. And these were essentially questions that we have lived with those answers ever since. Because Napoleon said to them, do you consider yourself primarily French or primarily Jewish? Well, essentially it said French, because they know where it's talking to. They're talking to Napoleon. If it said primarily Jewish, then he could have said, you know what, this is all a mistake. You guys get it. And they flubbed a lot of answers, like, is it permitted in your religion for a Jewish person to marry a non-Jew, which is not permitted? But they said, well, you know, technically, oh, look at the time already. And they kind of like flushed. They meant because he wanted to make sure that they would ultimately assimilate. And so, in the end, Napoleon said, okay, fine, we're going to verify the emancipation that was granted years earlier. We're expecting no dual loyalty. So, by the way, if we fight against Germany, where there are a lot of Jews there, how will you fight? And they said, famously, jusque la mort, we'll fight to the death. Now, in French, Jews in general have been fairly patriotic. The Jews were so grateful for this that they did things like mint this coin, which shows on the left Napoleon, and on the right, here's Napoleon as literally the lawgiver, as so to speak, God, because this Moses here is clearly reflecting and giving obeisance to Napoleon as he accepts the two tablets of the law. But this essentially charted the role of emancipation. In the Russian Empire, it didn't go this smoothly at all. The Russian Empire was, in the 19th century, determined to try and get rid of the Jewish people primarily by three methods. One third they anticipated would emigrate, another third would assimilate, another third would die. The idea was simply to get rid of the Jewish people, a big undigestible mass living in Russia. One of the most cruel aspects of this was Nicholas I imposed the so-called Cantonist decree. He realized, he was a military man, he realized that one of the best ways to assimilate the Jews was to force them into the army. And he knew that the regular age of conscription of 18 was too late. And so he lowered the age of conscription to the age of 12. And children would be taken to the age of 12. They would spend 6 years in a reform school called a canton, and then they would spend 25 years in the Russian army. It was like essentially taking them away from the Jewish community forever. And what was perhaps most diabolical, because the Russian government was really quite inept, they didn't have the bureaucracy in place to handle it. So he said to the Kehillah, the leadership of each Jewish community, I would like you to choose the recruits. When we come through in October for the number of recruits that we demanded, we want you, Jewish leaders, to provide those children for us. And that meant that the Jewish Kehillah leadership, the Federation leadership, if you will, the rabbis, had to decide which children would go away for 36-odd years. This was a tremendously devastating move that tore apart the Jewish community. In some cases, we have examples where the leadership actually employed professional kidnappers called coppers, who would go in the dead of night before the Russians came and would steal children from their dead to deliver them to the Russians. You can be assured that the children of the wealthy, the children of the powerful, were not sent off to the camp. The children of widows, children of impoverished individuals, and this created a huge rift within the Jewish community where a whole generation of Jews lost confidence in their leadership. And it would eventually play out, as you can see this here, in the Russian Revolution, when individuals like Leon Trotsky had no confidence whatsoever in the leadership and wanted the revolution. Part of one of the lesser known reasons why Leon Trotsky fought against Russia so badly was because it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere.
It's got painted windows.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'll try a little harder with that. Okay. In Germany, emancipation, and by the way, emancipation only comes with the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, which we'll discuss next week. In Germany, unlike France, they went back and forth several times. Certain parts of Germany said yes, other parts said no. They had an internal revolution, then the revolution failed, and Jews were struggling for the entire century to try and get emancipation. For some, like Abraham Geiger, who was generally understood as the founder of the Reform movement, the idea was we have to prove to the Germans that we are also Germans, that we should adopt more German manners, we should adopt the German language, we should reform our synagogues so it looks more like a church, we should try to do things that make us fit in with the Germans. So kind of a slavish, almost aping of German norms that was very characteristic of the period. Others, like Zacharias Frankel, who was associated with what we would call in America the conservative, that said, you're going too far. Taking Hebrew out of the liturgy, that's a bridge too far, we're not going to do it. But Orthodox thinkers like Samson or Paul Hirsch said, you know what? We are not going to push away modernity. Jews are going to do this whether we like it or not, so we have to find a way to preserve Orthodox identity by deciding what exactly is required and what exactly is custom, and threading that needle. This is associated really the founding of what we call the modern Orthodoxy. Many felt that he was insufficiently from Europe, insufficiently Orthodox, so they tended to issue this picture a little bit differently. Even in his own time, this is a well-known phenomenon in photography. People up all the time. But anyway, they are operating against the backdrop of increasing anti-Semitism. In fact, the word anti-Semitism at this time was coined by Wilhelm Maude, shown here on their left. Wilhelm Maude wanted to invent a more polite term for what was called Judenhass, or Judenfeinde, which means basically Jew hatred. And so he said, I'm not against Jews, I'm against Semitism. What is Semitism? He borrowed from linguistic theory to say, oh, there are these people called Semites, which includes Arabs, but he doesn't really think of them. These people called Semites were locked in a world Jewish conspiracy to dominate Europe. And I'm against that. Hence the term anti-Semitism, which originally was used as kind of a badge of honor. Say you're anti-Semite proudly. Of course, with the Holocaust, that term lost its glamour temporarily. Some figures like Heinrich von Kreitschke, who spoke about briefly in the first lecture, opposed the Jews, particularly the work of Heinrich Kretz, the great historian, and he coined the term that would later become famous under Hitler. This term,
Revolutionary War,
should zoom in. The Juden sind unser Bündel. The Jews are our misfortune. We have any prophecy on German society? As of the Jews. We'll obviously return to this referendum next week. Let us just briefly take a look at how to put ourselves in when we get to the end of the 19th century, there's a major scene drawn with a wave of pogroms that really lasts 3 years in the Russian Empire. The lighter color in this map here shows the so-called Tale of Settlement where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. And as I mentioned in an earlier lecture, Jews are generally able to tolerate the degree of anti-Semitism as long as they live in a Rechtsstaat, as long as they know that the government will basically follow its own laws. With these pogroms, which were not devastating by 20th century standards, by one count, only 46 people were killed, unfortunately, but only 46 people were killed over 3 years. But what really impacted the Jews was the fact that, hey, we keep having these pogroms day after day. Where is the government stopping it? Why is this violence happening? And so Jews got up and said, we have to change things now. And these things came together and they created 5 distinct strategies for survival, one of which was the mass migration to these shores. 1.75 million came between 1881 and 1917, and everybody else went to countries where they had universal health care. They developed 5 strategies for modernity that we will discuss next week. Listen quickly: immigration, the most traditional and widely followed strategy. Secondly, Zionism, socialism, something called diaspora nationalism, and the fifth is renewed traditionalism. All of these things are going to be the center of our discussion next week. I'd like to conclude by reminding you that in the first lecture, I wanted to give you one takeaway message. And the message that I had when you look at the ancient period was that when you look at the nature of the Jewish narrative at that point, I think the big takeaway is that the Jewish people are resilient. Jewish people are able to absorb phenomenal attacks on their body politic and still survive. When we look at the medieval period last week, which involved tremendous upheaval and challenges, we see that the Jewish people were resourceful. They found new strategies to be able to endure those challenges and not only survive, but in fact, in many cases, even thrive.
But if
So
it was,
the takeaway that I'd like to suggest for today's
right? The
class
same thing is like
is
the
that
UFOs. Like if they
when we
really
look at the
did
modern people,
have
we
a
see
crash
Jewish
UFO,
people are
in
really new
a great
in
book,
the sense that they're
Richard
finding new ways to
has
exist.
a.
I want to say dynamic in the sense that they're constantly moving. They're a flowing river. But dynamic starts with a D instead of an R. So it shows new. And I think that's the takeaway message tonight. Thank you very much for your endurance. God willing, we'll reconvene next week.
When they were talking about the crash UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They like just shot them up 150 miles into the sky and then blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If they had no reason to believe and they're just hovering there watching Earth, and then all of a sudden.
It's interesting to me because you remember when we had
These are CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, document release date is 98.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we get
I
started,
think if you could,
It's hard to read. It's weird.
while I know they changed the room around significantly, I hope it's not too disorienting.
With
I'm going to have to try and speak sideways.
in the southern area in 3 to 5
Thank you for
days.
that.
Some heavy equipment
So let me
is
start just with a
anticipated
small
in near term in Kuwait.
pleasantry that will illustrate some of the material that we'll be discussing tonight. I apologize for many of you who have certainly heard this story before.
Frontline troops will not advance.
It's about a
Future
guy who
potential
needs
strikes
to
may
buy
occur in areas B,
another used car for his family. He has a very large, very large family, yeshiva guy, and he needs to get something large enough to transport his entire family. It's not an easy thing to find.
some type of
And so he goes to a particular used car lot,
in the sand areas.
and they show him a lot of models. And the one that really appeals to him is actually his 1977 Ford Country Squire, with this faux wooden paneling on the sides and things like that, right? Big V8 engine on the inside. And he says, this looks like the perfect kind of vehicle for my family. The only problem is, he says to the salesman, I see it's got no gas pedal, it's got no brake pedal. How do you drive it? Okay, you know the joke, right? So, okay, I'll tell you that. So what happens is the man says, well, the truth is, this is a very religious car. It belonged to a very holy rabbi. And in order to make it go, he had this special formula. He would make it go by saying, Baruch Hashem. Don't say it now, because we'll start moving. But as soon as you say Baruch Hashem, then it tries. And to make it stop, you have to say Shema Yisrael. Say Shema Yisrael. And it will stop. So he tries it out. He takes a test drive. Well, decides he's going to take the car. And he realizes he's driving. He forgot the phrase, but how to make it stop. And he's going faster and faster, and he's on the horn, and he's going through red lights, and he goes the wrong way in a one-way street. He's panicking. He doesn't know what to do. He crashes through a construction barrier. He goes up on this ramp under construction. He realizes the ramp is about to end. It's an overpass under construction. He's going to go over the edge. He's going to die. So it's a good joke. He covers his eyes, claims God's name. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad.
I loved him.
Stops right at
That
the
was a
edge.
great joke about
And
that.
he says,
That was a
Baruch
cakewalk.
Hashem. Okay. So that's, to a certain degree, that's illustrative of the kind of material that we're going to be discussing tonight in the last of our 4 lectures, a crash course in Jewish history. Tonight we're going to be looking at what I'd like to call the contemporary period. I'll try to put some boundaries on that. I want to say thank you to make sure I don't forget at the end of the lecture. You know, it's been nice to have such a pleasant and attentive and intelligent audience for these 4 lectures. It's also been rather popular on the internet. I looked up the analytics today. It looks like about 30,000 people have watched this series since the month, which is nice. Of course, 10,000 were my mother watching it over and over as a studious loop. But it is nice to know that this material has an audience. Okay, so let us begin by defining what do I mean by the contemporary period. Historians like to use the term the long 19th century, and that's because centuries begin and end chronologically round numbers. or the unit, let's say 1900, they close at 2000. But history tends to have, different bracket points. The long 19th century generally begins with 1789 with the French Revolution. You might want to say 1776 with the American Revolution. Extends throughout the 1800s, and then usually the other end of the bracket is 1914 with the beginning of World War I. So that's called the long 19th century in secular historians' worldview. The long 20th century, for our purposes, looking at Jewish history specifically, would really begin with the 1881-84 pogroms that we discussed briefly at the end of last week's class, and concludes with the disengagement from Gaza in the year 2005. Those two moments really bracket major change, demographic, philosophical, spiritual change that deeply impacted the Jewish psyche worldwide, and I hope to demonstrate why those are adequate brackets for our understanding of the contemporary period. So, picking up where we left off, you'll recall that in 1881, a pogrom wave began to sweep throughout the former Russian Empire, and a little bit like Fiddler on the Roof, believe it or not, where the Nachalnik says to Tevye, there's going to be a pogrom, you should clear out in advance. There was a long-standing belief that was promoted by a lot of historians around the time that the Russian government had actually engineered the pogroms. That argument has largely been pushed aside with archival research that indicates the Russian government actually, although they weren't particularly pro-Jewish, they weren't philo-Semitic at all, and there were reasons why the pogroms were useful for them politically, they really didn't want to encourage anarchy because they knew that an anarchist movement like this could eventually spell revolution. The reality was the Russian government was simply inept and unable to stretch its resources far enough to be able to prevent this widespread violence. And when Jews, after a series of 3 years of sustained pogroms, in which hooligans would come into these little villages and they would rape and pillage, and then they would go away, and then a couple of weeks later, usually in the springtime, they would come back again. There was nothing that could be done to stop them. Jews stopped believing that the Russian government was a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law, and they said we have to come up with something else. So that's the moment of change that I'd like to discuss with you right now. By the way, this map shows you the huge migration of Jews from the Caliph settlement between the period of 1881 and the period when the American government began to shut down a lot of the migration in the early 20s. And the other end of the period we're studying is the disengagement from Gaza, which we'll get to when we talk about Israel more specifically. A heart-wrenching moment in Israeli history when Israel began to sort of look backwards and move backwards from what had been imagined as a messianic step forward towards the ultimate redemption of the entire Jewish world. But I don't want to anticipate where we are. So there are 5 major strategies that the Jews of Eastern Europe, we should recall that the Jews of Eastern Europe were the largest single bloc of Jewish population in the world at the time. They looked to 5 new ways to try and articulate their status in modernity. The first was migration or emigration, as we saw in that map, particularly to the New World, to America. This is a Rosh Hashanah postcard, very appropriate for our purposes. I believe the date on this is 1910, if I remember correctly. And you can see that on the right, you have the impoverished Russian peasants here with draggle. They're carrying all of their belongings and bags and things like that. You've got the steamers coming in. Ellis Island is suggested. And here, of course, are the American-born, usually from an earlier Germanic wave in the 1840s. The American-born Jews were happily greeting them and welcoming them. Even the American eagle is, as it were, welcoming the Russian eagle. And this is certainly a very rosy picture of the way the Eastern European immigrants were received. But this is one option. The idea of simply leaving and starting over again. This is ironically the most traditional option that Jews have historically chosen when facing these kinds of challenges. Most of our ancestors, I anticipate, were part of this migration wave. There were some, of course, who came after World War II. There are radically different waves. These are immigrants. The ones after World War II are largely refugees with very, very different mindsets. The emigres tend to think, okay, I'm going to start all over. I'm going to go to America. I'm going to make myself into this new American Jew. I'm going to metaphorically, sometimes literally, throw my children overboard as I approach these shores. I'm going to learn English. I'm going to abandon the Mameluks. Whereas the Jews who came afterward who resented their displacement and said, no, I will not change for America. America will change for me. I will establish myself in the Lower East Side, in Brooklyn, in Muncie, in Lakewood, and I will make America into Eastern Europe. A very different kind of mindset, also a very powerful impact on American shores. Another option was the new Zionist movement. We should recall that although Jews have been yearning for a return to Zion since time immemorial, really since the first exile in the 6th century before the Common Era that we talked about 4 weeks ago, Jews have always wanted to return to Zion. However, the political movement we associate with Zionism really dates from the 1880s, when first a more religious group called Rabbi Rothschild, those who love Zion, began to be active in the Black Sea region. Then later it acquired a more secular character, especially in Western Europe, led by people like Theodor Herzl. And this was a way of saying, you know what? We're going to move, we're going to leave Eastern Europe, but why should we just repeat the process over and over again? Eventually, the same thing is going to happen to the Jews in America as well, but eventually it's going to happen there too. So let's end history by moving to Israel. Let us bring this to a close, but we'll probably return home rather than maintaining another way station. The Zionist movement, of course, as we shall see today, and of course we all know, was immensely successful. And we know, for example, in the limited election results that we have from the brief period when Ukraine was independent and Jews were voting in a Jewish pre-parliament, the Zionists captured the largest single block of Jewish votes after the religious parties. So in other words, most Jews at this time in Eastern Europe were in favor of the traditional Jewish leaders and in favor of the movement to Israel. That's not including, of course, the Jews who we didn't capture their vote because they voted with their feet and made their way to a new world. Thirdly, socialism. In terms of organized parties, it was the Bund that was the strongest, with about 30,000 card-carrying members in 1917 on the eve of the 1917 revolution. Socialism basically said, you know what, moving to another country is just going to be the same thing. Moving to Israel, that's also crazy. Then you're going to have to deal with the malaria-infested swamps and indigenous population. Let us instead end history by changing the very parameters of our existence. Let us move to a new stage of human existence by adopting the collectivization of all property. Let us adopt the policies of Marx. Let us become socialist to such a degree that we end all national enmities, which are really, the root of them are class struggles. So if we get rid of the classes, if the proletariat of the world would just unite, and we'll recreate the world. And many Jews saw in this a type of secular mechanism that was deeply, deeply appealing. Many Jews simply said, we're not going to hold with the old religious values, but we're going to translate those values into socialism. Extremely powerful choice, and of course, major impact on the Russian Revolution. Fourth, and this is one of the smallest, but nevertheless quite an influential movement, they chose diaspora nationalism, which is a movement that was created by Shimon Gobel, shown here. We looked at him actually in the very first lecture. He's a historian who said that, you know, the best time in Jewish history, our most successful period, was during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when, as you will recall, we united all of our city-borns in one massive superstructure, and everything we had was a unified Jewish legislation that covered every Jew living in Poland, Lithuania, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. That was, as it were, a state within a state. We did not have to have the trappings of an army and a flag and things like that, but we had phenomenal strength as a people. And so we argued that Jews should go back to that kind of form of communal identification. All Jews should register in something they call the cadastre, and all Jews, whether they were Russian citizens, Polish citizens, Ukrainian citizens, they would be part of this massive state within a state. They would pay taxes to it proportionate to their income, and at the same time, that Jewish government would take care of all their needs. Mikvahot, synagogues, tuition,
doing
Chinese
weird shit
restaurant,
on
you
it.
name it,
One
every
of my
single thing.
favorite
I was hoping to get a laugh with that because, but at any rate,
was that
so the Duke Nose idea fell flat in its time. He never got more than 4% of the popular vote. But the idea stuck here in America. The Federation movement is basically founded on Duke Nose ideas. And the big difference is for Duke Nose, it was mandatory. Once you were 20 years old, you had to affiliate or not affiliate. Here in America, it's true that UJA gets your phone number. The only way to get away from them is the Witness Protection Program. But otherwise, it is voluntary. You choose to affiliate, which is something that Duke Nose did not imagine. And finally, a return to tradition. Up until this point, most of the organized rabbis were opposing all of these movements. There are definitely exceptions, but the bulk of rabbinic leadership was opposed to any of these changes, specifically those that were anti-clerical, like socialism, for example. But by 1912, it became very clear that the entire Eastern Europe was becoming democratic, and Jews were included in those new democracies. Jews were voting, Jews were participating in the Polish Sejm after World War I, and if the religious community did not organize and in fact politicize, they would not have a voice. And so this is the beginning of the Agudas Yisrael and many other later Jewish religious groups who were political organizations that were designed specifically to defend the religious status quo. This is, of course, the famous film recently discovered of the Chafetz Chaim, shown here, a very diminutive man, but unquestionably the leader of religious Jewry at the time, at the first Knessia Gedola, the first gathering of the Agudas Yisrael. So these were the 5 choices that Jews in Eastern Europe basically chose to try and define their new identity. So that was preparing them for what would be a tremendously tumultuous period of war and revolution. World War I, of course, breaks out in 1914. Jews are on all sides of the conflict. Jews distinguish themselves in valor on both sides of the conflict. The Austro-Hungarian government in particular will be difficult when the Nazis come to power and they have to deal with all these Jewish war veterans who are decorated and nevertheless have to be sent to the camps as well. It didn't slow them down that much, but it was nevertheless an issue. World War I was, of course, a massive exercise of futility. It was a huge life-altering event for the entire planet. But if we focus specifically on the Jewish experience, perhaps the most significant of experiences was in Ukraine. Once again, in the news 100 years later, where when the Russian government fell, because don't forget, Ukraine is like a major Western European chunk of the Russian Empire. When the Russian central government in St. Petersburg fell, there was a brief power vacuum in which the indigenous Ukrainian leaders, these are not Russo-tropic leaders, Russophile speaking Russian and so on. These are Ukrainian speakers who wanted to create an independent government. They actually sat down with the Jews and they said, listen, we have an issue because the vast majority of Ukrainians live in the countryside. Literacy is very low. They have no experience with international relations and finance and so on. You Jews, on the other hand, literate, urbanized, connected internationally. If we make a partnership, we will give you Jews whatever you want to help us build this Ukrainian country. And basically what they decided to accept was something like what Dubno had argued for, communal rights as a distinct community within Ukraine. It was a beautiful experiment in a lot of ways. This, for example, is a 100-cup Vanets note from the period, and you can see that they have over here actually on the back it says in Ukrainian, but here on the right, on the left it says it in Russian, and here it says it in Polish, and down here it says it in Yiddish. Which is, Yiddish was made briefly an official language of Ukraine. They had a minister of Jewish affairs. They theoretically had a budget for things like basic tuition and things like that. But it was vastly overwhelmed by a huge pogrom wave that swept the countryside, particularly in the notorious year 1919. And one of the great ironies of this period is that the majority of the pogroms, I should say the plurality, about 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by Ukrainian troops who showed fealty to the same government that was at the same time giving all of these rights to Jews. They were led by this man, Shimon Petra. This is a recently erected monument to Petra that was in the city of Venezia, just around the corner from the synagogue, actually. And he's a deeply misunderstood figure. Many have portrayed him as the architect of these pogroms. Others have said that he was perhaps an unwilling participant in them, that he condoned them for a brief period of time in order to try and keep his troops in line with his overall cause, but in the end, he and his movement was totally defeated. He fled to Paris, where he was tracked down by this man, Shalom Schwarzbart, walked up to him on the street as he came out of a cafe and said, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petra?" And he said, "Oui," and then he pulled out a gun and he shot him dead right on the spot. In an amazing trial that took place in Paris a year later, reported in the New York Times, Schwarzbart argued that he was actually, even though he was clearly an assassin in the clear light of day, he shot someone in cold blood in daylight on the street. He argued that he was doing it out of revenge for the pogroms. And the Parisian the Parisian jury, perhaps thinking about the Dreyfus affair in which they clearly convicted an innocent guy, decided this time to clearly acquit a guilty guy. They fined him $1 franc in damages and they set him free. So Schwarzbart became known as the Avenger. I meant to put it up here, but I forgot to get it today. I'm sorry. Chagall even painted a portrait that showed an upraised Torah scroll with the angel of death flying overhead and with a sword of vengeance in his hand, and it's written in Yiddish with letters on top, Schwarzbart. So this was like a moment that was a representative of a Jewish resurgence in the 1920s that will have a very big impact on Zionism later. But at the end of the war, Europe was nothing like what it was before. If you look prior to World War I, you see Europe is largely divided among three major empires: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. After World War I, these three empires are not at all the same. Russia is cut back as this major country. Poland appears after 200 years of submersion, and it is no longer the Russian Empire, it's now the Union of Socialist Republics. Germany loses its land bridge to East Prussia here, which is part of its territory, and these new Baltic states are created, Czechoslovakia is created, Austria-Hungary are tiny rough states that are only a tiny proportion of what they used to be, and it was just a massive mess. Americans were very much involved. Woodrow Wilson with the 14 points. But it was a period of time in which local populations were given the option of self-determination. The difficulty was that someone had to decide which populations had the right to exercise their self-determination and which populations didn't make it. The Arabs in Israel who would later take the name Palestinians weren't even on the scene right then, but that was the same kind of thing. They missed this particular train. But other countries did make it. However, as my teacher likes to put it, the failure of the peace treaties after World War I made World War II inevitable. In other words, World War II was fought because the victors in World War I did not clean up loose ends appropriately. This tremendously complicated patchwork map left very few populations completely satisfied, and as a result, there was a huge revisionist movement wanting to change the map. The most prominent of the movements to change, of course, was none other than Adolf Hitler. So let us look at the period between the wars. I want to focus on two areas. Obviously, this is a crash course, so we are rushing through time at H.G. Wells' speed here. But let's look at what's happening in the Soviet Union, which is very fascinating on a Jewish perspective, and then, of course, we'll turn to Germany. The Soviet Union has basically two periods during the interwar period. There is the 1920s, which is a remarkable period of flourishing of indigenous British language culture, where the Soviet Union policies involves something called korenizatsiya, which is very difficult to translate. It comes from the root word korean, which means root. It was rootification. Sometimes it's translated as indigenization, which means the Russians basically said, the Soviets basically said, look, if the culture actually comes from the people living there, if it's a natural folk culture, then we should encourage it. We should put money into it. And so that meant that a huge amount of state resources went to promote Yiddish language culture. Yiddish, of course, is a Jewish language, but it's primarily medieval German with a lot of phlegm.
There's nobody here.
Really
Where's
good stuff.
everybody?
I had to pause for a laugh there. But it's basically a German language with a significant amount of Hebrew mixed in, some Romance languages, Aramaic as well, but it's written in Hebrew characters. So the Soviets said, okay, let's do Yiddish plays, let's do Yiddish literature, let's do all kinds of Yiddish things. There was actually a period of time during the 1920s, it was so good that Yiddishists who had emigrated to America went back to the Soviet Union because they were going to create this like workers' paradise where you could express yourself so amazingly in this the phenomenal resurgence of culture. And then the 1930s came. Stalin effectively wiped out his opponents, Petain and Trotsky, and when he was in power, he said enough of this Narishkeit. He used a Georgian word for that, but he said enough of this Narishkeit. And he essentially rolled back almost all of those things, and the Soviet Union just got totally crazy, descended eventually by the end of the 30s into a purge mentality that was very much like the Spanish Inquisition that we saw earlier. Some of the crazy things, for example, the idea was that Yiddish was good because it was a natural language of the people. Hebrew was bad because it was a language both of the rabbis and of the Zionists. Two strikes against them. So then there was a period of time when the Russians made any Hebrew words in Yiddish illegal. You could not have Hebrew words in Yiddish, which is a really hard thing to do because it's maybe 15% Hebrew, but there are a lot of key words, like for example the word chaver, which means friend, or in Russian translation, tovarich. Comrade, right? So how do you take comrade out of the Yiddish language? You have to keep it there, but you spell it in Yiddish phonetics. So in Soviet textbooks from the period, chaver, which in Hebrew is correctly spelled chet bet reish, is spelled chat aleph vav vav ayin reish. Chaver, spelled out. It's actually hard to read it because you have to like stop thinking for its Hebrew spelling. Words like MS, truth, ayin mem, ayin sam. And here's even a weirder thing. When they looked at the Hebrew alphabet, they saw there were 5 terminal letters, right? There are 5 letters, and that's that if they occur at the end of a word, they're written slightly differently. In English, we have the same thing, except at the beginning of words, they're called capital letters. A letter looks differently if it's a proper noun or the beginning of a sentence than occurs at the beginning of a word. The Russians said that's not proletarian, that's not like a folk thing, get rid of it. And they made the final letters illegal. If you published a book written in that spot, you would be sent to Siberia. It was a totally crazy thing. The Ukrainians have it even worse. They had a letter G that was made illegal. Use the letter G. Siberia. But they weren't completely shutting down Jewish activity. Stalin promoted this crazy idea, actually came from Kalinin, of a Soviet Jewish homeland. Perhaps to try and offset the growing popularity of Zionism. This Soviet Jewish homeland was called Azerbaijan. Here's some propaganda poster from the period of showing the Jews rebuilding this tiny outpost, which is way out here. In order to show you where it is, I actually had to use the whole globe. Here is, of course, European Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Poland, places where Jews primarily live in the form of Pale Settlement. And here, all the way over on the Far East is Azerbaijan. The only thing going for it was its proximity to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, Azerbaijan was like a wasteland. And ironically, when the Jews really needed it, during the Holocaust, Azerbaijan was closed to them. Here's another Soviet propaganda poster from the period that shows happy Jews going out to Azerbaijan, building a new Soviet homeland. You don't have to go all the way to Israel for it. Here it is right here in the Soviet Union. Of course, even these elements would be truncated by the Holocaust, as we shall see. Now, Zionism is growing at pace at this time. I wish I had more time than 1 hour to cover the entire 20th century, but Zionism is rapidly growing as a movement. There are many different varieties of Zionism that are engaging the minds of young Jews, and it is seen as a way of rebuilding the Jewish spirit. It is seen as a return to the land, which is something that many anti-Semites had been arguing since the 19th century, that Jews were ruthless cosmopolitans, that they were too urban, they were too involved with trade and money and finances, nothing real. They're not connected to the soil, right, which is a very important thing for these early focus thinkers, which is related more to the racism, the idea that you develop your character because you dug your fingers into the very soil. If you did that for enough generations, you would really drive. So the Jews, even living in Munich for 1,000 years, because they're living inside their inns and inside their basements and things like that, they never had a chance to become German through their contact with soil. The idea of Jews returning to the soil was seen as a way of naturalizing Jews by the Jews themselves. And then, of course, in the 1930s, there is a massive turn to the right that affects the entire European population. We've seen fascist movements growing not only in the Axis powers, but also in England, in America, Canada. There are very popular and significant fascist movements going on. Shown here is someone who was wounded in World War I. This is actually Alexander Platz in Munich when war was declared, and some hospitals later went to the microphone lab and found. Here he is. You can see that he's very overjoyed with the possibility of going to war. He is wounded with chlorine gas, an experience that traumatized him, and later he spoke about it in connection with what he was facing to the Jews, and of course eventually that came about. Incredibly effective speaker, his whole people spellbound for hours, tremendously devious and nevertheless persuasive leader who managed to sway the minds of millions to a disastrous conflict.
Bye, Joe.
He used kind of like new rock star style.
You like Joe Rogan?
Propaganda vehicles such as these massive events like
Yeah,
the New
why?
York rallies to whip up incredible amounts of support.
You think he's funny?
No.
No.
Why
Why not?
I
I think he's a risk taker. But I think it's funny. Are you funny? Funniest motherfucker ever. Let's see Joe Rogan do that. Alright, I gotta take a piss. You get to a certain point where you get really tired and you just like, blah, 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 blah. Are you tired? Yeah, okay.
Through three basic stages, and historians differ on exactly how to characterize
These
the
kick
entire
people
moment.
hate
I'm going to
you.
give you two basic historiographic perspectives at the end of this presentation.
Do you really think they hate you?
One basic way to understand it is, first there's a period of Gnosticism, and in fact, at the Nuremberg rally
Really?
that I showed you earlier, one of the things
For real?
realized pretty much in
No.
the last minute, they spent the entire night huddled around a dining room
I
table,
think you're
literally
really
writing
sharing
down
our favorite.
trying to work out this chart. They realized that they were actually going to pursue the Jews. The very first thing
Thank you for the follow.
what they mean.
Yo, Pimp. Thank you for the follow, Rabbi.
And so they finally came up
You,
with this plan,
you good,
which
bro.
shows the, this is says in the top of Germany.
Thank you for the follow, Rabbi.
You're
You're welcome.
laws that define those who are Deutsche
Oh,
Bürger, German
look at this one.
basically anyone with four
Dude, I fucking love B. Alexander. That guy, Paducah, Kentucky, you rule. Really? Oh, for sure. Everybody knows Paducah, Kentucky rules. No, why? Why not?
Somebody has one Jewish grandparent. That was ultimately sufficient.
Oh, look at this
for
move.
a person to be sent to the gas chambers. Obviously, it didn't matter to Nazis whether it was a
Look
mother
at
or
this
father,
move.
or slaves to a racial
You like Sam
ideology,
Tripoli?
and just simply having one Jewish grandparent was sufficient.
because you
Yeah,
need that
brilliant.
First degree, which has 2 Jewish grandparents, and Judah was only one of the 3 Jewish grandparents, or 4 Jewish grandparents. So once they had clearly defined who was a Jew,
No
then of
cloning.
course they could embark on a much more extensive series of legislations throughout the 1930s that isolated them from society, ostracized them, placed great restrictions on them. Some of them economic and very onerous, like Jews were not allowed to own a business. They had to essentially divest their businesses, typically to their non-Jewish employees. Jews were not allowed to employ non-Jewish household help. All kinds of things like not allowed to run up the German flag and so on. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, the Jews were largely crowded into ghettos. This is a photograph of Warsaw, one of the most notorious of the ghettos, with phenomenal overcrowding. Some of the ghettos were attritionist, like Warsaw, in which it seemed that the Nazis wanted simply the Jews to die on their own, and others were called productionist, where they seemed to follow a policy that if the Jews would only be slave labor, like wood, where they were making a lot of textiles, and they would be allowed to live. They were receptive, they would live. In the end, it didn't matter. All the Jews were ultimately taken to the gas chambers. This changed in 1941, and in reality, when we think about what we mean when we say the Holocaust, the real date is not September 1, 1939, when the war broke out. It's not January 1933 when Hitler came to power. It's really June 22nd, 1941. The date of Operation Rothschild. This is the first moment where we actually have mass murder of Jews on a planned and organized scale. It's a rather amazing thing that we feed into the point that let's make this minute. The Nazis did not embark on an organized mass murder of Jews until well into the war. There were lots of individual persecutions, lots of brutalization, lots of isolation and abuse of various forms. But Kristallnacht, which is supposed to occur before the war, claimed less than 300 casualties. That's a very tiny number in the scope of the overall Holocaust. We're talking about millions. It only came to Operation Barbarossa when you see that they're actually planning to kill the Jews of Eastern Europe. What basically happened is Hitler and Stalin had a non-aggression pact that allowed them to divide Eastern Europe between the two countries. Hitler double-crossed Stalin in June of 1941 and invaded with tremendous success, plowing all the way up to the border of Moscow, getting very close to Leningrad, putting it under a brutalizing siege. People were reduced to human cannibalism. And following the Wehrmacht, the German army, were 4 groups called Einsatzgruppen, special commando squads. These were generally men who were not fit for regular service, typically older, overweight, flat-footed, heavy eyeglasses, things that did not make them ready for regular service. And they were put in trucks, and they were essentially mobile killing squads, where they would follow the Wehrmacht, go into the local Jewish steppe block that dotted the region, gather up the Jews, bring them out to ravines that were around the area, and machine gun them into their graves. This is the kind of scene that likely took the lives of my ancestors in Lithuania, and something like 2.4 million Jews died at the hands of the Einsatzgruppen. This is clearly organized beforehand. This is clearly mass murder. This is really the onset of the Holocaust. But it involves nothing like the gas chambers. That would be developed later on, either because, and a lot of debate among historians, either because Hitler saw that the Einsatzgruppen murders were very difficult, it was psychologically very draining on the people who were involved, and it was expensive and it was inefficient. Many people actually survived the Einsatzgruppen murders by feigning death. Many children, for example, would fall into the pit, very gruesome kind of experience, and be literally buried with the bodies of the villagers that they lived with, and then at nightfall they would crawl up from the wreckage and they would make their way into the forest and join the partisans. Heart-wrenching stories, but there are a lot of them because it's a fairly inefficient method of murder. and it's not truly a Nazi method of murder, so they decided to move to something else. Another body of thought suggests that Hitler said to himself, wait a second, we're getting away with this, so no one's stopping us, and we're doing this for months and months and months. Perhaps we can actually do something still greater, which would be the death penalty. In January of 1920, January of 1942, at the resort of Wannsee, north of Berlin, a group of Nazi officials got together, had a conference that discussed how to finally rid the world of the Jewish problem. And we actually have the minutes from that conference, which has tables of Jews, including 200 Jews in Albania, 200 Jews who were going to be hunted down by the Nazis, including the Jews living in countries that were not taken over by the Nazis yet, like England. England was definitely planned or slated for becoming a Judenrein region. And at this Wannsee conference, the Nazis decided that a much more efficient killing technology would be to use a rat poison called Cyclone B, and instead of having mobile killing squads move out to where the Jews live in the Steppe, they would build 6 distinct camps, which were called Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, death camps, that distinguished them from the tens of camps called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, that were designed primarily for political prisoners and the like. The 6 death camps were designed, as the name implies, for the purpose of making death. They were factories for making death. Jews and other undesirables, Roma, homosexuals, witnesses, a whole host of people, wherever was on the first would be shipped off to these 6 Vernichtungslager, and there they would be killed primarily by death. This would be the major of the Holocaust, and the majority of the victims lost their lives in this documented human history. Now, there are 2 really big historical viewpoints of how to understand the Holocaust. I like to pause and take a little bit out of the narrative and into theory again for just a moment to understand it. The first way of understanding what this thing was called the Holocaust was shaped largely by this woman, Lucy DeWitt, a great historian, whose most important book in English is called The War Against the Jews. And basing herself largely on a strategy that was employed by the Allied lawyers at Nuremberg when they were trying to identify Nazi war criminals, she argued that Nazism was essentially a conspiracy that was headed by an evil genius, Hitler, and a small coterie of like-minded evil individuals, Hitler and so on, and they somehow fooled all of Germany and all of Europe to go along with this outrageous and diabolical plan. This particular model of understanding the Holocaust, which most of you in the film probably grew up with, because it was the dominant school of historiography right through the 1970s, and it's a popular culture way into the 1980s and early 90s, really laid the blame very heavily at the feet of Hitler himself and a small group of co-conspirators. But most average German citizens, most French citizens, most Romanians, etc., were actually just fooled. They had no idea really what was going on. And we could then put this ugly episode behind us and move on to a bright European future. This was largely challenged by scholars like Michael Maris, others like Christopher Browning, Martin Brodziak, and others, who say, wait a second, there's so many things that just don't fit in this model. Like, for example, why is it that Hitler actually tried to set up reservations for Jews? At one point, the Nazis explored the possibility of buying the island of Madagascar and shipping all the Jews down there. It's an island off the coast of Africa. Another opinion was, let's set up a reservation in Berlin. I will send all the Jews to live over there. Why didn't the Nazis allow Jews to leave right up until October 1940? If you had a place that would accept you, you could actually leave. National Europe. It doesn't, and then why wait until June of 1941 to begin killing the Jews en masse if they really had this plan from the beginning? So this school of historians said, no, you know what? The Holocaust is probably more a function of the war. But as the war wore on, Hitler, who was undeniably an incredible anti-Semite, sort of began to think gradually about the idea, you know what, all these things that have been rhetoric until now, we could actually do that. And trying small experiments here, small experiments there, seeing if they could get away with them. For example, the notorious experiment when they started killing children with Down syndrome. And once the fact that the church found out about it, the church began to protest, who would have gone away with this tremendously awful, ugly thing? It reminds me very much of what John Henry said, that we can measure the value of a city or the country by the way it treats its weakest members. Right? And this is exemplary of the kind of evil that is inherent in the Nazi enterprise. The functionalists began to experiment literally with psychological tools, the most significant which is undoubtedly the work of Stanley Milgram, who is not a historian. He is a psychologist working at Yale and Stanford universities, in which he wanted to conduct experiments in obedience. He wanted to see what would it take for people to actually commit such vile acts. And I wish we had more time to actually go into the Milgram experiment, but it has become a classic. But basically, what he proved was that people off the street, in a rather complicated experiment, total strangers, complete Americans, off the street, about 2/3 of them are completely ready to murder another human being. As long as someone in a white coat says the experiment requires you to continue, people will go on and will actually murder human beings. Just straight off the street. It's an amazing and chilling experiment. It's been repeated several times in all kinds of different contexts. It's repeated in the 20th century, late 21st, the early 21st century in England, that has been televised. If you're curious to see the darkness of the human heart, you definitely have to look at the Milgram experiment. But these kinds of experiments tend to bolster the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust. It says that, down the rock into the rock, that the heart of man is evil from his childhood, and all it takes is the right kind of circumstances, and we can have Holocaust anywhere. So the terrifying thing. It does not take away blame from Hitler and his central coterie of co-conspirators, but it spreads the blame out much more widely. Perhaps you're familiar with the famous title, the work by Daniel Goldhagen, Hitler's Willing Executioners. That really says it all. The idea that throughout Europe there were millions of willing executioners. So we'll have to go on from there. Now, Israel, of course, again, we have the 20th century, and we only have about 5 minutes to talk about Israel, which is likely one of the greatest things that happened in 2 millennia of Jewish history, but, we're constrained by this course format. I think the best way to tell the story of Israel in this context is to tell it through maps. And I found in particular younger people often are unaware of the tremendous change that happened in Israel as a result of these political changes. So let's quickly review it. Population built in Israel, Jews are flowing in throughout the interwar period, and after the Holocaust in particular, there is a tremendous demand, both real and demographic, and also moral and political, to open up Israel to the refugees from the Holocaust. The British, who are of course in charge of Israel at this point, are reluctant to do so, even though they have issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917, because they realize that the Jewish population is beginning to conflict with the indigenous Arab population, and there's some notorious riots in 1929 and so on. But basically, after a series of violent episodes that involved Jewish exacerbation of the situation as well as Arab, the British handed off to the new United Nations, the inheritor of the League of Nations, and they come with this brilliantly bizarre and totally unworkable plan in 1947, saying, okay, we're going to divide the Jewish state, we're going to divide this region into 7 different parts. These blue parts will be Jewish,
were in Afghanistan, they
these
saw
sort
a
of
bunch of
creamy
kids go in
parts
the
will
room and
be
never come out.
Arab, and Jerusalem will be an international zone. Corpus separatum, a separate body.
This is
That was the plan,
right?
doomed to failure. The Jews, of course, delighted to have any kind of a state, even an unworkable one like this, accepted in 1948. The Arab nations around refused to accept it, and Israel was born in war, the War of Independence. Amazingly, after a year and or so of conflict, the Jews actually managed to consolidate their territory, which is really quite a feat. This is what Israel looked like after the war had concluded in 1949. These are the armistice boundaries. This line here in particular is called the Green Line. It will be very significant in later politics. That's basically the way Israel looked from 1949 until 1967. At that point, when you have I realize I'm talking to people who know this history very well, so I'll talk very fast, but for those of you on the internet, let you have it quickly. Israel is faced with an imminent attack by Egypt in particular, aligned with Syria and several other Arab nations, decides to launch a preemptive strike based on the Talmudic dictum: if someone is planning to kill you, wake up before him and kill him first. Which is a pretty basic kind of idea. Amazingly, in an attack that shocked the world, my uncle Leon, who was about 20 or 30 years older than me, said that he was living in Montreal, and he and all his friends were getting out of college because they were going to fly to Israel and they were going to volunteer to fight the war. And 6 days later, the war was over. They didn't have a chance to get their tickets organized. Largely as a result of their air superiority, not only did Israel keep its territory, it actually took over the entire Sinai Peninsula. This region here, Samaria and Judea, also known as the West Bank, because it is west of the Jordan River, and the commanding Golan Heights up in the north. Most significant for Jews, they conquered the eastern part of Jerusalem, which contained the old Jewish quarter, huge spiritual, sentimental, historical value for the Jews. And basically, at that point, Israel said, great, we scored this massive victory. Almost everyone in Israel said, now we'll finally have peace, because the Arab nations will pick up the phone, they'll call us, and they'll say, okay, you won, you demonstrated superiority. Let's talk about getting some of our territory back in order for peace. The phone call did not happen, and Israel was forced to control this large territory, which proved to be very difficult. They decided to do two things with it. And let's understand, on a philosophical level, on a political level, Israel has a very difficult sort of position, because it wants to be two things that are often in conflict with one another. On the one hand, Israel wants to be a Jewish state. That is its very long way. It exists for the Jews, the Jewish people. The idea is that all Jews should use it as a land of refuge. It's the ancient homeland of the Jews. It's used to express themselves Jewishly. The land of the temple and so on. At the same time, it is influenced by democratic values. It wants to be a democratic state, more like, let's say, the United States. But these two things frequently come in conflict with one another. These two values conflict with each other when they deal with non-Jewish citizens or non-Jewish residents in Israel, because you can't necessarily make them all citizens, because then they would vote. And if they all voted, they could conceivably vote that Israel should not be a Jewish state. So you have to sacrifice the democracy to keep the Jewishness, and sometimes you have to sacrifice the Jewishness to keep the democracy. It's a very difficult position for Israel to be in. What they decided to do regarding these territories is they annexed two of them. They annexed East Jerusalem, which of course is of incredible value to the Jews, but also to the Arabs living in the region. And they annexed the Golan Heights because of its very significant strategic value, at least in late 20th century technology. It could be, some would argue that the Golan Heights is not quite as important today with the kind of technology, drones and things like that, but that's beyond my ken. But they held on to Samaria, Judea, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, hoping that they would one day be able to give it away in exchange for peace. Not all Israelis felt that way, and the Israelis felt they should keep it forever, but the dominant mood was, okay, we have enough land, you can give us away in exchange for peace. Ultimately, that phone call only came after the 1973 war, in which the Egyptians in particular, under Anwar Sadat,
Oh, baby girl. J. Longo Parker. J. Longo Parker, I've got a feeling. J. Longo Parker, I've got a feeling.
Finally had the American Israel, which was led by Menachem Begin at the time, and say, listen, now we've had our final battle. I've proven the might of the Egyptian forces, and they made peace. Egypt got the Sinai Peninsula back, but they did not want the Gaza Strip, which is an extremely difficult piece of territory, and remains so to this day. This process continued, of course, under Clinton in 1993, when Yitzhak Rabin, seeing that the now very significant Palestinian movement, I've avoided using this term Palestinian because to use it in its proper political context at its time really dates from the 1960s. That's when a distinct Palestinian movement was opposed to a pan-Arab movement. And Rabin felt that, you know what, with the fall of the Soviet Union, the Palestinians had lost their primary backer. He said, it's better to make peace with my enemy than peace with 1,000 enemies. He feared that if Arafat did not sit down for a peace treaty at this point, then he would have a much harder time with Arafat's success. In the end, the Oslo Accords have not resolved the situation, but they left Israel looking something like this, where the regions in green are largely populated by Palestinians, and they're under the so-called Palestinian Authority. It's a kind of a limited self-government. It's not a state. But the basic thinking of all three parties in that handshake, which is, I would say, American foreign policy right up to the era of Donald Trump, because no one knows exactly what his foreign policy is yet. We shall see if he ever unveils the deal. But it was a two-state solution. That somehow Israel and the Palestinians would find a way to divide the physical territory. The problem with a one-state solution is that either it has to lose its Jewish character by giving the vote to all of these occupied residents in the region of Gaza and so on, or it has to give up its democratic character by expelling them, which is really vast contradiction of much of international law. So that's the last thing, of course, is in 2005, which represents really a rolling back of the kind of mentality of Jews at this time under Ariel Sharon, ironically known as a hawk. He said that we can no longer control Gaza. The region is tremendously populated by Palestinians. There's only a small minority of Jews living there. It is incredibly difficult to protect those Jews living in Gaza, and he argued that the state had to pull out and simply abandon it. This was met with huge opposition by a significant minority, but not quite a majority of Israelis, and it was a kind of a Vietnam sort of moment for the state as they pulled back from Gaza, and we are now, 15 years later, still faced with the consequences. It did not solve any problems. But that's something we can certainly debate after the electoration. Now, I'm going to quickly skip over post-Soviet Jewry to keep us within our time frame. You'll recognize some of these pictures, but of course, with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, represented a huge change for world Jewry, and in particular for the Jews of Israel. I'd like to conclude by looking at American Jewry for a few minutes, and I have some final concluding remarks to be able to get some snacks. So, American Jewry, tremendously wealthy, tremendous freedoms. We had kind of a honeymoon period, especially after World War II, where everything was booming, freedom to express ourselves, the growth of yeshivas. The statistics are incredible. The number of people learning full-time Torah nowadays is greater than it has been since we lived in Babylon. It's amazing what we have done. And at the same time, ironically, we are a assimilating ourselves out of existence
So my whole theory is
faster than even
that
Hitler Maximo was
anxiety,
able to do
depression,
in the
and
Holocaust.
anger and all that
We
stuff
are destroying ourselves at an incredibly rapid
and your
rate.
reality
And
clash,
sociologists and historians are tearing their hair out.
generational
Like for
trauma,
me.
you're programming from school,
Thank you. I
all
thought that
that
was
stuff.
funny. That was the first time I
It's
told that joke.
reality.
Historians and sociologists are trying to figure out what does this mean? Why is this happening to the Jewish people in this way? One of the key documents, you might recognize this image of the star and the flag motif, was the 2013 Pew report that came out and was called American Jewry, Give or Take a Few. No, it wasn't. I made that up. But it basically proves that Jews have well passed the 50% part on intermarriage.
She was telling me, I go,
That
what's it like to grow up
about
Jewish?
3/4 of children of intermarriage
Her parents
do
would
not
tell her that she
identify
has
as
to have
Jews.
3 kids.
That Jewish
One for each
ignorance was
parent, and then
rampant,
one kid lost
and the
the
Pew report
Holocaust.
painted a pretty devastating picture of what's happening to
And
American
like,
Jews.
think about that
I think the
program.
most salient and important analysis comes from a sociologist named Samuel Hahnemann, who's here in New York, and he came up with something called, that I call the Hahnemann thesis. Let me just take a minute to explain to you what he described as happening in America. If we look at a chart like this, we put on the y-axis Jews, like number of Jews. And we put on the x-axis, I apologize, it's a little low here, a Jewish identification, meaning that a Jew who's over here in this quadrant highly identifies as a Jew. Belongs to synagogue, visits Israel, donates to UVA, loves to go to fish, everything, right? Not necessarily religious, to be very involved in Jewish literature, Jewish theater, or things like that, but highly identified as a Jew. And over here, of course, no identification as a Jew. Very little synagogue attendance, maybe doesn't attend the Passover Seder, never visited Israel, never gave to UVA, things like that. So Hahnemann says, if you go to the year 1950, and you were to graph American Jews, it would look something like this, where you would have a significant number of Jews in 1950, like very low identification, yet a tiny minority of really fanatic Jews out here. These would be like the Orthodox Jews. Like, they're way out there observing Shabbos. They're just a tiny minority. And then you have this massive camel hump here of what are called by sociologists the moderately affiliated Jews. They're typically going to conservative synagogues. They're typically going 3 days a year. They definitely are patriotic Jews. They identify with Israel. In fact, that's one of the interesting constants, is that even when they assimilate almost their existence, Jews always report very, very high, enormously high rates of pride as being Jewish. Even if they can't tell you more than a couple sentences of what that actually means, they're still very proud to be Jewish. This is what it looked like in 1950. Now, Howard says what it looks like in 2000 is something like this, where there's a huge number of Jews, very, very little identification, and there is a significant increase in the number with high identification. This would be like the rise of Orthodox Jews, like Yomi students and day school participation rates, things like that. But what's missing is the moderately affiliated Jews have largely disappeared. It's very hard to find like really strongly identified conservative Jews nowadays. They're sitting in the front rows of massive cathedral-like synagogues, but they're not filling the back streets. Where are those people? They have largely disappeared. And what's more significant for Talmud, you might want to be triumphant about it, say, oh, what are you going to do? That's how population changed. What's very significant for us is that in 1950, when the moderately affiliated Jews gave charity, they tended to give to Jewish causes. They didn't give to the right. They would support the Beis Yaakov, they would support the Mitzvah, they would support them. They wouldn't do it themselves, but they gave their money to the right. They gave their money to support the very expensive lifestyle of the highly identified. But nowadays, and even though we are much richer than we are before, we are giving our money to the hospitals, to the art gallery, to UNICEF. These are really charitable organizations that we should support. Like the support that goes to them, basically pushing reasonable, has brought it down. And this is what he says, it's a very dire prediction for American Jewry. He believes, he says in one of his books, that you can't imagine any other environment than his own grandchildren living in Israel. It's only in Israel that you manage a Jewish lifestyle. it will become financially untenable to maintain a Jewish lifestyle if this continues. That's essentially the Heilman picture. Now, let me conclude. If you recall, I apologize, I'm a couple minutes over. If you recall, at the beginning of this series, 4 weeks ago, we did a little bit of theory. We looked at historiography, looked at a couple different models of ways to understand Jewish history, and I didn't give you any sense of my own other than looking at the work of the great Alan Dennis, who wrote this amazing poem about living by starlight, about how the stars themselves, they're so far away, they could be dead now, but their light still continues to illuminate our universe. And that's kind of the narrative that I bring to the study of Jewish history for myself personally. When I study Jewish history, I'm particularly in Jewish biography, because when you get down to the actual granular details of how individual Jews dealt with the challenge of the Jewish condition, there's a tremendous amount of a reservoir of inspiration. I'm inspired, for example, by the Piaseczna Rebbe, the famous H. Kodesh, who continued to teach in the depths of the Warsaw Ghetto. I am deeply inspired by Yitzhak Abdullah, who was at a key point in his political career, was sent into exile, and he actually was the most period of his life where he produced so many fantastic towering works of Torah scholarship. I'm deeply inspired by ordinary people too, like everyone who is there we know, whose name is Damata, who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels from the Roman legionnaires, and she kept with her a precious trove of legal documents in which she was fighting an ongoing battle for custody of one of her children and for a disputed grove of fig trees that her first husband was claiming. These were found later in the cave along with the remains of many of these Jews. So when I think about these individualist Jewish lives and how they dealt with the challenges of Jewish history, it inspires my own life. And I think there's material to inspire all of us. I've spent a lot of time at the end of these lectures looking at Roman Vishniak's photographs of Jewish children from the 1930s. And I know I gave you this, these 3 R's, right? The Jewish people are resilient, resourceful, and renewing. So I think if I were to give you one last takeaway after looking at contemporary periods, I'm reminded of this very powerful passage, of course, in the book of Genesis, which we'll be reading together in just a few weeks, where Joseph reveals his identity. He's not actually this Egyptian stranger. He is, in fact, the long-lost brother, and he says to his brethren, and Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph, does my father yet live? Right? Od Avichai, does my father yet live? And we sing in response, we'll be singing in this very room, of course, it's the Torah. Od Avinu Chai, Av Yisrael Chai. Our Father yet lives, our Heavenly Father in heaven, our Heavenly Parent. And at the same time, and just because of that, the Jewish people live. Thank you very much for your attention.
USO tours. And the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. That was my first one, but I do, that was the first one. I do with Steve Burr and David Off and Brian Callen. We had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys could keep it in because they didn't want to kill them. They didn't have it in them to kill another.
Hello, I'm sure you're all familiar with sort of business.
Yo, what up? Yo, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. Did you want to watch Jewish history lectures sideways?
Very briefly, slightly expanded version, a little more sophisticated, but still keeping it under 18 minutes. Let's do all of Jewish.
I have to take a whiz.
First of all, with the question, who are the Jews? Well, it's easier to say who they are not than to say who they are, actually. There are about 15 million Jews living around the world today.
Yo,
Primarily in the land of Israel,
how are you?
in the United States, but also in many other countries, virtually every other country in the
Yo,
world.
Pimp. What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Alex, can you hear me? How are you? Dog, I see that you're on mic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do you want to talk or do you want to watch Jewish history lecture sideways? Can you hear me? Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Dog. Alex. Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Alex. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Do you speak English? Alex. Can you hear me, big dog? Oh, dude, I can hear you. What'd you say, big man? Do you know English?
No English.
Oh, that's why. Alex, I love you. You're amazing. What language do you speak? Dog, I was going to fucking translate to you. Really? Maybe.
They are not a race. If you go to modern Israel, you'll see Jews of many different racial backgrounds, whatever that means exactly. They're not even a religion because, according to Jewish thought, even when a Jew decides to adopt another religion, they still retain Jewish identity.
It's like a whiz.
Well, there's a lot more to say about that.
Look at this athleticism, though.
They
It's really
don't
impressive
have a
than
common
the
language.
athleticism.
I'm speaking to you in English, for example, and they don't have a common geography because, of course, Jews are scattered around the world. However, they do have a historical common language, which is, of course, Hebrew, and a historical common language is Israel, but we'll return to that shortly. So then what is the Jewish people? I think the easiest way to define them is really what the great 10th century philosopher Saadia Gaon called the unity of the Jewish people is in the Torah. It is their connection to the Torah that keeps the Jewish people together. Now, it's also true that many Jews struggle against the Torah, and that is also endemic to the entire Jewish condition, as the very name Israel, if you have a look at the book of Genesis, the very name Israel means one who struggles with God. Okay, lots more to say about this, but we are going to rush through 18 minutes. So let's look at the historical origins of the Jewish people. Our best source for ancient Jewish history is, without a doubt, the Bible. It is also the most difficult source to work with. As archaeologists will tell you, it's very difficult to line up the kinds of things that they are slowly discovering about the ancient Middle East with the text of the Bible. But that, again, we're sticking to 18 minutes here, so that will not detain us. There are a few scraps of information from the ancient period, like, for example, this amazing stele from Merneptah, a pharaoh from the 13th century, who famously wrote, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." Now, if you had a look at Merneptah's mummy, you'll see that he's not doing so great himself. But nevertheless, there are only a few scraps of information about the Jews in the ancient world, and much of their distant origins are lost in the mist of history, except for the Bible, which gives us a very detailed account, however problematic it is for historians. According to the Bible, the Jews first emerged from Mesopotamia. The patriarch Abraham and Sarah lived in the region of what would be today Iraq, and they followed a fertile crescent up into what would be today Syria, and then they descend into Israel proper. They make some temporary sojourns in Egypt, but it is only under their grandson Jacob, with his large family, that the Jews actually move there en masse and are eventually enslaved. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with, of course, the famous story of the Exodus, which is the second book of the Bible, and that talks about how the Jews enslaved cry out to their God, who sends a redeemer, Moses, and then brings them out of Egyptian servitude, having them wander in the desert for a while until they finally cross over into the land of Israel. Archaeologists posit several other models for how the Jews may have actually settled the land of Israel. So there's no question that By the time you get to about the year 1000 BCE, there's a significant Jewish presence in the region of Israel. They've established a major religious site in Jerusalem where the temple is located, and they go through, as described in the Bible, a series of kings, some civil wars that ultimately end in the 8th century before the Common Era with a major invasion from the north that takes away the 10 northern tribes, essentially. They're the lost tribes of Israel. And then in the 6th century before the Common Era, then there's another invasion that takes away the southern region. Now, neither of these exiles, by the way, are total. There are still Jews that are living in the land of Israel, but the Jewish Commonwealth is destroyed. There's no more Jewish political entity at that point. The Babylonian exile only lasts for a few decades, however, and under Ezra, as described once again in the Bible, the Jews return to Israel. They reestablish the temple in Jerusalem that had been destroyed in the 6th century, and they begin the second Commonwealth period. The most important historical event that begins to happen in this period, the second return to Israel, is when Alexander the Great emerges from Macedonia and creates this massive empire that stretches all the way from Greece throughout the eastern Mediterranean down to Egypt and way out to Afghanistan. And he brings with him Greek culture called Hellenism. The Jews love Hellenism. They go crazy for it. It's got so many amazing things for it. But the problem is they have a difficulty figuring out how much Hellenism could be absorbed by Jewish culture without completely capitulating to Greek influence. And as a result, there is a major upheaval in the 2nd century, which is really a civil war between traditionalists on the one hand and Hellenists on the other. And this is called the Hanukkah Rebellion. And ultimately, the traditionalists win. They reestablish the traditional worship in the temple, which had been defiled by Greek gods and so on, and they start a new Jewish kingdom at that point. Now, even though the Jews have a strong measure of independence at this point, it doesn't take long before this new dynasty of Maccabean kings, the so-called Hasmoneans, begin to decline, and by the year 63 before the Common Era, the state is so weak that Pompey and his armies from Rome invade the region, and Judea becomes a client state of Rome. It is in this environment under Rome that there's tremendous factionalism among the Jewish people. There are a group called the Sadducees, who basically control the temple cult. There are zealots who want to rebel against the Romans. There are the Pharisees, who are essentially separating from much of the political debate and maintaining charismatic circles to try and perpetuate the Torah. Those are the people who essentially become the modern rabbis. And then, of course, there are Jewish Christians. At this point, Christianity is born. It's entirely a Jewish movement at first, and only after the first couple of centuries did it really acquire a strong non-Jewish character ethnically. And there's a lot more to say about that.
Understand how crazy it is.
So the Jews rebel against Rome. They lose a major war, and in the year 70, the temple is destroyed once again. They try to rebel again.
Yo, do you have sound?
In the 2nd century, under a man named Bar Kokhba, even more devastation, and the Romans take great pains to exile even more of the Jews. The Roman exile, which begins formally in the 1st century and extends through the 2nd century, becomes even more important and long-lasting than the earlier Babylonian exile. It is at this time, however, the Jews decide to incorporate many of their oral teachings, which have been handed down for centuries, into a core document called the Mishnah, which eventually becomes the center of a major document called the Talmud, which we'll talk about in just a second. The Jews who are living in Babylonia, they start to flourish as Israel begins to decline under the Romans. And it is here that the Talmud is created. What is the Talmud? There's so much to say about the Talmud, but again, the Talmud is essentially a long commentary. It's a massive
What
document
happens when you
of
Google a
volume,
person in
and
place
it
and
is
there's just a picture in the other?
which is in itself sort of like an extended, primarily legal document commenting on the Torah. More to say about this, but you have people look at the other videos again.
This
So
guy.
this community begins to flourish, and it has a high point really from the 3rd through the 6th century. In the 7th century, Islam comes into the region, and initially Jews actually do very well under Islam. There's a lot of cultural similarities between these ancient Jews and Muslim culture. This will ultimately decline when you get to the modern period, however. Now, what is medieval Jewish history? We can define it in a lot of different ways. I mean, we can't really apply the same parameters of Western history to the experience of the Jews. But one thing we can say for sure is that our medieval period, when you see Jews begin to really spread out beyond the ancient Near East itself. Jews spreading out across the coast of North Africa, major Jewish settlements in Egypt and what will be Morocco, and then up into Spain. There are also Jewish settlements forming in Europe as well, in southern France, in northern Germany, and so on. Later, they would expand to Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Poland, places like that. Jews are involved in all kinds of activities at this time. There's a whole wide range of trades, but two are especially important that make a lot of sense. One is international commerce, because Jews are, of course, at this point connected to this massive diaspora. And second is money lending, which because of a quirk, particularly in Christian theology, Jews were essentially given several centuries of a monopoly of the only providers of credit in all of it. There is definitely a link between money lending and the growth of anti-Semitism, which becomes really bizarre in the medieval period. There are earlier roots to anti-Semitism beyond the scope of our 18 minutes, but in the medieval period, you really see it particularly in Christian Europe. Christians try to articulate the difference between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism. You see it in a lot of artwork, like the famous Ecclesia and Synagogue, hundreds of times throughout European art and monumental architecture, things like that. You also see it in the growth of really bizarre ideas, blood libel charge, which says that Jews somehow need to drink the blood of Christian children. That's what they call the sugar. Totally crazy, but nevertheless, on the 13th
Maybe we have some big Eagles fans.
Powerful myth that debates right up until the 20th century. So these kinds of things actually slide a lot of Jews towards Eastern Europe, where the anti-Semitism initially was quite a bit more muted. We should also mention this point.
Not even one of my good ones. You haven't seen it, Josh Rocket, have you, girl?
They have this tremendous renaissance from the 9th to the 13th centuries, and
You must really love the Eagles.
flourishing of Jewish culture for a variety of reasons. There's not
Follow me?
triangular culture with Jews, Christians, and
I'm in
Muslims
lesbian for
forced to
you.
interact in a non-binary
Cool,
way.
girl.
They were Jews versus Muslims.
She really wants
Christians.
extra followers.
Secondly, it's on the periphery
Yeah.
of Muslim world, so a lot of things
What,
that
girl?
happen in Muslim Spain could not happen, let's say, in Baghdad. And there are
Lesbian, so much.
incredible figures that rise up to this time.
What kind of fucking world is
Century,
this?
with the invasion of more extremists,
Are you lesbian? I'm like the
for
most
example,
fucking lesbian bitch of
family
all
in
time.
Spain, or just
I can say that. Why? Because I'm Really? Dog, I'm gonna say this some bitch so badly someday we're gonna make my balls explode. Really? Are you done? Hey, Scissors McGee, are you done?
This ultimately results in an expulsion of Jews, a major expulsion in 1492. One of many expulsions that occurred throughout Europe for a wide variety of reasons, primarily economic in nature, driving the Jews out of Spain.
Try keyframe genetics. How about no?
The Western European experiences like this from the Eastern
Well,
Europe.
I have some
Western
people
Europe
talking.
Jews of Western Europe start to adopt more technologies like printing, for example, which is something that Jews love to adopt right away.
I'm
In Eastern Europe, there was a major uprising under a man named Bodas. This is followed by a mass movement to follow a false messiah named Shabtai Tzvi in the 1660s.
Joe, no one gives a Frank
But a century
Quattro.
later, the rise of a populist movement
Stephanie Quattro.
which really made a huge
Get
impact
those
on
fucking things in the
the
closet.
Eastern Europe. Rushing ahead now, when we get to the contemporary period, and by this I'm talking about the modern era, the last 100 years. Western Europe, there's been a
Ban the
large
spammer.
push towards emancipation. That is the granting of equal rights for Jews. It happens all of a sudden in France in 1791.
Hey, you have your 27 people watching you.
Begins to creep up in Germany and other countries as well.
Lady, you crazy girl. You just said. Anyway, you wow, girl.
Members of
Anyway.
19th century culture. Jews are also emigrating in very large
Sleeping.
numbers from Eastern Europe to
America
America and to a lesser
Thank you
degree
for the follow,
Israel,
Rabbi.
South Africa, and elsewhere as
Thank you for the follow, Rabbi.
places under the Tsars. You begin
Thank
to
you
see
for
the
the follow,
introduction of
Rabbi.
many Jewish political movements, including that
Sure,
of
dog.
Zionists and so on.
Battlefield 6. I talk about this with people like multiple times a day. Is it about them? Is this like
the combination of a devastating First World War, economic depression, and the legacy of anti-Semitism, all focused in the leadership of Adolf Hitler.
Gallipoli?
Which we cannot possibly do justice to in such a short treatment. But the end result is, as I'm sure you're aware, 6 million Jews were killed in this era. That's fully 1 out of 3 Jews throughout the world at the time. But in the amazing whipsaw-like nature of Jewish
Thank you for
history,
the follow? I like your
he
wall.
established himself in the modern state of
That's
Israel
pretty tight.
2,000 years after their expulsion under the Romans.
Your basis kick record what?
It's a difficult birth. Israel goes through a lot of difficult changes. They fight major wars in 1948, the independence in 1967, the famous Six-Day War in 1973, and they have ongoing conflict with the
Oh,
indigenous
it's tight.
Arab population, the Palestinians, and that is far from solved, although major steps were made with the 1993 peace accords in Oslo and with the withdrawal from Gaza, which is also a very problematic event in the year 2005. And that basically brings us up to this present day. Jews still have a tremendous amount of challenges to contend with. It is not an easy
You're
history.
welcome.
Nothing happens on
I mean, you can just say thank you, and I'll understand. I kind of like this way.
18 minutes is too
Oh,
much.
is this a guy again?
Because that's the amount of
Thank you
time
for the follow, Rabbi. You're welcome.
making it not kosher for Passover, but more importantly, the number 18 is written as a word in Hebrew. The word is chai, life. So, as the saying goes, Hebrew, Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live. I hope you found this very brief overview of Jewish history useful. And if you want to learn more, I got lots of videos on all kinds of areas of Jewish history. Thanks very much for
See if you
watching.
can find a video where it flies right into it. So,
Boring.
Four were found at the World Trade Center. The other 3 were not there.
how about 18 views of plane impact on South Tower? This is like, you know, those compilations on porn.
Oh, dude, it's the only thing I can watch. By the way, 26 days I'll porn everybody.
5 minutes.
Okay, that one, it flew into the backside of it, so you couldn't see it from that.
I like how everybody is enjoying all the clips I'm making out of them. You know, it's kind of one of those things that, like, we're streaming you know, dog, not even close. You know who Rabbi Rothschild is?
And then we're going to extend all the way up to 20%.
Look at the weird clips they do.
Such a phenomenal impact on the Jewish intellectual, spiritual tradition.
Like, no one gives a shit about that. I don't. And I'm everybody.
Understanding some basics about the Talmud is essential to really understanding anything about Judaism or the Jewish people. Now, let us first begin with a very simple question. What is the Talmud? So here's, it's a complicated and long answer, but here's the short answer. The first one is,
This
first
song
one is
sucks.
the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, those terms are synonymous, is a massive
This song sucks.
commentary on a document called
Worst song ever. Come on, guys. It's 6:45 in the morning. What do you want to talk about?
Typically numbered in folios, that is both sides of one page.
KSI.
There are 2,711 of those folios. Now,
Is it
what
KSI?
exactly is the Mishnah? We'll talk more
Dude,
about
Big Dog is still
now, let's
going.
go on to what exactly is Talmud work of
Big
art.
Dog is still going.
Compiled in late antiquity, which means somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th century. Scholars disagree about exactly when the beginning and when the ending of the process occurred. And it was based on much older oral traditions. We're talking about centuries and centuries older oral traditions that found their way into a document which was edited by.
This is one of the best Joe Rogans I've ever heard in my entire life. Really?
Two basic places.
No, but it was like better than
and secondly,
Josh Patello looks like a fucking bird.
the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates
What did you
rivers,
learn from
as
this
we'll
one?
discuss later, that's why there
The
are
thing
actually
about bonding?
different texts called the Talmud. There is the
What else?
so-called Jerusalem Talmud, which is the one that was composed in the land of Israel earlier, and then a later one, which was composed in
something
the
cool.
land of Babylonia, called, of course, the Babylonian Talmud.
Dog,
Third thing I'd like to say about what it is,
dog.
like, what are we talking about? Besides being a commentary on the Mishnah, we don't know what that
Dude,
is.
this girl's blind. She's having scrubs. This girl's hot as fuck.
Probably most of its discussions, but it treats virtually every aspect of the women's condition. It talks about metaphysics, it goes to medicine, it talks about philosophy, it goes to friendship. It has recipes, it has, observations about animals and the heaven and spheres, and all kinds of amazing things. It is a rapid, phenomenally
You're not blind.
document that is quite unlike anything that I'm aware of, certainly in the Western tradition. As Chuckling will see a little bit over the course of these lectures. The language of the Talmud is principally Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the Jews when it was compiled. But the Mishnah is written in a form of Hebrew, and there's considerable infusion of words and syntax and expressions from other languages, including Greek and Akkadian and Persian, all kinds of things are all kind of like folded.
Dude, she has me.
It is central to the curriculum of a rabbinical seminary yeshiva even today.
She's really
And,
pretty.
Parts of the Talmud are avidly studied, are used all over the world. So that's a quick definition of what the Talmud is. Let us now put our main subject, which is
That's so crazy. Somebody else be like, this girl ain't blind.
This is essentially a theological question because it remained an oral document for so many centuries. And in fact, it's called, of course, the Talmud. The Torah that is, discussed orally as opposed to the Torah that is written down, which is the Bible of Moses. Speaking of Moses, here is Moses, or at least this is Charles Heston portraying Moses. I happen to really like using these kind of images because a lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance to
Dude, her eyes are moving and stuff. She's pretty.
Let's take it from the perspective of Jewish theology. In terms of the history of the Talmud,
Are you blind or are you like blind like I'm blind?
the first chapter, the first Mishnah of the tractate called Pirkei Avot, it says Moses received the Torah at Sinai.
That's weird, but she, like, why are you looking?
By the way,
Dude, totally has me fooled. She's like,
and the oral Torah, which contains the essential elements of the Talmud as we have it today.
she is blind. She's
Joshua,
beautiful.
disciple, and his successor then transmitted it to the elders transmitted it to the prophets, and the prophets to an organization called the Men of the Great Assembly. And then there's a little statement here about what the Men of the Great Assembly would say.
Dog, she's really pretty.
They say three things: deliberate injustice, meaning do not rush to judgment, raise many disciples, and make a fence around the Torah, which means create like kind of a protective barrier around accidental transgression of the Torah. So according to Jewish theology, the entire Talmud goes all the way back to Mount Sinai. It was transmitted orally, as it were, from a teacher to a student, from a teacher to a student, for many, many, many generations, until, because of political reasons, which we'll discuss in a subsequent lecture, it had to be committed to writing. So the version that we use today is the version committed to writing, but it is intimately connected with the oral communication between teacher and student. The essence of the Talmud is essentially debate. We have an expression, two Jews, three opinions, and so this is not a document which is kind of like a list of rules. It is a give and take. It is a discussion. It is a stream of consciousness, conversation, a transcript of a massive debate that encompasses hundreds, actually thousands of rabbis taking place over many centuries and many different civilizations. So let's go first to the biblical period. So, biblical period, which refers to what's going on in what Jews call Tanakh. They do not call it the Old Testament because, of course, Jews do not recognize any New Testament. The Old Testament is working just fine, thank you, and there's no reason to upgrade it to a new version of the software. Tanakh is the Hebrew term which refers to the three sections as Jews recognize the Bible, the Torah, which is the first 5 books, the Nevi'im, the prophets, and the Ketuvim, which are the writings, which include things like Psalms and Proverbs and things like that. And the history that's described there goes all the way from the patriarchs and matriarchs of Genesis through the Exodus from Egypt, enslavement, and then Exodus, the giving of the Torah, which changes a lot of things for how Jews relate to God and relate to the world around them, and then through the first and second Commonwealth, when the Jews had sovereignty in the land of Israel, with great figures like King David and Solomon and so on in the first Commonwealth, and then in the second Commonwealth, after a short but painful exile to Babylonia, they came back in the late 6th century before the Common Era, and rebuilt the temple again. So I just went through hundreds of years in like 3 sentences. The second period, which is really important, because now we begin to see a lot of the texts of the Talmud being very closely associated with the cultures in which Jews live. Has to do with this conquest of Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map, you'll see that Alexander marched out of northern Greece, Macedonia, he is known as Alexander the Macedonian in Talmudic text, and he conquers an amazing amount of territory in a very short period of time before he dies at a young age. He does not destroy Jerusalem, for which Jews are eternally grateful. So much so that they even name their children after them. My own grandfather, although Solomon was named Alexander, and I named one of my sons Alexander as well. Not for Alexander the Great, but for Alexander, my great-grandfather. My grandfather, who was great, was my grandfather, not my great-grandfather. He was great. During this time, the Jews are exposed to Hellenism. Hellenism is essentially the Greek way of looking at the world, which encompasses Greek science, Greek rhetoric, Greek drama, Greek art, Greek literature, Greek aesthetics, Greek math. I mean, it just goes on and on. The Greeks had such a fascinating and different way of looking at the world than the Jews did, that they were overwhelmed by this. And in fact, one of the great problems that the Jews had to deal with at this time was trying to figure out, okay, how do we use this fascinating body of information that the Greeks have given to this region without diluting our Jewish traditions? It was such a difficult tradition, crevasse to cross, that they ended up having a national revolt over it, really a civil war, which resulted in the Hanukkah rebellion of the Maccabees and drove out the more aggressively Hellenizing Jewish movements and concentrating on making Israel much more traditionalist. This lasted for several centuries. Here's actually one of my favorite pictures from the Pygmy period. This is actually a 14th century European Christian rendition of one of the dramatic moments in the Maccabean War. I'm not sure what I'm showing it to you, but I kind of like it, so I guess I will. There's a famous scene in which Elazar the Maccabee was heroically attacked a war elephant. The Syrian Greeks, who were the allies of the Hellenizing Jews in Israel, actually brought in these tremendous beasts to fight against the rebels unsuccessfully. Elazar heroically dove underneath the elephant, stabbed it from below, and killed it, although he was tragically crushed in the maneuver. This is a description we have in the book of Maccabees. What I really like about this picture is that obviously the European Christian artist here had no idea what an elephant looked like, and he was basing it on a few different descriptions as well. It looks sort of like a gray horse with a very long nose. So, anyways, let's just I don't know who said that, but I like this. Let's go on. From that Greek encounter, we have to go into the Roman and Babylonian periods, because what ends up happening is the Jews reestablish their sovereignty under the Maccabees and their dynasty known as the
so
Hashmonaim,
little,
or the
it
Hashmonaim,
disappears quickly.
after
Like,
the
you
year
ever see a
165
mosquito
before the
and
Common
you
Era.
see it float to the air
And
and then it's gone, you can't
that
find
goes
it?
pretty
Because
well,
there's too
although it
little.
slowly
So
enters
they
into a period of
once they
decay
go a
where
certain distance away, it's like
Hellenizing
they went a million
increase.
miles.
Far away that
Ultimately,
is.
in the year
I mean, that is
63 before the
way
Common
far
Era,
right over the
Pompey
camera.
enters
That's what I
with
think
Roman
happened. I think it
forces
went
and
right
takes
over
over
the
the region
camera, and I
and
think within a couple of
incorporates
seconds,
Israel
like, look where it
within
goes.
the larger
It's like
Roman Empire.
right,
Here's a map
I
that
think
shows
it's
you what the
right
Roman
over the
Empire looked
camera
like in the year 117, and here's a tiny little piece of Judea, which is a section of the Roman Empire at this point. The Jews survived under Roman rule with some significant elements of friction. They actually have two, according to some historians, 3 wars. The first one fought from 66 to 74, in which the temple was tragically destroyed. Second minor revolt somewhere around the time of this map, and then the horrific revolt in the year 132 that resulted in such tremendous persecution of the Jews and a dispersion of the Jews throughout the region. So in this period, they're encountering not only Hellenism, but the Roman culture, which has other unique features as well. Finally, if you look over here at Sassanid Persia, the region in which the Jews had lived, and actually going all the way back to the very first exiles in the year 586, there were Jews who were settling in Babylonia, and in particular, in this region here, if we zoom in, you can see the two blue lines that extend from the upper left down into the Gulf there. Those are the rivers Tigris and the Euphrates, and in that region called Mesopotamia, because it is between the rivers, between and Potomac River, there are a lot of Jewish settlements. They ended up growing and becoming very significant, and ultimately, especially after the decline of the land of Israel under the Romans, they become the centers of Talmudic learning. So basically, Talmud is developing in both Israel and in Babylon, and as I mentioned earlier, that's where ultimately we have 2 distinct texts recorded. Okay, so that was kind of a quick, maybe supposed overview of where the Talmud was formed and the historical context in which the Talmud was formed. I want to take 1 minute to talk about what the Talmud is certainly not. Now, because, a lot of people are going to see this video, not necessarily people who are committed to the study of the Talmud for its own sake. I shut off all comments because there are a lot of people who have this crazy idea that the Talmud is some kind of like secret document that is the whole rules for the secret world Jewish conspiracy, which does not exist, by the way, and that somehow it's this nefarious document. A lot of this anti-Semitic thought springs from the twisted mind of an individual named Johann Andreas Eisenmenger, who in the late 1600s portrayed himself as a pretended convert to Judaism in order to study the Talmud primarily. And he spent 19 years doing this, and he was actually quite a brilliant scholar. He went through the entire Talmud, he went through all kinds of drugs and things like that, and then in the year 1700, he came out with this nasty 2,000-page book, which took every single passage he could possibly twist and take out of context and present it as a horrible condemnation of Judaism and Jews and so on. Now, he was not the first person to do this. In a rather bizarre, excessive kind of ritual, we have people doing this for a few centuries prior. But, in reality, that's not what the Talmud is all about. If you don't believe me, there are lots of places where you can see Talmud the way Jews see the Talmud. I do not recommend you go to the anti-Semitic website because they will essentially just repeat Eisenmenger over and over again. Go see how Jews deal with the Talmud, and you will be assured that it's basically it's not basically elegant, but it is a fascinating discussion of how Jews encounter the universe and try to get closer to God in the process. Okay, that's it for this quick video. The next video will be looking at the Mishnah, which is the core document of the Talmud. We'll try to understand how and why that was formed in the historical context of this compilation, and then we can get a better understanding as to what exactly the Talmud is and how it was composed in its historical context. Thank you very much for watching.
Everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. It's like she was only off by 100%.
It was a trying time. We didn't know. What mistakes? How did I know? I'm a Dick Joe comic who's functionally illiterate. There's some mistakes you made. Not on my part. Yeah, no. Well, it was weird to me where a lot of lefties all of a sudden were trusting the pharmaceutical. It's really what happened, guys. When did we used to believe that? We used to think that the big pharma was like trying to make money.
Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the series of lectures about the history of the Talmud. We're actually not going to get to the Talmud per se until the third lecture. So there's two sort of phenomenons, but they are essential to understanding what the Talmud is about. Today we're going to talk about the Mishnah, which forms the backbone of the Talmud. It is the core text around which the Talmud is built. And so I'd like in the next 10 or so minutes to quickly give you a sense of the historical context in which the Mishnah came to be a written document, try to understand some of the thinking of the rabbis that went into the transition from an oral tradition to a manuscript tradition that was so crucial for the development of Jewish history, especially Jewish intellectual and religious history, and it made it possible for the Talmud that we study today to be in a written form. Okay, so let's look very quickly at Judaism in the year 0. So if we go to the first century, clearly the most dramatic and important event of that period was the catastrophic destruction of the temple, an event that has reverberations all the way up to the 21st century and beyond. It is one of the great cataclysms in Jewish history that this central spot of worship in Jerusalem, which was the focal point of so much spiritual energy for centuries upon centuries, would be destroyed, and this really created a crisis in which, what would happen to Judaism if they did not have the temple rituals to follow? That's really an important starting point for us, but we have to go back just a little bit to understand the context of that first century, because it is in that context and the events of that first century that really set the stage for the transition of the oral tradition into the written document that we call the Mishnah. So going back a couple hundred years before that, really 400 years before that, we talked about the conquest of the region by Alexander, and this introduced into ancient Israel the philosophy which eventually called Hellenism. Really, I shouldn't say philosophy, it's a Weltanschauung, it's a worldview that encompasses not only philosophy, but also aesthetics and literature and science and mathematics and so many of the great ways of thinking that had a tremendous impact on the Jews of the period. So much so that the Jews tended to go overboard, and many Jews simply advocated completely abandoning the Jewish tradition and fully assimilating to Greek norms. So a lot more to say about that. But for our purposes, this resulted in a backlash in about the year 165 before the Common Era, led by a group called the Maccabees. It was a popular rural uprising against many of the assimilationist urban elites. And not to make too much of a point of it right now, but basically, we tend to learn, or we tend to teach our children in primary school that this was a foreign invasion of the Greeks, or maybe the Syrian Greeks, because it came through the north, through the Seleucid Empire, against the Jews, the hapless Jews, but in reality, it was a civil war. It was a war that pitted Jew against Jew, specifically traditionalist, religious, rural Jews against modern assimilationist urban Jews, and they invoked the authority and eventually the military of the Syrian Greeks as well. But it was a bitter, horrible civil war in which the traditionalist sectors won and established a new dynasty, the Hashmonaim, that is a series of Jewish kings who at least initially tried to bring back much of that old-style religion and to set Judaism on a less Hellenizing path than the prior generations had taken it to. So this is like kind of a pendulum reset, bringing the Jews back away from the influence of Alexander into the traditional influence of the sages and so on. It did not last very long. Hellenism was such a powerful, overwhelming influence that Hellenizing trends increased, and in fact, the Hashmonite dynasty began to decline on its own.
Look at this one.
Until eventually you have the
Look
last
at this
major
one.
thing of the period.
Look at this one.
Shown here. Who,
Look at this.
we got to say something positive about her. He was a tremendous public works builder, he renovated the temple, very important thing. Built lots of amphitheaters and roads and aqueducts and all kinds of harbors.
You gotta do that fucking thing.
But
Shema.
he was also an incredibly cruel tyrant. Murdering his own spouses and children and all kinds of things like that. Definitely not a person you want
Look
to
at this
invite to
move.
your Shabbos table so quickly. He
Lettuce
ruled
is-
from the year
it's
37
unprecedented.
before the Common Era until the year 4 of the Common Era. After his rule, there was a significant step down in the authority of the local kings that would go even further when the Romans ultimately destroyed the temple. But let's just go a little bit further into the relationship specifically with Rome. Many people also have this understanding that just like in the period of the Hashmonaim, people tend to have this misconception of the Greeks or the Syrian Greeks invaded and the Jews pushed them back out. Not exactly what happened. Same thing with the Romans. The Romans actually were in Israel from 63 before the Common Era. They were there for over a century before they actually destroyed the temple. They came in with Pompey, and the reason for this had to do with the inherent weakness of the Hashmonaim kings and the tremendous strength of the Roman Empire. But this in itself was not so terrible because the way that Rome preferred to rule its far-flung empire was a rule called divide et impera. Divide and rule. They identified the ruling classes in a particular region. They said, listen, we're going to give you lots of extra privileges, citizenship in the Roman Republic, all kinds of great things. All you have to do is pay us taxes, tribute, and do things our way. And this was a very effective ruling strategy, and it lasted for several hundred years. So Israel essentially became a vassal state under the Romans. They had their own kings, they had their own government, and things were not so terrible until the first century when the relations between Rome and Jews just descended so rapidly as a result of several factors which are beyond our scope today. But please have a look if you want on my website. I've got lectures on this. Like you wouldn't believe. Okay. Let us focus now internally in the Jewish community. There are four basic orientations of Jews towards the Romans in particular, but also had a relationship to Hellenism, which of course continued apace under the Romans at the same time. There were the so-called Sadducean or Sadducees. These were Jews who believed in following the same kind of Hellenizing, in this case Romanizing trends of their urban predecessors, who argued that Roman power was here to stay and that the Jews would do well by simply capitulating to the Romans, and in return they could rely on their beneficence, they could rely on their support, patronage, and so on. And it was the Sadducees who largely held the most predominant positions in the temple in Jerusalem at the end of the first century. Secondly, there were the Zealots who were in favor of the opposite, saying, no, even though the Roman Empire is so much larger than us, so much more powerful than us, they have these massive standing armies, let us instead fight them and let's drive them out of our land. The Zealots, in particular, a group called the Sicarii, were named for these curved knives that they used to use when they assassinated their political opponents, were actually feared not only by Romans, but also by Jews who dared to speak against them. These were like very radical Jews who fought amongst each other and fought other Jews trying to assert their own vision of an independent Israel without any foreign domination whatsoever. Then there were some who radically separated from the Jewish community as a whole, in particular a group called the Essenes, not an especially well understood group. We hear about them in the works of Josephus, who is our major source for much of this period. But we also have significant archaeological materials that come from the Qumran region, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so on. And apparently there was a significant number of groups who were, just simply saying, that's it, I'm going to go live in the Judean desert, I'm going to eat nuts and berries, things like that, and I'm going to anxiously await the imminent arrival of Mashiach, who is going to be coming any day soon. and they kind of like took themselves out of the world altogether. There's a lot more to say about that, but again, in the interest of time. Finally, there are the group that we would call today the good guys, the winners, the Pharisees. This term Pharisee is English, and in the Christian tradition, it is not a nice term. Primarily because the founder of Christianity is frequently arguing with the Pharisees over one thing or another. That's primarily because he himself was in the Pharisaic movement, and you tend to argue with people with whom you are closest ideologically. In Hebrew, the term Pharisee means Perushin, or the separators, those who separate from the political trends of society. They didn't separate as radically as the Essenes, who wanted to live outside of society at all. The Pharisees were like charismatic leaders of small disciple groups. They were very much connected to the rural countryside and so on. They were genuinely seen, as far as we can tell from the literature, as the true leaders of the Jewish people, although they did not have the kind of trappings of authority that, for example, it's the so these are, and they are, by the way, essentially the rabbis. They're the people who will be most closely associated with the development of the Mishnah, and it is their tradition, which will go on to the Talmud, and of course will inform all Judaism afterwards. The Pharisees are kind of like the ones that survived this nasty time. So let us understand how this all fell apart. There was a terrible Roman-Jewish war that erupted in the year 66, largely as a result of the brigandage and the general lawlessness that was happening in the north part of the region. The Romans sent a legion to try and deal with the problem of Jewish bandits active in the north, many of them associated with the Zealots in particular, and they suffered a humiliating loss. Even though the Roman legion that was sent down was commanded by a seasoned general, and these are battle-hardened troops, they were no match for the cunning strategies of these guerrilla soldiers in Israel, and they were sent packing. The Emperor Nero said, okay, I've got to pull out the big guns, and he sent Vespasian, later joined by Vespasian's son Titus, to Israel to deal with these Jewish rebels. This ended up resulting in two things. The first is that Vespasian himself was called back to become emperor himself. The second thing, unfortunately, is that his son Titus, taking his time over several years, went and surrounded Jerusalem and ultimately destroyed the temple in the year 7. There was a kind of a long drawn-out mop-up operation for the Romans because many of the Zealots retreated to Masada, a distant mountain top in the Dead Sea region, and there they mounted their last stand that culminated in a mass suicide, and that was ultimately the end of any kind of Jewish sovereignty in Israel at that point. The Romans cracked down very hard, and over the course of the next few decades, the Jewish sovereignty and Jewish sensibilities were horribly impugned by the Romans. Huge amounts of populations were exiled or were refugees. Many were sold into slavery. Tens of thousands brought back to Rome to serve as builders, the Colosseum, and other structures at this time. And many other horrible things, which of course are discussed in a much longer lecture. There were two more wars, one of which was particularly disastrous. There was the so-called Kitos War, which is more closely associated with the Jewish diaspora. That is the scattering of Jews that were living in the Near East at this time, in Egypt in particular and in Mesopotamia. This is probably associated with some kind of tax rebellion. It's not a war that's well understood. Many don't even call it a war, but there was significant anti-Jewish violence that occurred in the year 117. And finally, a war that we know a little bit more about, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, another attempt by the indigenous Jews in Israel to push off the Roman yoke, led by a brilliant commander named Bar Kokhba, known popularly as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. Many people felt that he, in fact, would herald the coming of the Messiah, Rabbi Akiva in particular. But after an initially successful venture, somewhat like in the first Roman-Jewish War, the Romans totally devastated the region, burning, according to historians from the time, hundreds of villages and really extirpating the vast majority of Jewish settlements in the southern part of the country at this time. So you've got these 3 wars occurring within 3 generations that completely devastate any sense of Jewish sovereignty in Israel. What happens to the population? Well, as I mentioned, many of them were exiled, many were drawn to slavery, many simply fled as refugees. You have like increased populations in the surrounding regions, but within Israel itself, you have a significant amount of the population moving north. The Judean desert, which is in the region of Jerusalem and to the south in particular, that is totally destroyed by the Romans, and so many of these Jews, they flee to the north. And they go to the Galilee region, where you have a significant amount of arable land. And because of the arrangement that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made originally with the Roman authorities, there is still some remnant of Jewish authority. Now it is fully Pharisaic in nature, and the Sanhedrin is still active in the north, trying to lay down the basic principles of Jewish self-government, even under these tenuous situations. But the nature of the Jewish community is so tenuous at this point. There is no formal relationship with the Romans who can do whatever they will. The Jewish population is frequently under heavily burdensome taxation, hugely insulting taxation, in fact, like the Machatzis of Shekel, which was such an important yearly donation that would go to the upkeep of the temple. That is, of course, imposed as the so-called fiscus Judaicus, the Jewish tax. But instead of going to the temple in Jerusalem, now long destroyed, it is confiscated and taken to Rome for the temple of Zeus. Yeah, amazing, horrible time. So this is the period in which the Mishnah comes to fruition. Again, through these hundreds of years, we're talking about rabbis who are handing down, teacher to student, all of these traditions, and they're running away from the Romans. Sometimes they're joining the rebels, sometimes they're not joining the rebels, sometimes the rebels are attacking them. And what's going to happen with all this? So the Yehuda HaNasi, who was the leader of the Sanhedrin, he was actually, the term Nasi indicates a position of some political authority. It's usually translated as the prince. He says, okay, you know what? Even though we have always maintained this as an oral tradition, given the political, demographic, and economic situation that Jews find themselves in Israel, they must commit this to writing. It's a hugely controversial discussion that many say, what are you talking about? If you commit this to writing, you will reify it, making it hard and inflexible, when as an oral tradition we have the opportunity to discuss, debate, and so on. Now, if you put in writing, it will be accessible to everybody, whereas previously we're able to basically share this only between a sage and a disciple, and now all of a sudden it's going to be available to anybody who can read. And of course we have this long-standing tradition that God gave us this text, right? Remember, let's go back to last lecture, that according to the first Mishnah in Rabbi, God gave this entire text, meaning the written text of the 5 books of Moses and the oral text, which would become the core document of the Mishnah. That was all given orally. And if God wanted to give it in text, he could have given it in text back then. So therefore, you're like completely upending so many centuries, millennia almost, of Jewish tradition. How can you reach Rabbi Yehuda? Nevertheless, he said, Lashem, quoted a verse in Psalms, said, it is a time to act for God, because the end of the verse is, because they have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, under this circumstance, where we are so, hard-pressed to maintain our own basic existence, if we don't commit this to writing, that's what they will do. And so therefore, he pushed through this measure where he recorded all of these teachings and he put them in the Mishnah itself. Now, to understand what the Mishnah is, it's not a law code. If it was a law code, it would be simple. It would be like Rule A, Rule B, Rule C. Let's go on to the next chapter. Rule A, Rule B, Rule C. That's not what it's like at all. It is a discussion where Rabbi A says this, and Rabbi B says this. And very infrequently do you actually have anyone say, and by the way, Rabbi B is right.
Nobody ever talked about it.
More often than not, you have two opinions on it, sometimes 3, 4, 5 opinions without a conclusion. So what kind of law code is this if you don't have actually written laws at the end? Brilliantly, what Yehuda Nasi, by editing these teachings from so many different rabbis, he somehow preserved the very core element of morality while keeping it as a written text, because it meant that the only way you can actually master this document is by interacting with it. You can't memorize it and hope to actually know what the Mishnah says. You have to actually dive into it and then say, well, why does Rabbi A say this, and why does Rabbi B say this? And if we know the logic behind Rabbi A and Rabbi B's decisions, then perhaps we can apply it in this situation here. Let's test it out. That's essentially the kind of thing that the Talmud does. And it has tremendous ramifications for keeping this as both a living document that responds to technological social innovations over the centuries. There's no discussion of microwaves, for example, microwave ovens in the Mishnah, but nevertheless, we use the Mishnah to discuss how we deal with microwave ovens in Halacha. And not only that, all of the crazy medical technologies that we have today that can ridiculously prolong life or can create life in new ways that we never imagined. These are things which are discussed in the Mishnah because it preserves that open-endedness. So how is it structured? So there's 6 sections. It's known as Shas, Shisha, Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah. People often use the term Shas to refer to the Talmud as a whole, and that's because the Mishnah is the Shedra, the spine of the entire document, also following these 6 orders. They are, let's have a look from here, first of all, seeds, which basically deals with the laws of agriculture. First, it begins with a discussion of blessings, how do you appropriately appreciate the blessings, which are fundamentally agriculture in nature, and then it goes on to discuss many of the laws in the Bible, like, mixed seeds, or the sabbatical year, the donations to charity from agricultural products, and so on. The second order is called times, Moed, and that deals primarily with holidays like the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Passover, and so on. The third section deals with women. This is actually the largest section, and that deals primarily with relations with women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, widowhood, things like that. The Mishnah is pretty much androcentric. It's clearly written for a male audience, and so the section is called women because it's talking to men about how to relate to women. There's a lot more to say about women studying the Mishnah and studying Talmud. Towards the end of the series, I hope to get into how that evolved historically as well. The fourth section is damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. When people think of the Talmud, they don't know a lot about it. They usually associate the Talmud with this section, which deals with, what if someone's ox gored someone else's cow, or what if someone accidentally was, making a fire in his backyard and a coal was picked up and blew over someone else's backyard. How are damages calculated and things like that? Basically, tort law and certain amount of criminal law as well. Then the fifth section is holy things, which deals primarily with the sacrificial laws of the temple. The sixth thing deals with pure things, and this deals with like personal ritual purity. And in modern day, that deals with things like washing hands and the laws of Taharat Mishpacha, what's called the family purity laws, and so on. That's basically what the Mishnah is all about. So to kind of wrap this discussion up, the takeaway message is that the Mishnah was composed, it was compiled at a time of tremendous political, economic, demographic uncertainty for the Jews. It was a very dramatic decision that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi made to try and preserve these teachings, and he did so in a brilliant manner that retains the oral nature of the document, that it is a human document, that it is a living document for the basis of what will become the Talmud. So that's where we're going to start next lecture. We're going to look at actually how the Mishnah evolves into the Talmud, first formed in the land of Israel and then in the land of Babylonia. I thank you very much for watching. I hope this helped you with your learning, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.
Pam Bondi, who was a part of the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing in Florida, and now she's like, yeah, there's videos. There's no video.
What do you mean a part of it in Florida? What was she a part of?
So when the first time he gets arrested, She was part of that whole thing.
She was part of the process.
She was like some AG.
Hello, I hope you had a fantastic holiday season, and I am so grateful
Interesting.
to be back with you again for the Jewish New Year 5,780. I want to just take a quick moment to invite you to come to the holy community of Teaneck, New Jersey, where I'm really privileged to be speaking with the All-Daf team about the project that we're engaged with as part of the Holy Daf Yomi Initiative under the leadership of Rabbi Rothschild. Basically, what we're going to be doing is speaking at several synagogues. Rabbi Moshe Elephant will be there, Rabbi Weil will be there, and we'll be talking about different things associated with the study of Talmud, all gearing up for that massive siyum, that massive 7.5-year conclusion of the Talmud that's coming up in January, and the new app that we are launching that, in my humble opinion, will revolutionize the way so many people study the Talmud today. The topic that I'll be addressing, I think, is absolutely fascinating, based in my humble opinion. I'm going to be looking at the bizarre story behind the canonization of the Vilna Shas. As many of you might know, the competition to produce the ultimate Talmud edition was quite fierce in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, and there were two houses that were especially vying for that coveted title. The noted Hasidic publishing house known as Savuta, later published in Jitomia by the Shapiro family, was especially beautiful, and in fact the Shapiros brought to their task a tremendous amount of sincerity and religious piety. It is said that they used to take all of the type, all of the actual letters that they would then put into the pages, and they would toivel them in a mikvah. They would immerse them in a ritual bath in order to purify them before they engaged in the holy task of printing the Talmud. The Ron family in Vilnius, under the tremendous leadership of people like Menachem Ron, shown here, and in particular, Devorah Ron. It's very unusual to see a woman at the head of such an important publishing community, especially in the rarefied, generally male world of studying the Talmud. Nevertheless, under their brilliant leadership, they nevertheless were able to edge out the Slavuta family. Fascinating kind of bizarre circumstances surrounding many of the episodes of this 100-year struggle, and they produced the iconic Vilna Shas. To have a look at this amazing frontispiece, this title page, which is one of the most beautiful elements of the Vilna Shas, and I remember seeing it as a child, and I remember thinking to myself, what is behind these regal pillars? What is behind this heavy drapery? What are those lions at the top of the columns guarding? I wanted to go in through those gates, and I wanted to learn what is on the other side of this title page. And in fact, many decades later, I'm still amazed at the things that are behind the Talmud. So let's get together. I really hope that for those of you who are in the holy Jewish community of Teaneck, New Jersey, you'll come by and say hello to all of us with the OU Yomi Initiative and talk to us about this new app that we're launching in January, God willing. The All-Daf app. By the way, have a look at the All-Daf logo. Notice the echo of Vilna in our logo, right? Very clever. Anyways, I hope that's useful for you. Please come by and say hello. I'd love to meet you. I hope you have an amazing 5,780.
For like 7 days or something.
A lot longer than that, I think. I think it was a long period of time during like his childhood developmental process. And they said he just like never had any empathy. He would snap on people, and then they put him in the Harvard LSD studies. And so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit.
But they never deprogrammed him after. It's that famous.
I am a little bit flustered myself because
childhood because he got left alone.
Q-Train
during time his
stopped working
supposed to have contact with the person.
I had
He's
to
a fucking baby.
jump in an Uber to get to Atlantic Terminal to catch the LIRR. And I didn't realize, but there's rush hour in New York City, and that slowed down the Uber, and I missed my train, and I just walked in here in the last few minutes. So, but if you don't mind, I'd like to tell you a funny story that will relax me, hopefully as much as it relaxes you. And this is a true story. I was trying to think of a joke that deals with the Talmud, which is going to be the topic of our discussion today and for 2 more classes. And this is a true story. It's not even really a joke. It's actually an anecdote. When I was my early 30s, I had a postdoctoral fellowship with the National Endowment for Humanities at Oxford University. And it was a great privilege. I got to work in Oxford's amazing library there, the Bodleian Library, with phenomenal collection of fantastic manuscripts and books and tremendous things. And this is a closed stack library. You can't just no one can just walk in there and use the library. You have to have credentials and invitations and things like that. So I had received all those things. I had my papers all in order, and I went to the librarian to receive my library card. And she looked over all my papers, checked all her forms, said, okay, no problem. I'm not going to try to imitate her Oxford accent. But she said, before I give you your library card, you have to take the oath.
He helped cover up Whitewater. I mean, they didn't
What
want you
oath?
looking at, so
You
they
know, and
made
I'm
it
thinking in the back of my head, oh my gosh, now I'm an observant Jew.
He doesn't believe in
What kind of oath and how do I take an oath? It's not appropriate for Orthodox Jews to take oaths, but
he thinks the
you know,
president's above the law.
I said, what
They
oath?
didn't want
She
you
said,
ever discussing that
oh,
stuff,
it's
so
a
they
very
made it a
funny
sex
thing, but
trial.
you know, several hundred years ago, we had this problem
Deep
with
connections to the CIA.
undergraduate students
Her father was in
burning
charge
books in the
of
library. It's a really big library, and there's no natural heating, and those Oxford winters can be very damp, and so they would say, what do we need another copy of Aristotle's Ethics? Come on, we've already got 7. This one's only from the 1700s. We can burn this one. And they would burn the books to keep themselves warm. So from ever since then, the librarians require that every patron in the library, duly credentialed, nevertheless takes the oath that promises, among other things, not to burn the books in the library. I didn't know what to do. I traveled all this way to get to the library. I really wanted to see the books. How am I supposed to take notes? And then, Toda Laquelle, Hashem gave me a little bit of an insight, and it really worked out very well. I asked her, do you have the oath in other languages? And she said, of course. And she pulled out this big, thick white binder with all these laminated pages in Amharic, Hindi, and Urdu, and all kinds of languages. And I said, could you show me the oath in Hebrew? She flipped over to Hebrew, and there it is. And instead of saying, I swear not to burn the books in the library, it says something like, Hare, Andi, Nechave, Aharayu, Shalashishya. I take responsibility on myself for any books that I might burn in the library. And so I was allowed to use it. So that's kind of like a bookish introduction and true story from my adventures. As Rabbi correctly noted, spending a lot of my time thinking about the Talmud lately, and primarily because of this new project that I'd like to tell you a little bit more in the context of my remarks tonight. But my approach to the Talmud is kind of a little quirky, you know, like I remember being in yeshiva, and I just asked some kind of question. I don't remember what it was. Some kind of strange question, and the Maggid Shir looked at me and he said, "You might as well be asking what were the color of Rashi's socks." And apparently, this is some kind of joke because everyone else in the Shir laughed at my expense, and I thought to myself, I wonder what color socks Rashi wore. I mean, where did he get his wool? And were they linen, or what? Who made those socks? What did they look like? How did they stay up, and so on? So I'm very interested in all of like kind of extra things around the Talmud, and that's essentially what I'm spending a lot of time on in this particular act. If you're familiar with the Steinsaltz Gemara, I'm the kind of guy who always reads the stuff around the side before actually reading the Gemara itself. My inclination. So these discussions that we're going to be having today are primarily looking at those kind of quirky, sideways approaches to the Gemara, and I'd like to look at 3 specific episodes that relate to one dominant theme. The first is going to be today on Daniel Bomber, the non-Jew who literally put the dot in Daf Yomi, because he pioneered, among other things, the use of page numbers in the Talmud, as we shall see. So, although we have tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews currently studying Daf Yomi, and we anticipate a doubling of that number with the new Siyam Hashas in January, the Daf Yomi structure could not have been adopted without this particular individual who has a fascinating life history for our purposes. The second lecture next week, we're going to look at the exceptional women who made the Talmud possible. Particularly interesting because, generally speaking, the Talmud is a book written by men, for men. It is highly androcentric. There are occasionally references to women, but there are very few women's voiced in the Talmud itself. Nevertheless, when you look at the history of the Talmud, particularly in the context that I'd like to share with you today and next week, you'll see that there are some very powerful women who had a phenomenal impact in producing Talmuds that are studied today, and we shall see several next week. And then finally, I'd like to look at the very nature of authority with the remarkable episode of the pseudo-Yerushalmi, which is infamous among students of the Talmud of Senti. There was in the turn of the 20th century, a man posing as a Sephardi Tahor presented a series of manuscripts that he claimed were actually not, he didn't present the manuscripts, presented some books that he claimed were actually based on the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. It turned out that not only were they fake, but he himself was not a Sephardic Tahor. He was a Belarusian fish merchant who had literally written several tractates in the Talmud. And just the amount of genius it takes to actually write that tractate of Talmud, if he had used his powers for good, he would have been a phenomenal individual. Who knows? We will explore that, God willing, in the third and final week of this stage. We are going to the thread that brings all of these topics together, and in a sense makes them less Talmudic, is of course the famous quote from Marshall McLuhan, my compatriot who was also at the University of studied at. Perhaps the most famous comment is the idea of the medium is the message. There is a tremendous amount of content and value in studying how we study, particularly a book such as the Talmud, and particularly for people such as the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book who are so closely related to that doctrine. And understanding how we relate to that over time, and in particular 3 unique junctures in time, I think will be quite fruitful for us in understanding where we are today and perhaps even where we are going. In this regard, I'd like to specifically point out that almost all of my research is highly derivative, not original at all. If you would like to enjoy this information in the comfort of your own home at your own leisure, then I urge you to look at the amazing book, Bridging the Talmud by Sharon Lieberman and Gabriel Goldstein, editors, published by the University Museum, and the similarly titled Printing the Talmud by Marvin J. Heller, a tremendous work of bibliographic scholarship that contains a phenomenal amount of. So let's first understand that in terms of the transmission of the study of the Talmud, which is where we're going to get to, the medium is the message concept. We see that there are 4 basic stages of transmission of this doctrine, the context of which I really don't want to discuss today, but really going to focus on the medium aspect of it. And the way in which we study Talmud was very closely related to the material in which it was contained. So first period is, of course, the oral transmission. The Talmud is known as the Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral Torah, and it was, for centuries upon centuries, handed down, teacher to student, something like this, right? This is, I like this picture because I'm often stopped in the street. People say, "Hey, aren't you Chuck and Heston?" I think it was like red. That happens sometimes. Also Will Smith. It's surprising. The 2 of them together, I don't know what it is. But no text, just the mind, just the memory, just the interaction of ideas, completely oral. A-U-R-A-L as well as O-R-A-L. That's the way the Talmud was traditionally handed down, and in fact, it's considered in yeshiva a very high marker of not only scholarly integrity but also piety to memorize Talmudic texts. The second period of Talmud transmission is when it becomes a manuscript. And for those of you who study the Talmud, you know that there's a massive discussion, particularly in the period of Yehuda Hanasi, as to whether or not this actually represented a transgression of God's will, that he would take this oral body of information and somehow trap it into the written word on page, on parchment or vellum or what have you. This is, it has some tremendous advantages in that you do not have to rely on memory so heavily. It also has a tremendous disadvantage in that you do not have to rely on memory so heavily. It's kind of like if you lose your phone and all of your loved ones are on speed dial, you have no way to reach them because we don't memorize telephone numbers anymore. So this is where the manuscript represents all of this body of information that is somehow like locked into a place where as long as we can access it, we're fine. But as soon as we lack access to the text, we have nothing at our disposal. The third period, of course, is that of print transmission, which is what we're going to talk about today. This represents a huge advance in that the highly expensive and idiosyncratic and often unregulated manuscript copies are made much more cheap. They're cheaply available. I'm going to take that out of it. They are much less expensive, much easier for people to access them. It represents a democratization of knowledge because you no longer have to have a relationship with a teacher the same way you did when it was in the written form, and certainly not in the oral form. You have the text, you have everything, and the text is suddenly so much more accessible because you can just go to a store and buy it. As the saying goes, the chassid says, what do I need a sefer for? I have a rebbe. What do I need a book for? I have a teacher. And the litvak, for those of you who are new to this institution, there are a lot of litvaks in this building. You can always recognize them by their erudition, their superior faculty, and any other. So litvaks say, what do I need a rebbe for? I have a sefer. I don't need that human contact because I can work with this object that I can buy. And finally, the period that we're in right now is very exciting, very difficult to understand. Where exactly are we heading with this? Is digital transmission. By suddenly taking the data and freeing it from the page, literally putting it into the cloud, suddenly we have a new way to access the information that has lots of implications that I definitely hope to study over the next couple classes with you. This you may remember from the last Siyama Shas in 2012. The most exciting thing, the Shas pod, said all of Shas in your pocket. You know, you can have an iPod, which is like a really primitive kind of iPhone. And the idea that it could all be there, it was, you know, revolutionary at the time. Note also that it is ironically returned back to oral. Because all of a sudden, you can be driving and listening to Shas. You can be jogging. You can be sitting all on your own. You don't have to interact with people. So it's a good thing or a bad thing, we shall see. And the plug for the project that Rabbi Trump and I are both working on now is all about math, which promises to be absolutely exciting. It's essentially all levels, all topics, all subjects on the daf, and it's going to be an amazing free app offered by the Orthodox Union. I'm very excited about it.
So they're trying to get better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it.
Let us go to the historical period that we're talking about. We have to go to the 15th century in Italy, where the most prominent early printers were the Soncino family. I will probably pronounce it Soncino because, you know, I was born in North America, but it is
I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien mummies found in Peru.
So the Soncinos, I said right there, were among the earliest of printers, and they are credited with publishing the first actual tractate of the Talmud in 1483. They were not the first printers of Hebrew text. We have some early printing that goes back to the 1470s in Spain and Portugal, places like that. There are even some very fascinating references to printing by Jews before Gutenberg. There are some Jews in the Rhone River Valley of Provence, France, who were actually cutting Hebrew type, although we don't have any examples of what they might have printed. The idea that the Jews preceded Gutenberg is quite an exciting thought. And he looked at what's going on with manuscripts. The Soncino family, there's actually several generations, and they decided to put their energies into producing printed versions, beautiful printed versions of the manuscripts of the Talmud that existed. This is a typical Talmud from about that same period, a little bit earlier. A 12th century Talmud fragment. You can see it's written. Beautiful calligraphy. You should understand the aesthetic of manuscripts is different from the aesthetic of print. The aesthetic of manuscript is very much idiosyncratic, individualized. You appreciate the sulfur much more. You see personality coming through in the text. Print, for the reasons of mass production, are not personalized. They are designed to be easily accessible and readable by everyone, so they tend not to have the idiosyncrasies of calligraphy. But since they are individualized by the calligrapher, there can be quite a variety in quality. Here is similarly dated, a little bit later dated fragment. You can see that this is, it's a horrible mess by comparison. It does not have the same kind of elegance or legibility. Letters are constantly running into each other. It looks like a rushed kind of document, although it does have Rashi on the side, actually on the page, which is not necessarily common. Now, what's fascinating also, it's the 16th century. That means printing has already been around for about 150 years. Unlike the time that we are living in now, where you're considered old-fashioned if you have a flip phone, the pace of change in the 16th century was much slower, and people relied on manuscript for a lot longer than that quick transition to print. Jews were definitely very excited about print, and they rushed to engage in print because it was cheaper and it was standardized and lots of other values. But manuscript copies still continued for a good century and a half after printing. This is actually, if we look a little bit broader, one of the reasons for the rapid rise of the European Christian West as opposed to the Muslim North Africa and Middle East is because the Muslims looked down their nose at printing technology. They thought that it was ugly. They wanted their culture really focuses on calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy, and to present people with a printed book instead of something that was handwritten by a scribe was considered very good form. It's like, going to Gourmet Glass to pick up a wedding cake. The wedding cake should be something you specifically order and bake. To go and just get one off the counter is not the same at all. So now here's but they also note that a lot of these were not written in scrolls, but written actually in codexes, meaning bound-like books. Bound like books. This is a beautiful Yemenite version from, again, the year 1600. Very beautiful square print, and this approach is more of the experience of reading it, but you have to understand how valuable this should be, how many hours and months it would have taken for a scribe to copy out, something that a printing press could handle in 15 minutes. Okay, so Sensino, the family of Sensino printers went straight to work, and one of the most important books that they chose to throw their attention to was the Talmud. And they produced some actually very, very beautiful examples. It was the Sensinos who pioneered the basic structure of the Talmud, that is the Mishnah and the Gemara in the center column, Rashi on the inside, close to the spine, and Tosfos on the outside. They did not, however, introduce the riff at the back of the text, and as you can see from this example from 1488, there's very little supporting commentary except for simply Rashi and Tosfos. In fact, among the things that were missing, as I noted at the beginning of the discussion, there's no page numbers. Right? They had no way of telling people what page you were on. So you really had to just kind of stick with the program and guess where you were. They did develop an interesting kind of thing which is still retained in modern Talmuds, even though it's redundant. Make sure that you're not missing any pages, because you buy your book and what if some of the pages were not bound properly, you wouldn't even know. Right? You think you're a genius reading through the Talmud, not realizing you're missing every third page. At the bottom of every column, there would be a quote from the next page, the very top. So that way you would know nothing is missing. Next time you look at the Talmud, ask yourself, why are these words here? What do they do? You see it right on the next page. But this was originally a kind of strange way to guarantee you were getting your money's worth of your Talmud. Ironically, we still keep it, even though it no longer serves
that
any
everywhere,
purpose.
though.
But still a very beautiful, elegant addition. Here's another example story with the flowery first word. I decorated a few more things coming up. Here's a better look at the first word thing. Also, as we call it,
but the way it's set up is like people
now,
choose
we
people.
should understand that in the Wild West of the early 16th century, pretty much everybody is committing what we would call today plagiarism. Either actually plagiarizing the actual word, or what we would call format plagiarizing, where they're just taking the whole thing and sort of piecing it into their own text and doing a lot of work as a result. They also had, we'll return to that in a second, they also had some pretty crazy ideas with regards to aesthetics. Have a look at this example here. Most of these early printers would print whatever would make money. They would print Christian texts, they would print all kinds of things, whatever they could possibly sell. And as you see here is an interesting Christian text published in 1507. The Sonsino family really liked the sort of decorative elements, so they simply took it for a Talmudic manuscript. You can see that they just borrowed the thing. But unfortunately, the reproduction is not nearly as high quality because it's an older manuscript, but they just simply copied the whole thing. Here's my favorite, look at this one. The Sonsino family found this copy of Aesop's Fables, and they really loved the decoration all around the outside, including these little naked cherubs here. And so they just put it into the first page of Tractate Solar. Unfortunately, because Hebrew is, of course, written from right to left, and you have to allow for greater space in the margins, they simply cut it and pasted it on the opposite side so the wide part would fit on the narrow part. Let's just have a closer look at those cherubs here. How about that? I don't have any of these decorations on my Talmud that I know about you, but could you imagine going to Lakewood with a Talmud decorated like this? Like what would happen in the rest of the day's But nevertheless, these are kind of the wacky things that they do. The Sonsinos will rapidly outpace, however, by the subject of our discussion today, this individual named Daniel Baumgartner.
Yeah, he's great. I
So,
love him.
let's step into Venice at the turn of the 16th century. Venice at the turn of the 16th century was a hotbed of activity for printing. It was an unusual kind of place because it had an unusual relationship with the Pope, and the Senate in Venice had significant authority in granting printing licenses. The number of printers in Venice exceeded by multiple times any other place in Italy, and Italy was in itself the center of printing. There was about 2,000 printers active in Venice at the turn of the century, and only about 250 active in Rome at the same time. So it was a place where the explosion of this new technology and producing phenomenal works of significance for the rest of the world. The Jews lived, of course, in the ghetto. The word ghetto comes from Venice, probably from the name of the iron foundry that is nearby. Located in a series of islands, the Jews were highly restricted in their activities. They were even losing monopoly on some activities like money lending, because the church was getting much more involved at that point. And it was into this environment that a young man named Daniel Baumgartner came onto the scene. He was born probably in 1483. We're not exactly sure of either his birth or his death date. His parents were Cornelius and Agnes Vramis. I don't know if that's really important, but I like to say Agnes Vramis, because it seems like a compelling name. They were liberal-minded individuals who gave their son a fairly broad liberal arts education, languages, and history, and culture, including, of course, Hebrew. And he had some experience with typesetting in Antwerp, but when he came to Venice and he saw that this was the dominant activity, this was the exciting new technology, he got very possessed with the idea of entering into the field. a crucial individual for him was this individual, Billy Stepprato. That's actually not a picture of him, but it's a picture of an Augustinian friar of whom Billy Stepprato was. This is a Jew who had converted to this monastic order and was very excited about publishing his translations of Hebrew literature. He began with Psalms, and he ultimately convinced Daniel Baumberg that there was a market for Hebrew books, not just Hebrew books for Christians, that is, Christian bibliophiles who are especially interested in Hebrew works that relate to Christianity, but actually a market for Jews themselves, books that appeal to Jews, with lots of burners and commentaries and so on. Daniel Baumberg, being a Christian gentleman with this kind of broad-minded capacity, he took Billy Stepprato at his word, and he approached the Pope for permission to print Hebrew works. He downplayed his initial goals that he made. He appears to have been kind of like hesitant about seeing whether this venture would work. And he came back and he worked on Billy Stepprato's first translation and found that it had some commercial success. He engaged in much more enthusiastic printing of works, and when his initial copyright period, his permission to publish, was coming to an end, he approached the Venetian Senate, and when they saw that he was making good business, and that in fact he was, a reputable Christian person, they in fact granted him a longer right to publish because they did not want to lose his business acumen to Rome or Milan, one of the other centers. And so he began to engage in earnest in the printing of Hebrew books. And it's interesting to sort of contemplate what exactly was his motivation. It seems clear that he had strong philo-Semitic tendency, that he actually liked Jews and things Jewish. There are some scholars who point to the fact that some of his closest Jewish collaborators ultimately converted to Christianity, to argue that Baumberg himself was acting out of missionary impulses, but it's a hard argument to sustain. It is true that some of his closest Jewish co-workers did ultimately convert, but the sheer scope of service that Daniel Baumberg rendered to the Jewish people by producing these books at tremendous personal expense. He certainly got rich off it, but he continued to invest for the rest of his life in heavy Jewish printing, tends to argue against the missionary impulse. Also, the nature of the books that he published, there was one book that was included in his corpus that was written by a convert to Christianity that was openly missionary in nature, and some biographers of Baumberg have pointed to that and say, you see, he's actually trying to convert the Jews, but the reality is, if you use the same yardstick, the whole Cincino family would also be guilty of the same thing because they were also publishing things that had very similar nature. So it's hard to really pin it down. I tend to lean, on the basis of my limited reading, to a more charitable view of von Baumberg. He himself never converted to Judaism or anything like that. We know only very little about his family because recently learned that he had a son named David who seemed to have succeeded him in the printing business. Another recently discovered source indicated that he actually had married a woman in Antwerp and had 9 children with her, but we know nothing about the names of his children otherwise. We also don't know, as I mentioned, the specific date of his death, but he was buried in Antwerp, probably sometime around 1550. So his engagement in the text was very significant. He had his first editio princeps, meaning the first edition of the Talmud, was printed between 1519 and 1523. It was a phenomenal success. It was considered a work of art that was widely purchased, including copies by Westminster Abbey in England, by prelates as far away as Crimea, and of course by the Jewish community. You can see that it published these huge, these are actually not the original bindings, but very beautiful, massive bindings. The copy, I believe, held by the Westminster Abbey was actually chained to a desk. Like the only way you could access it was by actually walking up physically there, and you certainly couldn't download it onto your iPod at that point.
nuance? Is there
he
a response
nevertheless
for why
did
they didn't
engage
cover that?
in some very significant activity to improve the quality of Talmud. The first thing we should note is that he shamelessly plagiarized from the Sunshine Notes. This was just simply what was done back then. Let us just recall what it takes to translate from manuscript culture to print culture. One of the first things you have to do is identify what is the correct text. And if you have multiple manuscripts floating around, you have to actually bring them together and physically compare them. And you need a scholar to actually tell you which one of the texts is correct, because as I'm sure you're aware, when you have manuscript copies, you have scribal errors that creep in. And these errors are compounded over centuries, because if a scribe in the 9th century makes a mistake, every manuscript that is copied from that original 9th century manuscript also contains that mistake. So you could literally have dozens of variant readings of every page of Talmud based on the quality of the source. So the first thing they have to do is actually physically go out there, examine every manuscript, read them literally word by word compared to another one, and then try to determine what is the correct hearsay, the correct text. So this involves a huge layout of money, which the Sanchinos did with tremendous care and scholarly caution to produce really high quality manuscripts, which Bomberg immediately stole and just copied straight from the Sansino edition. Like, why should he do the same work over if Sansino has already done it? We can see that the mistakes that did creep in, typographical errors that crept into the Sansino edition, were largely copied straight over to Bomberg. So this made Sansino very upset, as you can imagine, because all that work and energy that went into creating these printed versions were simply usurped by this Christian printer and produced in very rapid editions. But nevertheless, the Sancinos were only moving at a snail's pace, producing one tractate at a time, and they're not anywhere close to finishing the entire Talmud when Bomberg rushed ahead. He definitely invested very heavily in the same process, but he was able to leapfrog technologically over the tractates that had already been completed by working on those manuscripts. He also had, as a Christian, access to secular power, which Jews did not. He was able to approach Pope Leo X and say, listen, I'd like to publish some books, and Leo X would be happy to comply. Same with the Venetian Senate. These are things that Jews could not do. And also, although he began heavily reliant on Jewish apostates to Christianity, because they had a much greater understanding of Hebrew than he did in rabbinic culture, that kind of undercut his market, because the Jewish purchasers of Sforim were not enthusiastic about seeing that these texts were prepared by apostates of Christianity. One particular edition, which was prepared by the Augustinian friar I showed you earlier, Bomberg realized this really early, and he removed his colleague's name from the title page, and he also removed this pesky little dedication to the Pope that was on the verso of the title page, and with that small change, suddenly it had a huge Jewish readership. But what he also realized was that if he is really going to penetrate the Jewish market, he has to have authoritative Jewish scholars. And so, using his authority, he actually received special permissions for some 200 Jewish employees to be allowed to leave the ghetto and to work outside in Venice. And not only that, they were allowed to dispense with the required Jewish garb, such as the yellow hat that Jews were required to wear, especially outside the ghetto. They would complain and say that, you know what, we're going to be accosted in the street, we're going to be molested if we walk around in an obviously Jewish hat. So Bomberg is actually able to relieve those restrictions for his workers. And his business savvy was huge, because he realized that the way he was going to make this happen is if he was first to market. And so he invested very heavily in having multiple teams of scholars working on the same text simultaneously to be able to produce the entire Talmud in a comparatively short period of time. What would have taken Sosino maybe 20 years, he did in less than 5. This is perhaps echoed by the way the Schottenstein edition is published by ArtScroll, where they also employed circles of scholars located in different places to work on the manuscript simultaneously, not one tractate at a time, resulting in a complete set early on.
And I've always said
that
this,
really
it's like
dramatically
Bill Clinton is the
changed
Andy Dick of the White House.
Okay,
This
this was a unique window of opportunity. So up until this point, censorship was a problem with the Talmud, but less so in manuscript versions because it was, the kind of thing that was easier to hide. For a censor to have to go through an entire codex of awkward, difficult handwritten text can be very problematic, whereas a printed version is much more standardized, easy to zero in on a page number, things like that. So censorship was a much more of a very intrusive, immediate thing that might have happened at moments of church persecution, but it was not something that could be undertaken at the printing stage. Censorship of the Talmud begins in the 13th century, when the apostate Nicholas Donin first reported to Pope Innocent III, very ironically named Pope Innocent III, saying that the reason why the Jews are not converting to Christianity is because they are ruined by this book called the Talmud. You, Pope Innocent III, do not have access to it because you don't know Aramaic and you don't understand the highly coded nature of the text. But I, Nicholas, helped you out with that, and I can help you out with that, and I'll point out all those passages in the Talmud that are offensive. And Nicholas III said, "That sounds great." Or Innocent III said, "That sounds great." You know what? Let's just burn the Talmud. So
Dude. No.
In Paris, an event that is still
Zoot.
run by Parisian Jews as a fast day.
Are you ready?
Yeah. All right. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Do you know what really pisses me off about that Simpsons phone?
What is that, big
That I was
dog?
telling you it's worth 10 grand?
Yeah, no, I know. I know exactly
It
what
really pisses me off.
that you don't.
At the same time, if I got an iPhone and left it in the box at the same time, it would be worth like 400 grand right now.
There you go.
So that really pissed me off.
Are you gonna watch the UFC today?
No.
Why not? All right, we're gonna play one game.
Hang on, I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
What in the fuck? You're never coming back.
There's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for procreation.
So, from that point on in the 13th century, the church was very interested in what was going on in the Talmud, but they rarely had the energy or the wherewithal to hunt down all the manuscripts and to examine them properly. With the advent of printing, however, that becomes a much more viable option because you have to have some kind of infrastructure to produce the printed books. And so they, during this brief window of opportunity where Sonsino and then later Bomber were able to produce fairly clean copies of the Talmud with minimal self-censorship. The church gets much more upset about this practice and demands changes to the way the Talmud is produced. These same concerns that have been raised in the 13th century are still viable in the 16th century, and so they demand that all kinds of passages be removed from the Talmud because they feel they are derogatory towards Christianity. In most cases, they're completely off base. For example, the word Adon can mean Rome, the city, and that's the way it's usually used in the Babylonian Talmud, or as the culture of Rome. But they understood it to refer to Roman Catholics, to the church. And so anytime the word Adon came up, the church got very upset and tended to very heavy-handedly remove a lot of passages. The Talmudic edition known as the Basel edition is perhaps the most notorious. This is an edition of the Talmud which met the requirements of the church censor, but it means it's almost completely unusable because there's simply so much removed from the text itself that in all kinds of very important sugyas, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. It naturally did not sell very well at all. Supporting editions had to be produced to try to say these are the things that are missing in the Basel Talmud, usually published outside of Christian areas. But what's perhaps more significant for our purposes is once the church gets involved in censorship of printed editions, Jews began to engage in self-censorship, meaning the printers began to say, listen, we want to make sure that we recoup our expenses and we make a profit, so we are going to remove those passages ourselves so that the censor will not be offended by them. And there are dozens of such passages, even in the Talmud, that is widely used today because Jews self-censor them. Okay, so that's what's going on after that. Let us then bring us to a conclusion and think a little bit about where we're going further with this. So Daniel Baumberg's activity leaves a very important legacy in the transmission of the Talmud to this day. The kinds of things that he brought to the Jewish leadership involved the standardization of the Talmudic text, most notably with the introduction of widespread page numbers, the introduction of the Sonsino method, the layout to the entire Talmud, also the enthroning of the idea of the entire Talmud as one viable corpus of study. It would take hundreds of years for many other central texts of Judaism to gain the same kind of authority. He also, made the Talmud so much more accessible by creating this document, which would later be copied over and over again for the next 300 years, and really expanding the study of Talmud tremendously through this much less expensive printed edition. That's why we owe a tremendous amount to this unusual man from Antwerp, and I hope that this whets your appetite for a little bit more study of the medium as a message. I would specifically like to speak very briefly about what we'll talk about next week. This is a picture of Deborah Ross. Some of you were present, I think we spoke about it in Ashkama Miriam. She was a brilliant and very business-savvy young woman who, upon the death of her husband David at a very premature age, took over the massive publishing house of what would later be called to her insistence, the Widow and Brothers Ross. With her unique energy and perhaps even cutthroat business practices, she contributed to the elimination of all of her competitors and ultimately created what we call today the Vilna Shas, which is the gold standard of Talmuds as a result primarily of her activity. Just to give you one insight that we'll explore going a little bit later next week, she when the possibility of reducing the price of Talmud came with a new technology called stereotype printing, which involved no longer using the movable type, but by creating a big plate of the entire page, which would allow multiple editions to be published very easily. and she could have dropped her price
and they always
by
keep
up
playing
to
about how much money
1/5
they're
of the
making. I'm like,
original.
dude, you get to go to the game for
And
free.
her
You're
competitors
on the
decided to
field.
do that.
He would
Said,
have a great
no,
reality show.
we are going
See
to
how they accept
multiply the price of our shots. It's going to be 4 times as much. We'll make it really beautiful. But now it's going to be the custom shots.
So here's my whole
And
thing,
that
dude.
was actually
You know,
her
there's always going to
intention.
be culture
So
wars
that if
between
you
the
really
right and the
wanted
left.
to,
I'm on
say
nobody's
something
side.
about
Like,
who
I'm
your
on
daughter
nobody.
was
I'm like
marrying,
in the middle.
you
I'm
would
old
not
school.
buy
Yeah.
Live and let live.
shots.
As
You
long as
would
you're
only
people,
buy a
particularly
film
children,
shots,
you'll
a
never
film
hear
shots,
anything
because
from me.
that
I don't
was
care
the
what you
weird,
do. By
the
yourself,
status symbol
consenting
of all
adults. Get
Talmud.
as weird
So with
as
this
you
kind
want.
of thinking
God gave
and
us free
marketing
will. Do
strategy,
whatever you want.
she really
People pick your path.
revolutionized the way
You know,
Talmuds
but
are
when
approached.
you
But
start
she's only
to
one of the many
demonize
figures I'd
certain
like to speak
people,
about
you're setting
next
up
week when we look at the
a
women
market for
who made
blackmail.
the Talmud
So when
possible.
people can't be
So I
themselves,
want to thank you very
and they're
much
so
for your
afraid of
patience,
people
and I hope you have
finding
a
out
good
who
night.
they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because
I'm
we
very
don't care if
excited
somebody's
about
gay
tonight's
now. It's
lecture
like,
because it's a
at
little bit
least I don't.
cutting edge research for me. I think we're going to go into a few areas which are just a little bit more sensitive than I normally touch upon, but they're deeply exciting to me. And I want to just emphasize one element of what the rabbi said, that we don't recognize it because we are living in medias res. We're in the middle of all this happening. So we are actually living in deeply revolutionary times. We are living in times when our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will ask us, Bobby, Zadie, what was it like growing up? Like, I mean, how did you do that? You walked around without a neural implant all day? How did you do that? The technological change has made such a tremendous impact on our quotidian lives that we just don't even realize it because we just think, oh, it's another iPhone. But actually, there are qualitative changes that come along with it. These 3 lectures actually fit together because they're focusing on that theme and specifically looking at how they will affect Jewish life. We're at an inflection point in Jewish history, in my humble opinion, and I guess it's not that humble because I do spend almost all of my days thinking about Jewish history. We are at an inflection point, and how we handle this challenge will speak multitudes for the next half millennium, I would like to say. Let's go straight to the material with that somewhat hyperbolic introduction. First of all, we have to thank Rita and Robert Gluck for sponsoring this lecture. It's really nice that they're here. Thank you so much. So what I'd like to talk about today is focusing on the theme that we picked up last week, and that is the idea of the medium as the message. You'll recall we spoke about Marshall McLuhan very briefly, and specifically I tied him into this very complex and sophisticated idea that the way in which we study a given subject, the medium, whether it's a text, whether it is a live class, whether it is a recorded class, whether it's video, audio, whatever it is, it has an impact on the subject itself. The way in which you consume it actually changes the entire way in which we absorb the material. It is not, they're not 2 separate things, like the same subject, simply delivered, translated in different languages. They are translated into different universes, and I'd like to explore some of those ideas. We saw that in particular with Baumberg last year, and the transmission of Talmud transitioning from a manuscript culture, which was highly elitist and very expensive, and relegated only to people who were willing to devote their entire lives to study. For everyone else, it was just an impossible dream. But with the advent of printing, that completely revolutionized the democratization of text and expanded learning to the Jewish people as a whole, and fundamentally altered the way in which we understand our relationship to the Torah. This is the same thing which is happening in our own day with the internet. We're going to look at that a little bit today, and we'll especially look at it next week when we look at some of the dangers of that shift. This is an amazing photograph by Yusuf Karsh, the great portrait artist of Marshall McLuhan, my countryman, and also my alma mater. And you can see that he's got, all kinds of things going on here. He's got text. Text has also images in it. He's interacting with the text, like with a pencil, like he's going to write in his book. And my favorite part, can you guess what my favorite part of this photograph is? Yeah, look at that ridiculous bank of phones, right? Like this looks like a Get Smart kind of episode where you have to have a phone for every different person that calls you. That's right. But it's just absurd. Nowadays, of course, we look at these pictures and laugh, but at the time, this image would have said, very important, has to hold cell phones to his ear at the same time. This is a place of action. I just love this photograph. Anyway, let's go on. So, the medium of the message, we talked about Romberg and the heroic age of Talmudic printing, when people were diving in and trying to produce Jewish works. The Samsino family pioneered the Talmud in particular, and then Daniel Romberg took it to the next level by beating Samsino in their production rates and being able to eventually create the entire Talmud. The medium then was printing, and the message that went along with the printed text was that, you know what? Talmud is for everyone. Everyone can access the Talmud. However, that only applies to someone who has the access to the education required to get through the Talmud. It's fine to own a Talmudic manuscript, an amazing thing. It's a lot easier to hold a Talmudic printed book, but if you can't understand Aramaic, if you don't understand the context of the material inside it, you won't get anywhere. So in reality, while it did represent a huge leap forward in the democratization of knowledge and the access to knowledge, it was still limited to a fairly narrow segment of the population, people who could really engage in it fully. So in today's talk, we're going to see how the internet promises to lower that threshold still lower and open up the Talmud to an even greater swath of students, including, I'm sure, many of you who might not have otherwise studied Talmud in the room today, and certainly on the internet audience. I'm going to rely very heavily on this amazing book by Shoshana Pantel Zolti called "And All Your Children Shall Be Learned: Women in the Study of Torah and Jewish Law and History." It's a fantastic book. It's a dissertation that was later written up to a text form. And much of the historical data and a lot of discussions, which I'll just touch upon here. I'm not going to step outside of my role as historian and coach on the rabbinate, because there I would get into a lot of trouble. I'm not a card-carrying member. And let's go. So I'm going to talk about 3 categories of women who made the Talmud possible. And I chose that title very specifically because we're going to look at people who are women, and normally you would think not associated with the Talmud, and nevertheless they were instrumental in providing Talmud education to the Jewish masses in 3 very distinct ways. I'm going to choose 3 individuals who are sort of archetypes of a larger set of women, and as we shall see, they are increasing in radicalization. First, there are supporters. We're going to look specifically at Sarah Schneer. Second, they are enablers. And in this context, we'll look at the incredible Deborah Rom, the widow Rom of the widow and brothers Rom. And finally, we'll get to women as Talmud teachers. So these are the 3 categories that I hope to go through over the course of the next 40 minutes. Let us begin with Sarah Schneer. A while ago, a colleague of mine, a young historian in Israel who has a great website, who puts up these podcasts called the Jewish History Soundbites. Great guy with a fantastic amount of energy. He put out a survey on Twitter, on Jewish Twitter, to ask who is the most influential Jew of the 20th century. And there were, I think it was a write-in campaign. Be careful of the cord. Be careful of the cord. You could write in your choices. And everyone was choosing like Aaron Kotler and Moshe Feinstein, a lot of big names. And someone piped up and said Sarah Schneer. And all of a sudden, Sarah Schneer got a huge wave of support. She didn't win the survey, but in reality, in my humble opinion, I voted for her. I think she is, without doubt, one of the most influential people of the 20th century when it comes to preserving Jewish identity in very challenging times. Who was this woman? Of course, she's associated with the establishment of the Beis Yaakov School Network, which is the first organized network of schools of formal education for women in the history of the Jewish people. It's an amazing thing, an audacious thing. And it was done with the imprimatur of the Agudas Yisrael, which represented the more right-wing elements of the Jewish community. It's really an amazing thing that she was able to achieve it. Let's have a quick look at some of the aspects of what she's done.
And they basically said
She,
the goal
as you see, this is her
to
passport photo
basically
here.
bring
There's only
martial
two
law, and these kids
images of
who
Sarah
all think
Schneer
they're
that are
raging
known
against the machine, they don't realize
the
the machine
extent.
is
This
funding
one
all
here,
of
the
this stuff.
passport photo.
You
Another
know, it's
is
like
a
the no
drawing of her.
games.
It's hard to
Right.
even think it's the same
The
person.
Latinos are really smart.
She used to
Like,
go by
when Eddie and
Frau
I do shows
Schneer,
all the
although
time,
she had
there's tons of
personally a
Mexicans,
very
tons of
sad and
Latinos in the
tragic
crowd. They
marital
get
history.
conspiracies. So
But
when No
her
Kings was
life was
happening,
completely
in
devoted,
LA,
completely
there were like gang
given,
leaders
handed
who
over
told
to
their
her
entire
project
block,
of
nobody
Faith
can go
Yaakov.
to these things.
She
Because
was
they all found out
known
it was
from her
funded by the
youth as an
Walmart
extremely
guy.
pious
Like,
young
that's what
woman
always
who
happens.
lived
They
in
all the
Krakow, Poland,
billionaires
and
fund
even her
these
friends
kind
and
of
family
radical
sort of made
groups
fun of her
to sow
because she
chaos.
was so pious and
Well,
so
also
interested
because they
in
don't
spiritual
want
contemplation
that kind
and
of
davening and
crackdown
things
on
like that.
illegal
They used to
immigration.
call it little chassid,
Like, there's a
and
lot
it
of
was
people who
said
don't
with a
want that
slightly
kind of crackdown
derogatory
because they
tone.
don't want pain.
During World War
There's
I,
that,
her
and
family
they're
had to
already
flee to the
hiring
west,
people that are
and
illegals, and they have
in
them
I
working in
believe it was in,
factories and
actually I forget what town it was in, but she was
businesses.
exposed to the thought of
You know,
Rabbi Samson
I mean,
Raphael
and then
Hirsch,
there's
shown
also the
here.
dispute
It was
about
actually through
SNAP,
one of the students
about,
of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He had
cutting
passed
back
away
on
long
Medicaid
before
and
this.
SNAP, and
He
like,
was active in central Germany at a time when he was buffeted by the winds of change coming from Masculine in the west, and outright assimilationists who wished to, move Shabbos to Sunday and wanted to completely abrogate the laws of Kashrut in an attempt to, in a rather simian fashion, imitate the desires of the non-Jewish majority to gain political emancipation. And on the other hand, just to the east of him, he was facing the hard wall of Haredi Judaism, or what would become the Haredi movement. Sam Shov, for example, who said literally, and it's a pun, Chadash Asur min Torah, which he meant to say anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. Like, that's the way you fight assimilation, that's the way you fight change, by drawing a line in the sand and nothing can cross. So Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch threaded the needle between the outright assimilationists and the extreme isolationists to find essentially what is accredited to be ultimately what they call modern orthodoxy. There are a lot of problems with the terminology. It was called neo-orthodoxy at the time. But at any rate, he's the individual that Sarah Schneer encountered. He was very controversial in his day. Lots more to say about him, but many people felt he was a little bit too radical. So towards the east, you see that most of the representation of him look more like this, where they just filled out his beard a little bit. So let's go back. This is in the west, and this is in the east. Right? You feel a little happier with him, with a big board like that. As my grandmother, Allah Shalom, used to say,
when I see a dead person,
Besser a Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe. Which I can translate, it is better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay. So anyway, she encountered Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, and after the war, she was totally energized. She said, you know what? Why can't we find a space for women's education today? They're doing it in central Germany. We should be able to do it here in Poland. And the reason why it was so important is because Polish Jewry was facing what was called a scissors crisis at that time. Scissors crisis meaning that the graph is going specifically men's education, educational opportunities for Jewish men at the turn of the century, the 20th century, were burgeoning. There were all kinds of yeshivas, all kinds of opportunities. After World War I, when suddenly many of the countries had more freedom, there was all kinds of ways in which institutions could be built up. They didn't have the same kind of repression as they did under the Tsarist Empire, and so men had lots of opportunities for higher education. Women, on the other hand, if they wanted higher education, the only way they could get it was in a secular format. Women's education basically stopped at 4th grade. Women went to Cheder, they learned the Hebrew alphabet, they could usually daven, and then they could probably be literate, of course, in Yiddish, and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but only at a very limited level. Their religious education would stop at 10 RN. And this was true of the vast majority of Jewish women. And what Sarah Schneer pointed to was that who's going to marry whom in 10, 20 years? What's going to happen if you have this very highly educated, very pious, very well-trained Jewish male population, and the women have such an elemental education? Furthermore, what makes this even worse is that secular opportunities for higher education for women were opening up. women
And the
were
first time I go,
slowly
I think it
pursuing
was with Brian
university
Callen
studies.
this time.
And so they were
That was
having
my first one,
much
but
more
I-
access
yeah, that was
to
the first one. I
the
did
state of
see
the art
her
in
and Jeff
education
David
in other
and Brian
fields,
Callen. We had
whereas
this
their
very
Jewish
nice man
education
who
was locked in at the
showing
primary
us around.
school
He was
level.
our kind of
And so
our
she said,
leader
this
of-
scissors crisis
of our
is
tour.
ultimately going to
And he was
ruin the
telling
Jewish
me
people
that
on a
in World
demographic
War I,
level. The only way that we can address it
they
is if
found
we
that the
start
guys
offering
couldn't shoot
formal Jewish
men
education for
because
women.
they didn't want to kill
She
them.
faced
They
heavy
didn't have
criticism
again
from the right
to
and the
kill
left.
another
So from
human
the
being.
right,
So
saying,
he
what
says
are you
that's
talking
what you
about?
start
You
to
know,
see
Kol
in movies.
Huda Bas Melech
Guns coming
Nima,
out and shooting
women have
people.
always received their education in the home. What's wrong with the children? What's wrong with the Kugel? They know everything they need to know from their mothers. And there's a Masorah that's handed down. What else is necessary? You want to actually put them in a classroom? Sometimes separate them from their families. The possibilities for priesthoods, the possibilities for everything are really terrible. So the right wing in the Jewish world said this is a radical idea. We're not having any of it. On the left, they said, wait a second, you want to give Jewish women education? We think that's great. You want to do it in Yiddish? You want to take that backwards, jargony language that's keeping the Jewish people from being emancipated, and you want to use that as your medium of instruction? And you're going to spend half the day studying Tanakh, studying Tehillim, and what is this? You know, if you want to give the Jewish women education, give them a real education. Let them be modern and masculine and assimilated and so on. So she was kind of like in a really tough place between the two of these positions. Ultimately, she managed to win the support of the Ger Rebbe, the Belzer Rebbe in particular, and ultimately the Chafetz Chaim. Once the Chafetz Chaim signed on the idea, it was a done deal and it exploded. Have a look at the statistics. She was ultimately one of the most successful CEOs of Jewish education ever. This is just a chart of the first 10 years of her existence. She started here,
It's so nice having
actually it's a little bit later than when she started, but in 1923, 7 institutions with 1,000 students. 10 years later, in 1933, into the Depression already, she's got 26 institutions with 37,981 students. A phenomenal growth within 10 years. And this is all because of her genius in creating this institution, which met a need that people didn't even know they had. It was tremendously influential, and it still continues to have a tremendous impact on the Jewish world today. Now, while all this material I think is fascinating, it doesn't say very much about the Talmud, which is our starting point, right? These women are definitely not studying Talmud, because the whole idea of the Jewish women's education is predicated on only those texts which are considered appropriate for women, and Talmud was not one of those. I hope to go into the reasons for that when we get towards the end of this class. This is an article that appeared in September of this year, called Women of the Dach. I read the subtitle. It says, on January 1, 2020, tens of thousands of Jewish men will dance in a joyous celebration of the completion of Talmud Bavli, as you can see on the shots coming up. But many of them couldn't have done it without equal devotion of their wives. True enough. I think what's really great about this article is the illustration. Anyone recognize this beautiful structure here?
So obvious. She's so fucking.
It looks a little like a shul, but it's a little more specific.
In a movie fucking people.
I like the whole idea.
If I was a henchman, I'd be like, I'm running
This is the Shar block. This is the title page of the Vilna Shas. Right? However, it has been denuded of all text. Doesn't say what the title is, doesn't say what who's publishing it, anything like that. It's like a blank spot in the middle. You'll see an example of it in just a couple seconds. So as it were, the subtle imagery here is that women are the women of the Dach are kind of like the structure that supports and surrounds the Dach, but they themselves are not participating in the Dach itself. They're invisible, as it were. So that's essentially the way in which the Sarah Schneer's model works, and it works phenomenally well, is it created a huge infrastructure from the smallest unit of the nuclear family up to the larger superstructure of Jewish communities, women supporting husbands in life, and women supporting men in life, which is highly traditional. If you look at the Talmud, it says explicitly that this is a massive scar, massive reward for women is when they allow their menfolk and they support their menfolk in their learning. It's a highly traditional role, and Sarah Schneer really makes. Could you imagine what would happen in Lakewood if all of the women there they decided to stop supporting their husbands in learning,
It was just
you know,
awesome.
it would
She
be
was awesome.
a crisis of multiple sorts. It would be an economic crisis as well. It could not happen. And this is largely due to the impact of Sarah Schneer and how she made the Talmud possible. But if we look to our idea, like, well, okay, so that is fantastic and really important. But what about the place of women in the Talmud itself? When you go to Beis Yaakov today, and I myself, for many, many years, for like something like 15 years, I taught in Beis Yaakov, also in yeshivas as a barter deal to help pay for my kids' tuition. And it's fascinating because I was often at some years I was teaching 12th grade in the yeshiva, not the name, and 12th grade in the Beis Yaakov, not the name. And I would see the men and women at the same age with the same level of education. And invariably, the women were way better. Women actually were far more textually adept and intellectually creative. But only the men could study the Gemaras inside the books. It appears that by and large the accepted position is you have these highly trained, textually adept women, you can give them Gemaras to discuss, but they have to be like photocopies or digital copies that are not in the same surah Hadaf. They can't like actually approach the daf in the same medium. It has to be an altered medium. It's a strange kind of thing, but it is preserved. And furthermore, women are not to study in the Chavruta style, which is so closely identified with the way Talmud is studied in more traditional Beis Yaakov institutions, whereas women will study pieces of the Talmud in order to understand a halacha, in order to understand a concept, and so on. It will be broken up and anthologized, and it will not be studied like with two young women facing each other over a table arguing over the text. It's a different medium of learning. They're still learning Talmud though, but in a different medium than the yeshiva. I'm not exactly sure how they got to this compromise, but that's sort of the way that so this is essentially the role of Sarah Schneer, and she has not only made a great inroads into producing a system that supports Talmud learning. She has made the Talmud possible. She has also, in a small way, a significant way, given the great scope of women who are in these institutions, actually made it possible for women to learn Talmud as well. I just want to say one small thought that jumped into my head that before we go on to the next stage, when I was in, one of the reasons why men generally don't learn Talmud with women, I'm speaking from experience, is because they just think so differently. And when I was first in yeshiva, and I came to yeshiva late, I'm about Shula, I would learn in yeshiva, and I would go home to my wife, and my wife would say, okay, what did you learn in yeshiva today? And I'd tell her what we learned in Sia or whatever it was, and then my wife would say, well, that's all wrong. This is how you read it. And she would say it totally upside down from the way we were saying it in Shir. So the next day I would go back to Shir, and I would tell the rabbi, I would say, no, I talked to my wife about this tomorrow, and she learned it this way. And that like distracted the whole Shir for at least 45 minutes. The rabbi couldn't stand it, and ultimately he used at the beginning of Shir, he used to say to me, so Hillel, what does the late Acharon, your wife, say about this Gemara? Right? But that was just, so it definitely is, there's more to say about this, not for us today. So let us move on a little bit to another category. The first category we talked about, I use the term supporters. She is Sarah Schneer, and those who follow in her intellectual path are definitely supporters of the Talmud. Now we have another class, which I would like to call enablers. I don't mean it in a negative sense. I mean these are people who are instrumental in actually putting Talmud in people's hands. And in that regard, I think we should look at people like Laura Raw, fascinating individual who lived at the end of the 19th century. She passed away in 1903. She married into the famous Raw family of printers who had been working in the publishing industry for over 100 years. When her husband David died at a very young age, 36, she found herself at the helm of this massive publishing house, and she had to make some very difficult decisions about how to get it through the challenges of Tsarist Empire at the end of its existence. And she proved to be a masterful political strategist, and she ultimately created a model of the Talmud, which has persisted to this day. Let's just have a look at some of the controversies that she was involved in. The first is the Ram Publishing House is not the only publishing house in Eastern Europe. They were preceded by the great Slavuta House, which was regarded far and wide as the finest purveyors of Talmudic printing at the beginning of the century. This is the title page from the Slavuta edition of Chakya Krakos. It's published. It was originally published in Slavuta. Later, it was published in the city of town of Zhytomyr. That's where this one comes from, Zhytomyr. And the reason for that is because of a mysterious suicide that some argue was actually a murder that occurred in 1835. Just to back up a little bit, it is a fascinating story. I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but basically, Slavuta had received a 25-year haskama, a copyright from Hasidic leaders that they had the exclusive rights to print the Talmud. And the idea of these copyrights were to allow a publishing house to recoup its initial investment in the very difficult, laborious, and expensive process of printing. By the way, when you go to, Judaica Plus or something like that, you go to look for something to read, and you open up the front, and you see the haskama that's written there. Those today are basically like imprimaturs that tell you that some important rabbi thinks that this is kosher reading. So when you open it up and you see a haskama, so then you close the book and you go look for somebody that doesn't have a haskama.
First of all, there's nothing.
I thought that was funny.
It's just incineration.
No, the haskama today is basically kind of like a kosher certification. It's like when you want to buy, something like gourmet glatt, you see an OU or something, it's kosher. Back then, dating from the Council of Lands in the 18th century, the point of a haskama was business oriented. It was copyright. It was saying nobody else is allowed to print this until a certain amount of time elapses, and I say so. I'm an important rabbi, and I say so. So the Slavuta firm had a 25-year copyright when Dvorah Ram's publishing house, this is before she was born, but Dvorah Ram's publishing house broke the copyright and began publishing a rival Talmud, which you might recognize. Here's the same sharp block that we saw earlier, the photos, and threatened to undercut the Slavuta house. They went to Beis Din. Of course, it was like a nasty fight that took quite a while to sort out. The argument of the Ram house was, the Slavuta house is just not meeting the demand. Jews want to learn Talmud, and they're being really slow about producing the volumes. We can do them faster. We think it should be done. We should be allowed us. There are rabbis who lined up on either side of this argument, but then what put it down was in 1835, in the town of Slavuta, when they opened up a particular shul for mincha, they found an employee of the Slavuta house hanging from the rafters. And there were some unsavory elements in town who argued to the Tsarist government that this was actually some kind of murder that was perpetrated because this particular individual was threatening to inform on the publishing house to the Tsarist authorities. At that point, all bets were off. A big trial ensued. It's patently clear from the documentation that exists, and my good friend Dr. Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern has gone through the archival materials. It definitely was, unfortunately, a suicide. He suffered from depressive habits, and he was, there's a lot to say about why he took his own life, but ultimately it was not a murder. Nevertheless, the Tsarist authorities were concerned about all of the allegations, and what they decided to do was to shut down all Jewish publishing houses. They only opened up 2 licenses, which were, of course, both bought up immediately, one by Ram and one by Slavuta. The Shapiro family that was running the Slavuta press was punished with corporal punishment and exiled for 20 years, and nearly shut down the organization. And also, I should mention that there was a scene between Ram and Slavuta that was very significant, because Slavuta was a Hasidic publishing house supported by the Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya, and Ram was the ultimate Litvish printing house. He was a Lithuanian. So the Hasidic Misnagdic fight was also reflected in this particular struggle. Have a look look though at the art of these two covers, I think that the ROM house really had a far more sophisticated graphic sense, right? This one here, this page sort of looks like, you know, an aerial view of a blueprint or something. It's sort of mathematical, sort of fractal, and it doesn't really look inviting. Like, I don't feel like I really want to find out what's going on behind this page. But if you look at the Vilna shot, oh my gosh, it's got these pillars with these heavy drapery, you know, reminds Olivia of a chuppah. It's got these lions guarding this gated entrance, and I just want to know what's behind this gate. What is in this book? You know, it's very inviting kind of cover, and this characterizes the ROM publishing as a whole. They were really very sensitive graphically. They realized that trying to cut type that was based on calligraphy, like manuscripts, was not nearly as effective as making a brand new type for printing, and that's how we have the so-called Vilna font. That is basically every single sitter you ever looked at, except for Torah, is almost always published in the Vilna font. So the Dvorah Rom's role comes towards the end of the century, and I want to illustrate one specific thing that she did that especially illustrates her role as a brilliant business person and as an enabler of Torah studies. The Sloboda ROM competition was dying down, and ROM was definitely getting the lead towards the end of the 19th century when a new technology appeared called stereotype printing. And stereotype printing, unlike the earlier typesetting, did not meant that rather than, you know, laboriously putting each little letter in a box and then creating a page printing of that, you could make one big lead plate, and you could impress it, and then you could like stick it on a shelf, and if you ever needed to do a second edition, you just pulled the plate off the shelf and it was ready to go. And it promised to drop the price of printing dramatically. So all the other publishers, they said, okay, we're going to race to the bottom here, and they dropped their prices to 20% of the original. So something that would cost $200, they were producing for $50. A huge change in the way people looked at text. Again, expanding the access to documentation, access to Torah, and so on. But the Dvorah Ram said, no, what we are going to do is we are going to take our shots, we are going to make it as best we can, and then we will quadruple the price. So that our shots, which we could produce for $200, we're going to produce at $2,000 shots. And that's how we got the idea from Dvorah Ram of the custom shots. That when your daughter got engaged, then you bought your husband a proper shots. And if you gave your husband a Slavuta shas, what is this? What kind of a family am I marrying into? You know, you wanted to demonstrate to everyone that you got the best guy in yeshiva, you're giving him a Vilna shas. And just the idea of the Vilna shas, which Dvorah Ram came up with, is cemented the idea of this kind of, it's the king of all books. It is the best of all publishers is Vilna, and this marketing device was effective forever. But I do want to end this discussion of Dvorah Ram for a moment as a supreme enabler of Talmud with kind of an interesting coda to all this. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of this conflict between Slavuta and Ram was an expression of the Hasidic Masnagdic conflict. And the Hasidim, really took a beating in publishing as a result of this. We should also recall that the Shapiro family that were associated with the Slavuta press, they were known for their incredible piety. It may be legendary, we don't know if this is actually true, but it was widely believed that before they published any text, they actually took all of their type and immersed it in a mikvah. They were throwing all of their type, so it came to the press absolutely clean. They would publish no heretical materials, they would only publish real, tried and true Jewish materials. Ram, on the other hand, had no problem publishing Mastilic works, they had no problem publishing German works, they even published a lot of Christian prayer books. Whatever was to make money, this is a Litvish organization after all. So they had this big split, but everything, what goes around comes around. And towards the end of Dvorah Ram's life, the publishing house fell on hard times once again. There was an economic crisis in the 1890s that hit them very hard, and they were in danger of going under. So none other than the Rabbi Rothschild, the descendant of the alter Rebbe who had given the original Haskama for the Slavuta press, came to the rescue and said it's impossible that the great Rom family should go under, and he found a major donor to underwrite the firm and keep it afloat. And in order to prop up their sales, he had Rom publish one title, that was a Hasidic title. Here it is, the Tanya, published by the Lithuanian publishing house. And what's fascinating in particular is because the Hasidim, particularly Chabad, they are so traditionalist about their texts. When you buy a traditional Tanya, it is exactly the raw printing from, I think it's 1910 or something like that. It's exactly the same printing. Now it's redone in offset and things like that. They don't reset the words. They don't realign it. They don't use modular digital printing. They use exactly the same text because exactly the way it looked back then is considered holy. And there's, when you study the Tanya, it's divided up so you can study it every day. A good friend of mine once told me that the membership card to be considered a Chabad person is Chitas, if you study Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya every single day. So I'm not a very good chassid, I'm a Chat, right? I have Chumash and Tehillim, but not so much Tanya. But when I do study Tanya, it's divided up on a daily basis. There's one page that's not studied, and it's this page right here, which is a letter of acknowledgement written by the Rom family house, publishing house, saying, thank you for supporting us, thank you for getting us this contract to publish the Tanya. And they say, we promise never to break the copyright. And underneath it's signed, the widow and brothers Rom. The brothers, by the way, were the brothers of her late husband, who were much younger than she. And that's the way all the texts typically read. But the Vilna Shas always says, published by the house of the widow Almana Aachen Rom. And this was at her insistence that she specifically should be named in the publishing house. So to conclude with Deborah Rom, we see with her someone who has gone to a dramatic new step in propagating Talmudic information, whereas Sarah Schneer was primarily a supporter, developing the infrastructure, developing the family structure that will allow men to study. Deborah Rom is actively involved in producing the physical text itself, the medium itself for study. And her role cannot be underestimated because even to this day, a century later, the Vilna Shas is the king of Shas. Even the ones that are built on the Vilna Shas still call themselves the Vilna Shas. Okay, let's go to the next level, and this is where we get a little bit more controversial. There are some women who are actually teachers of Talmud. Rare, exceptional, but not at all unique. I'd like to talk to you very briefly about a woman named Asnat Mizrahi. She was born in Kurdistan around the year 1600, perhaps a few decades earlier. We only know about her because of a letter that is currently held in the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati. I believe its origins are in Giza, but I slipped my mind to present. In this letter, she writes to a nearby community in Ahmadiyya. By the way, she is a Kurdish. The Kurds, of course, are very much in the news because of the withdrawal from Syria. But the Kurds, historically, they're kind of like the second most well-known stateless people. Right? We're the best known stateless people, but now we have a state, so now we're the bad guys. But back then, the Kurds had the unfortunate situation of having their population divided among 4 major countries. And after World War I, they did not find themselves sufficiently concentrated within any one of those countries to mount a successful bid for political independence. And they are, to a certain degree, persecuted in each one of these 4 countries that they currently live in: Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Syria. So, but nevertheless, a very long-standing old ethnic group, long-standing positive relations with Jews as well, and they actually speak Aramaic. Aramaic is one of the mother tongues of Kurdish people, and the Jewish community there, up until the 20th century, spoke Aramaic as their first language, which made them uniquely suited to studying Talmud. At any rate, sometime around the year 1600, she wrote a letter to a Jewish community in Ahmadiyya asking for financial support. And she said, this is my story. My father was a rabbi, and he taught me Talmud himself. And he promised me that he would find me a husband who would never have me do any physical work. That I would be free to study Talmud exclusively. And in fact, that's what happened. He married his daughter off to another rabbi. He set up a yeshiva, and she gave classes in the yeshiva, apparently behind the matzitza. She first finds out these things are going on. Then, I believe her husband passed away, and she took over the yeshiva. She became the Rosh Yeshiva, and she continued to operate with presumably male students who are coming to her and learning Talmud from her. But what she is admitting she's not good at is fundraising. So she's saying, please, wealthy people of Ahmadiyya, please contribute to my yeshiva so that we can continue expanding Torah. Now, this is an extremely unusual woman. Who is, we only have maybe one like her a century, one like her every 250 years, but nevertheless, there are many examples of women like this. Gloria in the Talmud, for example, who stand head and shoulders above others, even in the otherwise restricted area of Talmudic studies. Within the Kurdish community, she is regarded as something of a folk hero. She's called Ta'ani, like a Tana, right, one of the teachers of the Mishnah. And her name is actually written in Mayo, an amulet. So if you want an amulet for Parnassa or for Shulchan or whatever, if you were to go to a Kurdistan Judaica store, they would give you one that says in the name of Hasnat Mizrahi, and you have Hatzlaka and Raka and Parnassa, Osman, Glick, and all those things. They probably would not say Glick because that's a Yiddish word, but you get the idea. So we have several of these individuals throughout the centuries, and I refer you to Shoshana Pantel Zolti's book for more examples of these fascinating vignettes of very learned women who are nevertheless teaching Talmud who are at the cutting edge of Talmud study in their day. So with that, I want to return to our original question, which speaks to the idea of the medium being the message. You'll recall that when we made the transition from a manuscript culture to a print culture, we suddenly lowered the threshold for access into Talmudic studies, into Talmudic wisdom, and permitted the possibility of mass growth of yeshivas. For example, prior to 1600, we couldn't say anything about yeshivas the way we understand them today. For example, the first yeshiva to have a cafeteria was Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin of Rabbi Rothschild. That's in the 20th century. The idea of having a place where a couple hundred young men could come and study, unheard of. Maybe in ancient Babylonia, although it's highly widely disputed exactly what to make of those passages in the Talmud speak what besides yeshivas, but chances are what we would call a yeshiva 500 years ago was like somebody's living room with 6 guys sitting around a table listening to one rabbi read from a manuscript. And that's it. It would not be, the huge infrastructure that we have today with the day school tuition burdens and with, parking spots for the students and things like that. That's like way beyond it. It's a result largely of making the Talmud accessible as a printed document that everyone can learn from. We are now at that kind of moment where suddenly it has become much more accessible through the internet. What is the internet going to do to Talmudic study, and specifically Talmudic study for women? So let us take a step back. The rabbi has stepped out of the room, so I can just begin to poke a little bit into the halachic aspects of this. Why is it that women don't study Talmud? Like, where does that happen? How come it just never evolved that way? So I'm going to take you into the Mishnah. The key passage is this one here from Tractate Sota. You recall the Sota is described in Bamidbar Pei, where a woman is suspected of adultery. She is forced to drink this ritual potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. If she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of blessings. That's basically what it says in the Torah itself. In the Mishnah, which expands on it, says the following: some merit suspends the effect for 1 year. Some merit suspends the effect for 2 years, and some merit suspends the effect for 3 years. In other words, if the woman is found guilty, the woman is guilty, she has committed adultery, she drinks the water of soda, but you know what? She's the president of the sisterhood. She has so much chesed. She runs the bake sale. She does all these present companies. She does all these fantastic things. She has so much merit. She's not going to die a horrible death right there in the temple. It'll be a year later, 2 years later, because she has to use up all of her merit. And so she said, therefore, Ben Azai said, a person must teach his daughter Torah, and the understanding of the word Torah here is Talmud, what we call Talmud, so that if she has to drink the water of bitterness, the Meisota, she should know that the merit suspends this effect. In other words, it's kind of a strange logic, I think, but the Rabbi Ben Azai is saying that we should definitely make sure that women learn Talmud. Why? Because if they commit adultery and they are accused of it and they drink the Meisota, then that will extend their life because they have all this merit of Torah study. This is not the normative halacha. The normative halacha is Rabbi Elazar's point that whoever teaches his daughter Torah teaches her lasciviousness. The text there is tiflut, which is translated in different ways. I urge you to see Shoshana Kandel's book for a very significant discussion of what that term means. But basically, it's a simple understanding. Rabbi Elazar says, please, give me a break. If you are teaching your daughters Torah so that they can get a break if they get caught of suspected adultery, that's not a good reason to be teaching them Torah. That's not exactly something you want to put on the letterhead of the yeshiva for women. Come study Talmud with us. No problem with adultery. It's not going to go. So that's the text. This is the source for the prohibition of women studying Talmud. In the 20th century, two very important rabbis of really distinct positions on the Orthodox spectrum argued that the normative acceptance of Rabbi Elazar's opinion should be modulated. Specifically, on the right, we have the Rav Soloveitchik, who represents YU, who says that, again, like we saw with Sarah Schneer, there is a scissors crisis. How is it possible that in the 1960s, when women are studying nuclear physics, and women are becoming brain surgeons, and women are becoming, chief economists, how is it possible we can let them go to the top of the educational academy, and we can't let them study Talmud, which is basically like middle school curriculum? That doesn't make sense. We will lose them to assimilation. And if you lose the women to assimilation, it's not going to be long before you lose the men as well. So he said perhaps the way we should read this text is the prohibition is whoever teaches his daughter Torah. Maybe it's specifically speaking to the unique relationship of a father and a daughter. A father should not really be teaching his own daughter Torah. He can contract someone else to teach it, presumably a woman, maybe a man. She can learn it on her own. None of those things would necessarily be prohibited. So he opened up one way of looking at this Mishnah, which challenged it. And in fact, in modern Orthodox schools, you frequently have women studying Talmud, even at a very young age. And surprisingly, perhaps on the other end of the spectrum, not really on the other end, but a different part of the spectrum, the Rebbe of Lubavitch, the Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who argued that this is part of the unfolding of the era of Mashiach, that all of the wellsprings of knowledge are expanding, and given the extreme crisis that the American Jewish community is facing with assimilation, compounded by the demographic impact of the Holocaust, this is not a time to quibble. If you have women who want to approach Torah, they want to get close to Yiddishkeit, and they say, what do you mean I can't study this? You're forbidding me to study this because of my gender, because of my sex. You can't say to that person, forget it, leave the room. You have to make a space for them as well. And so in a surprisingly sort of feminist position, he argued as well on the Chabad movement for women studying Talmud as well. So there is definitely a range of opinion, even within the Orthodox world, as to what women should be doing with the study of Talmud, like Asmat Mizrahi. And this has led to some really interesting moments that are accelerated by the internet because, even though the printed text is more accessible, the document itself is still very hard. You still need a teacher. You still need a community. You still need a caboose. How are you going to get that if you're, let's say, one woman out of 100 in a community, and the other 99 are not really interested? The internet makes it possible. And suddenly we have things like Yomi for Women, which is running an extremely successful sheer online with hundreds of participants all over the world who are finding a new internet-based community to study shots. And related to that, when the men are dancing at the Siyama shot, there's also going to be in B'nai Ha'uma a 3,000 strong participant as Siyum for women. Women only who have completed the entirety of the Talmud. So just the mind-boggling number. You can imagine 3,000 women completing the entire Talmud. That's probably more women that have studied the entire Talmud in the last 2,000 years. And that's in our own generation. That's just one number to give you a sense of the scale and the scope and the pace of change of the world in which we are now living. So these are the kinds of things that are happening largely because of the internet.
What is this, Jeremy?
We still have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. Is this good for the Jews or bad for the Jews, in other words? I'm hoping next week to explore some of the dangers of this. And I want to tell you an amazing story. I'll just give you a little teaser about it now. At the turn of the 20th century, a Sephardi Tafor presented himself as a man named Al-Ghazi wearing flowing oriental robes, and he claimed to have discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. Tractates that Maimonides had, but suddenly they have disappeared from existence. And he published several of these volumes. The Jewish world was agog with excitement. The Chofetz Chaim positively commented on this development and so on. But one rabbi, the Rabbi Rothschild, pointed out that Al-Ghazi was in fact not the discoverer of these manuscripts. He was in fact the author of these manuscripts. And it was a huge forgery. Turned out he was a fish merchant from Belarus named Friedlander who had taken on this whole persona and many other bizarre aspects to sell a fake Talmud. What this speaks to is an issue that we'll really drill down into next week, which is, okay, well, what happens if we have so much information out there? How do we go from having a plethora of information to having a modicum of wisdom? Because those two things are very different. My phone knows way more Talmud than I do, but it's not very smart. How do we identify wisdom and chokmah? How do we identify true teachers in an area when so many people have access to knowledge? We'll look at that next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I appreciate having you here.
So there apparently was something, this guy, Delishu, the guy who was credited with the drawings, he was in something called the Sonora Aero Club. I also add that they found all this in a junk pile. He moved somewhere in Texas in 1850.
We're in the third of 3 lectures on Talmudic history, and I hope that these would be somewhat cumulative. They are standalone, so you can appreciate them on your own, but on their own. But I really was hoping that the 3 of them would fit together. In the first lecture, we talked a little bit about the tremendous changes that were wrought upon the Jewish world with the advent of printing. And I'll do a very quick recap of that in the second slide. The second class, we talked about how the changes that were wrought as a result of printing are dwarfed by the changes promised by the internet and the incredible democratization of learning that is a result of spread of internet-based sources promises to be equally transformational, in fact, much more transformational, because the threshold of difficulty of accessing knowledge has dropped so precipitously that literally you can hold in your hands the wisdom of the ancients to a degree with which we have never in our history been able to enjoy. So we're talking about periods of phenomenal change that we haven't really thought about because it's happening all around us and we only see it in incremental steps. Today, I'd like to bring us to a little bit of a word of caution because I'm just starting to think about, well, what are the dangers intellectually and socially
this is real, and I do
when we
believe
have
it's real,
such an explosion of
100%.
information? We know if we compare this, let's say, to a church, and we look at what printing did to the Catholic Church. Of course, it broke it up with the Protestant Reformation, more access to information through vernacular translations of the Bible and so on, really splintered the church into little bits. You had the one Catholic Church, and you had dozens of Protestant churches.
Right,
Now,
that was
God
like a
forbid
flying
something like
craft
that
that they
should
were
happen
trying
to
to
the Jewish world.
develop, right?
We have had
So the Nazis were
something
apparently
of
trying to come up
fissures
with a
that
bunch of
occurred in
different
the 19th
shapes
century,
of
not
crafts.
nearly
One
as
was a bell, right?
permanent
One was kind of
as the
flying saucer
Catholic
like, right?
Protestants, but these things, these dangers are truly present.
But
But
have you ever
more
heard of
specific and more germane to the Jewish concern, I think it's a very basic issue of authenticity and authority.
Was that because they were trying to emulate
Jewish
something they had
tradition,
seen?
as you can
Or
see
that
on
there
the
was
finger. That's
some
really
sort of a
lecture
hidden
title. It's
historical
not as
record
exciting as the one
You know,
I put in the
because if
flyers
only the
because I was
people
hoping to
that
get
are
you
at
out
the
here.
head of the
Kind of
military
a bait and
today,
switch thing. But in reality,
or the
what
head
I
of
want to
these
say is
military
that
contractors
with the
really know whether
cheapening
or not there's
of
back
information,
into
meaning it's
UFOs.
so
If
easy
there
to get
are,
it,
they have
now
them.
we begin to worry
And
about
if
when
they
is
don't
the
know about it,
information
they probably don't exist.
authentic,
What
is
other
it
companies
real,
have,
and
right?
when
Yeah.
is it
So
authoritative? When should we
you know,
rely upon it?
You gotta
These
wonder
are very, very
what the
difficult
Nazis doing. Were
questions
they
to
trying
answer,
to
and I'm
emulate
hoping
something
in
that they
the
knew
course of the
existed?
next 45 minutes or so, I can introduce you to two cautionary tales from modern era
This isn't just
that I
total
think
gaslighting and
are harbingers of the kind of
bullshit to
problems
get you
that
to
we
believe
would
that
likely
aliens are out
face
there because
in
they've got
coming
like crazy
generations. And
high tech
perhaps,
that's 50,
we
60,
can start
70 years
thinking about
past. What
solutions
we
and ways
really think it is.
to avoid some of these
Both of
dangerous
those things are hard
incidents.
to believe.
Let me begin, first of all, by thanking our sponsor. We do have a sponsor tonight, which is nice.
The kind of
Where is my, here we go, turn this
whatever
on.
kind of program that would develop a
Ms. Elise
genuine
Schwartz, thank you very much
anti-gravity
for sponsoring the lecture. It's nice that the synagogue gets the support, and they give us this wonderful space to learn in, and they set up the food and things like that. So it's wonderful to have that kind of support. We're all grateful. Let's go straight to the material. Let me just do a very quick recap. Looking at the risky business of reporting politics. Before I just touch on this risky business, I want to tell you that when I was preparing the lecture, I was reminded of something I saw when I was studying in the Soviet Union. Actually, the former Soviet Union in 1991. It had just collapsed. And it was just in the initial months of its resurrection as independent states. I was in Ukraine, in Kiev, and I saw a movie poster advertisement. And in Ukrainian, the word was, I was trying to figure out what does that mean. So business is, of course, business. Nebezpečne is the word for risky, but literally translated it means not without risk business. Nebezpečne, not without risk. Just the idea, the term, not without risk business. That's what we're going to be talking about today. It's very exciting to see what we're doing with the explosion of democratization of knowledge, but it is not without risk. Okay, so let us do the quick recap to remember how we got here. First of all, there are four basic stages of transmission in Talmudic knowledge, and that's also, of course, referring to really all Jewish wisdom follows on. First, we have the oral transmission, which is in the distant past, certainly before the Hellenistic era, which was all about 3 centuries before the Common Era. Moses stands up there and tells Joshua, Joshua tells the prophets tells the elders. Basically, the first mission of the first chapter of Pirkei Avot is this oral tradition. And there's a lot of debate as to how long that continues in an exclusive realm. I actually had an interesting discussion with one of my students in Toronto who alerted me some really interesting research that said that the next stage, which is the manuscript stage, didn't necessarily start with the Mishnah itself. There's a lot of interesting research to indicate that my thinking may be quite wrong. utilized. Maybe there are limited copies of Mishnayos put in very special preserved places. And
So
as
that's where
Saul
the real-
Lieberman,
so they
the
always
historian
have
of
you
the
look
period,
over here
puts it,
when everything's
that was
going on
called
over here.
publishing. But at any rate, there's a big transition that goes from oral exclusivity to outwritten form. And that represents a very traumatic event
But they
in
got some
Jewish
evil
history as well.
motherfuckers.
There's a
Here's an
video
example
out there.
of
It's called
the
American
incredibly
Nazi 60
difficult
Minutes.
process of
Can you
writing
look
the
it up?
sacred
It's
Torah, which
basically
of
what
course
60 Minutes did
involved a
really good
tremendous
work.
investment of energy and resources and time and expertise. So not everyone can write a sacred Torah themselves and have the resources to hire someone else to do it and so on. Then we get to the print transmission, which we talked about at great length 2 weeks ago, which cheapened the price of these manuscripts tremendously and allowed ultimately for the institutional development of places like yeshivot, seminaries, eventually day schools, and so on. Popular programs like Daf Yomi would be impossible without the widely available texts that are printed in a cheap enough version that people could put it in their hand. Then finally, where we are right now, of course, is digital transmission,
This is part
where
of it, but this
as long as you have a device and
like if you're going in
bandwidth,
hiding, dude,
you can
why would you
access
change your
all
name?
of this
None of them change their names.
immediately anywhere you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
I mean, it's mind-boggling.
None of them
about
change.
what
Yeah, that was it.
the section that I've repeatedly sold you on over the last while is the All-Daf app, which both Rabbi Trump and I are working on. Here, the two ads that just recently came out, mine on the left refers to my small part of this new All-Daf app, which will focus on brief Jewish history videos that go on every single shots of the entire Babylonian Talmud. And Rabbi Trump on the right, slightly smaller, but I think that's just because he's taller in real life. They wanted to kind of, fill up his face. But he is going to be doing an amazing thing with the Sukkim All-Daf, because in every page of Talmud, almost every page, there's a reference to some biblical passage. He will be providing a much greater insight as to what's the context of that biblical passage. For those of you who are not necessarily familiar with Talmudic study, this is especially important because Talmud has this sometimes irritating habit of assuming that you have memorized the entire Bible. And it will just say the first 2 or 3 words of a verse, assuming of course you know the rest of it, and it's the last part that's really important for the argument in the Talmud. So if you haven't memorized that particular verse, you'll be completely lost. What are we talking about? The only way you can understand it is if you go back to the Bible, look up the passage, understand it in context, and you come back and see what they're talking about. So Rabbi Trump will be doing that work, and that's going to be a huge contribution to the study of Talmud worldwide. And these things, of course, are all completely free, which means you drop the price of access to zero. The only thing you have to have is bandwidth. There is still a digital divide in many countries. And
he said the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months. Several hundred.
So that's the 5 stages that we're talking about, and it's related to the problems inherent in producing such a widely available series of documents. And it's related to what we discussed in the first 2 classes, the famous teachings of Marshall McLuhan, one of the first media scholars of the modern age, who repeatedly hammered home the same idea that the medium is the message, that the way in which we receive information itself colors the information and how we process it. If someone were, for example, to write out all of Hamlet on,
They used to hang the 5 slowest
paper napkins, and I would receive Hamlet in a big stack of serviettes like this, and then read it through. My experience of Shakespeare would be radically different than reading in a book, or certainly seeing it performed live. There's a whole different experience in the medium to which that is delivered. Reading it on napkins, I have to figure out the words, and I have to stop and have to process it in a different way and make sure I understand it. And even reading in a book, I have to imagine in my head all the characters, but seeing it live, then I'm already exposed to the artistry of the individual actors, the directors, the set design, all of these things. That's just one kind of simple example, but it relates very much to what we're talking about today. Because with the democratization of learning, all of a sudden, the medium changes who is learning it and how they're learning it. Including, for example, exposing 52% of the population, all of a sudden, as we discussed last week, women could be learning Talmud in much greater numbers than we have ever seen before. And this promises, if the trend continues, this promises to really upend a lot of traditional Jewish society. And who knows what that is going to mean. Certainly, there will be different things in different places, different communities, but there's no question that the kinds of things we talk about today and the assumptions we make today, we will not be able to make for our great-grandchildren's generation and so on. That's one of the big changes we talked about last week. But let us focus on the concept that Clay Shirky, who is a media guru at NYU, he coined this phrase, more is different. This is really, really important. The internet is the biggest more there is, but it's not more of the same. Following this idea of the media is the message, it is more in a very different way. There's two examples from Clay Shirky's work. He wrote some excellent books, one called Cognitive Surplus, which I recommend to my honors students usually every year. He actually, like many of you in this room I see are more or less my own generation. If you calculated how many hours you spend watching Gilligan's Island, just Gilligan's Island alone, forget about Partridge Family and all the other shows from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Just those hours alone would probably fill up a good master's dissertation or a doctoral dissertation. And he says that the amount of availability of cognitive space, meaning the amount of time we have now at our fingertips, because of the speed of transmission of data with the internet, we theoretically phenomenal things. Like, for example, Wikipedia is a phenomenal thing. Yes, it has problems with it and so on, but nevertheless, it is a useful go-to resource. And it is there because it is tapping into the cognitive surplus that is no longer available to us with this media. 80% with that as a kind of a caution, we're going to look now at two stories that are relevant today that illustrate the dangers of this huge expansion of information in authenticity and authority. Okay, rather long preface, I apologize, but this is the third and final lecture, so I think we can get away with it. Let's go to the story of the pseudo-Yerushalmi for the first story. So, I'm sure you're familiar that there are two Babylonian, there are two Talmuds. That is basically two large commentaries on the Hebrew text called the Mishnah. One of them was composed in the land of Israel. It is somewhat erroneously called the Jerusalem Talmud or the Yerushalmi. It was not composed in Jerusalem. It was largely written at a time when the Jews were not allowed to live in Jerusalem because of the Hadrianic persecutions. It was composed most likely in Tiberias, and Caesarea. But nevertheless, we call it the Jerusalem Talmud. The other name that's very popular for it is the Palestinian Talmud. That brings up other problems. So it's the Palestinian Talmud, people get more confused. So let's just stick with the term Jerusalem Talmud, even though it is inaccurate. This one was composed. Yes, but wait, I'm going to tell you something about this. It was not actually a Talmud Yerushalmi, as we shall see. The other Talmud, it was composed probably sometime in the 3rd century. And then there's a larger Talmud that was composed in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, coming down into the Persian Gulf. that
I mean,
is
I'm
known as
convinced that's why
Babylonia, and
Pornhub
here
is
you have the
free.
Babylonian
And
Talmud.
they
It
find
was
out who's
written
commenting
later,
on these
probably
videos and what
4th or
they're
5th
into,
century,
and then they can find out,
and
hey, does this
it
guy have any
considers
political
much of what was
desires?
discussed in the Jerusalem Talmud, so therefore it is considered more authoritative because it has
The
it
kind
where
of porn you're whacking off
includes
to.
the
100%.
Jerusalem Talmud.
That's why it's free.
There
That's
are
why
some
they're just seeing what's trending.
significant differences in terms of
You've heard
dialect
about it.
between the two of them. The
100%.
Jerusalem
Gay
Talmud has
programs, that's what
an
that's all about.
Aramaic that
Who's
is
in the
much
smart
more
ones?
widely
Who's
used
the
in Israel.
psychopath?
The Babylonian, of
And
course, the
before
one
they
that's
had
used
all
in
that, they
Mesopotamia.
were just going on
The Babylonian
campuses
Talmud
talking
is
to the
much more
professors.
concerned with life
Who's a
in
really
the
smart guy?
diaspora
That's
and
what they
does
do with
not
the
treat
Unabomber.
things like the agricultural
They
laws
knew he
that
was
are
a
very
super smart
relevant
guy,
to
so they
living
put
in
him through all
Israel,
this
and
CIA
there are
stuff, and
several
they
other
fractured him.
differences.
Well,
The
he was
Jerusalem
fucked up
Talmud
do you know
was
a story? Do you remember?
largely
Oh, yeah.
ignored
He had a
once
disease
the
when he was a
Babylonian
child, so he
Talmud
wasn't
appeared.
touched for like
It
7
was
days.
hardly studied.
A lot longer than that.
Very
I
few
think it was a long
commentaries
period
were
of
written
time
on
during
it
his
really
childhood
until the
developmental
12th
process, and they said he
century.
just like
No
never
one
had any
is,
empathy,
you
would
know,
snap on people.
composing
And then they
commentaries
put him
on
into
it.
Harvard LSD
It
studies.
is
And
sort
some
of like,
studies
you know,
involved,
shunted
like,
to the side because the
shit,
Babylonian
crazy
Talmud
shit, but
had
they never
the
deprogrammed
pride of
him
place.
after.
But
It's
there's a
so
lot of
famous,
really
it's how we
valuable
gotta
things in the
deprogram
Jerusalem
a guy
Talmud that
who
are
got
not in
broken
the
from
Babylonian Talmud, so it's always
childhood
preserved.
because he got left alone.
However,
You know, during
with
time
the
his mother's
vicissitudes
supposed
of
to have
time,
contact with the person.
several
He's a fucking baby.
Talmudic
No one's
tractates
touching him
of
for
the Jerusalem
however long
Talmud
time it
were
was.
lost.
And then
We know
you
they
get him
existed
in,
because, for
involved in
example,
these LSD
Maimonides
studies.
refers to them
Because his
in
brother said that
the
he would like
11th
snap
century,
at people
12th
and
century,
like,
excuse
he
me,
would write like
but
horrible
they're
letters
gone
to
by the
ladies
time
that
we get
rejected
to the
him.
19th
Like
century.
he was
No
already
one knows
fucked
where
up.
those tractates
And then
were.
they get him in the LSD
In the
studies.
year
He ended up
1900,
at Stanford. Yes.
in a Hungarian
That's got
village, a Sephardi
wasn't it?
couple, someone claimed pure Sephardic descent, showed up. Very luxurious, flowing Oriental dress, robes, turban, and so on, and a very crisp, foreign-sounding Sephardic accent, revealed to the stunned Ashkenazim that his brother, who was living, I think, in Izmir, Turkey at the time, I can't remember exactly, had discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud, and he was raising funds to bring them to print. Tremendous excitement. Everyone was thrilled with the idea, and in fact, in 1907, after significant effort, he did bring them to print. Here is one of the 2 volumes that was published. As you can see from the top here, it says, Talmud Yerushalmi Seder Kochim Kalcheni Maseches Kulin Bechoros. And it had commentaries on it that were composed for this edition, and it was greeted with incredible enthusiasm by the wider Jewish public. Many learned rabbinic figures, many scholars signed on to this and said it was fantastic, positively reviewed it. Everyone was really excited about this development.
So they make it a sex trial.
But
that
there was
by a
some
woman who
lingering
has deep
critics
connections to the CIA.
who said, wait a
Her
second,
father was in charge
doesn't quite
of
seem right. It doesn't
funding for
read
black ops
exactly like
operations. So
a
she's
Jerusalem
spooked.
Talmud. There's this problem.
To the
There's
core.
that problem.
And
And
she
a
comes
lot of
out, she says this
criticism
stuff,
was
so
brought
you
to
think
bear
that
on
was
this
a
individual
diversion,
for a
and
couple
it
of
wasn't
reasons. One
really that
reason
she
was, for
going
example,
around, it was just
he
to get
failed the
concentrate on
Jewish
that
geography
and not
test.
for people to focus
Many
on
Jews
100%.
were saying, okay, who is this guy? He went by the name Al-Ghazi.
Where'd you read
Who
that?
is this guy? He says he comes from Izmir, so people would like send letters to Izmir and say, do you know this guy? And they'd never heard of him. And people couldn't locate him in the towns that he came from. And that was kind of unsettling. You know how it is. You say, oh, you're from Silver Spring. I know so-and-so from Silver Spring. To me, it happens, oh, you're from Canada. I know so-and-so. Like, it's a big country, right? 335
this guy did
people.
something to me in school.
So he failed the Jewish geography test.
I know one guy
And
that's
he also
journaled in my life.
failed to
My buddy Tony,
produce
that's
the
it.
manuscript.
Nobody else has ever
The
journaled.
really serious
And
critics were
so it's
saying,
easily refuted, but it's
you know, let's see the
know,
document.
contentious.
See the printed version that
Everyone's
he
paying
produced.
attention to it.
There's the
All
original.
these like
And he
female
kept on
comics
stalling them, saying that
on
his
it.
brother
Boy,
holds the manuscripts, is not revealing them,
That's
and all
not
kinds of
that's
things.
really what it is.
Criticism
But what
raged
a
on
great
for a
way
while,
to
and
use
so finally
social
one
media
scholar,
and
whose
the
name
whole
escapes me, I think it was
outrage
Abraham Rosenbaum,
as a tool.
came
It's
to
a
his
smoke
defense,
Because the
published
outrage
some very
machine is
strongly worded articles defending the manuscripts, indicating that they were real, that he had seen them himself, that these are a phenomenal find. We should immediately study, we should all buy these books, and we should house our libraries with them, and so on. Until finally, for reasons that I'll show you in a minute, Al-Ghazi was exposed as a fraud. that he was not
I suppose.
the discoverer of this manuscript.
No.
He was in fact the author of the
Mobile
manuscript.
phone data.
That he had amazingly composed
like this person
tractates
they don't know
of
who
the
people are,
Jerusalem
but like this
Talmud
phone at least has been here,
completely out of his own
so
mind.
it most likely could be this person.
We have to pause for a second and just
What's
think
interesting,
about the
though, is
genius
about
of this
the company
individual,
that
okay?
did it.
Like, if only he had bent his skills to the good, he could have, like, I don't know, cured cancer, gone to the moon 100 years early, but he took all of his genius and funneled it into this elaborate, complicated forgery, apparently for money. Many of the other manuscripts that he had published were then brought into question as well. They were forgeries and so on. What about the guy Rothschild? It turns out Rosenbaum was also Al-Ghazi, who was impersonating a student named Rosenbaum, writing in defense of himself. It was like a multiple, complicated, convoluted sociopath who inflicted this damage on the Jewish world. And it turned out that his real name was Friedlander, and as best as anyone could tell, he was a fish merchant. Some fellow who
we have to fill these
bizarre,
arenas up, and they
strange,
did data
twisted
that
genius.
was like,
And he
it was like a
basically
Grateful Dead
he held it
concert.
over the
People were
Jewish
just
people
following
for
her
about
around
20
everywhere.
years.
Well,
He
they
was
were
successful with his forgery.
Yeah,
But
they're
there's
making
more.
a living doing
It's fascinating that he knew his audience very well. He published this Yerushalmi in 2 different editions simultaneously. Here's the other volume that came out in 1907, Zvachim, and he understood that there were 2 principal audiences for these lost practices. One audience were the traditional yeshiva-educated, enthusiastic Talmud and Bologna and Lithuania and places like that. And for those people, he wrote a very learned rabbinic introduction. He had rabbinic commentaries and things like that, all in Hebrew and so on. But he also realized that the other audience that was about this are scholars in the university world. Last week I alluded to the rather large divide that separates what's called the traditional yeshiva world and the academic world of Talmud studies. They use very different methods to approach the Talmudic text and to try and determine what is the meaning of the text, why we're looking at the text, and so on. But he realized that was a very important particular market. So for that audience, the business shop that he published an introduction in German. And with very scholarly notes and footnotes and scholarly apparatus and things like that. The same volume, the same text, but 2 different editions designed for 2 different audiences. And bottom line is, both groups were largely fooled, including Solomon Schechter, who was the principal backer of the entire publication effort. And let us recall, Solomon Schechter was perhaps the greatest Jewish scholar of his age in the academic world. He's the first who pioneered the study of the Geniza documents from Egypt. He published a tremendous amount of research. That he was known in Oxford, known of course later in New York with the Jewish Theological Seminary, a tremendous scholar, completely duped by Friedlander Al-Ghazi, and put up a lot of money to make it possible. But let us not, here we are in Orthodox synagogue, let us not, engage in schadenfreude. That it also affected the rabbinic world as well. The Saint Chofetz Chaim himself, although he did not write an approbation, he didn't write a Hashama, he just mentioned in passing in a footnote that it appears that these lost manuscripts have now been discovered. Nevertheless, he was also drawn into it to that extent. I think it is unlikely that the Chofetz Chaim would have been fooled by the forgery had he had the opportunity to read them. But he never had any statements. He had no public statements. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of how broad this forgery affected the Jewish world. How was the forgery discovered? I mentioned to you he failed the Jewish geography test, he failed to produce the manuscripts, but there were internal inconsistencies. And here's where we get to the work of the incredible Rothschild also of his generation, guys, 1936, fascinating individual who, for reasons which are still somewhat mysterious, he refused to get a haircut.
We're just cool with
no, seriously, I mean, that sounds funny, but he really did. There's a legend that says that he refused to get a haircut because he did not want to spend any time bareheaded, like in the barber's chair that was presumably,
I don't know if it's ever happened.
prevent him from thinking about Torah. I don't know how convincing that legend is, but at any rate, he definitely had a kind of an Azurite book. And the Rothschild is known for his extremely sharp intellect. Just to give you one story that illustrates his sharp intellect, he was also known that he did not suffer fools. Not at all tolerant of irritating people. Like he had an amazing expression in Yiddish, China, which means bang on, bang not on my teacup. I'm sure everybody's nodding his ears, so but just for the internet audience living in Idaho or in Latvia, you have to imagine that a traditional chinik is a big tin teapot. It's made out of tin, and if you imagine someone holding a hollow teapot made out of tin and banging on it with a wooden spoon, it's like a really irritating noise. So in Yiddish, chakmer kein chinik means like, don't irritate me with your repetitive noises. So there was once a story about someone who kept sending to the Rothschild these questions, but he could tell that he was only sending them because he wanted to demonstrate how brilliant the questions themselves were. They were not. So finally, after repeated missives, the Rothschild wrote him back a multi-page letter, which consisted solely of Marmakoma, of reference points elsewhere in the Jewish corpus, specifically in Talmud. This page of Talmud over here, that page of Talmud over there. The story goes that the guy received this letter. He was so proud of himself. He walked around the shtetl, waving to everyone, saying, "Look, I asked the Rothschild such a hard question. Look how many pages it took for him to answer my question." It was like he was very proud of himself. Then he finally sat down in his shul and started deciphering the answer by looking up all these reference points. And every single reference point was a page that contained the word ignoramus. So this is like the personality of the Rothschild. Anyway, how did the Rothschild expose Al-Ghazi Friedlander as a fraud? He said an amazing thing. He said that in every tractate of the Yerushalmi Talmud, there is always the name of one author that does not appear anywhere else in the Talmud. There's always a unique, what do they call it, a hypax phenomenon or something like that? There's like one rabbi in this tractate was never mentioned elsewhere. And in the text of the Pseudo-Yerushalmi, as it is now called, there were in fact no such figures whatsoever. Every single rabbi mentioned in the false text were duplicated elsewhere in Shas.
That's an amazing piece of work if it's really
It's
just
an amazing statement.
If it's not art,
but when you think about what that means, the Rothschild must have had
another type of human that we
an
didn't know
eidetic
existed.
memory. He must have had like an immediate recall memory of the entire Talmud to be able to make such an assertion and to be able to test such an assertion. And again, this is before you had encyclopedias of Talmudic figures. I think the first one was written years later. This was before you had any kind of like computerized access to the word analysis. You just knew it from reading it once. This can't be real, and so on. And that speaks to the idea of authenticity. The Rothschild, with his superior intellect, could determine authenticity. But the average person, even people with great minds and scholarship, like Solomon Schechter, presumably perhaps even the Chofetz Chaim, might not have been able to.
They might
Again, I
have
have to
been
put an
another
asterisk on the name
form
Chofetz Chaim,
of
but there are many other
human that we
rabbis
just don't have any evidence
who
for.
were
Like
signed on to the
Denisovans,
project
they
and
just
were
found recently.
believers.
I think it was in the last decade.
So that's
right?
one
And then there's
story
those new people
that's
with
a caution of authenticity. I want to return to it after we talk about the second story, which is even more chilling than this rather bizarre episode of the Pseudo-Yerushalmi. By the way, when I did the research on this, there are lots and lots of libraries in Europe that have copies of this Talmud, and they appear to think that it really is the Talmud. They cataloged it like it's another volume of the Talmud. Like, what's the difference, right?
What the fuck is that? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's
17th century,
if that really
there
is
was
that,
an
and that's a real
especially
being, and then there's more than
threatening
one
moment
of them
for the
has
Jews
a
of Europe.
fetus
There was a
inside
man
of it
named
that
Johannes
they think also
Eisenmenger
has 3 fingers
who,
and 3 toes.
in the
So they're trying to get better
1670s,
scans on this thing, but it
living
has a
in
fetus inside
Amsterdam,
of it.
had
Like, if that's a
gone
hoax,
close to the local Jewish community,
like, I
and
wanna
he
know,
chose
what
to
carbon
throw in
dated
his
it,
love
what's
for
the
Jewish
results? Have you done it more than
people
once?
as a
Okay, do we know
Gerset,
for sure
as a
how old it
convert.
is? Yeah, one of
He
them has like
converted,
an implant in the
married,
back of its head.
children, studied the
Yeah.
Talmud
I
diligently
can't
for
recommend
19
this episode enough.
years.
Alien Mummies found in
Incredibly
Peru.
dedicated
It's on Jesse
individual,
Michael's channel.
absorbed into the community.
American
Among
Alchemy,
his
great
teachers
fucking
were the
show.
chief rabbi of
And
Amsterdam.
he goes deep, and
Definitely,
he actually went to Peru to see these things and
someone
get them
that
studied
the
and
community
scanned.
felt
And
very good about.
there's biologists
and
that
then,
look at this.
in
They're
the year
saying this is a
1700,
real creature.
He came
Whatever
out
this is,
with
we
a
need to do more
massive
tests and find out more.
anti-Semitic
And they're
screed,
very suspicious
2,000
of the
pages
actual
in length,
location in which the guy said that he
called
found them, because it's basically
Judaism
Israeli Greek
Unmasked.
robbers that find these things.
Judentum's and Decadence.
Yeah,
and
they found more
Decadence,
than one. But the
And
crazy
this
thing
is
is shows the
basically
ancient art
a,
from Peru that shows
a
three-fingered,
complete
three-toed beings.
survey of the
Because
entire
just
Talmud, right? That's the
like
first
that,
he learned the entire Talmud.
hundreds of years
If he was on the top, the only schedule, he would have done it multiple
three
times.
toes, three
And
fingers.
every time there was anything
This is all in Jesse's
negative in the
episode,
Talmud that could be
Just go
interpreted
watch that
badly
episode if
as
you're interested.
or
My theory on our
interpreted in a
reality is
negative
every
way
movie you've
towards
ever watched,
Jews,
you're like
the
all
Jewish
going on
people,
at the same time.
Judaism.
All
He
of it.
diligently
All
wrote
these
it down,
movies just
translated it into German, and wrote a commentary on it. A highly contentious commentary. But basically, think about this madman for a minute. He spent 19 years living undercover as an Orthodox Jew
He was talking
with
about
a
how
family,
basic your
raising
religious
children
beliefs is
within
what you see.
Judaism,
So,
all
like,
for
if
the
you-
purpose
if you're atheist,
of
you see aliens.
producing this
If you're
scurrilous
religious, you see angels.
And
it goes
it
down
was-
to cryptids
it was
and
a
all that stuff.
bombshell.
It's like,
When he
so it's
submitted
like,
it
you
to
only see
be
what you want
published,
to see.
the
And it
Jews
shows
found
up
out
in the
about it
format that's
and
acceptable
was
to
managed to
people.
block its
So I
publication
think, yes,
temporarily,
Bigfoot,
and they
100%.
hoped to negotiate with
100%.
him
One of the
to
craziest stories ever told to me
bribe
was
him
by a
essentially
guy
to
I
not
met at
publish
a
this,
show.
this terrible document.
And he was
It
telling me
appeared that
he did a
may
show where
have been
people would
willing
send
to
in
do
their
so. He may
their,
have
like,
engaged in a
high
lot
weirdness,
of
like,
personal
stories. And he
effort
said
to
that a guy
produce the book,
was
and he could not
driving
sustain
through
the
the forest with his
cost of
girlfriend and dog.
publication. That's relevant to
they
us
pull over for a
thinking about
second,
what the
and
internet
the
means.
dog takes off.
And
So he goes and
he was
chases him
open
through the woods.
taking compensation
And he looks at
and
his dog,
withholding
his dog's getting up, he looks
publication,
up, there's
but they
like
were
what
about
seems to be
6,000.
a
I can't
giant
remember what the
green
unit of
screen.
currency was at the time. There were about
With something
6,000 of
crawling
those
on it.
currency units apart
And they're
when
just
he suddenly
staring at
died
it,
of a
and then the
stroke
thing
at
stops,
the age of
noses them,
54.
they're camouflage stuff. He looks down
I
at his
know,
dog,
it's
and
sad.
he ran back
But
and abandoned
at
him.
any rate,
And he ran back, and
the
his girlfriend saw him,
nevertheless
like,
was
let's get the
published
fuck out
across
of
the
here.
border
And that gets
in
into, like,
kingdom
kind of like
where
the whole,
it
again,
is
missing
not
that,
subject to the
missing
same
411
restrictions.
is
There are
that
some shenanigans
it's almost like
about
Grand Theft
how
Auto. You ever
it was
drive to
published,
Vegas
the
and
title
Grand
page,
Theft
and
Auto
so on.
has to
And
render itself
unfortunately, the
forever.
book did
So the
see
whole
the
theory
light
is that
of
these
day.
people go
That's how it was
missing
produced. By the way,
because
this is a
the
great
simulation doesn't
montage
render for just
by
one person.
my
And that's
editor
why
at
they
JTA,
disappear.
Laura
That's
Atkins,
possible.
who took this story and was able to put it together. You see the silhouette
Getting
that
lost in the
represents
woods is
Eisenhower
easy.
himself. On the
Getting
right
out of the woods
is
is hard. You
the
can
title
easily
page
starve
of
to
the
death
first
trying.
volume of two
You can
volumes.
easily break a
And
leg,
in the background,
get
of course, is the
injured,
Shiva
and
voice.
no
But
one
here's
would ever
an image of Eisenhower
Isn't that what
The
himself,
odds of you right now,
also with the title
Well, listen,
page
the
underneath it.
odds of you
And
getting
here's a
found
look at
if you
this
die
book.
in the deep
Okay.
wilderness
It was actually
are not
published
very high.
in
They might
one
find your
thick
clothes,
volume
but
and also in two
your
volumes
body will be
separately. It's a
scavenged.
massive brick of a
All
work.
kinds of animals
And
will eat you.
Here's the
drag your
scary
bones
thing
away.
about it.
There'll be nothing
All
left.
of the
If there's bears
citations
in the area, there
in
will
this book
literally be nothing
are
left. If there's
accurate.
pigs in the area, there'll be nothing
As
left.
a scholar in
Nothing.
Israel,
They'll eat your bones.
who's
They'll eat
gone
everything.
through
There'll
them
be nothing left.
one by one, compared
If
them
you're
with the
just a
original,
person and you go
every
missing,
single citation
and you're in the
is
deep,
accurate.
deep,
It's
deep,
taken
deep
from the
woods, like
Talmud, the
miles
Midrash,
in,
and so on.
you're
Now,
in a
the
bad
translations
place, and they
are
might not ever find you.
are
That's just a fact.
often,
There's too much
skewed
acreage
in
to
the
look
worst
over. There's
possible way.
millions
The
of
commentary
acres of
is
public land that people
definitely
could just
slanted
go
in a
into,
very
and
negative
people
way.
go missing.
But
You can't
he
find
did not
Have you ever
falsify
heard
his
of Davos
sources.
411?
His sources
Yeah.
were
And how they let
authentic.
these people disappear
He
and
took
then
them
they're
out of
flying totally
context.
somewhere else and they
He
can't
tried
remember
to
what just
twist their
happened.
meaning
That's
so as to reflect badly on
Yeah,
the Jews.
that I just
And he definitely had a very tendentious purpose the entire
That is a
enterprise.
crazy
But
story. Yeah, he was one of the
unlike
more
the
interesting
first story we
people to
discussed,
have experiences.
which is
Because he,
inauthentic,
you know, I'd
this
say the
is
same about
totally
Lazar.
authentic.
They don't
It
seem
does,
like they're
you
lying.
can use it to
They
look up
don't seem at
passages
all like they're lying.
in,
Lazar seemed like he was
in
telling
the
me,
Talmud that refer negatively, let's say, to the
this
founder of
gonna sound
Christianity.
crazy, But
there
here's
are
the story.
only about,
That's what it seemed
I'd say, a
like.
dozen
It
of
did not
such
seem like
passages
a
in the
guy
Talmud,
making
and
up
there's
a
a lot of
story.
literary
And then
theory
you go
that
back
we
and see
bring
him
to bear to
talking
say,
about it
you know,
in the
why would the
1980s. He's
Jews
talking
say
about the
something
same way.
negative about the founder of Christianity? There's a lot of
The more time
reasons
goes
why. I
on,
mean,
that's
there's
the
persecutors and so on, and it's an inside document. They don't necessarily think they're going to have outside listeners involved in the document, and it's certainly, when you look at the huge size of the Talmud, and you have 2,000 different people speaking in the Talmud, over 2,000 Amoraim. If you have 6 or 8 Amoraim in that text, you say something negative, you know, that's certainly within the statistical range of things you won't like in the Talmud. There are other things in there too, but they need not distract us. What is significant, of course, is that when it was published in German, it was almost immediately translated into English, and it's now widely available on Amazon. You can still read Eisenmenger today. There are many different editions, published under a different title sometimes, but essentially it has become the Bible of the anti-Semitic world. If you go on hate websites today, which I do not recommend, you definitely need to take a shower afterwards. It's so gross to go to those places. But all of the charges against Judaism, especially anything related to the Talmud, they owe their origins to Eisenmenger's painstaking research. And it had tremendously deleterious impact on the Jewish people as a whole. So here, once again, we have 2 very different stories, 2 very different outcomes, but a great cautionary message for all of us. On the one hand, you have this profit-seeking Jew named Al-Ghazi Friedlander who attempts to defraud the Jewish world with an obvious forgery, and you know his goal is simply to make money with it, but ultimately he used a falsified document. And if you were to study that Talmud, you would think you're studying the word of God, but in fact you're studying the word of Friedlander, the fellow executioner. And on the other hand, we have Eisenmenger, another truly sociopathic and twisted individual who devoted 19 years of his life to doing this research. You know, he published something which is so totally antithetical to the entire thrust of Judaism, and nevertheless, when viewed like through the telescope with a tiny little detail, each one of those citations is in fact taken way out of context and so on, but nevertheless correct. So, what are the implications for us and the internet era? I would like to tender for our consideration that we need to think carefully as consumers of media on the internet, and specifically as consumers of Jewish media on the internet, to attend to these 2 issues of authenticity and authority. It is so tempting, you know, I'm not a rabbi, my daughter will frequently call me and ask me Shiloh. I don't know why she asks me. I say to her, don't you have a rabbi living here in Fairlawn, right? Aren't there rabbis in Fairlawn, New Jersey? There must be, right? And she does have a rabbi, and things like that. I think maybe it goes back to her childhood, when my kids wanted to do something, they weren't sure it would be allowed. They asked me first, right? Because if I said no, chances are mother not even worth asking. If I said yes, there was a chance they could ask me to do it. I wasn't actually the decider. I was like the trial balloon. So maybe my daughter is calling too, because then she's going to call the rabbi afterwards. But she'll ask me some Shiloh, and I'll be at work and things like that. And I'll say, just hang on a second, let me check this for it. I'll put her on hold, and I'll look up on there. Right? I'll put in her question, exactly like she could. And the websites will pop up, and if there's a website that I trust, like OU.org or something, or StarK or whatever, then I'll say, well, in my great wisdom and based on my years of research, I would say the halacha is, not today, wait till Tuesday, whatever it is. And I'm relying on the authenticity of the source. But
But Sophia gave us the spark
we can
of life.
easily get lazy with that.
Want to
You
know,
know, who knows?
go back to the
Will
time
our
when
children
we were
be able to
writing
distinguish
I would love that.
OU.org from
Yeah.
OU.com?
I think about
Or
that
what if
all
someone
the time.
falsifies a website?
Yeah, like what are these
We
flying
don't have
crabs you're talking
really
about?
good,
Yes, dude. And
barometers for
Hey, so you
authenticity
talk about
on the
fallen
web yet.
angels. A lot of people
But
like
our
think
children
that's
have that because
Christian mumbo
it's
jumbo. I don't
flat.
believe it is at all.
Everything on the web is
Because
the same
the
size.
Vedics talk about
So
it,
will they
and
get
the
that
Hindus talk
authenticity?
about
And
it.
furthermore,
About God-trapping
authority,
entities in
right?
this
You
realm
have
that we
something
live
that
in.
comes
So
in
I
a
think the
really
Vedics are
well-dressed
for
package,
the
like the pseudo-Jewish
Hindus
shaman.
are 2 or
And
3,
the guy's
and then we
wearing
have the
the
33%.
right Bekasha, and he has that accent, and oh my gosh, that turban
And then
is so
they come
glorious.
down, they get
It's
trapped
got to
here.
be real.
And that's the whole thing
all
about
the other rabbis
transhumanism
are signing out with
is
it.
that they're trying to
How do
figure
we
out
know
how
that
to get
that's
out of
real
here.
authority?
Ever,
These are
seen
serious
Bizarre
questions
talk about the
which
weirdest
we
shit
have
they
not
heard
yet
when
put
they
to
said
the web, and we have not yet figured out how to put a sum on it so
that was
people
about
trust
religion.
the tremendous diversity of
Basically,
people
what
that
it
are out
boiled down to
I would
is,
like to
at least
suggest
with
that
this virus,
ironically,
was that
we've got to go back to
they
the old-time
was as
days
containers.
of relying on a rub. Right?
Yes.
Here's my rub.
He
Isn't that nice?
wasn't
Took a
specifying
picture of chocolate
containers
the
of
other day
what,
when
like
he was
containers of
giving
souls. Like,
his,
I don't know, but
morning
that's
cheer.
just the terminology they use. They view
You
us
know,
as containers.
Why do I need a
Can you
rub?
imagine if like a soul
He's
is
younger
an
than I am.
energy that
I
you
don't
have to
know if you
farm,
but
or that you have
he's
to
younger than I
extract,
am.
just like how we extract oil from the earth?
You know,
And
he's a
souls
really
are
smart
things you
guy,
extract.
but I'm not
And
so
so
stupid
you
either.
need to
I've
grow a
studied
bunch
a
of
lot of
them.
Gemara,
So
so
you
like
need
that.
people just
But,
fuck up
you know, when I have a
clutter
question,
up the
I'm no
planet,
gay of a
and
devil.
really what you're doing is
I
just
know how I'd like to
farming
answer
souls.
myself.
Yeah,
I need
that's
someone
Can
who
you
I
imagine?
trust.
You think
Who
that you're an
will make an
OnlyFans
independent decision.
model,
And
and
so
you're a
far,
DJ at a
it's
strip
great.
club, and you're a
Whenever my
football
wife and I
player,
have issues,
you're a top
my kids have
scientist,
issues,
you're this,
he's
you're
been
that,
able
and
to sort of
everything.
see
But
through the
really,
whole thing
on the
and give us
highest
an answer
level,
that we
you're
feel
just
has the ring
in
of
a farm.
authenticity. Furthermore,
You're in a farm, and
you know,
there's a
I
super
think that the kind
intelligent
of
entity
elements
that's
that we
above and
get with a
beyond
rub
anything you
today
can ever comprehend. And the
are
only thing it doesn't have is souls.
when a
So
rub
souls,
knows
'cause
who
souls are a
you are,
real
not just knows
element.
the sport,
It's just like
but
you
knows
need
who you are, knows
to
what
make a
kind of
battery.
answer
Yeah,
you
that's
can
so you
handle,
can actually need a
and
soul.
is able
Or
to
the
make
battery that
a
runs the
judgment call
simulation.
based on the relationship that
So
you have on a
deep,
human
Why
level.
would it, like,
That's
why
something
is
you will
that
not
weirder
find on
than
the
black
internet. You
holes?
can't go
You
to
know
the
why is
internet
that weird? I was
and say, well,
watching
this is
this
who I am. Tell
thing
me what
on
I need
Twitter
to know. It
yesterday.
won't happen.
I still
Although I
say
will
Twitter.
tell you a funny
I
thing.
do too.
I was
They
in
were
a very long
discussing
meeting
this
at
black
my work
hole
the other
that's
day
as big as our
on
galaxy.
career services. Sorry for this interview, but I thought it was funny. My
That
wife laughed.
seems weirder.
And we're looking at how to try and
we were
improve
genetically engineered. We were
career
genetically
options
engineered.
for
Seems
our
like some shit
students
that
that when
we
they
do.
come
Yeah.
to Toro
Like, I
College,
met
they're
I've
thinking
had
about
Ben
different
Lamb and Gus Shapiro
models
on
for them
from
to try and
Colossal.
figure out,
Those are the people
what
that
they
brought
want
back
to
the
do in
dire
life.
wolves.
And
Yeah.
one of the
Like, what are we
tools that
doing?
they
By
put
the
on
way,
the
you know what
screen
else
was
that guy did?
this
What else that guy did?
battery
That
of
guy
questions produced
created
by
it so
the
that you can store
Department of
files
Labor, I think,
in
U.S.
DNA.
government. And I said, okay, this is kind of a boring meeting. I'm
You
going to
can
fill it out
actually store
myself.
files.
And while I had
So
my
I had a
computer
guy
there,
on,
I
he's like,
answered
you know
all
where
the
Epstein's
questions.
files
And
are?
then
They're in
I asked
somebody's
it,
DNA.
okay, so what
That's
career
the
should
biggest-
I
you can
consider?
look it up, Jamie.
So
The guy
they gave me
literally
a
created
range
that you
of
could put
5
files
different
in
levels
DNA.
of preparation.
That is
Which
something.
guy
If
that
I
did
was,
that?
The one who
if I
did the
really
dire
wanted to
wolves.
figure the maximum amount of training, go to school for as long as possible, stuff like that, what should my career be? Guess what it told me my career should be if I went to school and got a PhD?
I don't know.
Teacher, right. It said I should be a professor. Right. That's really good. Then I chose, what if I'm not prepared to do any of those things? What would be the best career for me? I clicked on that button and it
The
says
thing is, if
fashion
What's
model.
the purpose of it? What's your thought on why we should be practicing that?
But, okay. So I probably would, George Clooney, right. That's it.
Sometimes
That's
so
the
true.
answers are right.
yeah,
But-
sometimes you bring things back.
Yeah,
Just
see,
'cause
why
it's
can't I do both?
Should you bring back
That would
dire
be great.
wolves and let them
Anyways,
loose?
I lost
No.
my train of
They're
thought.
bigger
What was
than
I talking
regular
about?
wolves. They're super
yes.
powerful.
The
Then
rabbi
you
knows
make a
me.
mistake.
The rabbi knows
Regular
who I
wolves
am,
are hard
knows my
enough to deal with.
problems, knows my
Dire
challenges.
wolves might
He knows what
very
kind of
well
answer I can
like
tolerate.
people.
And I
It's
think,
like super possible.
ironically, in
Introducing
this
those
age of
anacondas or koalas
connectivity
into
to
like
the
the
web,
Florida Everglades.
we have
It's
to
like they're
double
just
down on
dominant.
our
Just bring
connectivity
regular
to
wolves into a place
fucks
so
everything
crucial
up.
for us
Like, what's
to
going on
have
in
a
Colorado?
human
How
being
about the Q
who has this
animals?
larger
Can we bring back
perspective,
Q ones?
knows the difference
That's
between
not like
information,
Bring back
of
the
which
G-Guys, but
we
then they're
are
gonna go back
drowning in,
because you're gonna have to eventually let them
which is
go,
as
and then
rare
something's
as
gonna
ever.
fucking prey
I'd
on them.
like to
And then
suggest
you're
that
gonna have a
that is
disaster.
where
I
we
mean,
are
or they're
going.
gonna wind up eating a bunch
Internet,
of shit
these
that
are the
they're not supposed to
dangers
eat.
that
They're
we
gonna kill some
face
species
and
off.
why it's so
That happens
important,
all. That's
more
like
important than ever
Australia's
for us to have a run.
got
Let me
multiple
conclude by
cases
just
of like different
thinking
animals they
about the
brought in
Talmud
to
as a
combat different
resurrected
animals, and now they have
document
like feral
for the
cats
Jews,
everywhere. And
we must
jeez, have
we
you ever
must
heard of
barrel
orphan
on
trains?
into this bold new future.
Have you ever
Whether
heard
we
of
like it or not, the
trains?
internet is not going to stop for us.
I remember
We
when
have
I
to figure
was
out
a
how to
kid,
use
I
this
would see
tool somehow.
cartoons, and
And
they're
I
like,
want to
this
draw
orphan
your attention
train's
to
gonna go
a
off the
20th
tracks. I'm
century
like, why are there a
Talmud
bunch
that
of
I
orphans
find
in the
deeply
trains?
moving.
And then
This
you
is the
start getting into
so-called
what that really
survivor's
is.
Talmud.
This
This
is
is
where
very
Cabbage
unusual
Patch
because
dolls
it
come
was
from.
published
What?
in the Displaced Persons
Generic.
Catalog
Yeah,
in
what the fuck are you
1946,
saying? Orphan
1947.
trains, dude. What is an
Jews
orphan
living
train?
in
The
these
theory
displaced
is,
person
you
camps
know, they kind of did this in
were
Canada with
desperate
the
for
indigenous,
Talmud.
where they
They
sent
were,
them to other parts of the
torn
country so they couldn't
away
learn
from their
any of their
families, torn away from their
culture.
communities,
And
uncertain
basically
as
the
to
thought is
where
that
they would be in a few
either
months.
they
Would they get to
brought
immigrate to
kids
Israel?
from
Would they
where
get
they
to
were
move to
born
America
and
or
brought them to
Australia?
the other
Living
parts of
under
the country
desperate
and gave them to the
circumstances and
elites
very
to
much
raise his
positioned to
children,
connect to
do
their
whatever
God and connect to their
they
tradition.
wanted to do.
And they begged the American government,
This orphan
the
trains
American
were a
authorities
large-scale
running
social
these
experiment in the
camps,
United States where orphaned
give us some
and abandoned
Talmuds.
homeless children
There
were
were none to
transported
be
from
had.
crowded
No
eastern
sets of
cities
Talmuds
to
available.
rural
The
areas
Nazis
of the
were
Midwest to be
engaging in
adopted or
heavy
placed in
book
homes.
burnings. They
Between
collected a few
1854
for their
and
Museum of Jewish Civilization in
1929,
Czechoslovakia, but they didn't have these things. What they did
250,000
have,
children
however,
were relocated
were the
primarily by
old
the Children's Aid
stereotype
Society and its
plates
founder,
used. We talked
Charles
about them
Loring
in Grow
Brace's
Up.
movement
They
is
had old
considered a
stereotype
precursor
plates
to
with
the modern
Talmuds,
foster care
and they
system.
had the
So
printing
that's a very
presses that
clean
were
version of
used in
it.
Heidelberg
But the whole
to publish
belief is
Nazi
that
propaganda.
these are the children
So the
of.
Americans said, fine,
I'm
we're
just
going to
gonna
take
throw
those
out a name
stereotype plates. And on the very same presses that once published Nazi propaganda, we are now published Talmud.
kind of erase
And we
history.
published this
Well,
beautiful, full-size edition of the Talmud.
Cabbage
I
Patch
want to alert
dolls,
you
right?
to
These Cabbage
this
Patch
amazing
kids.
cover
And
here.
they had these
So you
world
can see
fairs
that
where they would
inside their
literally
front
sell
text, it says, published
incubated
by
children.
the Organization of Rabbis in
And
the
Jerry
American
Seinfeld says
zone
both his
in
parents
Germany,
were
right?
those
Of course,
type of
Europe was divided at this point. With the
incubated
assistance
children?
of
So
the
if you look up World
Army
Fair,
of the
Cabbage
Americans
Patch doll kids, basically
in Germany,
almost like
and it says here Munich,
science
Heidelberg, and it
science
gives the
laboratory
year here
children.
1947. So that's when it was published. Look at this amazing evocative artwork. At the bottom, it says here, pasuk כמעט צילוני בארץ ואני לא עזבתי בגדך. It's as if I was almost destroyed, but I never abandoned your commandments. And the caption underneath says, Machana Avoda Ba'ashkenaz Yimei HaNazim, a labor camp in Germany in the days of the Nazis. And the artwork shows something like, it looks sort of like an Auschwitz kind of scene with Jews apparently picking up or cheering the corpses and loading them onto a wagon. Some of the most horrible sights of the typhus epidemic that raged through Warsaw and places like that. And on the sides, this barbed wire kind of theme. Everything at the bottom of the page is so dark. And direct reference to what these Talmud students had endured just a few months before this was produced. But then as you move up the page, you can see that there's these winding streams that leave the eye upward. You see suddenly the palm trees, you see the balsam, you see this architecture that is very reminiscent of the Middle East. And then finally, at the top of the page, this glorious sunrise over domed synagogues, Moorish style Israeli synagogues. And it says in the text here, Yeshiva Begula, Afela, the Old Gadol.
So what is an incubator baby?
Servitude to
Is it
redemption
raised entirely in
from
an incubator?
darkness
Like
to
what does
great
that mean?
light. And I think
early
this is really the message
boardwalk
of the
attractions save
Talmud
thousands
for
of premature
our
babies'
days.
lives. Oh,
It is
okay,
a
so it's premature births.
fundamentally redemptive and regenerative doctrine.
I don't know,
It
man.
is a text
Supposedly
that
you can get a kid
Jews
at the
study to
World Fair.
refresh themselves, to
But I do know
revive
that people
themselves,
do
and
do
if
that
you will
when a
forgive
child
the
is premature, right?
to
They put them in an
rejuvenate
incubator. That's
themselves.
but
This is a document that we
the
will
word is that you
constantly
forget
return
kid
to as we have for
so you can
millennia.
buy a kid. Yeah.
Even though the internet poses
So
many
someone
great
would have this
challenges
premature
for
birth and then
the
put the kid up for
potential
sale.
for Talmud
Maybe.
study
I mean,
and the
that's what
risks
this is
associated
trying
with
to tell
Talmud
us.
study in
I
this
don't know if
unusual
that's real,
environment.
but
I am fully confident that we'll find our way to muddle through those challenges and ultimately we'll come to a redemption of great life. I want to thank you for your attention and endurance to these 3 lectures, and I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
They don't want us to have it.
Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's notes when he died and whatever organization?
I don't know.
Can do his own. What's his uncle? His uncle got him.
Went in there early because he was in the out, and then they grabbed them all before.
Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019, we're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, this book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and I released it again in a revised edition. And you know, I actually kind of like this book, but since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the text. So here's one here. Here's a negative one that was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis DeSales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. In reality, I have to agree with you, DeSales. That is in fact what the book is. I subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial, first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, you know, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, you know, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild. Some amazing teachers I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it. Eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical, literary, and theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos, so even the negative part still has a little something. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore December writes 3 stars, right, on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Livingston, not enough about the Talmud. That's I have to say. But you know, let's read some positive reviews so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Punyadi, who wrote in August of this year, and these are all first edition writes, a must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one, written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. This book is a great big picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective, using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. That's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm. Maybe not so much as self-awareness. Maybe not even the human studies so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts. And he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are three pretty accurate suggestions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Okay. Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth leadership, but that's kind of cool. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil. The famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil who's done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, he wrote this. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow, so that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyum Shot. I think it still has some value. I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
Where you cannot, no state can pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about it because 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen with it. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors. And I go, hold on, we're like in a race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? The United States government.
So what did they send?
They sent a bunch of, will you look this up, superconductors or something like that? Two of the people were supposedly in a race, and it reminds me of when I was a kid.
I need those specifics.
Okay, that's why Jamie's here. I'm just
Reminds you of when you were a child.
when I was a kid, and we were in the Cold War with Russia, and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized, because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smokescreen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the lead. This isn't we're paying off the Taliban. 20 mil in a week.
First of all, how many people are even in the Taliban, and how many more they're recruiting because they're making $20 million a week?
I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great. He had it, and I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you got to kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, and we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke.
Well, people are falling off of it. They're trying to hang on to these doors.
No, watch when it's coming out on the runway. It looks really weird to me. It looks
the plane's fake.
It's got painted windows. Okay. And people are running along. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 9/11 on it or a 119 on it. It's a very weird.
But it did happen. Like people did take off in the last planes. And people did.
I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying that video is super weird.
Sometimes video just looks like shit.
Have you ever seen an Asia crash? Have you ever seen that video?
Yeah, this is one thing at a time. Look at that, one thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane. And it doesn't have any windows. So there's that.
Well, the windows at the top, the black ones.
Well, that's for the pilots, bro. But the rest of the plane is all solid. So it's a cargo. No. It looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Like, look at this. this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground.
But when you get to the
Yeah, you can
medieval
see.
period,
That's a regular cargo ship, bro. That's a giant military cargo ship. But this weird, these guys are like laughing and cheering.
Yes. It just looks weird.
But like the whole thing was crazy. First of all, they felt like they defeated America and sent them home. You know, so there was that, and then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit: Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and then they do parades where they parade down the street with all of our shit.
When I say modern, I'm referring really to the period.
I mean, you get into Afghanistan. It's the same thing. The reason we went into Vietnam. Yeah. Nobody knows that about Vietnam. Everyone thinks it's about stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never gonna. Vietnam hated China. They were never gonna work together. But you sell it as we gotta stop communism. Now you go in and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle.
Well, the most transparent that was when Fox News had Geraldo Rivera talking to one of the generals on the ground. Yeah, I was like, sir, one of the military leaders, Arnold was a general. Why do you have military people guarding the heroin fields? It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers on our side against the terrorists. They're like literally like fucking U.S. armed soldiers guarding drugs. And then the production goes through the roof. Yep. And it becomes like 94% of the world's heroin is produced.
Or where we go to Iraq, and the first things we go to are the museums. We're grabbing artifacts.
Shit.
Who knows? It's in the Stargate type shit. 100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. Was the Stargate in Iraq?
That was a weapon of mass. I thought it was a gateway.
Oh, that's what they're talking about.
Well, that they want control. That would be the weapon of mass destruction. You go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back, fuck everybody up. Like everybody watched a movie about like the Revolutionary War. They're running around with muskets. You just imagine just storming in there with a tank, just fucking everybody. They don't even know what a tank is. Yeah, they're just helicopters, shooting them out of helicopters like pigs. You know, that's what you think of when you think of a modern weaponry. Now imagine applying that times 1,000 years, getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline. Do you think that you can travel back and forth through timelines, or do you think once you travel once you're stuck there? What if you travel back to time there's no time machine? It might be fun.
Yeah. Or it's like, you know, you see movies about this all the time where like you gotta go exactly to the place. You gotta get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is.
What was that article you just pulled up, Jamie?
Another
Iraqi Stargate conspiracy, a modern perspective on an ancient mystery.
definitely had
Bro, what were they doing? 4,100-year-old massive tiered shrine lined with giant staircases.
Weird,
Dude, our timeline is way more interesting than anyone even understands.
It really is. It really is when you get into ancient history.
Yeah.
It's so strange, especially when you read their stories and, you know, like all the Anunnaki, Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating.
Or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up.
Put it back on, Jake.
This
says, mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as how do you say that? Nineveh and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites.
Control the information.
The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active portal or advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for a Stargate in Iraq? How could there be? Lack of physical evidence, no concrete rule, you don't have access. Mythological misinterpretations, Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, but that's just someone's opinion. And scholars are notoriously poopy pants when it comes to notoriously poopy pants when it comes. Yeah, they don't like to They don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technology retrieval, despite years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. If it was, where would it go? Defense contractors, right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like if they really did have a crashed UFO, and I'm in the middle of a great book. Richard Dolan has a I forget the name of this motherfucker. It is UFOs for the 21st century mind. I can't fucking talk today. There's a lot of stuff in there that I'd never considered before. And one of them, when they were talking about the crashed UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They like just shot them up 150 miles into the sky and then blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If they had no reason to believe, they're just hovering there watching Earth, and all of a sudden,
It's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon?
What is this, Jim? These are CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, document release date is 98. Read the first paragraph, and I think if you can, it's hard to read, it's weird. Where should I read it from? The third line, weather will not be a problem. It said something about military.
Whether rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days, some heavy equipment movement is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. Within 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B, blah, blah, blah.
Where Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of quote interference device that causes electronic or mechanical movements to quote freeze up, some type of energetic beam type of device that may be located in the sand area. See figure 1. Preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91. Surprise attack may occur anytime from Kuwait. Whatever energetic beam under the sand, that's premise. See like activity in the vicinity of Mecca. Just like this is a straight. These documents pop up in UFO all the time.
Is this a legit document? Yeah, who knows, right?
Yeah. This is a FOIA document. It says it comes from the Stargate collection. So
It's such an interesting. Also, if I had a print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it, so we could use it on them. Yeah, and say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it, and it was destroyed. We destroyed it.
Especially if you're putting in a paper where you know people could read it later on. There's a FOIA request.
Well, I probably didn't anticipate that, right? But then on top of that, it's like, I mean, they overestimated the Iraq Army's capabilities as is, right? Like, that was one of the things about it. It's like they were always, like Hicks had a joke about it. It's the 4th largest army in the world. It's like, yeah, well, after the first 2, there's a real big drop off.
Yeah, for sure.
Salvation Army's number 3.
I loved it.
But that was a great joke about that because, like, that was a cakewalk, that first Iraq war. It was just, they went in, fucked everything up, the war was over really quick. So, imagine how disgusting a human being you'd have to be to invade another country, find secrets that changes the way human beings would view our history. Yeah. And the history of technology that has existed here, that completely remaps the entire landscape.
Imagine
they're going to hide it.
Yeah, well, that's the whole Vatican library.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what's in there? I want to know what's in there, dude.
You see that Tibetan one?
No.
Oh, it's crazy. There's this ancient Tibetan library, and there's this video of this guy walking past these texts. These are fucking thousands of years old, these texts. And they're all in these bound books on these shelves, and nobody's touching. See if you can find the
Why
video.
isn't
They're
anyone
going to
read?
buy that.
What's in there?
What about the Library of Alexandria, which all the secrets of Egypt were in there? All the probably depictions of how they built the pyramids, who did it, when it happened,
Erasing our
whether or not they found them already built. That's a real possibility. Claim of 10,000-year-old Tibet library, find not worth paper it's written on. But there is some sort of a Tibet library. I'm not saying it's 10,000 years old. I think it's 1,000 years old. It was just, there was a library of these ancient books. Is that real? Is that bullshit? That's bullshit. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the one that I saw, but it was just like that. But it wasn't.
So the AI probably took that photo and animated it. Now that's been going around a lot.
Oh, no. Yeah, but this is like at least a year ago. What I had seen. But it might have been bullshit then. It might have been a different kind of bullshit, not AI. AI bullshit's going to make everything impossible.
Have you ever heard that most wars are about erasing history? Like most of them, like a lot of wars are about erasing our history, going in and destroying areas that have like a connection to the past. And that's a big part of World War II, was just destroy all this old history so nobody learns about it and knock it all down and rebuild it.
Here's a video of 40,000 volumes of scriptures, but I don't know what they are.
I think this is exactly the video that I saw. It's so crazy. Okay, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist library, and does it say how old those things are? They're pretty amazing, though. But it's just kind of freaky to think that you're even reading a piece of paper that was handwritten by someone 1,000 years ago. What's that, John Long? I think. Oh, yeah.
Look at 10,000 books.
Imagine if they decipher it and it's all porn. It's all just
And then she took on 5 guys.
It's all just like 50 Shades of Grey, written over and over and over again.
It's crazy out there, man. What's going on in the world right now is nuts. It's just like, I think something. I think what's going on in Gaza is crazy. I think prophesized that. So I wanted to tell you about this. So I have about 8 guys from high school that I'm on a text thread all the time. We talk all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers, because we just shit talked each other forever. Like, we stopped fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like, what's a trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got really good at that. Every time I fly home, they just light me up. It feels so good, right? So I go to college. My friend Tony, he goes to Alfred. He comes back. He gets religion, right? And he is. And every summer I go home from college. We'd sit down. We'd talk spirituality. He'd always tell me things he learned. But one time, like in the late '90s, they bring me out to their church is having a band. Guys in the church are in a band. Hand to God, dude, they're singing songs about in the late '90s about 2 towers coming down. Hand to God, I remember hearing that going, that's kind of crazy. And then 9/11 happens. I go, well, that's some prophecy. So Tony always tells me, build the World Trade Center towers. It took a long time. When did they build them? When were they officially opened? 60s. Yeah, dude, there's a great video I have on Instagram that breaks down the whole 9/11. It's this animation. It's so fucking good, dude. So do you think that those planes were remote controlled? I would take it. I would take they were missiles that look like planes over passenger planes. Yes, because. So you think that they disguised a missile to make it look like a plane? Yeah, you saw the way that it was flying. Yeah, it flew like that. You can't fly like that. But if you talk to pilots, it's impossible to go at that speed in a passenger plane that low, that fast. It's just, and you talk to people who. You talk to pilots, they say they've never done that. There is technology for them to take over the plane because it's supposed to stop a hijack. They can take over the plane, the cockpit from the flight. That's definitely possible. But I think they were military missile planes, if that's what hit the planes. If that's what hit.
So what happens to the actual planes themselves under your theory?
I mean, everything could be just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit. You know, that they set a foundation for this story they want us to buy.
Yeah, but the people did die and the planes did crash.
I'm not saying they did. I mean,
It doesn't make any sense because it looks like a plane, it flies like a plane, it leaves the exact airport, they track it, they know where it's going, it flies to the
study
tower.
Operation Northwood, they literally tell you what they're going to do.
I know that.
Which is what? They fly
I know that Operation Northwoods, they had a drone plane and they were going to blow it up and blame the Cubans. I know that. So what that tells us is they had drone planes in 1963, which is kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy. And that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and vetoed by Kennedy. But why would you think it's a missile and not just a drone plane?
It's possible it's a drone plane, but I think
it's flying like a plane. Like, what makes more sense to me is that they took over a plane and remote control whoever they is, whether it's the terrorists or whatever demonic entities. They took over the remote control plane and flew that motherfucker into those towers.
I don't necessarily know. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible.
That makes more sense. The thing that didn't make sense to me was like the box cutter thing is weird because just a mass of people. You're gonna take a chance. There's not some big guys on the plane that are gonna overwhelm you. You're gonna get access to everything with box cutters. Maybe you would. Maybe with the right plane. You know, but with the wrong plane, I can see you getting fucked up by a group of hard men. Yeah. You know, if you're going to see it on the planes now, too. Yeah.
People acting crazy, all the guys jumping up and
you just catch the wrong fucking plane. Like, the fact that you would just take a chance like that your plan involved being able to control people with box cutters. There's only a few of you, right? How many guys were on each plane?
Yeah. I mean, there's, 4 planes, there's 19 hijackers. Break it up into 4 or 5 guys every plane.
And then, like, there's just the numerology. Like, 5 guys with razors. It's harder.
You study the numerology, 9/11, it's all else. You're probably occult rituals, the plane numbers, how many floors, how many feet the Pentagon is.
You go deeper in the rabbit holes than I like to go. I like to go like 3/4 of the way down. I go, yeah, this sucks. And then I get out of there.
Yeah, I know,
but I go all the way to the bottom, which I don't know is always accurate.
It's the world's ran by sorcerers. And once you start to realize that, everything's a rich man's trick.
Listen, just because the guy who's the head of the World Economic Forum looks like a wizard, just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking Hobbit movie, doesn't mean he's into the dark arts.
Study Michael Chernow.
Dresses exactly like how I would dress,
except for when he's at the
I was in the dark arts.
Have you ever seen him at the beach?
Yeah.
No. You've never seen. You're not going to believe it. I know you're not. No, he's not. He's in a. What? He's in a bride lingerie and a hat.
No.
Yes.
Let me see.
Dude, it looks exactly like. You're not going to believe it, but I totally think that's it.
This is one of them images that you found online. Because I think I've seen this one. And I said, oh, that's
he's in a Dick Gage. I think he's walking in a Dick Gage. Come on, look at it. Tell me that's not him. Tell me that's not him.
That's not what I'm saying.
You're that weird shit.
It's a fake photo, I thought.
What? What do you mean? How do you know? You just looked at it.
Fact check.
Reuters says. Okay, then if Reuters says, because they
let me see the photo. Let me see that photo.
That's it right there.
That ain't him, dog.
That's pixelated, dude. You find a good picture of him that looks exactly like that guy is into the weird. You're the head of WEF. You're into the weirdest shit.
Yeah, but he's not going to go out.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't look like him. That looks like a younger guy.
Look at that. You're telling me that guy. That's the exact same guy.
No, it does not look like him. That guy's a different chin draw structure. Go to the other guy. That's different. This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak. He looks like an 80-year-old.
But that Democrat keeps you young.
No, he's not young in any of these photos. But in that photo, that's a different guy. That's a different human. Someone's just being funny. It's like, that ain't him either.
That's your doppelgangers. That weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on you.
Yeah, one of my favorite characters in the Biden Chronicles was that one one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes.
That guy.
Like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird?
Not only steals the clothes, wears the clothes to like China vents. Where people get there. One lady's like, that's my dress.
She's a designer. It was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just steal luggage. What? But imagine, like, seeing that guy and going, he's got his shit together. He should be able to run the government.
Be like, you know what this security system needs? Trans. That's what was his job. What's that guy's job? I thought it had something to do with the FAA or something like that. That's some crazy shit.
Rachel Levine. Oh, she was another one. Like, what is this? Craziness.
Well, that's what I always say. Like, you know, it's like everyone about Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. The difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all closeted neocons, and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between who's standing behind them. It's all the same shit. It's two ways of the same bird. Now, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely ridiculous. Thinking it would be anything different.
It's a completely corrupted system at this point. 100% completely corrupted. And no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been in by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle it.
No, it's so deep, and it's at every single level. Every single level, dude. And that's what the internet did. It took our eyes off the here. Took our eyes off the that guy.
That better be a great podcast.
Imagine going, that guy should be in the U.S. government.
That's what I've been saying. It's a complete deal. What's that?
Oh yeah, that's why I want to run the power.
Check out that one of that, son.
Look at that, dude. Wear lipstick. It's just, and then sending him to represent us at all these like international conferences.
I wouldn't care if he was good at his job and didn't steal women's clothes. I wouldn't care. Like, if you want to show up for work,
I'm
you
just
wear a
good at your
dress.
job.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want either one of those things. But I mean, if you just show up and you work hard, but you don't want to wear a dress, like, okay, Mike likes wearing dresses. I don't care. Like, why would I care? I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's not much different. There's a little piece of cloth that tucks under your tank. Yeah, so much different than a skirt.
I would wear pajamas if people would let me. I'll go on.
I'd like to do your job, and you had a regular job before pajamas.
Yeah, he's a weird one. Sam wears pajamas to do stand-up.
Isn't it weird that, like, they expect certain jobs, like, they expect if you wear a suit, you're going to behave differently. You know, more professional. I've got a suit on, I can't be bothered with normal talk, right? Like, if you showed up with shorts and a t-shirt, like, Mike's not even serious. Look at him. He's dressed like a fucking idiot. Yeah, like, he dressed a certain way. They think of you as a different kind of person.
100%. So I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older.
Oh, yeah.
Like the guy from All in the Family was 46, and then actors today are 56 look like they're kids.
Yeah.
And they were talking about it because everyone smoked all the time, and they all wore like suits and proper clothes that made it look worked out.
Yeah, no one worked out. Really shiny. Yeah, no one. So when you hit 46, it was like,
we're as a nation, we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people, but there's also, in my opinion, way more in shape people too, because they're just more people.
I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average. There's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before. But we're getting fucking poisoned. Our food is terrible. This is one of the more never. The RFK Jr. thing was one of the most important things of this administration, I thought. Like, get in there and find out, how do these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet? How do these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year? And how many, they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. This is crazy. Like, him getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess just all the different tacticals of control. And the fact that they're telling you, oh, we know these dyes cause cancer. You can't use them anywhere else in the world, but we have to use them here. It'll hurt our company. Yeah, that's crazy. That's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that doesn't have the dyes. It's nuts.
It's crazy. Or how, I saw Ian Carroll talk about this, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and then the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back.
Yeah, well, there's companies right now that are working on drugs that help people that have heart inflammation, myocarditis, issues with heart repair.
There's a particular NBA legend named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who, during the whole COVID stuff, was like he was going after LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot. And now when I listen, because I'm old, I still listen to sports talk radio. He's doing commercials for heart problems. Like, that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was guilting everybody. And this was a guy who was a civil rights leader.
He's doing commercials for heart problems. In what way? What commercials?
Heart toes. Can you look up what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar heart commercials? He's talking about how he's AFib.
He is.
Yes. But this was a guy who was full on in the civil rights movement, who would have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and what that famous thing where they let everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses to convince them, AFib. So he was a guy who was pushing everybody. Oh, dude, that's so crazy. It's with Pfizer too. And he was a guy who was pushing everybody to get the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me.
But did he have that before he got jabbed?
I never heard of that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy. There's on both sides of that.
Yeah. It is kind of crazy, but a lot of old people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared, and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer. They didn't want to hear any nonsense from the anti-vaxxers.
Well, you saw they rolled it out, right? It started with China, and we saw these videos of people falling down, even though that never happened when everybody got COVID here until what? They got the jab, right? And then we started saying, cock. So, you watch how they were slow rolls these psyops out.
The crazy thing is watching the compilation of all the newscasters faint on
doing that. How about when they see something and they freak out and they fall down? That's the weirdest thing.
It's all weird, dude. It's all weird. It's weird that we all watched it in real time. The Heather McDonald video. I mean, it's almost like the universe had a script, right? The Heather McDonald video in particular.
She's like, I got all the jab.
Yeah, boom. Black. I mean, it was nuts. It was like the perfect punchline at the right time. If you want to have evidence of simulation, like that seems fake.
That's so crazy. We call on camera. Crazy. And then she falls back, and something's going on because she doesn't try to brace herself at all.
It was so bad. I feel for her. I like her. That was a bad fall. Scary fall. But it's just crazy how it lined up that way. And crazy how, bro, do you buy Pfizer? You see those commercials, those compilations, rather, of all the different newscasters falling over. It's like, wow. And no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. No newscasters got suspicious. No media people got suspicious. New York Times didn't get suspicious. How many soccer players are dropping dead? What's going on?
Healthy athletes having heart attacks.
Yeah, how many people are just having heart attacks when they're 18 years old, which never happened before? What the fuck is going on? And no one wants to admit that they made a terrible mistake and that they got duped. So they continue to do the work of the people that duped them. They're like, they're vampire. They got bit by the vampire. And they're trying to bite other people. It's weird.
Have you ever heard this is really weird conspiracy?
No, from you? No fucking way, Sam. I don't believe you.
The Chinese population. Have you ever looked into that?
Oh, that the population is actually a lot lower than we said it is. Yes.
And that there's all this data that kind of lines up, like the amount of funeral homes have quadrupled. China's lied about the amount that they made all these they listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt that they've imported from Japan has gone down to half. So all these people go to China, all these guys, tourist vloggers, and they're like, there's nobody around. There's nobody here. Where is everybody? This is because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they pack in there to see that Atari graphic land on the moon. Look how many people are in there. But you see this over and over again when people go to China, they're like, there's nobody around here.
Well, there's parts of it that are very unpopulated. But you know what has always been the weirdest conspiracy for me with China? Is the Great Wall.
Oh, how weird faces.
Yeah, the turrets where they shoot arrows from, that's facing inward. Inward, not outward. Not like to guard people from coming over the wall that way. It's the other way.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, who designed this? What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? Why would you have it turned towards the country?
China, right?
So they're like
China.
yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like a camp, right? And they have the prison. The people that want to keep in, they put all the wire and stuff this way so you can't crawl out.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with that.
Did you see how long it is too? It is, but isn't it? What is the full length? I think it's 14,000 miles. Imagine 14,000 miles of stone wall built by hand over hundreds of years, and you have the openings for arrows pointed towards the people.
Yeah. Have you ever seen old pictures of like it being built? People building it are like demons and shit like that. It's like very weird, dude.
What?
Yeah, I was
talking about? Old drawings, you mean?
Yeah, drawings of the Great Wall of China being built. It's almost being built like demons.
You know,
Like the turrets, remember, they're on all sides. Sides, not just facing.
but sometimes they're just facing in. I don't know. Because this guy did a whole video on this whole stretch of the Great Wall where it faces in. Let's click on that one. See what it
Yeah,
says.
this is like talking about YouTubers, sensationalizing stuff.
Oh, okay.
Say this rabbi is right, that rabbi is wrong. But it would
Well, the thing is, it's also, again, 14,000 miles, right?
The public would accept.
And
So some of it probably
territories change. Right. Sometimes, you see that because, like, I'm Armenian. I'm from the village of Van. I'm Russian Armenian. And at that time, it was in Turkey.
Bro, look at this. 13,170 miles.
That's so crazy. How long would it take for you to build that?
And after a century or 2 centuries, or after right,
Ever. Imagine if you live forever, and like Sam, you can live forever, but you have to rebuild the Great Wall of China. But if you do, don't worry, you live forever. It's going to take you a long time, but once you're done, you'll be free.
Does it say I'll live forever?
Yeah. Would you do it?
No, I don't want to live forever.
You know?
No, I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think we're meant to come here, finish a task, wrap it up.
Yeah, I think so too.
And this whole thing about extending life forever sounds miserable.
It is weird that all these techno people are about to grasp the ability to do something that has never been done before, and it's very strange. Like if you can change a human body, and you can enter some sort of a chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language, who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices and all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race. Because once it happens, you're not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out, and it's going to give an advantage to people, so everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular meat ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind.
They're doing that with babies now. They can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests because these really rich people want super smart kids. So they're making sure that the IQ of the baby is at a super high level.
There's also a thing in China they did where they altered the baby's genes to make them smarter.
it's important to note that
we're going to have genetically modified human beings for sure in the next.
They're not already here.
But I mean, they're going to be like 4. Everyone's going to live 4. Every woman's going to look like, fill in the blank. Whatever you're into.
Too much tits and ass.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. There's going to be no 6s.
Yeah.
It's just going to be, initially it'll be adopted by the rich. Then it'll just be like cell phones. In the beginning, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing on the beach in Crete. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones.
There's fat homeless people with iPhones.
Everyone has phones.
iPhones.
Yeah.
Like, that's why you're never going to have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones.
Like fat, and they have no money. They're still fat.
Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
Sam Tripoli, we're gonna wrap this up. I love you to death. I don't agree with everything you said, though.
Come on, dude. I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will go in and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is prophesied.
Regulate Gaza.
Yes.
That's prophesied.
Yes. And then it's basically going to be it's been prophesied there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes. And you go through this.
Where did someone go to research this further?
Let me just tell you this.
I'll give you the name of it. I gotta pee. We gotta wrap this up. Just tell me what it is.
I just got
I've been holding my pee for 5 minutes.
Okay, I appreciate you, dude. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube at Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States, and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians, who are now Germany.
If it turns out to be true, I'll bring it back.
That will be my third prediction I've got left. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Always great to see you, my brother. Always doing it. All right, bye, everybody.
Hasta bien, hay una sección que habla de cómo deben amarrarse los zapatos y también por qué.
Oh, thank you. I didn't add that for There is literally no area in human behavior, including when one is sleeping, that is not subject to the dictates of Jewish law.
Entonces, cuando hablamos de la ley judía, embarca todo lo que usted puede imaginarse. La ley judía embarca eso, hasta la manera en que uno debe dormir y por qué la ley judía habla de eso.
So many Jewish philosophers have attempted to opine why God wants us to do all these things. Some have argued that it is fundamentally for maintaining social order, which is something that I think we can understand in Western thought.
Vemos que han habido muchos filósofos judíos que se han preguntado por qué la ley judía embarca todo esto, cuál es el propósito. Y algunos filósofos judíos han llegado a la conclusión que es para tratar de tener un orden social correcto, como nosotros en los tiempos modernos intentamos.
But it's hard to really understand, for example, why the Bible forbids a Jew wearing clothing made of wool and linen, and how that somehow supports the social order.
Pero también a veces es un poco difícil para entender porque vemos que la ley judía, por ejemplo, prohíbe que los judíos mezclan ciertos tipos de materiales en su ropa. Y no sabemos por qué. Y no sabemos por qué eso ayuda a la orden social.
Others, in a more mystical fashion, have argued that there are deep metaphysical concepts behind all of these mysterious laws, and that somehow, by conforming to God's will in these inscrutable ways, we can literally affect the Islam or repairing of the world.
Otros filósofos tienen otras maneras de pensar, de por qué hay que hacer todo esto, porque en cierta manera esto nos conecta a Dios y encima de eso estamos haciendo algo llamado reparando al mundo.
And still others have argued that the purpose of Jewish law is for human perception, human perfection. That by obeying these dictates in their tiny, tiny details, we will somehow develop a discipline that allows us to become closer to God in our auto-perfection.
Y otras opiniones es que en realidad tenemos que seguir todas estas leyes hasta detalles más pequeñitos, porque nos ayuda poco a poco a disciplinarnos, a poco llegar a una perfección y llegar a tener una mejor relación con Dios.
So that's a very quick overview of some philosophical approaches to Jewish law. Let me take you to an example that is very much in the news here in America today, and I'm sure it's something that is controversial in Mexico as well. I'd like to speak about therapeutic abortion.
Entonces, eso fue algo bien superficial en hablar de las leyes judías, pero ahora vamos a dar un ejemplo de un tema que es bien controversial, especialmente aquí en los Estados Unidos y también a lo mejor en México.
So it's clear that traditional Judaism, and I'm speaking now about what we would call Orthodox Judaism, there was no other kind of Judaism really until the 19th century, does not approve of what we call in English abortion on demand. That is, abortion simply because the mother wants to have an abortion.
Ahora vamos a hablar del punto de vista del judaísmo ortodoxo, porque vemos que miles de años el único tipo de judaísmo era ortodoxo, hace unos 200 años han empezado recién otros tipos de judaísmo. Y vamos a hablar sobre el tópico del aborto terapéutico, que es en realidad, si hay que definirlo, es un aborto cuando uno lo quiere ahora.
To clarify, and I'll say it again, traditional Judaism does not approve of abortion simply upon request, but there is a distinction for a therapeutic abortion.
Entonces, en el judaísmo tradicional se prohíbe el aborto si uno dice, no, yo quiero un aborto ahora. Eso no se hace completamente. Pero hay una diferencia entre cuando uno dice quiero un aborto ahora, pues lo quiero, pero también hay otro tipo de aborto, un aborto terapéutico que vamos a hablar de eso ahora.
And what the term therapeutic abortion means is that it is an abortion that is necessary for the health of the mother.
Un aborto terapéutico significa que la mujer tiene que tener el aborto por su salud, porque si no lo tiene puede morir.
So if we look at the written Torah, the Bible itself, in Exodus we have an example that I have on the screen of an accidental abortion or a miscarriage, we would call it in English, where a woman unfortunately lost her child, her fetus, as a result of an accident.
Ahora vamos a examinar este texto que está en Éxodo capítulo 21, versículo 22, en que esta mujer tiene un aborto accidental y pierde su bebé.
So this is, an unfortunate situation, and it tells us that such an action is a criminal act, like an assault, not like murder, but it does not tell us anything about an intentional abortion. May a doctor perform an abortion even for the health of the mother? From this passage, we do not know.
Pero ahora, este texto no habla de qué pasa si un doctor quiere hacer el aborto a propósito.
So this is all we have from the written Torah. In the oral Torah, however, a passage in a document called the Mishnah, we have a very clear case of an intentional abortion. The Mishnah, which is a 2nd century document, says that, well, actually translate from there, I'll just
vemos que en la Biblia, en Éxodo 21-22, está hablando aquí otra vez sobre un aborto accidental, pero no habla sobre un aborto a propósito. Pero en el Mishnah, que es parte del Torah oral, en esta sección, o sea, aquí tiene una situación en que está hablando sobre un aborto a propósito, de que un hombre quiere tener un aborto. Y ahora, ¿qué va a pasar?
So in this oral Torah document, the Mishnah says that if a woman is trying to give birth and she cannot, well, obviously the baby is too big and she's not able to deliver it, and a C-section is not possible, then the fetus should be aborted to save the life of the mother. If, however, the fetus is partially born, has partially emerged, then the doctors are not allowed to interfere.
En este documento del Torah oral se da una situación de qué pasa si hay una mujer que va a dar a luz, pero vemos que por cualquier razón no puede dar a luz porque la venta es muy grande y si el niño nace ella puede morir. Entonces en ese momento ella puede tener un aborto, pero si el bebé ya está a mitad y ya casi está saliendo, los doctores no pueden hacer el aborto, no pueden.
So we have now a case of therapeutic abortion, which is clearly permitted and even mandatory. The doctors must save the mother's life before they save the fetus.
Y vemos que aquí en esta situación, vemos que este es el aborto terapéutico, que es importante y hasta mandatorio en una situación así, porque en esos momentos es importante salvar a la vida de la madre.
So the question is, why is a therapeutic abortion permitted? And we have two very different answers why. The first answer comes from a commentator called Rashi, who lived in the 11th century.
Ahora vemos que algunos de ustedes se están preguntando, pero ¿por qué se puede permitir este tipo de aborto? Bueno, hay dos tipos de respuestas para esta pregunta. Y el primero lo contestó Rashi, que alguien bien importante en el judaísmo en el siglo XI.
Rashi argues that at the end of the day, the fetus is a person, but not as much of a person as the mother is a person. And the mother's personhood is stronger than the fetus's personhood. If one of them has to die, it has to be the fetus, because Rashi says the fetus is not as much of a person as the mother is.
Rashi del siglo XI dice que el feto es una persona, es vida, pero la madre, ¿verdad?, tiene más vida, más grande. Entonces, si hay que comparar la vida del feto y de la madre, vemos que la madre tiene más presidencia y tiene más importancia. Y en una situación así, ella tiene que vivir y el feto tiene que morir.
Excellent. The other opinion that's very important is of Maimonides. We saw him earlier, who said, no, the fetus is as much a person as the mother is.
Vemos que la segunda opinión pasó 100 años después de Maimonides, que vimos en el principio de la presentación. Él dice que no, la vida del bebé, del feto, tiene que estar en el mismo nivel que la madre.
But the fetus acquires the status of a pursuer of his mother, meaning the fetus is, in a strange way, trying to kill his mother.
Vemos que Maimonides también dice que en una situación así, vemos que el feto está persiguiendo, está tratando de agarrar, de estar con la madre.
So, for example, if you see a person running down the street screaming, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to kill me, and running behind that person is a man with a big knife saying, I'm trying to kill you, then you have to kill the person with the knife because he is trying to kill another person. Obviously, it's better if you can disable him rather than kill him. But the rule is that if someone is pursuing another person to kill them, you save the person if necessary by killing the pursuer.
Un ejemplo para que podamos entender más, por ejemplo, si vemos a alguien en la calle que está gritando, alguien me quiere matar, y vemos que detrás de esa persona hay alguien que es un cuchillo sumamente grande y lo quiere matar, vemos que en una situación así, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Bueno, tenemos que matar o parar a la persona que tiene el cuchillo porque esa persona está persiguiendo a la persona que está gritando. Ahora, sí, en una situación así es mejor tratar de a lo mejor parar la persona que tiene el cuchillo y sacarle el arma. Pero muchas veces, en muchas situaciones, eso no va a ser posible. Es lo mismo con esta situación.
In this strange situation, the fetus has the status of a pursuer. And both Rashi and Maimonides agree that the abortion has to be performed for a therapeutic reason. But they disagree as to why it is performed.
Entonces vemos que en una situación así, el feto, el bebé, está persiguiendo a la madre, por así decirlo. Entonces, es algo importante. Rashi y Maimonides están de acuerdo en tener un aborto terapéutico, pero ellos no están de acuerdo por la razón que uno debe tener un aborto terapéutico.
So now let's see why that is important. In 1976, a woman in Jerusalem went to this rabbi, Rabbi Eliezer Waldberg, very important rabbi. She said to him, Rabbi, I need to have an abortion. I'm 6 months pregnant.
Vemos que en el año 1976 en Jerusalén, una mujer se le acerca al rabino y le dijo, rabino, tengo que tener una aborción y estoy ya embarazada por 6 meses.
And the reason she was requiring an abortion was because the fetus unfortunately was diagnosed with Tay-Sachs disease, a very terrible disease that affects many Ashkenazi Jews, a genetic disease. The children live very short and painful lives.
Vemos que la mujer, ella aprendió de que el feto de ella, el bebé de ella, tenía una enfermedad genética llamada Tay-Sachs, que es una enfermedad bien fea, pero bien común entre los judíos que vienen de Europa. Vemos que las personas que tienen esta enfermedad Tay-Sachs viven vidas bien cortas y vidas bien feas y tristes.
So she said to Rabbi Waldenberg, I will have tremendous psychological distress if I have to deliver this baby. He will die at a very young age. I can't take it. I can't possibly take it that way.
Ella le dijo al rabino, mira rabino, no puedo tener este bebé, porque si tengo este bebé puede tener demasiado estrés.
And Rabbi Waldenberg, he said, well, Rashi says the baby does not have the same status as you do, and so therefore I think I permit you to have a therapeutic abortion.
El rabino le dijo a ella, a esta mujer, Rashi en el siglo XI dice que el feto no está en el mismo nivel que la madre, y puedes tener la aborción.
However, another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, same generation, he heard about this and he disagreed violently.
Vemos que este otro rabino, rabino Feinstein, escuchó de la situación, pero él no estaba en el, él no estaba de acuerdo con lo que dijo el primer rabino.
Rabbi Waldenberg said that we agree with Rashi and that the fetus is not as important as the mother. But Rabbi Feinstein says we should agree with Maimonides, who says the fetus is as important as the mother.
El rabino Feinstein dijo que sí, es cierto lo que dijo Rashi en el siglo XI, pero él estaba de acuerdo con lo que dijo el rabino Maimonides, de que el bebé y la madre están en el mismo nivel.
And Rabbi Feinstein said the only reason to permit an abortion is if the fetus is actively trying to kill the mother, and that the only way the mother can survive is if the fetus is aborted. In this case, the mother is physically healthy, and she will not die from psychological distress. Therefore, he says, the abortion should not be permitted.
El rabino Feinstein dijo, mira, la razón por qué él está, la única razón es que uno debe realmente tener un aborto es que si durante el procedimiento de dar a luz el bebé está tratando de matar a la madre, y si vemos que no hay otra manera para que la madre pueda tener vida, entonces esa es la única circunstancia que uno puede matar al bebé para que la madre pueda sobrevivir. Vemos que en esta situación la madre estaba saludable. Vemos que alguien no va a morir del estrés psicológico. Entonces él no estaba de acuerdo para nada.
A much stricter opinion, but nevertheless, Rashi's opinion is as valid as Maimonides, and in fact, the woman did abort the child.
Pero vemos de que el comentario del rabino Rashi y de Maimonides vemos que los dos están al mismo nivel. Pero en esta situación, la mujer sí tuvo la aborción.
So what we see from this example is how Jewish law works from the written Torah through the oral Torah, and then through the medieval codes and modern responsive literature.
Vemos aquí el linaje de cómo vemos todo como una situación que empieza desde el principio, desde la Biblia escrita, al Torah oral, a los códigos, a la literatura con las respuestas. Vemos todo esto tiene una conexión y es solamente una situación bien.
And this was a life or death issue, but there are literally thousands of issues that come up every year that are decided in this manner.
Vemos que hay miles de situaciones que aparecen y la manera para realmente resolver estas situaciones es usando literatura así, el Talmud, la Biblia, el Torah oral, los códigos y así por el estilo.
And all of this happens without a single coordinating body or a single authority who says that this law is specifically this way and Jews must fall in line with it. It's essentially a massive voluntary consensus-based system that literally determines the life and behavior of millions of people.
Vemos que es el sistema en que los judíos usan para realmente resolver todas las situaciones. Cualquier tipo de situación que se encuentra, se va por el proceso, se ve toda esta literatura espiritual para realmente llegar a una conclusión a que uno debe hacer.
And I think I would remark only in conclusion something I mentioned in passing earlier, that the study of Jewish law is in itself considered a very important religious act. And the extensive involvement of it, particularly by men as we see in this photograph, but also by women, is considered one of the greatest expressions of Jewish identity.
Y voy a concluir esta presentación y poner mucho énfasis y decir que el acto de estudiar las leyes judías religiosas es sumamente importante, Digamos que los hombres y las mujeres judías hacen esto porque es una manera bien importante para tener una mejor conexión con Dios.
With that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you in particular, Mr. Sanchez, for translating. there is a question and answer button. I think we have some time to spend on discussion questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, realmente se aprecia y ahora es el momento de enviar sus preguntas para que yo pueda contestar sus preguntas.
Early this morning, he was arrested on suspicion of DUI. The Allen County Sheriff's Department is asking for help in finding two missing children, 11-year-old Joaquin Vides and 8-year-old Asta Vides, last seen August 8th around West 88th in unincorporated LA. Deputies believe they may have been taken by their father. The Justice Department is leaving the Washington, D.C. police chief in charge of her department. ABC's Carrie Russell says the Trump administration has tried to take over.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half. Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Turo LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this, because I think it's just transformational and it is just so much fun. So let me start with the basics here. What is alldaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded alldaf, why not? Because it's free and it is amazing and will expose you to a wealth of wisdom and fascinating information that is related specifically to the Talmud. Alldaf is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the daf and a shiur, a class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the daf, later commentators on the daf, and my small part, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Rothschild, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing, and I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is a thing unto itself. It's totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is, thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence. And it's primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intended to teach history unless history is, subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than a recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment, and a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward this at first was I was thinking, am I the guy to do this? I mean, sure, I really am interested in Talmud, and I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian, but this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the language that's required to really know it properly. But, you know, Rabbi Shwed has a very winning way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rav, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I'm so excited that I've done this. Now, one thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to Or Sameach. I was scolded by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, "You might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing." And that shut me up. But I realized I was thinking to myself, you know, what color socks did Rashi wear? What color socks did they have in 10th, 11th century France? And, it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special skills or lack thereof. Let's talk about the minutiae of history, the small things in history that are sometimes essential to the study of Gemara, that they are always relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Psakim that had a discussion of where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of a city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first parak. Here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tak Kasra, which was a palace at the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from Mechoza. If you lived in Mechoza, which is an important town in the Babylonian era when the Talmud was written, and many Jews lived there, you would have been able to, just walk to the edge of your city, look across the river, and see this amazing palace. And look at those phenomenal gates. Here's a reconstruction of what they must have looked like when they were fully constructed with the building. And that, all of a sudden, when you know the Gemara I'm talking about, it makes much more sense that you could have a problem if you were to be trying to check your mezuzah on these gates in a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara, we should recall that one of the most important figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who would come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially at the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in, is attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle when Calenzio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kind of dramatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras you could point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary elements of the history. Far more common are passages of the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century, when you see an example of the coins that he created, this was actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis HaMikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense, with the Paleo-Hebrew script on these coins that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand that he was backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian, shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian, on the right you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at a time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea capta, the Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put in context the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar-Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he has to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odenathus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahar-Do just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur I, who was a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur I, or Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseva, of leaning to the left while eating. Oh, and you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andron, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is a men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this was necessarily the case in Jewish ones at the time, but at any rate, you would go into an andron, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinia, or literally a three-leaning. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal, and you can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the table being removed and put back, and they would be waited upon while leaning to their left in this unusual setup. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history in Dafka. Finally, there's lots of tremendously entertaining insight that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff, but it's just so cool, you just want to see it. So for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding the Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting Gemaras about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought erroneously even Antiochus, the king himself. He courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussion that's beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So there are these depictions of this really important scene. And the Book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you can see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and you said it had a long nose, right? So, okay, here's a really long nose on a tiger. And here on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss drew it. But this is like fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history in Daf Yomi is amazing. There's even like scatological information that's on it because, Torah, this is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying, what did an ancient toilet actually look like? Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. Please visit AllDaf, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.alldaf.org. Enjoy the amazing shiur by fantastic Makidei Shir, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history of Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a great wonderful time.
Like entertainment, sports, whatever. You would click and you would just go into these things that were sort of designed by AOL. It wasn't the internet at large.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian at Touro College, and I'm really excited about an upcoming trip along the Rhone River Valley, where we will be exploring the Jewish history of the region, which goes back millennia, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating. I'm really looking forward to it. This is a cruise once again with Kosher River Boat Cruises with my excellent colleagues David Lawrence, formerly of Sayeret Maskal, and the historian David Krause, who is based in Prague and does all of our local research, and of course all kinds of amazing things associated with this wonderful trip. If you haven't been on one of these trips before, please have a look at the website because it is a lot of fun. And for those of you who just enjoy Jewish history and like watching the videos, I'm hoping that this will be a benefit to you as well. If this is your first time watching my videos, here's a picture of me from before I grew my beard. My academic background is in Jewish history. I received a PhD from the University of Toronto back in '95, and I had the good privilege of spending time at some of the great universities of the world with postdocs and visiting appointments at Cornell, Oxford, Harvard, and then now I'm very proud to be serving as the dean of the mighty FUJ campus of Touro College here in the holy city of Brooklyn, New York. Okay, that's enough for the introduction. Let's get straight to the material. Today I'd like to talk very briefly about the first Jew in France. Now, it's a little bit of clickbait there because it's not exactly the first Jew and it's not exactly France either. The reality is we don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the person that I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew in France. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual. Not necessarily someone you want to take home to your mother, but nevertheless a fascinating political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shalit anyway. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual that we have. Also, it's not actually France. This is well before the term France would actually come into any kind of commerce. This is, we're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area, and it was known probably best as Roman Gaul. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, the written documentation that we have on the Jews of France, the Jewish communities in France, and of the Rhone River Valley, really extend from the 4th century on. That's when we start to really see much about them. The church is already much more established. The church has some difficult relations with the Jews, and so we have a lot more of the written record as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kinds of Jewish communities in France around the turn of the year zero, the turn of the first millennium, as it were. We know that there were Jews in neighboring Spain in the first century. We have some, gravestones and things like that date back really quite far to the west of France. And if there are Jews further west in the Mediterranean stands to reason that there would be Jews closer to the homeland in Israel and also closer to Rome, which had a major Jewish community even before the demographic upheavals of the First Roman Jewish War. We definitely know that there's a massive outpouring of Jews, unwillingly and also by willing migration, as a result of the First Roman Jewish War, when the destruction of the Temple in the year 70. The Jewish population of Rome is significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there. And we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin, engaging in various types of trade as they escape the political turmoil that's happening in Israel. The character that we're going to look at today, however, predates that destruction of the temple in the year 70 and actually made his way to France in the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of ethnarch, and we know a fair bit about him from two main sources, the most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality is a very problematic character as well. Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus, and he recorded a very significant historical works describing that First Roman Jewish War, the title of one of his most important works, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities. And both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary light as well. We also have some archaeological evidence, such as coins that were produced at this time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in France. So, he was born in the year 23 before the Common Era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married among his many wives, I'll not say the Samaritan. He ended up coming to power when his father Herod died in the year 4 before the Common Era. And his father's fourth and final will actually named him king of Judea and Samaria. Really impressive thing that he was really quite pleased to get. However, this kingship, because at this point the region of Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman emperor. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanction of his rule. But it happened that the immediate period after the death of Herod the Great was one of great tumult. Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, or I should say a significant uprising, when Herod had placed a Roman eagle at the gates to the temple. It was considered a very offensive thing to put a state emblem and also a graven image of a living creature right on the site of the temple in Jerusalem. And so this Roman eagle was forcibly torn down by two scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those two scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. That's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of the connection with Herod's activity at that time, and that's why he ends up going to Nazareth, and of course, the story goes on. At any rate, Herod then dies, and his son, Archelaus, our protagonist, is appointed to the throne. And initially, Archelaus tries to appease the population, saying he's going to address this horrible wrong of his father. He says he will replace the current Kohen Gadol, the high priest. He will remove some of the offensive Greek officials who were involved in temple activities, and he'll even lower taxes. It happened also, we should realize there's a huge concentration of people in Jerusalem at this time, because all of this happened just before Passover. And he says, don't worry, I'm going to take care of all these things. Just let me go to Rome and meet with Caesar, and then I'll make everything right. The population, however, is unconvinced by his promises. There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva and Shloshim and so on, the mourning rituals for his father. They felt that he wasn't doing this appropriately, a lack of piety. And so Archelaus, in an attempt to try and control the population, actually cancels Passover, right? Sounds like a kind of Grinch-like activity, but that's in fact what he did. And then he heads off to Rome. However, he is preceded in Rome by a delegation of his rival family members, a delegation of Jews who had left from Israel to go and try and lobby against him as he came. And the emperor hears all of these complaints about Archelaus. He says, you know what, maybe this is not such a good idea. He says, I'm going to abolish the Jewish monarchy. No more king of Judea. And instead, he says, I'm going to appoint Archelaus as an ethnarch, like a ruler of a people, which is a lower level authority. And he's going to name two of Archelaus' brothers as co-rulers. The three of them are called tetrarchs. Here's a map where you can see how the region was divided. Archelaus received the most important central areas of Judea and Samaria, but he did not get the title of king. So Archelaus returns to Israel at this point, and he is in many ways a worthy inheritor of his father's reputation, on both positive and the negative. On the positive level, he is the biggest public buildings, like Herod, who built so many palaces, so many major structures, renovated the temple, and Masada, of course, the palace there is one of Herod's and so on. His son also engages in significant activities, built a palace near Jericho, and so on. But at the same time, he's also very cruel and brutal, and is dismissive of Jewish tradition. He puts down brutally a lot of opposition, and he also marries his brother's widow. And this was in contradiction to Jewish law because she did have children, so therefore was not a levirate marriage, it was actually a forbidden marriage. But he hoped to simply ignore all of these complaints. Behind the scenes, a lot of people are very unhappy with his conduct as ethnarch, and so there are more complaints that go back to the emperor. The emperor hears all of these complaints in Rome, and he says, you know what? This was also a mistake. He demotes Archelaus, he confiscates his property, and he banishes him to France. Right? That's how we get the first Jew in France. Not necessarily the nicest character, but nevertheless, that is our first name Jew. He ends up, he sends him to Vienne of Gaul, which is on the Rhone River, just a little bit south of Lyon. You can see the map here. And at the time, it was actually a very important Roman colony. We have some amazing archaeological evidence from the Roman civilization there, such as this phenomenal amphitheater right overlooking the river itself, and this amazing temple, which was saved from destruction because it was pretty swiftly transformed into a church and was preserved. We don't know much about the Jewish community there. We don't know if there was any community there. I mean, after all, Archelaus was sent there as a punishment. And I don't think Caesar would have cared if there was a kosher Chinese restaurant down. We do know that it was an important Roman administrative center, and on the Rhone River, it would have had extremely significant commercial implications. And as a result, some Jews certainly would have been attracted to it. And certainly, as the next few centuries go on, we begin to get a trickle of evidence of Jews settling in and all up and down the That's something that we're going to be discussing much more in the course of this video series, and of course on the trip itself. So I hope you found this brief lecture interesting, and look forward to speaking with you.
Air Canada says it has offered a 38% raise in total compensation over the next 4 years. The Rams will be hosting the Chargers this afternoon for the team's second preseason game.
Hello, I hope you enjoyed the last video which talked about the first Jew in France. As I mentioned there, it's not really the first Jew, it is the first recorded Jew, a political exile as a result of palace intrigue in Rome and Judea. And it's not France either, because that France was not in currency, and we're speaking about the Roman-dominated area of France in the south. But nevertheless, even though we can't speak with a lot of authority about the first Jew of France, we do have a lot more historical information on the first Jewish community of France. Specifically, we know a little bit about the community at Arles, which is a city at the south of the Rhone River, where the Rhone empties into the Mediterranean. There's a delta there. Arles was one of the important cities in the region. And it was an extremely important Roman settlement. You can see this gorgeous aerial view of the amphitheater there. Tremendous amount of activity in Ottawa, and of course Jews were associated with it. It's a natural place for the Jews to settle because, after all, it is on the Mediterranean coast, which has the wide open sea, a tremendous amount of seafaring commercial possibilities, and the River Rhone snakes into the interior of the country, as you can see here in this map, which shows the Latin names of the various communities and allows for trade right into the interior and then back out again into the Mediterranean. So, given the Jewish cultural leanings towards commerce, especially international commerce, this is a likely settlement for Jews. Here's a simplified map associated with the cruise that I'm going on in November. You can see the places that I went to visit. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to see Ottawa in person. At any rate, the legend of the first settlement of Jews in Ottawa goes back to the destruction of the temple in the year 70. According to the legend, the Emperor Vespasian, once he conquered Judea, here's an image of a Judea capta coin. This is something that the Romans actually minted quite a few of these coins to commemorate and celebrate their victory over Judea. You can see on the left is Vespasian himself, and on the right is an image of a Roman soldier looking down over a seated and obviously forlorn Jewish woman with her back to a palm tree, which was one of the predominant iconic images of Israel and the Roman Empire. And the message is very clear. You know, after years of these very frustrating, tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels, the Romans were especially pleased to finally put this rebellion behind them and to conquer the region. So the legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman-Jewish War, loaded them up onto 3 boats, removed the captains, removed the rudders, and then towed the boats out to sea to leave them adrift in the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 ports in the south of France, one in Bordeaux, one in Lyon, and one at our location, Arles. Now, on a literal level, this is highly unlikely and really should be considered more legendary than historical, primarily because of the extreme economic value that these Jewish captives represented. On the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring tens of thousands of captives from Judea straight to Italy, where they were impressed into all kinds of public works projects, including building the Great Colosseum. And secondly, this is a phenomenon that would increase over the Middle Ages. Jewish communities were known for their largesse when it came to redeeming Jewish captives. If the Jewish community heard that there were Jewish slaves that were passing by, or just docked in port, then they would send out representatives and they would collect huge sums of money in charitable donations to be able to perform the mitzvah of Pidyon Shvulim, of redeeming captives. And so Jews were unfortunately targeted by pirates because they knew that they would, they could be ransomed for a large amount of money. So it's highly unlikely that on a literal level, Vespasian actually did this. However, on a metaphoric level, there's a tremendous amount of truth to this legend because, after all, the Jews were like literally rudderless, captainless, wandering through the Mediterranean, not knowing where they would rebuild their lives. And they finally found a home in Arles and in southern France. So there's a lot to say about it. Now, we don't know much about what happened inside the Jewish community from Jewish records themselves. We don't, until really about 600 years later, we don't have any kind of documentation whatsoever. However, from the year 425 on, we begin to see church documentation relating to the Jews. And although church documentation can be tendentious, and they obviously have a specific aim in mind when they're talking about the Jews, and it colors the treatment of the history. Nevertheless, we do get a sense of the presence of the Jews there, and sometimes we can read between the lines to learn a little bit more about what they're actually doing. So, for example, in the year 425, the Roman Emperor Valentinian III, shown here in this coin, issues a decree that is sent out to the Bishop Patroclus of Arles, authorizing him to restrict the Jewish rights in that region in several key areas. Most likely, he was responding to a request from Patroclus, the local bishop, but nevertheless, it's interesting to look at the specifics of what was denied to the Jews, or what was to be denied to the Jews. Three basic things. First, the Jews are not allowed to own Christian slaves. This is kind of like something you see frequently in a lot of the church documentation. It's not clear what the extent to which Jews did own Christian slaves. Slavery, of course, was perfectly legal at this time and was not even considered immoral. But it could be that this is simply a theological statement saying it is offensive to the church that Christians should be held as slaves by Jews. There's a religious conflict there, and they may just making a rhetorical point. On the other hand, owning slaves was considered a very high mark of status. It required a tremendous amount of wealth to own a slave, especially domestic slaves, and particularly for Jews who have to abide by the rules set down in the Talmud for how a trade must be and particularly for Jews who have to live by the rules set down in the Talmud for how slaves are to be treated, it would have been a very expensive endeavor. So we don't know the extent of Jewish slave ownership, but that would have indicated that there were Jews who were at a fairly high socioeconomic level. Second restriction was Jews could not act as soldiers. That's fascinating because it's not typically a Jewish profession, at least not outside of the land of Israel, but we see that Jews were actually involved in the city. We don't have to rely only on the documentation of Valentinian. In a moment, I'll tell you about an incident in which Jews were involved in that. And thirdly, Jews were not to be involved in the local legal system. They were not to be appointed as magistrates. In other words, no Jewish lawyers, which must have sent hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish mothers into chaos because, oh my gosh, what's my son going to do? He's not going to become a Jewish lawyer. Well, I guess he'll become a doctor. And that's actually very ironic because there is a ridiculous overabundance of Jewish doctors in Provence over the next few hundred years. I don't want to attribute that to Valentinian's decree. There are a lot of other reasons why Jews would go into the medical profession. At any rate, one of Patroclus' successors is Saint Hilary the Great. Here's an image. Image. And here is an image of Hilary of Arles, who is actually beatified as Saint Hilary. And he's known as being much nicer to the Jews than Patroclus, which is probably an indication that the restrictions he hoped to impose on Jews were not, in fact, implemented. According to church records, when Hilary died in the year 449, the Jews really very deeply engaged in mourning for his passing. The church records indicate that They followed his funeral procession, weeping profusely, and even reading psalms or singing even psalms as they went, which made a big impression on the observers at the time. One other small side point, I find it fascinating that Hilary is the way he refers to his ecclesiastical figure in English, but his Latin name was Hilarious, literally hilarious. I guess that's what happened when you read books all day. Anyways, the Arles goes through some political upheaval. In year 476, the Visigoths emerge from Spain and conquer the southern region of France, including just past the city of Arles, which is wrapped into the Visigothic Empire for a brief period of time. This was actually good for the Jews because at this time the Visigoths, although Christians, they were not Catholics. They were actually Arians. That's Arian spelled with an I, not with a Y. And one of the distinguishing features of Arian Christianity was a different view of the divine status of the founder of the Christian faith. And this, for whatever reason, was conjoined with a much more tolerant attitude towards the presence of Jews in their society. So initially, Jews actually did fairly well within the Visigothic Empire until the conversion of Recared in year 589. We'll return to that in a second. But while Arles is under the Visigoths, Jews were apparently such patriotic and enthusiastic defenders of the realm that they fought on behalf of the city against the invaders, the Franks and the Burgundians in the year 508. Unfortunately for the Visigoths, Arles fell to the invaders, and then there was a dispute that ensued between, once again, the local bishop, whose name was Caesarius at this time, and the Jewish community. The Jews asserted that Caesarius had actually betrayed the city to the Franks for whatever reason. And the bishop argued precisely the opposite, that it was the Jews, and specifically a Jewish soldier. Once again, here we have another reference to Jews being actually involved in military defense of the city. Caesarius accused a Jewish soldier of sending a letter over the city walls to the invaders and indicating where the defenses were weakest, allowing them to access the city. Fascinating dispute for what it says about Jews engaging in the fight against external invaders. But in the end, you can't fight City Hall. The bishop won. The Jews lost that debate. Unfortunately, that one Jewish soldier was actually put to death. Another bishop, shortly thereafter, named Virgilius, towards the end of the 500s, he is involved in another interesting controversy which sheds light on the nature of the Jewish population. We know of his activity because of a letter that Pope Gregory the Great sent to him at the turn of the 7th century. Here's a picture of Gregory the Great, like Recared. You see that he's looking up to the sky. I guess that's a thing for these kind of ecclesiastical purposes. At any rate, in Jewish history, Gregory the Great actually is the Great because in many ways he reinforces the traditional church law that comes from St. Augustine to basically leave the Jews alone. There's a lot more to say about how church law evolved, but one of the things that we see frequently throughout the Middle Ages that local church clergy tend to be much more anti-Semitic, whereas upper clergy want to try and maintain tolerance. So the specific incident that occurred with Bishop Virgilius in Arles is reflected in a fascinating document in which Gregory the Great, the Pope, sends a letter to Virgilius saying, "Oh, it's been a long time since I wrote to you, and how are things going? And by the way, I've been receiving complaints that you are forcibly converting Jews. And I have to tell you," and he uses the Latin phrase here, "lo zuhaderat." This is not the way that we operate. Use your words. Talk to them, preach to them, and so on. And in fact, this has a negative side because later on, the Jews of Provence and elsewhere in Europe will be exposed to forced conversions where they will have to show up and listen to Christian proselyte or Christian ministers, sometimes converted Jews, preaching to them, trying to get them to become Christians. But at any rate, He says to him, you should not be converting them by force. This is something that happens throughout the region, especially after the Catholic conversion of Recareg that we discussed very briefly earlier. Nevertheless, despite Gregory the Great's efforts, as they say again in Latin, Gornishelfen, the Jews were still exposed to a considerable amount of tension with the local clergy that would ebb and flow over the next 2 centuries. And in general, to wrap this lecture up, there's 2 competing phenomena that are affecting the development of the Jewish community in Ireland at this time. On the one hand, you have the repeated and fairly insistent and increasing anti-Semitic legislation that comes principally from the church. And on the other hand, you have the growth of the Jewish community, both economically, because over the next few centuries, we will see the Jews represented in Ireland in commerce. They're famous for soap manufacturing, for example. In real estate, they're landowning. They have communal property. This is a cemetery that is sold to the Jews at this time, and also in scholarship, Ireland attracts a significant number of very important scholars who have a long-lasting impact on Jewish history, especially in the realm of translation, where they are well known for taking Arabic works and translating them into Latin for the Christian world. Very important in terms of the cultural diffusion of ideas around the Mediterranean basin. I'd like to devote a separate lecture to the growth of the scholarship of Jews in Provence. But for the time being, just bear in mind that there are those 2 factors going on. In the end, it is the negative factors that win out. In the year 1494, the Jews are finally expelled from Ireland, and they are not to return formally really until the French Revolution in the late 18th century, 300 years distant. Jewish travelers want to take advantage of this very important mercantile route. It is, recall, at the mouth of the Rhone River and as the central point communicating the interior of the country to the Mediterranean. If Jews want to travel through there on business or whatever other purpose, they have to pay a special tax for being Jewish. And they are only allowed to remain in the city for 8 days, and they have to be gone. So it was definitely a negative experience for those last few hundred years, and we'll discuss the revival of this community in a later lecture. Anyway, that's it for a very quick talk on one aspect of the earliest Jewish community in France. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. Hello. You know, every now and then I come across some bit of Jewish history that blows my mind, and this is one of those chapters. It is a chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne, and it refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish kingdom in medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but let me go through it, and I'll tell you all about it. You can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyways? Let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast, basically, of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it, and in fact, you can see from this map that on the left is an arrow pointing to Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Rhone River. That's where the kosher riverboat cruises are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the Chachmei Provincia, the sages of Provence, because there was a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region in the medieval period, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the Nasi of Narbonne. So in order to understand the context of this story, we have to go back a little bit. You can see from this map that the Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they controlled this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see, but before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginnings. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the first century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones and things like that. We basically did fairly well in Visigothic Spain. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity. That's Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely in their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This changed, however, significantly with the conversion of King Recared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting by Degrand that shows the conversion of Recared. Here you can zoom in, look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really religiously motivated here. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Recared in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting the Jews, unfortunately. And they instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews with absolutely incredible, unusually intrusive persecutions that really you wouldn't see for hundreds of years except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments like amputations and scalpings and things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered the Iberian Peninsula from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. The coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way, because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular culture. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist within this region, and Jews were able to exist in this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the binary relationships they had with Christians alone as a tiny Jewish minority in a Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in North Africa and the Near East. But that's going to take us a little further afield from where we are. Narbonne was, at least briefly, enclosed within the new Spanish Empire. And that's what takes us to the story of Mahir, the first Nasi of Narbonne, as the story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is, of course, within France, contemporary France. So that term is anachronistic for the period we're talking about. And France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant for our situation because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French, the Franks, as it were, wanted to, and the Burgundians and other peoples wanted to reclaim that territory, and as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin le Bref, here's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this worked to the Jews' advantages. So as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nasi. So let's see, what exactly is the Nasi? The term Nasi is classic in origin. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called a Nasi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, Judah the Prince, Yehuda HaNasi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nasi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role that even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nasi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or that would be Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also had descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of the Jewish community. In Babylon in particular, where this map is depicting, the Jews were ruled by a figure called in Aramaic the Reish Galusa, which means the head of the exile. And in English, that's usually rendered as exilarch, right? The head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict with the great Talmudic academies of Pumbedita and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch in the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean, and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Machir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch, and if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how he came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Pepin the Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Machir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiyut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary fact is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to the Nasiyut are quite late in nature. Two of the most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all these places or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which was very close to his actual origins in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Dawood was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds. It's actually a historical book. And they both refer to the existence of an exilarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. The only problem is, it's like 500 years after the fact. And there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. It's not at all impossible that, in fact, there was a Jewish kingdom in France, but we will have to do more research to really understand properly. I hope that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today. I hope you enjoyed this short video.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
We're going to continue now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chochmei Provincia, who played such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chachmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chachmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talner Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about this yourself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Ben-Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 games, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Here's a map that you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join me. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Kraus, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So, one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there are 2 main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic, political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator. He wrote a great book on repentance, on teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian. That is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Dr. Tursky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. I mean, these are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Arles. And I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. There, you can see this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular costumes. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushas, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. Here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Carpentras. This is I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikvah that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a Stadtland, someone who was an intercessor between the community and the powers that be. And that certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly, exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential. But until the arrival of few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barchia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement, or related to the Almoravids as well, that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of kosher stores. But, don't you guys know anything about science or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham bar Chia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Sadyagao, and they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? And they said, well, you have to learn Arabic. I said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic. And they said, okay, look, we can get you some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Rabbi Rothschild, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first. Tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Chovos and Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Rabbi Shalom said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda ibn Tibbon and Yosef Kimchi began translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel ibn Tibbon continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikra Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachia's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed. Oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, a fascinating, very different and literate approach to philosophy. Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions, and the great poetry of Ibn Gabirol. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Gabirol, but Rabbeinu Bachia, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia Gaon. This is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you'll find copies of these books, many of them in the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's so much to say about the Rambam. But there were 2 specific books that were incredibly important to the Chachamei Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do on any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purposes, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Raivad, Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Poskier, who was one of the many commentators on the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Raivad's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Raivad who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence, and in fact the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course, in the 13th century, it would even be burned in Paris, motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam, and in fact, his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chachmei Provence begin to move into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Twersky puts it: France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Saadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions or Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This was an extremely valuable endeavor. And I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like ArtScroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU. All kinds of organizations are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo public, the Anglo-Jewish public, needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they are processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Levi ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides, or the Ralbag, who takes a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachmei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you found it interesting.
They've got a great range of apps. Pretty much every app that's available is there. I love Roku because they pretty much, the guy who started it, forget what his name is, on top of my head, James, whatever his name, but he basically has that event. He said, like, I built this because this is what I wanted to be able to watch TV, right? And so I think that...
Hello, I'm here with Kosher River Cruises in Provence, where we'll be exploring the Rhone River to look at elements of Jewish history in several locations along the route. Today we're in Arles, France. It's very hard to pronounce, Arles. And it is a place where Jews have lived since the 1st century, and even Benjamin of Tudela, when he traveled through the region in the 12th century, found 200 Jews living this time. Has some great examples of medieval architecture, particularly a lot of 18th century representations in the center of town. And perhaps the highlight of the visit to Arles is definitely the amazing Roman amphitheater, which has been beautifully preserved. It is a UNESCO site, and gives you a sense of what it must have been like to be, for example, Reish Lakish, who was a former gladiator himself.
Maybe we'll get a gladiator show in or two. I think there's a matinee today.
Here's Russell Crowe. We need having a chance to visit the amphitheater. It's wonderful. Nowadays, it's used for bullfighting. The region of Provence is quite proximate to Spain, so that particular practice continues in this location. There is, however, in the center of town, a church with a rather impressive facade that features on the left-hand side a number of the righteous going to heaven, and on the right, series of people who are clearly bound and following each other, perhaps falling blind because they have hands on each other's shoulders and they're being led off to hell, and they're being driven there by a figure clearly wearing the Ullman, which is a distinctive Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1214. It's kind of an interesting but negative thing. When you actually get to the street, which was the old Jewish Caballero, that is the former Jewish ghetto before the Jews were finally exiled from Alice. It's known as Rue de Dr. Franton right now, and there's no trace of any of the buildings that once stood here before they were expelled in the 15th century. But if you're in Alice, you really do have to take a quick car ride or bus ride. About 30 miles away, you'll get to the amazing Pont du Gard, which is really a fantastic piece of Roman architecture. It is a phenomenal aqueduct. And what I think is most fascinating about this is that it was basically a 30-mile stretch, about 50-kilometer stretch from the spring to the city of Nice. And there's only 55 feet, something like 30 meters difference in the height of those two locations. And since the water had to travel by gravity, they had to calculate the slope with tremendous precision. It's a remarkable achievement of first-century architecture, and also places in context what it must have been like for Jewish history to be up against the entire Roman Empire. Recall that this bridge, which is also a UNESCO site, was built roughly at the same time as the first Roman-Jewish war. And the idea that the Jews could hold off such a phenomenal civilization for 8 years in their quest for independence is really a remarkable statement to think of.
As the boat will get, Howie was actually the piano player at the christening of the bridge when they first opened it.
I remember Malcolm did the buffet.
He did all the Broadway.
And I also stood in line at the omelet bar at that time.
Expect the latest boat directions on the 405 at Manchester, as well as the surface streets leading to SoFi, especially Century Boulevard and Prairie Avenue, Southern California.
So this morning I had the privilege of waking up just before dawn and going out of deck the ship to watch our approach to Avignon, where we're going to be journeying over land to Carpentras, which is one of the oldest Jewish communities in Provence. It is in the Comtat de Nice, also known as the Papal States. This is a region of Provence that was actually owned by the Pope during the 14th century, and this had tremendous benefits for the Jews because as they were being expelled from many other locations in France, they were able to seek refuge in this region. We'll talk more about that when we get to Avignon. We had our prayers in the boat, which is always great. Rabbi Stuart Weiss provided a little short Torah to give us a start to our day.
Quick halacha for the day. We talked yesterday about Tfilat HaDerech. Today, say a word about Birkat HaGovel.
Carpentras is famous in particular for this remarkable 14th century synagogue built in 1367, perhaps on the foundations of an earlier synagogue, and it is absolutely stunning. I'm going to break this video up into a few little pieces because there's so much amazing stuff. So for today, let's just have a quick look at the entrance, and we'll just have a quick walk into the 18th century renovation. The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So much is a feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper. There is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Right now we are in the second oldest synagogue. What's the oldest synagogue? Somewhere in Eastern Europe, I don't know exactly. I think it's Prague or Minsk or something like that. And with this beautiful Baroque interior,
strikingly contrasts with very low profile facade on the outside. And yeah, this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe. So the Carpentras synagogue has two major levels to explore. The first is the original, which is of course 14th century. We're going to look at that in the next video. The second is the 18th century part, which is the result of a major renovation that began in the 1740s. The architect had proposed something much higher, and in fact the bishop was rather unhappy at down, but you can see on the inside is an amazing Baroque interior, but there are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there, so scale? Of course. Oh, wow. Look how tiny it is. Yeah. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The women's section, originally it was in the basement, and then later it was on the ground floor behind some red curtains. Also on the second floor, a single row of seats, presumably for very important women. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. You know, we were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Okay, Salman, say something to the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
Through remarkable and often heroic intervention by locals, the treasures of the synagogue were hidden away during the Nazi period. They included this beautiful Hanukkah menorah, which unfortunately did lose the shamash. But what the Carpentras synagogue is perhaps best known for is its 14th century mikvah in the basement, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to talk about that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
Whatever you pay for Google, because they offer a bunch of stuff. So for this, $2 a month for 100 gigs, not bad. But
the basement of the Carpentras synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which wants to really heighten the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
So copy that in, put it in the search bar, and now all of the emails from that person comes up. And what you want to do is tap the select
The Capital Synagogue also featured two ovens, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah. But the most amazing thing about the Capital Synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations. And these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
your screen takes a second or two to refresh. So if it looks like nothing's happening, it's deleting the oldest emails first, and it's making its way to that first email at the top. 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101. Coming up, we're talking to
It's amazing to wake up every morning as we're cruising along the Rhone River and to anticipate the adventures that lie ahead. One of the most fantastic moments was when the president of the Catholic Synagogue invited me to have a look at the ongoing excavations under their 14th century synagogue, which were absolutely amazing. It's a phenomenal discovery. Here you can see the Pope's Palace and Avignon looming in the distance. We will actually dock at Avignon and take a bus to get to Capital, which is about 30 minutes away. First established in the late 14th century, the Jews had been here for about 150 years when they were expelled. In the beginning of the century, 64 families were forced to flee. When they returned a few decades later, 12 families and they successfully petitioned for the right to rebuild their synagogue. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than their first synagogue when they were first expelled, and it's quite possible this is the actual location of that first synagogue earlier in the century. C'est quelque chose.
Welcome.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super. Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde, mais qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Okay.
Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je vais vous dire. Kenisa.
Kenisa, ici.
On a trouvé que c'était fait des voix.
Ok. Et c'est une Kenisa du document?
Des documents. J'ai pas.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça c'est des... Normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, hein, toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Génisa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Des vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Tzitzit.
Quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589.
Gutenberg,
oui.
Wow.
1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
Wow.
Try now for as low as $5. Still unstoppable. The free iHeartRadio app is now
One of the unusual architectural features of the Saint-Sylvain Cathedral in Carpentras, France, is the mysterious ball of brass that sits above the southern entrance to the cathedral. And it seems to be a source of a lot of controversy among art historians, many of whom adduce a specific Jewish connection to this unusual decorative feature. The door is known as the portrait, the Jewish door. Several different theories as to why it is so named. One argument is that when Jews were forcibly converted, they were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This seems to me rather unlikely because forced conversions of this nature were highly exceptional in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them. There was a significant number of rebukes going down to lower clergy throughout Provence when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, feeling for whatever reason, perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing because the symbolism does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built in the 15th century, which would be about half a century after the Black Death. But again, it's not totally convincing me. Now, I think we should say two quick things. First of all, it's really important what goes on the outside of churches and monumental architecture like this, because when you have the illiterate peasants coming in from their farms to visit the cathedral, which gives the church an opportunity to explain fairly complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism, to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the Carpentras ball of rats, which is something you don't see in the other examples throughout France, is that the cross is not situated at the top of the orb, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the orb, especially with the cross at the top, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. It's often shown in the hands of a king or an emperor, and the sphere represents the entire universe, and that it's under God's sway. That's what the cross at the top is supposed to signify. But why would the cross be inverted at the bottom? That's unusual. And maybe what they're trying to say, maybe what the artist was trying to say, was that there are all these rats who symbolize people, perhaps Jews, who feed off the material world, and it's kind of like a diabolical connection. That would be appropriate for the 14th century when there's a lot of charges of Jews being in connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. And so I'm left with the question as to what exactly this piece of church architecture actually signifies. And the thing is, was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of rats, or was the ball of rats so interpreted because the door was named the Jewish door? Which one came first? At any rate, I'm leaving you with an open question here, but it is a fascinating aspect of the history of the church in Carpentras and the Jews who lived there.
What was that first phone? The first one I think was a Galaxy S5, and I remember making a video with water and my daughter drinking.
It must have been an amazing experience for medievals traveling up the Rhone River to see the papal palace and the city walls of Avignon looming far off distance. The walls are actually very well preserved. Avignon has a beautiful central square with a lot of really gorgeous architecture, but it's dominated by the most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the papal palace, which dates from the 14th century when, for a little bit less than a century, the popes made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome. Ironically, the papacy in Avignon signaled a place of refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. And so many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this old city. Our group from Kosher River Cruises made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Place Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Carrière. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque-looking exterior which houses the Avignon Synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of their sukkah.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning, they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Ashterot Kanai, where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shape renders the Sukkah possible or not. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah from Ashterot Kanai and placed it here.
Wow, that's great. As we enter the glorious Avignon synagogue, which is built entirely around, we burst into a spontaneous rendition of a passage from the Shabbat liturgy. This 19th century synagogue is a beautiful testament to the ongoing Jewish presence in Avignon, France.
You have more control of what you're doing, but it's more for like tinkerers that know what they're doing. Exactly. Where I myself, I like to pick it up, I set it up, and it's ready to go. I don't need to tinker too much to get it to where I want it. Now you mentioned Google Home, if you're a big fan. Now I know my Google Home in recent months has pretty much just given answers from the web at this point. Like anything you ask it, it's like it's not really. It's like in between phase of what used to be Google Assistant. It's not yet Gemini. What is happening with that? Like, are we going to get Gemini on these mobile devices? Yeah, this is something I've been waiting for a long time. Google's really put out Gemini, and very much public beta preview or whatever. So I do currently have Gemini on my Google Home speaker. So you may be able to do it in the settings. You can actually go in and switch it from Google Assistant, or if you want to switch it to Gemini, which is rolling out to certain devices. Rather than using that online device home app, there's some good things that work great. Other things by the way, trying to figure out how to do it very encrypted. It's a step process. I'm on the rather than and I check like every day if I don't know to call them. It's just not done. So you're looking at the whole place, or it's just not available to me just yet. So I don't have it just yet still. So once you have it, that should make things a lot better. So is Gemini indicates your question, or you also control the smart home stuff? Yeah, so I mean, Europe still is controlling my smart home stuff, so it now has all that integrated. One of the new things that I've noticed is if I set a timer, I can now set a timer on my phone without having to ask it again when the timer's going to run. So there's some integration there. There's still some things like I asked it to turn off the fan last night, but it turned off the remote fan, so we're still getting that kind of worked out. But then there's some extra integration, like we have the Nest camera. The new Nest cameras can understand what's happening to the scene, so I can actually ask when my son was in the backyard camera, and it will let me know when it last saw. That's cool. That's it. I was just talking about the Ring notifications of getting that AI. So Ring is using AI to look at what's happening with the video cameras and send a notification saying, not just at the front door, saying there is a delivery person with a bag at the front door, something like that. So yeah, very similar to what that's doing. And it's really helpful. You can go in the app too, and it shows you this person was on their phone under the umbrella in the backyard. And wow, that's pretty cool to have all that details. You can even search it. So yeah, that's cool. Any standout gadgets you've been testing recently that you would recommend? Spanish. This year has been the year of robots at my house. So we've been doing all kinds of robot labs. Lawnmowers. I don't have a pool, but I'm also testing like these aloe leaders. And the latest one is the RA. I think it's just up West. They brought Offer and Mark clean the whole vacuum vacuum. So I clean their house once a year as we got the kids run around and make it dirty. Yeah, we have kids you have. We have 4 slavery. It's a lot. Like yours at 5. I've got 2 and I'm working with 2 because it's a lot. These are my kids just went to high school this week, so like it's wild. So there's lots to clean up. That's like, well, I've got one of the robotic vacuums. The narwhal flow. Is that a upright, or is that what it's like? It just goes by itself. It just goes by itself. All on its own. We're just sleeping in the morning. Yeah, that's it. I've got the upright one from Rock, and I love it. I mean, it is so functional and fun and vacuum at the same time, because
And by the way, if you poke around in some of the weird places,
That's the favorite product I brought from my wife. She loves it. She's so quick and easy to
there is nothing specifically.
okay, so let's talk about a common question that we get. Probably a lot of emails from people that watch your channel, YouTube, Babylon. What are some of the common questions you get these days about technology and smart homes? So one of the biggest things is how all things are going together, or how you can have them work together. So, what smart light should I get? My smart home, if I want it to automatically turn off at night, or when I have to share the sensor. So those are some of the big things that people are focusing on in my life. That's what I use, mainly just simple little products that benefit my life. Like we have a garage without a window, and nobody ever wants to go in there if it's dark. So I have a little door sensor right on the door. You open the door, and it automatically turns on the lights that are on a smart light switch. So the garage has never been dark to us, even though it's just been opening the door, the lights automatically turn on, which is a huge benefit to our home. Yeah, and it's such a small thing, but this is what I found about the smart home tech stuff. It's like you set it up once, and hopefully it works for a very long time, but it really changes the dynamic of things in your home. And it seems intimidating at first to set it up. Like I've got a system in my kitchen where I've got those lights underneath the cabinets, and I set up a sensor, like a motion sensor. So every time I walk into my kitchen, the lights under the cabinets come on, and I love it. And I set it up years ago.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I have an exciting question. It's exciting for people like me. Is printing a Jewish invention? So I'm going to say right away, the answer is probably not. But there is an amazing Jewish backstory that says that perhaps modern printing, as we understand it, first originated here in Avignon, France, not with Johannes Gutenberg, as has been largely accepted by the scholarly world for a long time. Let's dive into it a little more. I first got this question from Philologos, who is a great scholar who very likely hides behind his pseudonym, and he writes for Mosaic magazine. And he asked this question: did a 15th century Jew refer to the printing press? I thought I'd do a little bit deeper dive into what exactly is this all about. So our story is based in Avignon, France. You can see on this map here, it's in the south of France. It's a region of the Rhone River where we traveled with Portugal cruises later this year. The research goes back to this man, Pierre-Henri Raquin, who lived in the late 19th and early 20th century. And he published this really interesting book called Origine en France, Origins of Printing in France, which of course, the French and Germans, they have this kind of rivalry that goes back, I don't know, maybe a millennium or so. And so to say that printing was invented in France was pretty explosive. He argues that it was invented in Avignon in 1444, which would have been around 6 years before Gutenberg came up with his famous invention. Printing actually goes all the way back to Asia, first by smearing carved stone with ink and then laying cloth, laying paper on top of it. Later, they invented woodblock carving by carving letters into wood and then smearing with ink and so on. And the competition between several Asian leaders for the title of the society that first invented this tremendously important method of information transfer. The Chinese, the Koreans, they may even have been invented in the islands of Japan. Here's a beautiful woodblock print that dates from the late 9th century. As you can see, it's got lots of imagery and text and so on. And so, really, printing goes all the way back much earlier in Asia. Now, we know, of course, that when printing Europe, especially under Gutenberg, Jews were very early adopters, loved it, and of course, it played into the whole idea of democratizing learning, spreading more literacy, and so on. And so one wonders, why didn't the Jews get involved in printing early on? In some medieval Jewish libraries, they discovered documents like this one, which seems to be some kind of listing of various foods and prices that go along with it. Terrible dad joke. Printing in the modern era is basically associated with Johannes Gutenberg. And he invented the printing press, which was a big step up from the stone and woodblock printing that was circulating in Asia and then later also in Europe as well. What you see in this particular rendition is you see the people in the front with the machine, the press aspect of it, but look in the back there, you see a couple of people working there with these big trays of something or other. What are they doing? Well, this is a key element of Gutenberg's press. It is the invention of movable type, which is a huge leap forward from the Asian system. Rather than carving an image with letters onto a single piece of wood or something like that, you take these little pieces of lead that have letters on them, and you assemble them into sentences. You then put them into a frame, and then you've got this massive wall of text that can be rearranged and reused over and over again to create different pages. So that was a huge innovation that suddenly made printing much less labor intensive. The wood blocks much more viable as a result. So let's now head to Avignon in southern France. This, by the way, is an image that shows the Pont d'Avignon, the bridge of Avignon, which is, of course, if you grew up in Canada, it was a big song where all kinds of things, there'll be a suit of Pont d'Avignon, right under the bridge of Avignon, there we dance and so on. It's a very beautiful town, it's well preserved. And it was the home of the anti-popes for a while when they were competing between Rome and Avignon, who would be the actual pope. It was actually a very good period of time for Jews. They were well protected by the ecclesiastical powers in Avignon at the time. And that's actually very much of this is happening. So what Racan found was when he went into the archives of the Vaucluse region, he discovered some really interesting documents that referred to a particular Jew named Davin de Caderus. He lived in Avignon. He had a Christian friend named Prokop Waldvogel, who was from Prague, and the two of them got involved in various enterprises. And one of the enterprises they were involved with, apparently, was so-called artificial writing. That I have found this amazing document, which was dated the 10th of March, 1446. And in this document, there's a reference to how an individual was going to deliver to this Jew, Davin de Caderus, 27 Hebrew letters, well made of iron. Now you might be wondering, why 27 letters? There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. But of course, you have to remember that when you look at the Hebrew alphabet, there are 5 letters which have final forms, meaning when they occur at the end of a word, they are written differently than if they occur at the beginning or the middle of the word. If you think that's complicated, just reflect for a minute on English, which of course has 26 letters, and all of them are written differently at the beginning of a word than if they are in the middle or the end. It's clear that this David has apparently been working on printing, on artificial writing, for at least the past 2 years. So this is slightly more Gutenberg press, but of course we don't have the actual letters, and for a long time we didn't actually have books either, if he was in fact carrying this to fruition. And the reason why this is coming to the news today is because Moshe Rothschild was an expert in a lot of these areas of the Nagura, like books written before 1500, found some pages of a Hebrew sigil, Hebrew prayer book, which were bound into another volume, and looked at them very, very carefully and exposed them to scientific analysis. He was able to determine that they had a watermark. See here in this image, this watermark is specifically associated with the first half of the 15th century, which he dates to the 1440s, which would conform to the reference that Racan found in the archives, which suggests that yes, this David de Caderus had actually succeeded in printing a very, very early sigil, of which we have only signature pages available today, and that would suggest that indeed we've got access to BC's database. Now, I want to conclude by saying I'm really excited about this. I'm looking forward to visiting Avignon again later this year. If you're able to join us on these kosher river cruises, I guarantee you they are absolutely amazing. So fantastic, excellent food, Chef Malcolm, and we see so many interesting things. I would love for you to come along with us, and if not, I hope to share our experiences on videos like this. Thank you very much for watching.
Because I think that they basically, so when you go to Macy's, I haven't returned to Macy's in a while, but basically, do they just scan that little barcode on our clothing and that's it? In terms of everything. Now, why would you? Okay, so if that's the case, maybe you just don't include these barcodes on the.
No. I just removed like 4 today. I thought really in theory, another brand. I buy a lot on them.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence in the south of France with kosher riverboat cruises. And so this video is part of my advanced research for that trip. I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence, the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack them. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful, rolling hills and things like that. And Jewishly, what's influencing this region are several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jewry, especially those that come from Al-Andalus in the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding, how Judaism fits in the larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. And they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi dies in 1105, and his grandchildren developed something known as the Bali Tosfos, the masters of the Tosafot, or essentially that word means additions, and it refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot did something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rashbam, for example, and Rabbeinu Tam in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of Talmud there's something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire scope of Talmudic literature, a massive amount of information, and they will analyze it and critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, and question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way, but of course they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I'd like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge impact. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see. So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Pinchas Roth. He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence, and I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying the special prayers for that penitential season, the Slichot. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks into the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks into the synagogue, that's when all chaos erupts, because he sees that the person leading the prayers on that holy evening is the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it will be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven, or at least without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, what is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper that says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? You know, that these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced? And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, wait, what is it? You're none of your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs. And it actually descended into a battle of fists, that they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the gravedigger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in synagogue, nevertheless could erupt into literally a violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So with this in mind, that you've got this rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs, this is where we should talk about Maimonides entering the frame. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and he actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about it, they said, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic and, of course, Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Chobos Alabavos, The Duties of the Heart by Rabbeinu Bachya, and then, of course, the great Moran Nevuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, and specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south in Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Ravad, Rabbi Abraham ben David. There are actually several Ravads. This is known as Ravad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak Sagi Nahor. The phrase literally means full of light, but that is a euphemism for blind, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosfot in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Inventives. Okay, wow, it's so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experiences we have there. Thank you very much for watching.
Free radio is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's my radio podcast preview. They were sweet little ladies.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I gotta say, I just think Jewish history is so fascinating. I don't know why people don't study it more than they do, but I'm so glad to have you here because I have some really interesting things to share with you today. Specifically, it seems that there were 3 Jews serving as soldiers of Rome in the 1st century before the Common Era, living in the region of ancient Gaul, which would be today basically Germany or on the border of France. And this was in the 1st century before the Common Era. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Let me tell you about this. So first of all, we have this on the basis of 3 gravestones. The first one is shown here. This is Monimus, the son of Yerumbal. We'll talk about what that means shortly. The second is this beautiful grave marker. It looks like it may have come out of the same school of artists or something, Sabaeus, the son of Ero. And then finally, we have one where we don't have any image and we only have the inscription. but of Caius, son of Hanalus. So I'm going to tell you more details about these 3 specific gravestones and what they mean. But first, let's just do a little bit of back history, because history is written by historians, right? And it's really important that we give credit to some of these scholars who have done fantastic work. I first came across this when I was doing research a while ago for a graduate course I hope to be teaching in Budapest with the Ashkenazian a little later this year. And it's in the work of Asher Frischman. Asher Frischman wrote this amazing book, Ashkenaz Rishonim, the early Ashkenazi Jews. The English translation of the subtitle is Since Their Settlement in Northwest Europe to the First Crusade, published in 2008. It's really something that should be translated because it's absolutely fantastic. At any rate, in the early chapters, Frischman explores some of the early legends of European settlement. One of the most fascinating ones is one that appears in Ibn Daud in the 12th century, that the Roman emperor, according to some versions it was Vespasian, according to others it was Titus, but these would be both in the second half of the 1st century in the context of the destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman-Jewish War. According to the legend, the emperor sent off 3 ships full of Jews with no captain on the ship and with the rudder removed, meaning just cast adrift into the Mediterranean. Wouldn't have made a difference if you have a ship full of Jews. Even if you have a captain and you have a rudder, it's not going to change things, because after all, every Jew on the ship is going to be a captain too. At any rate, according to the legend, where did they land? They made their way all the way across the Mediterranean, just under the boot of Italy and Sicily, and they landed in the south of France in 3 specific locations, in Arles in the south, Bordeaux to the west, and Lyon to the north. Now, what these 3 sites have in common, besides being really interesting, beautiful places, is that they are places where we're all going to visit with kosher riverboat cruises, of course. But most historians feel like there's really not much to this legend. We do have definitely a source in Josephus that says Jews were in this region in the 1st century, but I'll tell you about that in a second. What's important for us is it appears that these 3 gravestones that we're going to look at are from an entirely different trip of Jews that is not at all legendary, going all the way from Jerusalem all the way up to Mainz, or Mayence in French. This is a region in the earliest, corner of Ashkenaz, just north of Stuttgart and near Frankfurt am Main. Now, let's get into this story a little deeper. Now, we know a lot about this century, Jewish populations from Josephus. He's an incredibly important historian. This is the classic illustration of Josephus. You see this particular image in all kinds of representations. Of course, we have no idea what Josephus actually looked like. At one point, there was a sculpture discovered, and a lot of historians got very excited because they thought this would in fact be Josephus. But in reality, we were just kind of like fooled by the large nose, believe it or not. And it turns out not to be about Josephus at all, and we don't know what he looks like. But I did come across this image on a beautiful website of the Low Country Digital Library, and that refers to the Low Country region of South Carolina. And they have some amazing things there, including several reproductions of images of Josephus. Not only this one, but here is like the studious Josephus. You can see it looks really quite different from the earlier one. And here's one of my favorites, the learned and warlike Jew Josephus, which, you see his whole posture here, really fascinating. At any rate, let's go back to the story. Josephus records the fact that we know there was a Jew in the south of France in the 1st century, the king Archelaus. He was the son of Herod, and he was renowned for his incompetence, and he was ultimately exiled by the Romans from Judea to Vienne, not Vienna, but Vienne, which is in the south of France. Now, I know you might be thinking, exile in the south of France doesn't sound too bad, but you have to realize that in the early 1st century, it was like impossible to get any decent Asian kosher takeout in the south of France, so it must have felt like exile. Josephus tells us about that one Jew there, but he also tells us about the Itureans. And here's where Rabbi Dr. Sally Levy comes in. Here's a photograph of him serving as a field chaplain in the German army in World War I. He had a well-regarded career, not only as a soldier, but also as a rabbi and a historian. His years are 1883 to 1941. He was the last rabbi of Mainz in the pre-Holocaust period. The sad part of the story is that even though he had a brilliant career of caring for his community in mines, he went to America in 1938 to raise funds for his community and things like that. And when things got so much worse in the Nazi period, he actually returned to mines to care for them. He was there until the spring of 1941, until it became very clear that it was very dangerous for him to remain. He made the decision, and now he's 58 years old. He made the decision he was going to emigrate. He tried to make appointments with the Gestapo to get special permission to leave, and while he was waiting for that, he died of a heart attack in Berlin. He was buried in the cemetery that was the site of so much of his research. Let's go now directly to his research. So he published this article in this great journal. You get really the feel of the Weimar Republic era. It translates as the newsletter for the history of Jews in Germany. The font, as you can see, is very bold and aggressive in the sense that, yeah, we belong in Germany as well. And his article was on this remarkable early finds, first century before the Common Era, of Jews living in Germany. Who were they? So first of all, they were Itureans. You can see from this map here that Iturea is located to the northeast of what would be contemporary political boundaries of the state of Israel today. It would be sort of eastern Syria and Lebanon region. This area was conquered by the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans or the Hashmonaim, and the people there, as we saw earlier in Idumea, they were forcibly converted to Judaism. This is a very dark period in some ways in Jewish history. It's really the only time that this happened. It was under the Hashmonaim, and the Jews had lots of reasons to later regret that. No doubt the hesitancy to accept converts stems from this period. The Romans took control of the region in the year 63 before the Common Era, and they made good use of these Itureans afterwards as soldiers in their army. So the gravestones, although they don't have specific dates on them, they can be dated to some time after that, probably under Julius Caesar or Claudius, perhaps Augustus. So these three gravestones were from three Jewish soldiers serving as part of the Iturean contingent. These are the maybe second, third, fourth generation of these first converts, forced converts from Iturea, but definitely they had been circumcised and they adopted Judaism, at least if we are to take Josephus at his word. Now, let's go back to the stones themselves and try to understand what can we derive from them. First of all, they don't look especially Jewish. I mean, it's really bizarre to see Jewish gravestones with actual 3D sculptures of people on them. That's such a non-Jewish thing, especially in the ancient period when Jews were overwhelmingly aniconic. There's no indication to suggest that they went to a Jewish grave worker or a gravestone maker to put these together. And this could have been, just what they would do for any gravestones at the time. Probably for wealthier, more important people, because these look like pretty significant works of art. But there's no Jewish symbols in them. There's no Hebrew in it. The text is entirely in Latin. And the only one that mentions a family member is the third one that doesn't have an image on it. This was erected by a brother. Now, by the way, we should also mention that we're not absolutely sure that these are totally Jewish, but there are some pretty strong indications that they were. But even if we decide that, we're talking about three Jews, there's no indication that there's continuity between these three Jews and some kind of nascent Jewish community that would later last hundreds of years later until Ashkenaz is really developed. We do have one reference in the early 4th century in the Theodosian Code that strongly indicates that there were Jews living in Cologne, but otherwise we have to wait another 500 years really till we start seeing Jews appear in any number. So no continuity necessarily between these early pieces of evidence and the much larger groups of data sets that we have from, let's say, the 9th century on. So what can we say about the text? Let me read the first one. It says, Monimus erumbali filius miles cohortes, then it says the number 1, itureorum anorum, and then it says number L, which is 50, stipendiorum XVI, right, what's that, 16, Iccitus est, which translates as Monimos, the son of Yerombal, the soldier of the first Iturean cohort, was 50 years old, and it appears that he served for 16 years as a soldier, if I'm translating this correctly, rests here. So nothing Jewish here at all, right? The second one is very similar. His name is Sebeos, the son of Ero, and he was only 24 years old, and it appears that his service was 8 years. And the third one is Caius, the son of Hanelus, who was also 50 years old and served for 19 years. And this is the one that was erected by his brother Yamicus. Okay, so how do we identify these stones as belonging to Jews? So what Rabbi Dr. Levy points out is that, first of all, the Itureans, the fact that they are coming from Iturea, at the very least, they are people who come from the region that we know has been made Jewish 3-4 generations earlier. Secondly, when you look at the names, you see that they have some distinct Semitic context. So, for example, the name Monimos in the first one, in Josephus, we see that name is used as a Latin version of Menachem. Menachem is definitely a Jewish name. Yerombal is a little weirder because this appears, it's definitely a Semitic name. The Baal ending is used by Semites. But the thing is, it's not a nice Jewish name. It's like naming your child after inappropriate villains in the Bible. It would be kind of like naming your child today Adolf, for example. Note that, by the way, there are lots of Jews who were named Adolf. Very fine Jews who were probably named that in the 1920s and earlier. But at any rate, it's definitely a Semitic name. Okay, so Menachem, if it is really the form of Menachem, that's really Jewish. Yerombal, a little weirder, but possible. The second name, Sebeos, could easily be the biblical name Ziba, which is definitely, we see that, for example, in the Book of Kings. And his father was Ero, which could be or Eri, also very Semitic. Could be. This last one, however, is the strongest. Caius, not clear exactly where that comes from, but his father was Haneli, which is definitely Hananel or Hanania, totally Jewish name. Hananel is a clearly theophoric name. The last syllable there is one that's widely used by Jews as a name for God, very much indicative of a Jewish name. So that's basically where we are with understanding these three gravestones. We know they came from a very Jewish place. We know that they have some Jewish names mixed in there. The gravestones themselves don't look like they really care that much about Jewish customs, so we might assume that they're fairly distant from Jewish mores, or it could be that the people who set up those tombstones were unaware of Jewish customs and they simply did what they thought was right for apparently very respected colleagues and brothers in arms. Like I said, I think Jewish history is just so fascinating. I can't wait to get to this region to start exploring again and looking for examples of Jewish history in the wild, so to speak. If you're able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, that would be great. If not, I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have got an absolutely amazing story to tell you today. This is something I've been fascinated with for a long time, but only recently was I able to actually find some sources that give me much more detail about it. Basically, the story is about an individual named Bodo who lived in the 9th century and was a fairly educated churchman who amazingly dropped off the map and reappeared as a Jew, taking the name Eliezer. And he was involved in some fascinating polemics, which is very unusual for the time, and it actually had much larger repercussions than I had originally thought when I first came across the story. The reason I got so deeply involved in the story of Bodo, which is not a small episode actually, it has very large significance for the era, is because I was doing my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise down the Rhone River later this year, and I was looking at the life of Agobard, who was a bishop in Lyon. And he had a lot of things to say about Jews, not especially complimentary, and his life intersects with Bodo in a couple of interesting ways, which we might get into. But here's the basic story. Bodo was born around the year 814 to an aristocratic family in Germany. He's referred to as an Alemann, which is like related to the word Allemagne, which is Germany and French, for example. He received a superior education. He was sent to a monastery as a young boy where he was given literacy in the religious texts. And then, because his scholarship must have been really something special, he was sent to the high office of the imperial court. And there he was essentially groomed for, who knows, he might have been a bishop or even an archbishop someday. But then at one point in 838, when he was about 24, 25 years old, he asked for permission to make a pilgrimage to Rome, and then he disappeared, and he reappeared in Spain under a new name, Eliezer, as a Jew, and had a huge controversy erupt about him after that. So there's a lot that this says, not only about this individual life, but his life really exposed some cultural and religious fissures within this early European state. And it gives us an opportunity to study a very important counter-narrative about the major trends of historiography in this period. There are basically 6 principal documents or collections of documents which are contemporary, meaning during Bodo's lifetime or shortly thereafter, and we're going to look at those. I'm very grateful for the work of Frank Ries, who wrote this remarkable book, The Journey of Deacon Bodo from the Rhine to the Guadalquivir, Apostasy and Conversion of Judaism in Early Modern Europe. It came out in 2019, builds on the research of a lot of other really great medievalists like the fantastic Bernard Blumenkranz, who wrote extensively about Bodo's correspondence. And that's what I'm going to rely on very heavily is Dr. Ries's work for this presentation. Okay, so let's try to understand the story. First of all, the most important and most extensive single account of what happened is a single paragraph that was authored by Hincmar, the Archbishop of Reims under Charles the Bald around the year 876. And this is in the context of a much larger document called the Annals of Saint Bertin, which essentially is kind of like a chronology going through important things that happen every year. And now here's the paragraph. I'm just going to read it straight. Maybe we'll stop and talk about it a little bit. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened, something to be wailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumors spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, an Alemann by birth, this is German, and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion, with the scholarship of the clergy, with sacred and secular learning, a man who only the previous year, that would have been 837, had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome, and had been granted this permission and had been loaded with gifts. This man, seduced by the enemy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. Thus he was circumcised, let his hair grow and his beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eliezer. Fascinating kind of treatment here. This is what I think in Yiddish you might call sort of a shanda for the goyim. So in translation, that actually means a shame for the non-Jews, meaning when Jews do something that's terrible, that makes Jews look bad in the eyes of non-Jews. But in this case, if we can make a little pun on the
preposition for in Yiddish. It's a shanda for the goyim, meaning for the non-Jews, this is a shanda within their range. I am so grateful. I get to spend a lot of my time studying books like this. It's so exciting. Okay, so Reese points out some fascinating things just looking at this one paragraph. He says, note the surprise of Ingmar, that here's a guy, Bodo, who received such a superior education, and despite that incredible education, he went, so to speak, off the derech, to use the Hebrew expression. He went off the path. So why would this have happened? So here's an interesting possibility. One of the things that scholars of that era, Christian scholars of that era, were especially concerned with was something called the Hebraica Veritas, meaning the true Hebrew. They were working essentially with the Vulgate, a translation that was several hundred years old of the Tanakh into Latin, the Bible into Latin. And you know that every time you translate something, there's always going to be distortions. It's inevitable because languages are not equal. It's impossible to convey the same sensibility exactly in another language. So they're always questioning, well, here we have a question. What does this really mean? And in order to answer it, we've got to go back to Hebraica Veritas, the actual Hebrew text. Very, very few clergymen received literacy in Hebrew. Is it possible that perhaps Bodo was among those who started engaging it? And in this context, I was reminded of something I listened to yesterday on the 1840 podcast, a really important podcast that comes from Dr. Rabbi David Bashevkin. They were interviewing Dr. Noam Weissman, who is a colleague of mine who's responsible for the Open Door Media projects of Unpacked. I'm very pleased, by the way. Here's a disclosure. I often work with Unpacked on some of their podcasts, Jewish History Unpacked, and quite a few of their videos as well. So I'm a big fan of both Dr. Weissman and Rabbi Dr. Bashevkin. At any rate, Dr. Weissman was talking about something in his youth. I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically he was in college speaking with a young Christian, and they were discussing their comparative religion, and it got down to an argument. So Dr. Weissman essentially said, "You show me your Bible, and I'll show you mine." And so his Christian interlocutor brought out a typical, King James or New Standard Revised version of the Bible, and it looked something like this, right? And Dr. Weissman said, "Now let me show you my Bible," and he brings out this Mikraos Gedolos edition, which is the standard, go-to edition of the Bible for students today, which lists only a few lines of the actual Hebrew text, and then surrounding it are so many layers of commentary and disagreement and dissension and support that reflects the huge conversation of what does the Bible mean over the centuries. Returning to our story of Bodo, is it possible, as Dr. Reese suggests perhaps, that Bodo got involved in some of this dialectic? We got to say, wow, there are a lot of really good questions in Tanakh, and just looking at it on a kind of like a single level of a single lens to understand the text, it's not necessarily appealing. Who knows? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about why exactly he converted. Part of the reason for this is because many of the documents that we have been altered. I'm going to get to that a little more in a second. But for the time being, let's just add one more point that Dr. Reese says. It's clear from the inclusion of this particular passage in the Annals of Saint Bertin was that it had a much larger impact than merely the story of one, deacon who goes off the derech to become Jewish. Who knows, tempted by the herring, or maybe it was the Asian food. So maybe because the Annals of Saint Bertin essentially deal with state level things, continent level things, and his argument is that perhaps Bodo was kind of meant as a sort of pathetic fallacy of look at how our society is falling apart. And in fact, it was. There was huge political change at this time. There was a big succession crisis under Charles the Bald, who divided up his empire among several sons, and eventually it was fractured as a result. Bodo's crisis of faith, which resulted in a transformation, is also reflected in the very state of Charles the Bald. Could be fascinating. So let's look at the polemic. Now, the other thing that happened once he becomes Jewish is he apparently doesn't just disappear. He's quite active in exchanging ideas with other thinkers. In particular, one Alvaro of Cordoba was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, right? Bodo goes from being a Christian and becomes a Jew. Here's a much more common situation where Alvaro of Cordoba starts as a Jew and he becomes a Christian. And they end up having correspondence which has been preserved in a codex form. We know for sure that it is a correspondence with Bodo because initially that's how he is addressed. Later on, however, Alvaro simply refers to him as the transgressor. Now, there are 7 letters intact, which Dr. Reese was able to examine and have translated and studied. 4 of them are from Alvaro and 3 are from Eleazar, but they are preserved by Alvaro and his followers. Some of the folios of those letters, as they were recorded in a codex, have been removed, perhaps by a later pious archivist who felt that some of the material was inappropriate. And unfortunately, the sections where Bodo describes his motivation for conversion are lost. And those are perhaps the most fascinating ones we want to see. We can see, however, as you see in this image, that some of the later copyists, perhaps out of religious zeal, distinctly obscured several sections of the folios that are still intact. But nevertheless, we can reconstruct some of his motivation from the way in which Alvaro's responses provide arguments. So those arguments must respond to the things that he said. The 3 basic issues that they argued about in his course of correspondence was, number 1, who is the Messiah? Is it the founder of Christianity or somebody else? Is it someone who has already walked the face of the earth, or is it someone who has not? Second, who is the true Israel? Veros Israel. It's a fascinating exchange between Alvaro. This is the reason why some say he must have been a Jew. He says, I am by nation and race of the Jews, and I have been graced to become a Christian. So perhaps if he's not, it seems like if we take him at his word, he's a Jewish convert to Christianity. Whereas Bodo, who becomes Eliezer, is not racially, ethnically, and so on Jewish, but he becomes religiously Jewish. And which one is the true Jew? They have an argument here. The third section is Christianity the fulfillment of Judaism or something totally different? And you can imagine which side he's arguing. Absolutely fascinating. It's so unusual to see someone pushing back against the dominant faith. Remember, this is, the Jews are a tiny, tiny minority at this point, and to be so aggressively defending their ideas in a situation where it's actually quite dangerous for them, quite amazing to see. Now, this brings us back to the Rhone River, because this is where we have some testimony about Bodo from one Amolo, who was a disciple of Bishop Agobard of Lyon. And Amolo ascribed some rather nasty behavior to Bodo Eliezer. We have no other corroboration to indicate that this actually was the case. But he argues that the Bodo Eliezer had somehow argued with the Caliph to persecute Christians in Muslim Spain. And in fact, there was, a few years afterwards, a notable rise of Christians who apparently sort of self-immolated, trying to get the Muslims to make them into martyrs. I know it sounds bizarre, but just have a look at the web on something called the Cordovan Martyrs. There were 48 of them. Most of them are monks who, openly violated Sharia in Muslim Spain and were beheaded as a result between the years 850 and 859. So Amolo, who was certainly no friend of the Jews, just like his teacher Agobard had a lot of nasty things to say about the Jews, Amolo may have simply, blamed this on Bodo Eliezer, but we simply don't know the sources at this point right now. Okay, I hope you found this look at one life as revealed by just a few medieval sources interesting. If you are able to join us on this cruise in the Rhone, we're going to explore so much more of this kind of material and actually walk the streets where people like Bodo and Agobard and Amolo actually walk. And if not, I really look forward to sharing videos with you of our trip and of the research I do in preparation for it. Thank you very much for watching.
Some manufacturers, there's free apps out there that you can use to video racing drive. And one of the ones that I have is
Fellow students of Jewish history, I came across something absolutely fascinating as I was doing research for our upcoming cruise along the Rhone River. And this is just so amazing. Let me start with the question. Where did the institution of the Besamim box develop? Now, what is a Besamim box? Many of you will be familiar with this item. Here you can see a sample of the Besamim box. This is a small element of the Jewish ritual of Havdalah, of making a separation, which separates the end of the Sabbath on Saturday night from the rest of the week. And part of that ritual is that you actually have to smell some spices. A lot of interesting reasons for that particular ritual. But at any rate, how do you keep the spices in a beautiful way? So it's very common. We have one of these. This is not ours, but we have one very similar to this, where there's kind of like a tower design with a flag on the top, and you put cloves or cinnamon or something inside the little door there, and you close it up. And during the ritual, you say the blessing, and then you smell the spices and so on. So where did this idea of creating this kind of medieval-looking castle come from? So I was reading about the research of Mordechai Narkis, who first wrote on this in 1960, and then he expanded in 1981. That says essentially this is something that's derived from Christian ritual and Christian religious art. Now that's kind of bizarre. Let's see, where did he get this idea? So first of all, where did Narkis get this strange idea that something so intimate, so home-based in Jewish ritual would actually have its basis in a kind of material culture from Christian tradition? So let's have a look at this. So first of all, have a look at this image here, which is basically a couple of examples of 16th century spice boxes, right, where it's used for this Havdalah ritual. And they're very similar in many ways, very beautiful, silver filigree work to the ones that we use today, although, these are works of art, whereas the ones that we might buy at the local Judaica store are somewhat more humble. But where they come from, he argues, is from something that the church calls a monstranz in German, a Christian reliquary, meaning a kind of a special box to hold some kind of Christian holy object.
security. So if you've got Windows 10, you're going to stop quick. If you're running a Mac, you're running Monterey, you're going to get updates more than sure will start getting updates. So if you're stuck getting security updates, that's the time you need to buy your what's the best thing to do. If your building is still functional, again, laptop project, love to have it. Charities are taking so there's life remaining in those computers. And that software you can put on, extend the usable life of those computers for teachers and for nonprofits.
Yeah, that's. I'm guessing you're referring to the Chrome OS Flex, which basically turns like any laptop into a Chromebook, which is what a lot of the schools use. So even if it's not powerful enough to run like Windows or Mac at this point, or the security updates aren't there, it can still run that Chrome, which is basically like a web browser-based program. Okay, so you like Best Buy, you like Staples. Obviously, you can donate to Laptop Elf if you're in the LA area. There's other nonprofits too, wherever you live, that I'm sure would take these. Tell me about some of your favorite tools and websites. You mentioned a couple of them, but tell me some of the others.
So for our work, we use some of these all the time. One is called Christian Disc Info. It's available from ChristianMarket.info. And basically, it gives you a computer tool you can get the smart drives off the hard drive. That's just the hard drive's condition. Big yellow or red, operating temperature, tells if you're putting in bad sectors. So it's a very good tool to assess whether or not the hard drive is good, is getting weak, needs to be replaced, or is definitely critical in your days. That's one favorite. For everyone I use internet speed, I use speed.cloudflare.com. That's speed.cloudflare.com. You can upload it down to speed, latency, jitter. Very handy for checking your internet connection. Now, on my workshop machine, I have a tool partition user. And what we use that for is a machine that we can't erase the hard drive by putting on it. Pull the hard drive, connect it to that workshop machine, and beneath your partition which will do that process of overwriting once it's filled with the entire hard drive to the information from the retrieval. You mentioned DBAN, dban.org. It's a free tool. Set it up on floppy, use the USB drive, a Rufus or another burner, and then use DBAN and it overwrites the drive. Speaking of tools, a lot of machines that run Windows 10 are not eligible for the Microsoft sanction Windows 11 upgrade. If you use a Rufus tool and the Windows 11 ISO you can download, we've had great success in installing Windows 11. Many machines not otherwise eligible for the Windows 10 upgrade. It bypasses the TPM 2.0 requirement, it bypasses the Microsoft account, and it also uses the requirement for RAM processors. So we've had great success in using that tool for some Windows 10 machines on the Windows 11.
Great information. David Lombard is with the Laptop Elf Project. It's facebook.com/the Laptop Elf Project. David, you said you've done 2,500 computers. I mean, you're doing this as a nonprofit. What is fun about this for you? What do you like about all this?
Well, and of course, Dr. Leo and I are treatment for level technology. We forget about that too. But the real joy comes from talking to teachers and nonprofits and local teachers I get. Very nice to have a laptop. What if they students took that laptop all the way to high school and college? And she would not otherwise be able to get a laptop of that quality. So I mean, feedback from teachers and nonprofits is really the big situations.
Love it. All right, we're going to leave it there. Facebook.com/the Laptop Elf Project. David Lombard, thanks so much for joining me today. Really appreciate it. Get those computers wiped, get them cleaned up, get them donated, recycled. You've got lots of options. I'll link up all the things that you mentioned on my website, richontech.tv. Coming up, we're going to open up the feedback. Rich on Tech on KFI KM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Eileen Gonzalez live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. San Bernardino Sheriff's investigators say there are inconsistencies in the statement made by the mother of a missing 7-month-old boy, and they aren't ruling out foul play. And the California Coastal Commission has denied a request from Elon Musk and SpaceX to expand the number of launches from abandoned work
next Space Force base. More at the top of the hour. Right now, let's go to crash on the 55 in Santa Ana.
Northbound side of the 55 before Dyer Road. To crash on a car and a motorcycle. Everything clearing from the center divider and every new speed coming away from Costa Mesa starting at the 405. In Costa Mesa on the 55 southbound transition to the 405 northbound. Watch for a metal object that fell into lanes of this Connector Road. And the 55 south is slow from the 5 freeway. Harbor Freeway near San Pedro, 110 southbound before Pacific Coast Highway is with the green splintered in the middle lanes. For Southern California, slowdown for a traffic report. I'm Mike Connors. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas at Home Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the History podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and death that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. Coming up on the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show, is your relationship running on autopilot? I'll tell you about a 5-minute conversation that can save your marriage. And if you're single, there's a new dating trend called ghost lighting. That is exactly what it sounds like.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. A couple of items to get to before we open feedback, as promised. First off, remember National Public Data? This was the website that was hacked in 2024. They leaked millions of records, including social security numbers. Well, now the site is back under new ownership as a, quote, free people search engine. So what does that mean? Well, it's got a whole bunch of information about you in there. So you probably want to opt out of this. So go to National Public Data, search for your name, copy your profile URL, and you can paste it into the website's opt-out form. Now, I got an email from someone that said, hey, I tried to do this and it's not working. They're probably slammed because basically every website is recommending that you remove your data at this point. So maybe wait until things settle down for the next week or so. Surprisingly, my information was not in there, so I was not able to remove it, but I did find a bunch of other people I know So yeah, we get that out of there. Google Flights has a new flight deals. This is an AI tool. So instead of like putting in all your dates and filters and this and that, you just describe your ideal trip. So for example, week-long trip this winter to a city with great food, or 10-day ski trip with fresh powder. AI understands and looks through all of Google's data for airlines and booking sites, and it will tell you what it thinks would be great. So this is in beta. It's not available to everyone just yet, but it's at google.com/travel/flights/deals. I'll link on the website. Not available for me just yet because it's rolling out, so you may not have access right away. There's a new app called Cassette. This is really neat. It's only for iPhone, but it plays random clips from your iPhone videos. Kind of like the idea of popping a VHS tape into the player, and you don't really know what's on that tape, and so it just kind of pops up a moment. So just install the app. It goes to your videos on your iPhone. You press one of the VHS tapes it shows, and it brings like a little clip from that video. It's really cool. It's fun. It's free. If you want to select specific clips, you can pay $8, but this is just an independent app from an independent developer, and it's just fun. I have a lot of fun with it. Cassette, Cassette. Again, I'll put a link on the website. And also Retro, Camp Snap, they make these cool cameras that have no playback on them, no screens, kind of like a point-and-shoot camera. They now have a digital video camera inspired by the classic Super 8 camera, CS8. There's no playback on it, there's no deleting, you just shoot video, then you can enjoy it later. It's $150, usually $200. Shipping in mid-September. You can choose from various aspect ratios. It's got 5 vintage-inspired filters, and it's got the trigger that you pull, and you get one clip off of that. Built-in mic for audio. It's got retro-looking battery and memory meters. Comes with a little bit of internal memory. You can expand it with more USB-C, and this is not for everyone. It's just someone who might have had one of these in the past and wants something that's kind of fun. Someone that's a creator wants to do something different, but it's all about distraction-free, screen-free video recording, just like their Camp Snap camera, which I love because you take it, it's almost like an old-school disposable camera. You just take pictures on it, and then you plug it into your computer, and you can see those pictures then. All right, time for the feedback. These are the emails, the comments, and the questions I get from you. If you want to submit yours, go to richontech.tv, get contact. Diane from La Puente writes in, my daughter was crocheting a pair of knights gauntlets for a costume and posted her progress online. A woman reached out wanting to buy a pair, then claimed she had accidentally sent over $500 and needed a refund. Without checking her bank account, my daughter followed instructions from a man posing as PayPal support who convinced her to send $300. He was trying to get the rest when I walked in and ended the call. We later found the money had been moved through Cash App to buy Bitcoin. Our bank would not help, and Cash App said the money was gone. I hope you'll share this again to warn younger people about the scam. Thank you, Diane. That's the thing. People think it's just old people that are scammed. No, it's actually a lot of young people because they are not hip to the scams. So keep in mind, it's a lot of people getting scammed, not just old and young. Jay writes in from Hot Springs, Microsoft Edge has a built-in scareware blocker designed to stop those fake full-screen pop-ups claiming your computer is infected and telling you to call a number or download software. It uses machine learning to detect these scam pages and show you a warning. It's not on by default. To enable it, open Edge, go to Settings, Privacy Search and Services, then toggle on Enable AI to block malware. What a cool feature. I mean, you have to be using Edge, but turn that on for sure. John, I appreciate your recommendation for the RoboRock rechargeable wet and dry vacuum cleaner. For almost a year, I looked at similar floor cleaners and read all the reviews, but didn't make the leap. But on Prime Day, I bought the one you recommended, and we love it. We have hardwood floors and a hairy white golden retriever. I don't think my floors have ever been cleaner. It's so easy to use. Thanks for making life a little easier. Oh, I love that RoboRock. It is a fantastic device. Kathy writes in, I listen to your podcast every time I get in my car, sometimes more than once, because they're so full of information. I'm a 7-year-old woman who's always loved technology. I even had one of the first iPads before most people heard of them. I may not grasp it as much as I used to, but I'll keep learning as long as I can. I just love your podcast and how you make tech easy to understand. Kathy, you get the award for making my day. Thank you. You can find links to everything I mentioned on the website, richontech.tv. Next week, we'll talk all things Google Pixel. Thank you so much for listening. My name is Rich DeMiro. I will talk to you real Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas, Carmel Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Taking them on their first real roller coaster. You ready, come on over. Okay. Just tall enough. Yes. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Creator of the Break Sessions comes in Philadelphia streaming.
Now, vaccine. I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. And we need to figure this out. Sorry, lost curiosity, lied to me, and we're running headfirst into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does? Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running from, can I hold him away from town?
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
And I don't find it something much worse could happen.
Why does it have to be you?
Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Riley! Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you.
You think it happened?
Listen to Max and Miles on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
No deal yet. I'm Eileen Gonzalez live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Following his summit with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, President Trump is dropping calls for an immediate ceasefire in the Ukrainian war. ABC's Patrick Rebell says that's as European allies insist Ukraine must have security guarantees as part of any peace deal.
It would require a pretty extraordinary security guarantee to make Ukraine willing to potentially hand over their land. Most Ukrainians are also dead set against handing over unoccupied territory.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is due to meet with Trump on Monday. Authorities say there are inconsistencies in a statement made by the mother of a missing 7-month-old boy, and they aren't ruling out foul play. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department investigators say the mother claims she was attacked from behind while changing her son's diaper in a nearby parking lot in Ukiah on Thursday evening after her son was taken. However, investigators say when the mother was confronted with inconsistencies in her statement, she declined to continue with the interview. The search for the boy continues. Anyone with information should contact the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. We're learning more about the man who was killed on the 210 freeway while trying to escape ICE activity. Authorities identified the victim as 36-year-old Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez of Guatemala. Immigrant communities want answers after he was hit and killed by an SUV while fleeing a federal immigration operation at a Home Depot in Monrovia. Cell phone video shows the crash on the 210 freeway just yards from where federal officers were making arrests. Officials insist Montoya wasn't being pursued, but advocates say their tactics instill fear, causing people to run. About 10 day laborers were arrested in the raid. Heather Berger, KFI News. Aaron has strengthened into a Category 5 hurricane. Meteorologist Leslie Lopez says the way it's tracking, it should miss the U.S. East Coast.
Thanks to this nice cold front that's pushing it away from us, that high pressure center, the Bermuda Eye, will allow it to just kind of pass through and sandwich in between the area.
She says a northeastern flow is pushing it towards Bermuda. Drug maker AstraZeneca is offering an at-home delivery option for the flu vaccine and nasal spray called Fluid. Physician Dr. Mark Patel says before now, you could only get the spray at a pharmacy.
I want to remind everyone that
This has been FDA approved, meaning it has been shown to be safe and effective for about 20 years. It is an option for people who are eligible.
He says people who are eligible for Plymouth are typically up to age 49 and have healthy immune systems. The California Coastal Commission has denied a request from Elon Musk and SpaceX to expand the number of launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base.
A staff report suggested that going from 50 SpaceX launches a year up to 95 would have a negative impact.
The sonic booms and their impacts on California's people, wildlife, and property are extremely concerning.
Commissioner Linda Escalante says the impacts to people living around Santa Barbara County would be dire. Staffers told the commission that the vast majority of launches would support Musk's communication network, despite claims that they would be operating as a federal contractor. I'm Brian Shook.
Let's go to a crash on the 91 in Cerritos.
And this would be the westbound side of the 91 just before the 605 vehicle collision clearing off the right-hand shoulder. West 91 medium reduced speeds first from Weir Canyon to the 55 and nothing but approaching the accident scene. Slow again from Shoemaker to the 605. And speaking of the 605, Caltrans has the 605 northbound transitions or full transitions to the 5 northbound and 5 southbound. They're both closed for landscaping work for another hour or so. 605 northbound is slow going from Rosecrans to the 5. The 5 southbound, a bunch of brake lights from Linden, Indiana down to the 605. And the South 605, not a free ride either. That's Jacobs Hollow between the 10 and 5 freeway junction. And speaking of the 10, the Santa Monica Freeway, eastbound side, looks like you're pumping brakes between Overland and the 110, the downtown slot. And speaking of the 110, if you're heading to downtown, 110 northbound is slow right from the 105 up to the 4 level. New problems in Mondale on the Antelope Valley Freeway, 14 southbound at Rancho Vista Boulevard and Greenway will crash into the center divider. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report is not by corners.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls programmed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
SoCal weather from KFI, partly cloudy today with highs in mid-70s to around 80 for Metro LA and OC. Lower 70s at beaches, upper 70s and 80s in the valleys and IE, upper 80s to mid-90s in high desert. Tonight, low clouds and fog developing with lows in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning, then it turns sunny with highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Right now at 72 in Seal Beach, 91 in Agoura Hills, 78 in Anaheim, and 77 in Carson. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andy Gonzalez.
Yeah. Do you know why you should never combine bleach and vinegar? Why? Because it's an oxidant reading. Start with Technique of the Week. There's a book. If you don't have it, I would highly recommend it. I don't know, 2016, 2017, something like that. Samit Nasrat, I think is how you pronounce her name, wrote a brilliant book breaking down cooking into 4 essentials: salt, fat, acid, heat. That's actually the name of the book. And really, these are things. Salt is a taste, but it also has a chemical reaction to it as well. But salt is the only thing salty on earth. I know, right? That's like
unfortunately, but keep in mind, it is one of the Cortez salt, and it can only come from salt. For instance, fat comes from many different places. Acid could come from different places as well. And so there's different types of heat, salt and salt and salt. But I love this book because it breaks down the fundamentals of cooking in a beautiful, beautiful way. And I'll use some analogies when I can think of it this way because I work with photography and I work with graphics and have for many, many years. And one of the things that you use in good photography is contrast. Now, any illustration design is going to use contrast. You want depth, you want focus, you want lights and dark, and all of these things. And strangely enough, it's the same thing you want in cooking. And acid is one of those things that's going to bring out, it's going to brighten food, it's going to cause contrast when something looks kind of hazy. I know it's kind of a hazy day. Today's supposed to burn off. Of course, this is the first official full day of summer. And there's something, when it's gray, when there's no real shadows, everything kind of looks bland out, right? Well, imagine when the sun comes out and you have very striking, harsh shadows. It also doesn't only create that contrast of dark and light, but notice that once the gray burns off today, then you're going to see more vibrancy in the colors. So it's red umbrellas you have in the backyard, or the blues of a t-shirt or dress, or whatever, they're going to become more vibrant. That's kind of what acid does as well. It's like the sun shining on things. It just makes something flat become make something, like a vegetable dish or something, maybe a stew, I tasted the salt seasoning tastes right, and everything kind of tastes right, but to me, it's like
object, like, a splinter from the true cross, or sometimes the knuckle bone of a saint. I mean, these things are kind of weird, but true. Here's a couple of examples on the right. You can see one from the 14th century that has like kind of little icon in the center of it. Here's one, and just to the left of it, you see one from the year 1298 that looks like kind of a tower shape, and inside there would be a relic. And on the left, you see something much more familiar, a censer, C-E-N-S-E-R, which is used for incense, sometimes, smoking incense that would be waved back and forth as part of church processionals. So these two kind of devices, the reliquary and the incense censer, come together to form the Balsamian box. Now, okay, how do we make this connection? That seems kind of extreme, right? As the art historian Victor Klagsvald once pointed out, if you look in 16th century Frankfurt, the term used to describe a Jewish spice box for Magdala was Eden one strong, meaning a Jewish Christian reliquary box.
So I actually had, when I was stationed at Portland Air National Guard, my job there was an air camp manager, so I would interface more with the F-15 pilots at the unit. And so there had been an airspace incursion that had taken place when I was still at the time of the Guard. And I remember kind of talking to some of the pilots about it. I was like, what was that? And they're like, we can't really talk about it. No one really wanted to address it. And so from what I gathered, that had been likely a UAP. And so that kind of was my perspective. Granted, I also grew up in the generation of the X-Files and, I don't know if you remember 94 Independence Day. So, like, for me specifically, I didn't look at it with, like, a crazy lens of perspective. I'm like, you never know where we're the only ones out there, essentially.
Looking at medieval archival records, especially the ledgers of economic transactions, to see what exactly were Jews doing as money lenders. And we talked about this in several other videos, so I won't go into great detail. But
status, and he's like, I
the
really can't
specific
discuss it.
area of money lending that's
Couldn't
especially
really
important for us
identify
now
it essentially,
is
and
that
it had
Jews who
outperformed
frequently
them.
serve
And
as
so that was my
low-level
first, from a
money
military
lenders,
perspective,
you know,
kind of
sometimes
experience
with
with someone
very,
who
very
basically,
small
there's a
margins,
stigma within
and
the
so
black
much so that
community.
it was often
Do
not
you
even
want to
worth
lose
it
your
to
security
go to a
clearance?
notary to have
What,
the entire
you know, is
pledge
there this
written
level
down,
of crazy
but
that
very
people
small
kind of brand
details.
that will
Nevertheless,
stick with you kind of when you're
Professor
here?
Schatzner was able to find all these records.
Well, at
Basically,
the time,
what would
right,
happen
so
is
it's an older
people would
platform,
need to borrow
but he
money.
really didn't want to even talk about
It's
it.
very hard
And I
or
bring
very
that up because
expensive
now
to
with our
go to
investigation
Christian money
and
lenders
the
who are
task force that I run,
themselves acting
actually
in
the
defiance
reason
of
why
canon
the
law
task force
in
was
the high
formed
Middle
was
Ages.
because of
And
the
so they would go to
event
the
that happened
Jew
at
to
Eglin
borrow
Air
some
Force
money.
Base, where both
Quite
myself,
often, by the way,
Representative Matt
Jewish
Gates, and
women were
Representative
involved.
Tim
This is
Burchett
the kind
actually
of
had
job that was
responded and gone to
quite
investigate multiple
egalitarian
Air Force
in that regard.
pilots that had come
And they
forward
would
in
typically
regards to
bring some
UAP
kind of item
incidences
to
that had
leave
occurred.
as
They were alleging
collateral
that the Air Force was
against the
covering
loan.
it up.
And this
Yeah, so that was
the
that,
arrangement
and
would
like
be
I'm
written
happy to
down
go into
by
detail
a
on that one,
Jewish
but what I can
scribe
tell you is the
and
stuff that I
would
saw
be
at Eglin,
registered with the
how the
state in
military
one form or another.
responded, me being
Then,
a
whatever
former
they left
service member,
behind,
and then
which could
ultimately
be,
what I saw
all
was the
kinds of
pushback of
things,
the military
but
not even
we
wanting to share with
frequently have
Congress
things like
information, which is
clothing,
a big problem because
and
when you
yet
have
very
Congress that's
detailed
supposed to be
records that
the
Professor
active voice
Schatzmiller
of
was
the
able to
American
unearth,
oversight
like
body,
how
and you're being
many
denied
coats
access,
and
not
what
just from
color,
a base
men's
commander,
or
but
women's,
high
where they
level
were
up
made,
at
what they were
Pentagon
made of,
even
all these
Secretary
kinds
of
of things. They
Defense.
would
It's a
leave
problem.
these things behind
Do you
in
think
exchange
that it's
for cash
possible
up
that these
front.
are
And
U.S.
then they would have a
vehicles
certain
that are
period of
top
time
secret?
in which they could
I
redeem
definitely
this
think
pledge.
that there's a
This
level
is
of advanced
exactly
technology that the U.S.
what
government
we would
has,
call
and I think
today
that
pawnbrokers.
tech
So we're
can be
talking about
housed
essentially
within the
a
defense contractor
pawnbroker
umbrella.
shop.
Of course,
Jews
some
were
information
very
can be
much
classified,
involved
but
in this kind
I
of
can also tell
economic
you, and
activity.
this might sound crazy,
And
but
what's
based on our
fascinating
investigations
is
and
that
stuff that we've
the
seen, okay, there is
pretty much
definitely
every
something
level of
that
society
I think
engaged in
would
money lending,
rival
even though
what we
it
know
was,
currently with
definitely
physics
excoriated
and a
by the
tech
church.
that potentially is out there
And
that we don't
higher
have the
levels of
ability to
society
reproduce
uses,
because
which
it would
you'll see in a
basically be like
second, but low
dropping
level
a cell
society
phone
as
off
well.
of a cell phone,
Have
right?
a look at this
during the time
book
of
cover,
maybe
which
caveman.
is
So like
from
we just
his
don't have
most
the tech
recent
developed
work,
yet.
Cultural
What I can
Exchange,
also tell
Jews,
you is
Christians,
based
and
on our
Art in the
interviews, and
Medieval
this has been
Marketplace.
something that you
And
can go
he
back and watch with
puts
the
on the
congressional
cover
hearings,
this
but I was
really
actually able
fascinating image,
to ask some
which
witnesses,
comes
you
from
know,
a
what are
13th
these things?
century manuscript
And
from
it keeps it
Catalonia called The
interdimensional, and
Feudal
then when you
Customs
talk
of
about the
Aragon.
interdimensional aspect of,
In
you
this
know, are
image,
these
you
things
see there are
pre-existing, maybe
3 Jews
outside
on
of
the right.
what we currently know as
They
our
look
own
kind of
convention?
mean and
That
stern,
stuff
which
can
sort of
kind of all sound
indicates that the
crazy,
artist
but
may have
at
had
the end
some
of the
sort
day,
of
you
bias
know, my
against
job
them.
as an
The one
investigator
on the
is
top,
to
they're all
receive all the
wearing the
information,
like the
decipher it, and then
three-cornered hat
ultimately
that
from a
is
congressional
distinctive
aspect,
for
if you
Jews
do have
this time.
contractors that are
The one at
withholding
the top
information
looks
or
kind of like
operating outside of the
aggressive. The
purview
one
of
in the
the
middle
government,
seems to
I mean,
be
there's budgetary
doing
issues,
something
but there's
with
definitely
a
something that I
large
can tell you with
gold
confidence
cup,
that
a
exists that
chalice
we don't
perhaps.
know how to
And
explain
then to
currently.
the right is apparently a scribe who is reporting something going on. And on the left, you see there is a clergyman. You see the red cloak around his head, and then some
I guess
kind of
break it down
assistant
in
to the
simple
clergyman
terms is that
who
I
is
think that
holding a big
some of the
bag
tech
of
that
money
exists that
and also
whatever
doing
these
something
things
with
have,
that
these
chalice.
energy things
And by the
have,
way, the
can
Jew
be,
in the middle
well, they call them
appears to be either
interdimensional
taking
beings.
money
I think
or
that they can
pushing
actually
money
operate
to
through
the
the time
Christian
spaces that we
assistant.
currently have.
So
And
the
that's
reason
not
why I've kind of played this in
something
an
that
ambiguous way
I
is
came up
because
with on my
the
own. That's
first
based
major
on
reading
stuff
of
that we've
this
seen.
image
That's
was
based
by
on
Father Robert
information that
Ignatius
we've
Burns,
been told, and then
California
also
scholar
too. I think that there's this
1966
historical
suggested that
aspect of,
what's happening here
this
is
gets
that the
into
Jews are selling
deeper
a chalice
theories
to
and
the
concepts
church,
of religion,
and that
and I think
the
the history
Christian
that we
assistant
currently
is
know,
offering money
and that
to
kind of
the
spins
Jew,
off into
and the
another
Jew
topic
is
of, you know, you have
handing the
the modern
chalice,
day Bible, you have
admittedly, a
this
kind of a
aspect
weird
of
way to
Bibles
hand it,
that
sort
are
of like
books of the Bible that have been
sideways like
removed that
that,
explain
to
and kind of touch on these
the
topics.
Christian assistant.
And I think that
Professor
we're in this time
Schatzmiller,
and
however,
age where
says,
you have such
you're
a vast
reading
amount
the
of
image
information that we
incorrectly.
have
What's happening
access to
here
via
is
social
that
media,
the
via your cell
church
phone, via
is
the internet.
pawning the
And so it's really
chalice.
changing the way that we
What the Jew in the
understand,
middle
you know,
is
the origins of
examining
life
it for its
and
value,
the
and
spiritual reality
is
that we know.
in the process
What
of
you're saying,
giving money to
interdimensional
the
beings,
Christian
they know
assistant,
that these are
and the
interdimensional
Jew
beings. How
on
do
the
they know
bottom
that?
right is actually making
That,
archival
so,
notation
based on
of
testimony, would be
what's
based
going on
on
here, how much was
witnesses that have
left
come forward,
specifically
but
the
what I can
chalice,
tell
how
you
much
is
was
I've
given, the date that it happened, and so on,
that
so that the
they've
bond
seen
could be
things.
redeemed
And what I can
later
tell
on.
you without getting
And
into
so why is this relevant? What does this have to do with spice boxes
is that
anyways? So
there
what
have
Schatzmiller
been
argues,
incidences that I
really
believe
fascinating, is that
where
the economics
very
of money
incredible
lending,
people have
specifically
reported
pawnbroking,
that there have
brought
been
Jews
movement
into
outside
contact with all kinds of fine
That's very
artwork, even
Yeah,
Christian
so,
religious
look,
artwork, and having these things
have I seen
in
a
their
little bit of,
homes and
have I
workplaces
seen a
influence
spaceship?
the way they
Personally, no.
later
Have I
created their
seen
own
evidence
art.
of this?
We have
Yes.
actually
Have
lots
I
of
seen
examples for
photo
this. Like, for example, if
documentation
you have a look at
of
this Erfurt
aircraft
treasure, which
I
was
believe were
apparently
not
a
made
hoard
by
of
mankind?
precious
Yes.
goods that was
Is there
held by a
historical
Jewish moneylender in
significance to this?
Erfurt,
Yes. Is there
Germany.
multiple
And then
events that
never
go
came back together.
to,
Perhaps
I would
they
argue,
died in the middle of the Black
maybe even
Death.
before the time of Christ
Or
that
dates from
documented
the
this
14th
in
century.
text? Yes.
And as you can
So
see,
do
some
I
of
believe that the
works
government
are absolutely
has
gorgeous.
access to certain
It's absolutely
technology?
phenomenal.
Yes, to a
wedding
certain extent, and I
ring,
believe
which is
that certain contractors potentially have
and
back
also
engineered
another
this
great
tech.
example
I
that
think
to
that that's what can
illustrate this
explain
kind
the
of weird
advances that we're
relationship
seeing, but I
between
also
Jewish
believe
money
that this
lenders
is a
and
dangerous
their
level
clientele
of
and the influence.
hidden information from the American people, because
Series
if you
of
have an
frescoes
aspect
was
of the federal
discovered
government, which I
in
can
a
tell you,
home on
I,
Brunagasa
with two other members of Congress, were denied access to information at Eglin Air Force Base pertaining to whistleblowers because of the fact, and we can get into that story what happened at Eglin in a second, but we were denied access and told that we don't have the security clearance or the read-in authority on a special access program. That's a problem because I'm supposed to represent and be an investigative body, and you have then people who are unelected that are operating basically in secrecy,
and it was an important money lender.
that's a big problem.
This fresco appears to be some kind of like both a decoration and at the same time advertising for clients to say, look at all these
secret
remarkable
information, and
houses
also
that we do
this
business
aspect
with.
of the intelligence
Under
community
many
that's
of
been
these
empowered.
coats of
And
arms,
it's
you
kind
can
of
see
serendipitous
little
timing because
Hebrew
when you talk
language
about the intelligence
inscriptions
communities
that
and what they've
specifically
done essentially to the trust of this
suggest
country
that the
with the
owner of
American
the
people,
home
I think this
was
goes
like
all the way back
guiding the
even
artist
into
as
JFK,
to what should appear
with
in
how
this
they
particular
basically
place
have
that he
operated
was
outside
writing.
of the purview of Congress and
Thankfully,
basically
it's been preserved
to
as
an
well.
extent
So
have gone
it's
rogue
absolutely
up until
fascinating
recently. You're
kind
seeing
of
a big
examples of how
push and pull
the
to try to
economic
regulate these
activity
intelligence
of money
agencies currently.
lending would bring
so
Jews
what-
into
I want to
contact
bring it
with
back
a
to
lot of
evidence. You
fine
said that
art,
you've seen
and
evidence.
it's interesting
What
to
kind
see
of evidence
how
you
would
seen?
that
I have
have an
seen
impact on
photos. I
Jewish
have
artwork.
seen.
So where we see this perhaps more than anywhere else.
So I was in a skiff, and I can't discuss all that was in a skiff, but what I can tell you is based on the photos that I've seen, I'm very confident that there's things out there that have not been created by mankind.
Where wealthy families would have, like, let's say, a Haggadah or a volume of the Bible or something like that, and they would hire artists to provide illustrations. Scholars have determined that
and they hide it from everybody
the vast majority of
What I
these
can tell you is that
manuscripts,
when you
the
have
artwork was actually performed
thousands
by
upon
Christian
thousands of
artists,
people around the
particularly
planet
in the
throughout
High
time that have
Middle
reported
Ages.
something.
We can see this in a couple of
To
interesting
say that
places.
those people
For
are
example, if
crazy,
you look
to
at
say
this
that the
Michael
whole concept of people
Mazur,
just asking
which is
a
held
question that
in
you might not
Oxford from the
necessarily be
13th century.
psychologically
It's a
sound.
typical kind of
That
like
in itself, that's
first
disinformation
word of a
campaign to
section
get people to
that
shut up
has
about
an
it. And
illuminated
that's a problem. We
illustration
know that
meant to decorate it. But when you
the
look
US
at it a
government
little
has
more
not
carefully, you
exactly
see
been
that
clean,
actually
and a lot
the
of funding
illustration
people
is
specifically to the
included
topic of
upside
UFOs
down.
trash.
The artist had obviously no idea what Hebrew writing looked like, and the artist actually filled in the gaps left over by the Hebrew scribe upside down.
And he
So
ended up
this is just
ultimately,
one of
though,
many
after all this
examples
investigation
of
becoming,
the
someone was
kind
like, I think
of
there's something,
antics that
that's
happen
true.
when you have Christian
By
artists
the way, a lot of people
Jewish
might not
manuscripts.
necessarily go
And
onto
there's
Google
also
and
some
look up that
kind of like
information, but you can
really
actually look up
surprising
the
elements.
declassified
So for
reports
example,
of Dr.
have a
Google.
look at this
What's also
illustration from a
interesting, though, is when we're
13th
talking about
century
tech, right, the
manuscript
ability
of
for
the Mishnah Torah,
this
which
tech
was richly
that
illustrated,
it
and it has
exists to
this
change
really,
dependence for entire
inappropriate,
governments on
I think from
like
Jewish
fossil fuels, etc.
sensibilities, image of an
You know,
archer
it's,
on the right,
look, I think
firing an arrow,
everyone
and at the
has
left,
a
it
moral
strikes
obligation
another
to
person
do what they
in a
think is
rather
right, okay?
suspect
And
position.
so if you're in a
It's
position
really
of
hard
power
to
and you see
imagine
something wrong
printing a
and you're not
copy of
addressing it,
Maimonides' Mishnah
I
Torah
think,
today
this
and
in itself,
including
getting the truth
illustration
out
like
there for
this.
people to decide
And
for
that
themselves.
begs
I'm not
another
telling
question,
you what to
like
believe. I'm just telling you
how
in our
involved were
investigations
the
of what we're
Jewish
pushing for in
patrons in
regards
the
to
creation of this
transparency, I would like to see the
this is a
federal
major
government
part
roll
of
out some
Professor
of the stuff that
Schatzmiller's work.
we've
You would
been
think
given
that
access
the
to, because I think
climate clients who are paying for this art to be done
And
would
it's not even just the
disapprove
U.S.
of this
government.
kind of
I mean,
image.
there's other
And there's
countries
some
around the
interesting
world that
discussions
have
of how
done certain things like this.
ended
Now,
one
look,
way or another.
I've had
How
a
the
lot
book,
of
for
crazy
example,
people
had
show up at my
another
office and
illustration
say,
from
you know,
the same
like I've heard it all. I've
this
been to
is
Mars,
actually
you know, have a chip in my
something
brain, all
which
this stuff.
looks kind of
We had this
bizarre.
one guy that showed up that was like
Appears
20 years
to
ago, so
be
he's like,
sort
put
of
this in your
like
computer.
a
Tell me
riff
for this, like
on
runs
Passage
away.
of the Talmud
And I'm like, I'm
that
not putting
deals
that in my
with the
computer.
giving of
But
the Torah.
based on our
I'm recording
investigations,
this
what I
video,
will tell
by the
you
way,
is,
just
you know,
a few
there's
days
been
before the holiday of Shavuot,
two
which
members
of
of
course
Congress that are actually
commemorates the
helping to
giving
lead
of
out
the
these
Torah.
investigations with me.
And it appears in this
The
particular
reason I
image
say
you
that is
have
because up until
Moses
last
on the left
Congress, if you even said
receiving
the
the
word
Ten Commandments,
UAP
and
or
then you have this
UFO,
strange kind of like
people
looks sort of
actually
like
told us that if we went
an
forward
ice
with
cream
these
cone, or
investigations,
since
that
I
we
was
were going to
recently
hurt our
hungry,
political
a
careers.
chimney cake
And
kind
so,
of
you know,
illustration.
we're in the
And
mindset
there's
of,
a whole bunch
well,
of people
like,
on
why
the
would we
inside.
ask
And
these
this
questions? And also, too, if no one
apparently
wants to touch it,
is
like,
the
there has to be something
artist's
here, right?
attempt
And
to
so, in
render
these
a passage in the
investigations,
Talmud,
I mean, the amount of
Tractate
people that would
Shabbat
come up to us, very
88a,
successful people,
where
to
there's this
multiple members of
remarkable
Congress that
passage
believe the
where
same
God
thing,
says to the Jewish
it's
people at
definitely
Mount
changing in
Sinai,
regards to the
He
stigma
lifts
that
up
used to
the
exist
mountain
around
and
disclosure and all
covers
this. And
it
so,
over them
what
like
we're
a
trying to do
barrel and
currently is
says,
there's a
you know,
big
if you accept
documentary
the
that was
Torah,
filmed about a
fine,
year
and
and a
if
half
not,
ago.
this
We're trying to
would
get
be
a screening up on
great.
Capitol
Very
Hill. But look,
dramatic.
I think a lot of people say, well, this is a
Complex,
distraction from
theologically
everything else
difficult
happening in the
passage.
country right now. And all
Anyway,
I'm
it
simply trying to
seems
say
like
is,
this is
it's not a
something
distraction.
like that,
The
like
people
the
that are
Jews
kind
are
of helping
somehow
to
like inside Mount
divulge all
Sinai.
this information.
But Evelyn
You have
Cohen,
an intelligence
art
community,
historian,
you know,
looked very
Tulsi
carefully
Gabbard,
at this particular
Radcliffe,
image,
Patrick
and
Tell.
she exposed
They
it
have
to
been
ultraviolet
truly,
light
in
and
regards
looked
to our
at it
other
like,
investigations,
the other side of the
extremely
measure.
transparent
And she
and wanting to
pointed
get
out
this
that
information out. But it
actually
doesn't mean that
it was
within these
very
intelligence
different from the
communities there
original.
isn't
You can see there's a
pushback.
couple of
And
pieces
so
left
part of the
over.
reason why the
If you
task
look
force was
right to
formed
the center
pertaining to
of
things
the
like
two
UAP, pertaining
tablets
to
that
things like
Moses
the
is
Jeffrey Epstein
receiving,
stuff, pertaining
there's
to
actually
things
the
like
fingers
the JFK,
of
MLK,
an
and RFK
arm that has been
investigations, is because
obscured
even though we
by
have full
the
declassification authority,
drawing of
what
the
we're trying
mountain
to do
meeting.
is push these
When you look at the
agencies and
original,
be,
and she
if
was
you
able
will, the
to
pit bull, the attack dog of trying to get
identify
this
it with the
information
ultraviolet
released,
light,
and to
this
a
is
lot of these
actually
agencies
a
kind of
very
saying that they're
Christian
extremely transparent, and
picture
we have gone with
of a
specifically
physical
on the GOP stuff,
representation of
that we're
God
still looking to
giving the
declassify
Torah
and ask
to
specifically on
Moses.
the GOP
And
topic.
that would not fly by Jewish sensibilities. You can't portray God physically. It's true, there are some really rare examples of just the hand of God being apparent in Dura Europos and elsewhere, but it's very, very rare, and certainly very rare toward the High Middle Ages. So
I
apparently
think
the
that
Christian
part of
artists,
the
maybe
fear
the one
is that you
responsible
have
for the
advisors
bump
that think
shot
that,
earlier,
you know,
included
the American people or
what
humanity might not be able to
presumably
handle
he,
it. Right? There's this like
by the way, there's the
protective
illustration probably done
complex,
in
but then
northern
also
France
too,
in
I think
the
when
late
you are
13th
talking
century.
about these things,
The artist
for a lot of
must have
people,
thought,
I
hey,
think that
okay,
it
I'm going to
kind
show
of
the way
can
I think of
your
God
world a
giving
little bit in
the
regards
Torah
to
to Moses,
where you stand
and
in a faith perspective, and then
Jewish
also too,
owner of the manuscript said,
an
oh my gosh,
aspect
no,
of
you can't do that.
how do you
How am I going to
even
show this
begin
to my
to
rabbi?
explain it?
So they
And all I'm going to say
drew
is, look,
over it
we
that
can go
strange
into
Mount Sinai with the
some of the
Jews
books that were
inside the
removed from
whole
what we know as the modern day
but
Bible,
the
but I
original
read through
was
the book of
quite
Enoch
different.
multiple
So
times.
really fascinating
And
stuff, all done
I'm not
by
saying that these things are angels, okay?
So this brings
That's
us
not at
back
all what I'm saying.
to
But what
the
I am
spice
saying
box,
is
which
that
is really so
depending
emblematic
on where you
for
are
this
in
really
regards to
fascinating
your whole
period in Jewish history,
perspective
where
on whether or not
in
God
many
exists,
ways,
like I
when you
believe in
look
God
at
apparition.
the lachrymose vision of Jewish
There has
history,
to
where
have
there's so
been,
much
and there's
anti-Semitism in
admissions that
medieval
there was
period,
other
this kind of interesting
creations that God made, but then
cross-fertilization
you
of artistic
were Christ
ideas.
creation.
We haven't
And
spoken
so I
about the
think that this
Christian
can
that's
open up
also
a bigger
quite
topic of
fascinating.
discussion.
I
What I
discussed
will
in this
say is
book as
that
well.
what's been interesting
But it
is, and I've
speaks
had
to
a vast array of
different
people that have come
level
in, right?
of
Like we have people
coexistence
that come in that claim that you can
Jews and Christians,
use
even
this
clergy,
ability to
and how that's
basically
expressed
dog
in
whistle
many
these things
modern
in from
Well,
like a
I can
psychic
talk about
ability.
this for so long because I find it so
And I
fascinating.
think
But I
that
really got to stop
there's
this video now. Thank
something
you very
there.
much for
Otherwise, they
watching.
wouldn't necessarily be able to provide some of the video evidence that they have. But then that also brings up the question of if these things are interdimensional, which we've had witnesses testify to members of Congress, and that was all publicly out there. That would then bring up the whole, well, if this is really transcending dimension, the power of what you say, thought, all of that, and then, you know, you can look into our own government's declassified documents that the CIA had on different experiments. I mean, you can literally, last week I was going through, actually on a Friday night, just put my son down, and I was going through some of the declassified, you go to cia.gov/reading room and you can see all the declassified documents. And so I believe it's called Stargate. It was talking about, you know, the
So delighted to be
basically
preparing now for the
psychological
next
experiments where they were trying to basically remote you and all that. why would our own government be looking into that if there wasn't something there? And so I'm appreciative to all that information being publicly out there, but I think this whole idea and stigma of trying to make it sound crazy when people actually have these questions, that needs to stop, which is why the task force is in existence, and then also too, they need to release information.
If I was going to play devil's advocate, I would say that the government would look into that to find out if there's anything there. And that would probably take a long time if they're really being careful. So if I was going to fund a program, if someone told me that there's some people in Russia that can remote view military sites in America, I'd be like, are you sure? They're like, yeah, there's a technique involved, we know the technique, and we want to fund some sort of study to see if we can do it. I'm like, let's go. What do you need? Because maybe it's real. So I don't buy that they wouldn't spend money on it unless it's real. I say they would spend money on it to find out if you're really looking out for national security, right? You've got 300 plus million people that you're responsible for. You got to dot your I's and cross your T's, and like if I'm good at my job and I'm not an egomaniac, I'm gonna go make this some shit I don't know.
Well, there's looking into it, and then there's expanding, right? And so if you look at all those declassified files, you can pull up, and this is just wild, but there's one where I was looking through, and they had basically, the Coast Guard had called in, there was a ship that they had been given information on that was running drugs, and so they called in one of their remote viewers, and they're trying to get coordinates of the ship and actually basically locate these things. And actually just laughing, so I was reading this off the website, and I'm telling my husband, like, imagine, you're trying to run drugs, and then all of a sudden you have some weirdo at Langley, in the basement, they're like, just like, did you use a coordinates, beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah, I don't know if they write things down or type them out or what, but I talked to Hal Putoff about it. He said they used it to very specifically find the location of a downed Russian craft within like a couple kilometers, which is nuts. If you think about the area where this thing crashed, it's in a remote wilderness, middle of nowhere. Russia hadn't found it yet. Apparently, we found it first, according to Hal Putoff. It's just because I haven't done it, because I don't know that it's real, doesn't mean it's not real. And this is a problem with people that they don't want to get duped, and they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to look naive, and so they dismiss things. They dismiss that there might be frequencies that you don't tune into all the time, and someone might get really good at that. And they might be able to see things remotely. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what kibble is, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. The food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only.
Well, I think that this gets into the bigger discussion of what do we know, right? Going back to some of these books that were moved. There's a good podcast right now called The Autistic Tapes, and it talks about how some non-speaking or non-verbal autistic kids actually are exhibiting telepathy. Yeah, there's the telepathy tapes, non-verbal autistic kids are exhibiting telepathy. This concept, again, if we were to talk about it 20 years ago, people will call you crazy, but, I think based on what we're seeing now, based on the fact that our own government's looked into it, based on the stuff that you were saying, you can find all this information publicly available, and it's out there, and I think that there's something to it. And so, we're seeing, and we've heard, this is in non-classified settings, we've heard from people that have come forward that are saying, we're being able to, via meditation, we're essentially like downloading information, we can communicate with these things. Granted, when I'm sitting in my congressional office and I'm hearing this, I take it with a grain of salt, because we do have a lot of crazy people, but when you have people that are high-level executives, very successful, clean cut, not on drugs, they're coming in and they're telling you this stuff, and then you're kind of cross-referencing it with various people in intelligence agencies, I think that there's something there we need to be at least open to hearing the discussion and the argument for these things.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like I said, there's a photo out there. I think you owe humanity a service. You're supposed to release that photograph. Like, there's no reason why a small group of people in the government should have conclusive evidence that aliens are real.
And there's an overclassification aspect of this too, right? Like if you're serving the military and you're taking a photo on your personal device or a video on your personal device, that shouldn't be the purview of the federal government in either which way. I mean, there's been now so much. There's been a lot of fake stuff put out there, but the stuff that is legitimate that we are seeing, stuff that we had people testify to in our congressional hearings. I mean, that's not a joke. And what's even more interesting to this is that I was actually able to talk to David Grush, who now is actually working with the task force to kind of chase down a lot of these things in regards to some of these contractors that allegedly have this intent, right? So in talking with him, again, not in a skiff, we were able to actually flesh out that prior to him testifying that he actually received very real threats against his life and his wife's life. He's a sound guy, and then shortly after he testified, there was this massive smear operation that was launched against him to try to discredit his testimony. And so, you know, again, going into, well, if this stuff wasn't real or if he wasn't telling the truth, why would there be this massively orchestrated effort to, completely just disprove what he was trying to say or to discredit his actions and his testimony? And so it is kind of coming full circle, right? Going back to what the task force has been able to find out. I mean, we're conducting these investigations simultaneously, and we're doing this in addition to everything that to everything else that we have to do as members of Congress, right? So, although I would love to just dedicate my full-time attention to this, we still have to balance it out. So, I've again had some great investigators who are working with us on oversight, as well as a lot of cooperation from the intelligence agencies, and we are going to be asking for this information to be declassified, at least the information that has been shown to us.
I think the first break in the wall was the 2017 New York Times report where they were talking about it in logical, sensible language that these things might be from another world. But I think that movie that you're discussing, which is The Age of Disclosure,
I haven't seen it.
it's very good. It's very good. It's very good. It doesn't even have any UFO footage. Maybe like a little bit.
It's just
It's
testimony.
just testimony. And at the end of it, you kind of draw this conclusion like, oh, this makes sense. Like this, what they're essentially saying is one of the problems is if they have been funding these secret programs for all these years, they've been misappropriating money.
Oh yeah, and they've been lying to Congress.
And that's super illegal.
Very illegal, but you know, like, is Congress going to do anything about it? Because it's not the first time. Like, we have the ability, and this is the most frustrating thing. So, this is my second term in Congress now. But as a first-term member of Congress, you know, when you get elected to Congress, you would think that they would bring you in and they'd say, okay, this is how you do the legislation. No, you get elected, you show up to kind of a crash course for about like a week and a half on, you know, how to not get in trouble with ethics, and then you're basically winded down by lobbyists. They don't actually tell you how to do the legislation. Basically, the only rules that you're told are never vote down a rule, which is a procedural motion to bring legislation to the floor, and don't really ever vote against your party, which within the first week, I broke both rules, and so I was on the naughty list, per usual. But the thing is that
Tell you how to do it. It's kind of crazy.
well, they tell you basically those are the two rules, and don't go against them. You don't have any issues.
Those are big ass rules, though.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, you're supposed to represent your constituency. So if you have people calling around saying, don't need to vote for this, and then you vote against it, it's like people forget that you're supposed to represent, right, representative instead of just do what the party wants. But, you know, there are mechanisms that have existed since Thomas Jefferson, who wrote our damn rule manual, that enable us to actually pass legislation and actually hold agencies and people accountable from a punitive perspective. And I don't know if you were tracking, but like I brought a vote on the former attorney general for basically refusing to testify to Congress and respond to a subpoena. And that was called inherent contempt. And a lot of Congress was like, what the hell is inherent contempt? It hadn't been done since the early 1900s. And I actually read it in the rule manual, and I read the rule manual twice. It's like so crazy what happens when you read books. But we were able to find this out, and it was a mechanism that Congress can use to actually basically send the sergeant at arms to go arrest people.
Okay, so
the important women
One of
gather.
the things that this documentary was calling for, I think, is the only logical way to solve this is a mass amnesty for these people that misappropriate money.
And they make the delicious mixed dough of fine flour to make soup gadi and askari.
Everybody should fucking know this stuff, guys. The real crime is you keeping this secret from humanity. That's the real crime. Okay, the other stuff is horseshit. It's just interpretations of what you're writing down on paper. You're making up rules. But if you ask the general public how they feel this should go, a rational, normal person would say, no fucking way. The defense contractor should be the only people who know that we're not alone. Fuck you.
Especially when we're raising a massive deficit, you see that they're like, the Pentagon hasn't been able to pass the audit, and I don't know.
Yeah, all that stuff is crazy, but just for humanity, that is a giant piece of information that no one should have. No one should secretly keep information that would change our entire perspective on our existence.
It's definitely wrong that it's happening, for sure. What I will tell you, though, is the issue that we have with bringing forward legislation that would give mass amnesty and pardon to these people is that there are people within the intelligence community and within Congress on both sides that will try to, if you come forward with this, and I'll tell you a very prime example of this in a moment, that they will block it, they don't want it to pass, they will stop it from even coming to the floor, they won't bring legislation that will address it because they want to keep this information secret. So Representative Tim Burchett,
Why do they want to keep the information secret?
because I think that there are mouthpieces that control the deep state, and that's a thing, and it exists on both sides, okay?
So someone will come to them with
history,
100%. Representative Tim Burchett, before I got elected, was kind of on his own little island in regard to the UAP stuff, and he will himself tell you that this is 100% like a thing, and that these defense contractors and what he believes, the Pentagon not passing all this, he's blocked budget programs. I mean, like, he will tell you, he's, again, been leading up to stuff for me before I got there. He had a piece of legislation that was supposed to enable the FAA to report and develop a different reporting procedure for UAP stuff. And at the time, the chairman of Intel ensured that legislation was not brought forward, that it was stopped. The piece of legislation that actually passed out of the Senate really had no teeth to it. And then Representative Burchett drew a primary challenger that was being backed by the chairman of Intel. And so, when you are touching these, it's like, that meme where you have that stork that's like, don't touch this, and then the little foot comes out? It's kind of like what we're doing, and it's not exactly easy because you will take heat from both sides, but it has been a good group that's been assembled that's bicameral, meaning it's both in the House and the Senate, and bipartisan, meaning both Democrats and Republicans are saying, like, hey, this shouldn't actually happen.
Are they publicly talking about not releasing the information, or is all this stuff done in secrecy?
It's done behind the scenes.
Because if they had to do it publicly, if they had to announce their position on it publicly, it would be very damaging, I think, to anybody's political career on the right or the left.
People would be pissed, right?
Because I'm pissed. Because if they've had it for this long, if they really did recover something as early as 1947,
Well, I can tell you, for us specifically, we actually were made aware. Some people have come forward and said that they wanted to brief. So about 2 years ago, when all this kicked off, we had requested briefings from the Arrow that's in charge of kind of compiling the investigative aspect of UAP stuff. And by the way, from the get-go, even in talking to Arrow, I was like, this organization is literally a BS organization. They're never going to tell us anything. And every interaction that we had in this game, I'm like, this isn't nothing here. But then these people came forward and said that they were actually denied. They were told to not brief our group specifically on this topic, and that it was from, at the time, members of House leadership, but they wouldn't say who. And so I actually went with another member of Congress and confronted multiple people, and they all denied us access. So it's done behind the scenes. You'll see these random little troll blockages that might pop up. But what I can tell you is that with the new administration, specifically with the FBI, specifically with ODNI, we have gotten transparency to where previously we would have been stonewalled. We were actually given briefings. And so what I will tell you is we are going to push for the information that we saw to be out there for the agency.
So do you think that the whole idea of disclosure is maybe a multiple-step, very agonizing, frustratingly slow process, rather than a big dump of all the information that they've had from Roswell to the Aztec one to apparently there's a whole slew of Aztec. But there was another during that same time period. There was a really prominent UFO recovery thing that was not as publicized as the one in Roswell. The big mistake with the Roswell one was the newspaper printed it. And so then they had to backtrack, and then they had to do the press conference where they had like some scattered pieces of a weather balloon that didn't look anything like a UFO.
And then the Air Force was like, that is nothing.
Meanwhile, they flew the wreckage to right field. They flew the wreckage, and Truman met them there supposedly.
Well, I can tell you that in our hearing, we were actually notified, you kind of pulled this up. I think it was one of the witnesses had talked about what had happened at Vandenberg Air Base, where there was this thing that appeared over the base. It actually had multiple blotters reporting on it from phone calls into law enforcement from like hundreds of people. And whatever had appeared over the base was basically bigger than a football field and basically a cube, a red cube with some weird thing in the center of it. I actually had our witness draw this out. This guy is sober as a priest. I mean, he was a great pilot, and he's talking about all this. And so, you talk about this stuff, it seems like a sci-fi movie, but based on the evidence that we've seen, I don't have any reason to believe that these people are lying. Based on the evidence that I've seen from our own government, I think that there's something there that the American people deserve to have access to. And so this is not just on this topic, but again, in other topics as well, this has been my perspective, is transparency is what builds trust. Other governments have revealed certain information on it. To think that we are the only, life form on this planet or in this galaxy, I think is a little bit crazy, given, the fact that I also think God exists and that there's other creations. But then again, you get to this aspect of, why is it that you also have this aspect of, a certain religion that has been very controlled and I think rolled out in a certain aspect. And, when you have certain books that are removed because they don't think that people should have access to this information or know it, why remove a book from a Bible, right?
Did he touch on that?
His article is called
Are there people that don't believe the Book of Enoch was really a part of the Bible?
Region we're talking about. To the land of Israel, he examined the Mediterranean
He brought it up, but I don't remember. That's the guy that talked to me.
Yeah, so what from what I gathered,
you have to really understand the history of the Bible to be able to figure out what's legitimate, what's not. Why they put it into the New Testament. I had some very erroneous ideas about it and talked to intelligent people that really know the history of it. It's very strange stuff.
Well, so from what I gathered, by the way, I'm not a theologian in any capacity, but just from my personal opinion on this. So you have the Ethiopian Orthodox text, which has, I think, 88 books of the Bible in total. But in the Ethiopian Orthodox text, it's basically kind of like a mainline OG version of the Bible. And then sometime in the 4th century, there was actually a group that came together and they removed certain books. And the story goes that Revelations actually have replaced Enoch. And so it's interesting because when you're looking kind of full circle and, you hear this stuff that some people are talking about, and then you read the Book of Enoch, which is a wild read, okay? And then you look at kind of what our modern day description is of what angels and entities are versus what Enoch was seeing and reporting in his language and ability at the time. I think that there's a lot that brings you to then ask the question, well, why would they remove this information? If it's truly, written and part of the oldest Bible in the world, why would they then take it out and water it down? And I'm not saying that you can't find God through the New Bible, right? Like everyone's on their own spiritual journey, and I think everyone can pray and access God. But I just find that very interesting. And so what I will say is that I like to have a whole kind of picture in front of me, so I feel like to fully understand A through Z, you kind of have to be able to read it.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. The internet is a breeding ground for misinformation. Even a simple search for ways to get rid of a headache can produce millions and millions of results, from taking pain relievers to detoxes to medications to cold compresses. It's overwhelming. And even when you do find something that's true that works for other people, it might not work for you. In some cases, it's better to just ask a living, breathing expert. If you have a headache that won't go away, go talk to a doctor. And if you're struggling with your mental health, consult a credentialed therapist.
sort of.
You can learn a lot about yourself in therapy, like how to be kind to yourself and how to be the best version of you. Whether you want to learn how to better manage stress, improve your relationships, gain more confidence, or something else. It starts with therapy. Try it for yourself with BetterHelp. Millions have benefited from their services, and there's a reason people rate it so highly. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. Yeah, I just don't know about the history of it. Is there any debate about the reality of that book? Is there any debate about whether or not it was either fraudulent or discredited or something?
Maimonides was heavily condemned.
Like, why did they? Because I know there was some kind of controversy that was described. I just can't remember.
I know I just looked real quick. I didn't see you guys discussing Enoch. We were discussing Isaiah and then the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that. I didn't see Enoch discussion.
No, it must have been me privately talking to him about something. Another video that I watched. The thing about what Rothschild does that's so interesting is like he really understands like the history of the text, the language in which they use, the names in which they chose, and when he breaks it up, one of the things he told us that was the craziest was that the book of Isaiah was exactly the same as the Dead Sea Scrolls as it was 1,000 years later. They found one that was 1,000 years older, and it was direct. It was word for word verbatim. Like that's bananas. 1,000-year-old story that's exactly the same written. They didn't know there was a version of it 1,000 years ago, and then they find it in these caves. It's nuts. It's really weird.
I mean,
really weird stuff.
And the fact that this kid, shepherd kid, was able to even find these scrolls that they were set up, and just has led to that point, right in time, where he finds this massive, basically mission that the Bible is real. You can actually look into, there's the New King James, and then you can actually look into the Catholic Bible as well, that also has, they call them apocrypha texts because King James Bible doesn't acknowledge them, but there are also other books that are not considered approved by the King James. So, look, I was on my mom's side, I was actually raised Catholic and then had my catechism, did all of it, and then on my dad's side, I was raised Christian and then later on Messianic Jew. And so I feel like I kind of have like a good cross section, and I've been exposed to a lot of this growing up. But it's definitely interesting. And so, look, I don't tell people like I'm not saying that like aliens created mankind. I don't believe that because I, at the end of the day, believe that God is responsible for our creation. But I do think that what we've been programmed to believe in regards to our ability to be able to use our mind, the spiritual aspect of us, really does exist. And I think that once you kind of remove yourself out of this basically rat race and you can like really reconnect with that, I think that that's when you kind of realize, hey, there's a bigger purpose here in life. Like, what is our end objective? And if you're given a position of influence or a position of power and you're not doing the right thing for humanity, you're not guiding people, then that's something that you have to answer for. So I want to make sure that I'm good with God.
I hear you. I think these stories, especially when you get to stories like Noah and the Ark, these stories exist in basically every religion. The real similar. I think all of these people are trying to document a truth.
Which is what the
it's just what is that truth is where it gets weird, when it gets to like other gods and giants created man.
Well, Enoch talks about that.
Yeah, I know.
Which is crazy.
It's wild stuff. It's legitimate. It's wild stuff. And then, do you know anything about the Ethiopian church that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant in it?
Yeah, I looked into that. I actually wanted to, and again,
you're in the government. You feel like
so I actually wanted to do a codel, just because, of course, like we're focusing on other things right now, right?
Seals, find that book.
I was like, I need to pay for this for myself. So we're not using taxpayer dollars, but just go check it out. What's interesting is the CIA allegedly located the Ark of the Covenant. I think they remote viewed it. You can actually find that. You should actually pull it up. No, not in Ethiopia, but it was in a Middle Eastern country. They weren't able to locate the actual. I think the New York Post did an article on it where they actually had the handwritten notes on the Ark of the Covenant location, and they remote viewed it. You should ask them to look up. Yeah, I'm serious about it.
Did they go there and see?
I don't know. They did. I don't know. This is like Indiana Jones.
What? Decades old CIA documents on Ark of the Covenant resurfaced amid classified group text bad. What?
Wait, like
group text arguments that caused this stuff to
check out pull up the New York Post one because they actually have the handwritten notes from the remote viewer that actually documents it. It should be, I think it's like the New York Post.
Later, so funny. The Inquisition.
Oh, there you go. Pamphlet. This is wild because it actually goes into descriptions of angels too. And so actually, so in Enoch it talks about, well, if you scroll down, now that's that you can probably click on the scribe because it'll show you all the documents from the actual declassified file. This is also on CIA.gov. This happened recently. This was like a couple months ago that this just kind of came all out.
Right, but what year was this project?
1988. 5 December 1988. So scroll down.
So in 88, you found the Ark of the Covenant.
Allegedly, they remote viewed it. We don't know if they bought them.
Who was president back then? Reagan? Bush?
Senior?
You also have the.
Okay, so scroll down and then you'll see that. So this is like so they're going through the notes. You have to read it, but you can scroll down.
So this is he's like drawing where it is.
The remote viewer. So you have like the different things that are describing it, and if you keep going, you'll see like a cherubim. Keep going. No, wait, sorry, go up a little bit. So that's interesting because if you look at the actual, so there's like a wheel text. If you look into Enoch's description of angels and you see people too, I think that's kind of a tie, but go down more. So, but yeah, you have like the actual here, purpose of container. They should have like a cherubim drawing somewhere down here. Oh, yeah, see, so that would be the seraphim. So it's interesting. The seraphim. Yeah, so basically when they describe the ark, and so he's going through describing these are the hand notes for it, and then it actually says that it's in a Middle Eastern country. The remote viewer describes the clothing in which individuals are in the area. I feel like I'm described like an Indiana Jones movie, but this is actually from the CIA.
This image, scroll back to where that is. What is that thing? Is that the corner of the box?
Of the Covenant, yeah. He's describing, if you go up, and these are actually the handwritten notes on what was described by the remote viewer. And you have to go through the entire document, but yeah, that's what's described surrounding the Ark.
Do you know what they asked him to find?
Well, yeah, the Ark of the Covenant. You can find a document. Yeah, if you go higher up in the documents, it's over there.
Right, but if you ask me to go look for the Ark of the Covenant, right, then I know what I'm looking for, right?
Well, apparently these are remote viewers.
And I draw it, I think it's gonna show me that they fucking found it.
I don't know if they did, but
I don't know if they did either, but it's like, it's interesting, but it's not as interesting because you're saying, show me the Ark of the Covenant. Right, so he's drawing what we all saw in Indiana Jones.
Or can you locate it? So the descriptions.
That was before Indiana Jones?
There's a lot of
when did Indiana Jones come out?
The 90s, right?
There is the
and like the first two are the best.
Raiders of the Lost Ark was the first one. That's the one. What year was that?
1981.
Okay, so
precursor.
So that's 7 years earlier. Everybody saw that movie 100 times. You know what it looks like. You know what the Ark looks like. So if I tell you, go draw me the Ark, where's it at? All we have is some scribbles on paper, unless they actually went there and found it.
Well, what's interesting, I should probably ask Radcliffe, like, Radcliffe, can you tell me this? I never looked at the Ark of the Covenant.
What do you say, Jimmy?
This is the mission is to access and describe the target identified by coordinate, and then there's coordinates. The task is the mission statement. Training target is the Ark of the Covenant.
So they did say, go find us the Ark of the Covenant. And then this dude apparently said that keep AOL to a minimum. What is that? I have to be careful with editing though. This does not seem to be a problem at this time, just something to watch for. Attained excellent sight contact. Okay.
They're really
definitely interesting.
Well, it's weird that they're talking about it like it's a real talent, like someone can actually do it.
Well,
yeah, target is in a container. This container is in another container. It has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL.
This particular aliyah does not
so that's that something of location, right? So that means
less than a decade after
yeah, that's it. Coffin is decorated with the seraphim. See sketch. This target is located somewhere in the Middle East, as the language spoken by individuals present seemed to be Arabic.
Another crusader attack.
want someone
to ironically destroy the fortified
decipher
walls
Arabic to
so
do
that
this?
the Crusaders
We
could
don't
not,
know
for
how
example,
far it went,
besiege
and I
the
definitely
city,
have questions, but this would not be the first time that a government would have looked for something, especially because people theorize that the Ark of the Covenant had these abilities as a super weapon.
I know, but I'm saying like the remote viewer is limited by its ability to understand the language. Stop trying to scroll back up. So, somewhere in the Middle East, visuals of surrounding buildings indicated that the area, the presence of mosque domes. Individuals in the area were clothed in virtually all white, had black hair and dark eyes. One figure I honed in on wore a mustache. The target is hidden underground, dark and wet at all aspects of the location of the target. See, the only problem I ever have with these things is if these places are all controlled by terrorists and so, dictators and crazy people over there, if they found out that the Ark was there, they would fucking take it.
Well, I think there's this aspect of, if you look at it from a biblical perspective, no one would be able to access it anyways because it would be protected, right? That's what the Bible says.
Found this useful until the time came correct.
Oh, Jesus. Once the time to open the container, the mechanisms of lock systems will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals opening the container by prime or striking are destroyed by the container's protectors.
Well, what's interesting is, remember, in the Bible always talks about how there had been
through the use of a power unknown to us. They built you. Bro, yeah.
Well, so they had to, go through this special process of being considered, holy, basically, to access it. So all that to say that there's something out there, right? I think that obviously God's real, and this job has definitely, put me in a position to where we're able to help get other truths out there, if you will. And
you need to get the truth of that thing out there. They need to find out like
Dear
that.
Director Radcliffe,
You know
as
how
you
much
look into
the
the Ark
world
of the
would
Covenant,
change if you found the actual Ark of the Covenant, and you could explain a lot of things. Like, look, if these Ethiopians have it, which Graham Hancock believes.
Allegedly they do.
Yeah, Graham Hancock believes that they do. And he said that these guardians, they all get cataracts, they die of like radiation poisoning.
I mean, there's something to be said about the Ethiopian people as a whole, and going back to the Ethiopian Orthodox text. Actually, when I first launched this task force, I actually went and I met with a Ethiopian Orthodox pastor, if you will, just to kind of see and explain and ask questions that I can't exactly go to, the Smithsonian and ask. And, his response was interesting, especially from their perspective. You have a lot of this aspect of, I think, religion that tries to be doom and gloom. And then in the Ethiopian perspective, he's like, first of all, your timeline's wrong. Like, what do you mean your timeline's? Like, well, the biblical text in modern day Christianity, it's a little bit off, right? So we use a completely separate, I think it's a 364 days out of the year. He's explaining all that. And he's like, but even then, so, we don't have the perspective of, we are in the end of days, etc. But, the way his perspective just seemed very optimistic as opposed to pessimistic and filtering and controlling information. All that to say,
Probably not online.
he's off X. He's off X.
He's on TikTok.
Yeah, he's on TikTok.
And it's not at all unreasonable to think that there were Jewish slaves who also
with the target and didn't know what it was.
as well, because we have a significant number of legends that refer
Oh, well,
to
that's
shipped
much
off the
different.
If you
So
recall,
that
they were shipped to
thing
Lyon.
at the end of it was what they were saying it was.
So we
when they
definitely
wrote it
have
up.
a long time
It's just a bunch of words they're putting
in
together.
here. Unfortunately, from this very, very early period, we don't
That's
have
way
a lot
more
of
interesting. If he didn't know what he was
specific
looking
names
for and
like
he
he
found
did
something
in the end
like the Ark of
with
the Covenant,
Herod
that's pretty cool.
Archelaus.
They kind of like talk them all, right? They'll like give them something and say like, well,
Rabbinite
I'm just doing devil's advocate because I have no skin in the game. I don't know if it's real or not real. I'm open to it. I think there's something going on. I think there's more going on with people than we let on. There's some extra thing that's happening with human beings, the way we're all connected to each other that we
I don't know if they
don't
would
totally
have
understand.
attended games
And I
here,
think
but they certainly
the
would have walked
the
past
idea that you can access information that's not local.
particular setting. I just want to draw your attention to
I think that might be an emerging aspect of human consciousness or an aspect of human consciousness
First of all,
that's
not only
atrophied.
would Jews have
or just
likely
an
been
aspect of
involved in
spirituality that we've previously forgotten
think
because
about the
we're in such a
might
digital
and
age that kind of
grandeur
programs you
of
to the rat
Rome,
race, and I think
that,
people
you know,
know more
this
that
is
they're
the
kind of
faraway
like,
province.
there has to be
This
more
is what they
to life than
called
just like
in
a 9 to
Latin
5,
the puppet still.
and
It was really,
working
really
for
far
this
away
aspect of materialism. Like, don't get me wrong, I like, you know, a nice car and everything else, all that. But, you know, there's also this aspect of, you know, being a human and, like, you know, if you have kids, I think that's, like, one of the things, like, you have a daughter, I have a son, and it's like, when you're a parent, it kind of, like, makes you realize, like, wow, there's this aspect of, like, love that I didn't know existed before, and you can kind of really be there and help, you know, grow this next human and influence that person. It just kind of, the human experience is something that, you know, you can make it as special as you want, and this aspect of, you know, us being able to have those little quantum breadcrumbs is what I like to call them. Like, have you ever been, like, talking about something and, like, you'll go somewhere and hear something and there's, like, confirmation of what you've been talking about, or, you know, something happens and you're, like, you know, asking a question and all of a sudden it comes and kind of there's an answer. And I think that those little things just mean you're on the right path and doing what you're supposed to do in this bigger picture.
I want to share with you one biography. I'm sure many of you would be very familiar with this great Talmudic scholar because he is quoted hundreds and hundreds of times in the Talmud. But maybe not all of you know his backstory. I'm talking, of course, about Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, who is known popularly by the acronym Reish Lakish. So Reish Lakish would have been born sometime around the year 200. It was 70 years after the failed Bar Kokhba rebellion, the second major war that the Jews fought with the Romans to try and regain their territory. Horrible devastation afterwards.
Tech really evolved. There was a bigger aspect of spirituality that actually talks about that. So, like, discernment in the Bible, you can talk about, you know, this aspect of being, people say, like, oh, someone has like really bad energy, you're picking up on it. There's something to that. But I think that because, and it's really happened, I think, in the last, like, 40 years, where people are kind of forgetting that. But when you actually go back to, like, for example, we're talking just now about the Ark of the Covenant, the Ethiopian Orthodox text, all this, there's more of that aspect of spirituality that I think has been removed from society. I think it's actually taken away our ability to really respect one another and value human life. And I think that, you know, from like a political perspective influences decision. Like, you get really pro-war people, there's people who are usually really that spiritual and they really don't have a value for life in that aspect.
Because what was going on in here is fights against wild animals for the entertainment of the masses. And by the way, and you see here the Roman genius for governing.
They're the worst
really
type.
imitated by all great empires.
Probably the scariest part of it.
I actually had a really groundbreaking conversation. So, like, the way I'll describe Congress is, you ever have, like, a job where 80% of it, 90% of it's just, like, really bullshit, and then, like, the 10% is, like, really cool, and it makes up for that, like, 80-90% that you're just like, okay, so that aspect of, I think really exists in politics, and you actually share. And I had a meeting recently where I was with 2 other members of Congress that were helping me with the JFK investigation. And we actually met for the first time since 1990 with the ambassador to the Russian government. And I bring that up because at the time of the JFK assassination, the KGB had actually come forward with their own independent investigation, and they actually gave it at Kennedy's funeral to U.S. officials. We never got those documents, and it's my belief that the CIA actually destroyed that information and evidence because it would have confirmed with the KGB. And mind you, at the time, JFK was actually in talks with the president of Russia at that time, and his perspective is that he actually wanted to do a joint mission between the U.S. government and the Russian government. And there were aspects and divisions within the intelligence community who obviously saw Cold Wars happening. They wanted more Cuba, they wanted more Russia. So for them to be able to say that Kennedy, who was not a communist, but that he was a communist sympathizer, how dare he talk to these dirty communists? I mean, that in itself would have given them any ammunition to turn a blind eye or at least not fully figure out who assassinated Kennedy. But I bring that up to say that, you know, when you have these people in power, you know, you can see a lot of it in regards to, there's a summit on the 15th actually for President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And I think the aspect of, you know, anytime you have peace and trade, it's way better than war for everyone involved. For people, great for Russia, for the American people. And I think for those surrounding regions, like I recently got back from meeting with government officials in Romania and Moldova. And it didn't matter, and I actually met an actual member of the Moldova government who was a communist, like an outright communist. And it didn't matter who I talked to, everyone wanted peace. And then when we had met with the European Parliament and the EU, some of them wanted peace, but then the countries that had the shittiest economies,
decided to study
they were
Torah,
the ones that were advocating for war.
found he could
Well, you have
not
a war-based
jump out of
economy,
the
it always
river
helps
with
your
the same
economy. So
amount
if
of
you have
force
terrible policy
as
perspectives,
he was
obviously you
able
would
to
advocate for
before.
something like
And
that.
Rabbi
But it just
Yochanan
goes to
took
show
him,
that the
that's
people that are
because
going through it,
Torah
the people that are living it, that
all
are
your
directly impacted,
energy.
no one would
All that
advocate for war.
energy you put into
And
physical
so
power,
even just having
you
this
no longer
conversation,
have it at your
a lot of
disposal.
people,
Now it's all
even
intellectual.
two
But I want to just tell you one last story about Reish Lakish.
ago,
We were just
probably
speaking
would
about
not
it
have had that
earlier because Dr.
conversation,
Collins and I.
but to be able to
There's a
develop that
remarkable
dialogue,
Gemara that's not
and
very
result
well
of that
known.
meeting
It's
was the
the
Russian
Yerushalmi
government agreed
Tumos,
to
Daf
release their
Memvav
investigation
Amid
onto JFK
where
that
Rav Asi
the previous
was
congressional task force
kidnapped
in the 90s had tried to
and
obtain
taken
from the
hostage.
Russian government, and they said no. So they agreed to release
Certainly
that, and they'll
something
be
that we can
posting it publicly for
think
the
about
American
today.
people to go through later on as well.
And the rabbis were
I haven't.
flustered.
So
What are we
obviously
going
at
to
the
do?
same
The
time,
great
everyone's
Rabbi
like,
Asi
think
gets
is in there?
kidnapped.
If you had to guess.
So one of the
So
great
when I was
rabbis
talking
here,
to the
Rabbi
ambassador,
Yochanan,
he's
said,
actually
get
a
his
history
funeral
buff too,
shroud
and
ready.
so he had actually said that
That's
the
it.
Russian government,
Rav Asi
when
is dead.
Oswald was actually
Reish
in Russia, had
Lakish,
done a psychological
former
profile. They thought,
gladiator,
they're like, is this
now
guy
in his
part
golden
of American
years,
intelligence? Like, what's
he
his story? They thought
refused
he was
to accept
basically
that.
nuts, and apparently
Either
he tried
I
to go
will
hunting,
kill them or
when he
they
was out
will
there and they
kill
were
me,
observing him, and he couldn't
but I'm
shoot
not
for
going
shit.
to leave him in
So
captivity.
they're like, he didn't meet our
And this
psychological
old
profile.
rabbi,
Then he
former
shows up to the
gladiator,
Russian embassy
I
in
don't know,
Mexico
strapped
City
on
with
his
a gun,
armor or
and they're like,
something,
what the hell
goes
is this like
after a
crazy
hostage
guy showing
kidnapper.
up at them? Like, what's going on?
And when
And then
he's
we
there,
find
he
out
uses his new
simultaneously
strength.
as this is all
He
happening
convinces them
that
to
the
let
CIA,
Rav Asi
kudos to
go.
Director Radcliffe, had
And then he
actually
says to them,
released something
listen,
called the
you know,
Joe
you guys
Neves
did some
file.
terrible things
And
in your
George
life.
Joe Neves was
If you want to
actually,
redeem
he's
yourselves,
basically our version
come
of
on
James
back
Bond,
and
but
let's
more
go
corrupt.
speak to my
And
Rebbe,
he was
my
basically
Rebbe,
observing
Rabbi
Oswald.
Yochanan.
He had lied to Congress.
And
This was on
they
his
say, okay.
file. He
So
was
they
then
follow
the CIA
the
liaison
former
to Congress
kidnappers,
during the
follow
investigation,
Reish
stonewalled
Lakish
their
straight back
investigations,
to
was
Rabbi
later
Yochanan.
awarded something from
And
the
Rabbi
CIA.
Yochanan
So
hears
the
the
CIA
story,
admitting
and
that
he
they lied to
says,
Congress, covered up the
whatever they
assassination
intend to
attempt,
do
or
to Rav
covered up the
Asi, that's what
investigations.
we have to do to
We
them.
had admissions from the
So
Warren
then to
Commission,
have a dark chapter for
people
them,
that had been
I think
subject to
it's
the
worth
Warren Commission's
meditating on the
investigation, saying
lesson
that
of
the Warren
Reish
Commission
Lakish
engaged in witness
in our
intimidation.
particular
They
moment
omitted
today and
evidence.
what
The
that might
single
mean
bullet
for us.
theory never exists. The
But
CIA
in
admits
this
that Lee
particular
Harvey
setting
Oswald
here
was
in
not a
our,
lone
let's
gunman.
remember
People ask,
the
well,
face
does
of
this
those
mean that
unnamed
you'll ever get
Jews,
the name of
thousands
who
of them
killed him?
over the
No,
centuries,
because I don't think the
lived
CIA was
in
like,
this
kill
place.
JFK on this
And
date. It's just that
reflect on
had
what
this person
we can
signed
learn
what.
from
There
them
was
today.
evidence of multiple shooters
Now,
for sure.
just
Well,
by
there
way
had
of
to be
conclusion,
multiple shooters.
the history of the
There's
Jews in
injuries,
Provence has a
like
few
one of
really
them was
big
the front of his
chapters.
neck.
There's
We
the
had
Roman
testimony to
chapter
that.
about
Yeah.
which we only
And
have a lot
actually,
of
what's
legendary
interesting is when we
information.
first launched the
There's the
task
period
force,
of the Cockney
we
Provence
had
that we spoke
left-leaning
about
news outlets
2
that were
days
trying
ago.
to write
Tomorrow
in
we're
pieces
going to
saying
go to
that
the
I was
most well
basically
documented
launching a
medieval
conspiracy theory
period,
task
which
force,
looked at the Jews
and they had
under
to
the
print the
papacy,
truth weeks
and
ago.
we're
You
going
can
to
actually
visit
pull it.
actual
What is it about
sites,
people that don't
two
want to
amazing
believe that
Jewish
some
ghettos where
conspiracies
Jews
are
were
real?
allowed to live in Avignon and
Is it a comfort
Patrick.
thing?
And then
Is it
finally,
you
when we
think
get
you're
to
going
Lyon,
to
then we'll speak
erode
about
trust in
Jews
the
in the
government? Is it
modern
you just
era,
have
which
such
is
a
just an
rigid
amazing
worldview,
chapter as well.
and in
With
your
that, I want
mind
to thank
that
Chatzin
there's always
and the
been
other
Lee
guys
Harvey
for
Oswald,
giving me a
back
little
to
bit of
alone,
time.
that's what happened, and because of
let's
that,
go on.
anything that challenges your belief system, you fight against.
Well, specifically to JFK, for decades, the intelligence agencies were influencing what the print and press was doing.
100%. If you're Geraldo
It's so
Rivera,
wonderful that
you know,
we
when
spent
Dick
our
Gregory
morning
brought that film
touring that
on the Geraldo Rivera
gargantuan,
show, and you got to see the Zapruder film, and you got to see what looks like a shot
phenomenal
that makes his
stuff.
head go back and to the left,
Yeah, and the
which would
direction.
indicate he got shot from the front. I think he got shot multiple times by multiple shooters from multiple different directions, and I don't think necessarily Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't in on it.
Well,
Here's the problem. People say, oh, Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't shoot. You don't have to be that good with a rifle to be, you're on a ledge, so you have a secure rest. If your rifle's sighted in, and they said his scope was off, but that doesn't mean shit, because you just drop your scope and it's off. Like, all you have to do is take your rifle off of that ledge, drop it on the ground, and now that scope is off. You never drop your gun like that. You knock your scope off.
Well, there's multiple problems though, because the Warren Commission actually never even put into the report, right? So like if you're
We're not finished. My point is, that wasn't a far shot. It was like, what was it, 140 yards from the book depository to with a scope?
Yeah,
and a rifle with a rest. No, you could kill a guy like that. He could have been the shooter. He could have been one of the shooters. But I think there's too much witness testimony. There's too much evidence. The whole idea of the magic bullet theory was just because they had to account for all the wounds in the bodies with just 3 bullets.
We were
And they found
exiled
a
from
guy
the
who
rest
got
of
hit in
France
the overpass, in the underpass,
and
wherever
they
he got
were
hit in the
fortunate
ricochet.
that they
So now they knew that bullet couldn't have
allowed
hit
us to
Kennedy or
live it.
Connolly. So
And
how
as
do
the
you
rabbi
attribute all
mentioned,
these wounds to
the
two different
quality of that
guys from
existence
multiple
is highly
gunshots to a
dependent
single
upon the
bullet?
It's a magic
of
bullet,
the
you know.
You have to find this bullet
We
that
went through
fucking
the
for
various
sure
countries.
didn't hit any
For example,
bones.
we were forced to
And
wear
there's more
yellow
fragments in
hats. Men
Connor's
had to
wrist
wear
that were
yellow
missing
hats.
from the bullet. The bullet looks
Women had
almost
to wear
pristine. It looks
an
like they
article
shot
of
it
yellow
through
somewhere on
like feathers,
their
or they
clothing.
shot it into
And
water,
the,
which is what they
the
do when they do
size
ballistics
of the
tests
yellow
on rifles.
Well, what's
how
interesting
much of
is
the hat
the
had
Warren
to be
Commission
yellow
did
depended on
omit
the bullet.
multiple
So
female
to allow
witnesses
us
who
to
actually
just
entered
wear
the depository
a little
that
yellow
day that
ribbon
actually
at the very
stated
top
that they
of
had
the
never
hat. So very tall
witnessed
people like Mr.
Oswald
Cohen
actually in the
could get
location
away.
or
People
going
wouldn't
down
know
the
he was
back of the
necessarily Jewish
depository.
because
So
the yellow
that's
fabric was so
interesting
hot.
fact.
Yeah, it's
And
possible that
everything
he could have
was
snuck past them. There's a
entirely
lot of chaos.
there
You hear
to play.
gunshots. The president
We
shot.
hoped
People don't always
we
think
had
straight
things
when
that
things
we
are
could
going
offer
nutty.
them.
People have a
Then we
terrible
could
memory
stay.
right after
And if
traumatic
not, there were
events.
Yeah.
times
Like,
when we were
yes and no. Like, he might have been there, or he might not have been there.
This is
He
really
might
dull.
have shot at Kennedy,
This
or
is
he might
something
not have
that
shot
I
at
never
Kennedy.
grew
For
up with. I'm
sure,
sure none
he
of
was
you
some
grew
sort
up
of
with. This is
government
some of you
operative.
who were
For sure, he was
addicted from
traveling
Muslim
back and
lands
forth
outward.
from Russia.
Israel
He
was
married a
wonderful.
Russian
But
citizen. There's
otherwise,
a lot of
we don't
weird
have
Was
shit.
zealots
under
like in our
surveillance
home.
by the CIA,
Yeah.
so there's a lot
Muslims,
there.
Americans
However, I
feel
will
like,
say
well,
this.
of course, they have as
What
much right to
the
live
official
here
narrative
as
was,
anyone else.
we now know is
Can you
BS,
imagine
right?
what it would be
Now
like
That I thought
for
was ridiculous.
yourself,
Yeah, but
your
a lot of
parents,
the American people
going to
did,
babies,
but
and
to have their
know
own
that
government
we
say,
can
no, that's
be
not true, to
addicted
gaslight them,
Yeah.
and to
and
push
if
this
you
narrative
will,
of
within
if you question it, you're
generations.
wrong, you're crazy.
So
That
in
itself,
that
I think when you're talking about
context,
like, why
take
do the
that
American
kind of
people don't trust their
mindset
government, it's really this
and
fracture
imagine
that
what this
starts around the
synagogue
Kennedy
must have
era
been like
time frame.
when we ended up
And you
there.
can see that that
Here we
distrust
are,
kind of
literally in
evolves.
the
But why,
shadow
going back to your original
of
question,
that
why do people refuse to kind of
And no,
question
we
conspiracy theory,
depend
maybe
on
that's
that.
some substance to it?
But
And I
this
think
here,
it's because
this
it's
little
more
space
comfortable for
is
people from a psychological
This is
perspective
where
to live in this comfort area that their government
moment
might not do
of
something like that,
shelter,
or might not try to cover up something like that, because that's just an easy way of life.
rely
And look,
upon each other,
It's too scary.
it's too
rely
scary,
upon
but the
our
fact
God.
is that, look, I've
One
traveled a
day
lot, I've
deliver.
dealt with a lot of world leaders. We are still the greatest country. Make no excuse about that. But it doesn't mean that we can't call out and hold our own government and officials accountable. And so that's kind of what I've guess my mission has been this Congress, and what I hope that it will continue to be. But I'm not trying to do this for like even the next 10 years. So for someone like me, you know, people are like, oh, initially you're going to run your political career talking about this. This is crazy. Why would you want to do that? And then, you know, they're seeing all these big wins coming out in regards to transparency. And I will say, had it not been for the secretaries that have been appointed by this administration, this wouldn't have happened, because under President Biden, he actually also tried to declassify things pertaining to JFK, and the National Archives never released it. And so in addition to
That's not a good sign. None of that stuff's a good sign. Like, if you want trust from the American people, you release information. If you want us to distrust you, you hide everything. And you're hiding everything on one of the most important events in human history.
They were up until recently, and we're still documents that the JFK community, because mind you, I'm actually working with, his name's Jefferson Morley. He is not a Republican, he's a Bernie Sanders Democrat. But on this issue, we're working great together. And he's actually been helping me. He's like, look, I've been waiting for this stuff for like 30 years.
This is hugely bipartisan.
Yeah, it's super bipartisan. And so,
We can all get together. That and UFOs. That's one thing that Democrats and Republicans both completely agree on. Like, tell us what's up. Tell us what's up. Who killed them, and are they real? Those are two giant questions that we all have.
I think they're real. The other part is still outstanding, but hopefully when the documents are released from the Russian government later on this fall, that might be able to provide a full picture. Granted, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, because it's still, you know, it was written by the KGB. But at the end of the day, we have a good mosaic that's been put together with at least the documents that have been released with this administration. And for any outstanding documents, I actually have a team assigned to me from the CIA that is actually helping me chase down these documents. And I've already had some interesting experiences, like not creepy, but for example, after President Trump signed the executive order, and Radcliffe has been super helpful, we actually were made aware of this. Allegedly, there had been a document that was at the CIA that was a report from the Inspector General that had implicated the CIA allegedly in the assassination of JFK. So I'm following up on this lead and trying to find this report. And the archives is like, we don't have any documentation of this. The CIA says they don't have any documentation, and they've been good with us so far. So I go to the archives because they're like, we found this weird bag though, and it's in the skiff, and it's been here for 5 years, and it was left by our former attorney for the archives, so we don't know what's in it. And I was like, well, go open it. They're like, well, we don't have the key, and it's in a vault. And I said, well, I'm coming over. So I drive over literally, I like put myself in the car. I get in the car and I go over to the National Archives. We go into the skiff. I pull up this bag and I'm like, does anyone have scissors? And we like cut open this little folder, and there's a CD-ROM in it. And this has again been declassified now, so I can talk about it. But there was this CD-ROM of a ton of wires from the State Department. Some of the wires were pertaining to the Kennedy family, and it was actually a WikiLeaks document. And so I think the reason why it was kept in the archives is because you're not actually supposed to have these documents on government computers. WikiLeaks obviously don't have that. But here I was like cutting it out of the bag.
That's really far away. That makes sense that you would have the most top secret documents burned on CD-ROMs. That way, no one could ever get access to it by hacking into your computer.
To this day, I don't know even who left the CD-ROM. I don't know. And there's some other stuff in that I don't need to get into. But but the stuff that was on there was interesting, and I think I saw recently Tulsi had actually talked about some of the State Department wires that had been found. That, and I think these are the same ones that had talked about the assassination of RFK. There were wires going up to the State Department prior to his assassination, which is interesting. So our next investigations, we've done multiple hearings.
What do you mean by that? Like, how did they specifically discuss it?
I haven't seen the actual wires themselves yet, but what that would imply is that the State Department knew about the assassination before it took place. So that's something she talked about.
Did you get into the MK Ultra stuff at all with Jolly West?
So I look at that on my free time, but that's not the purview of the task force. But there's stuff that you can, again, CIA.gov/reading room, super creepy. I did find a document on the archives website that actually ties the initial phases of the MK Ultra program to Operation Interesting. And so it is there. I'm reading this to my husband. They're doing a lot of bad stuff.
Oh, they were doing a lot of horrible stuff, but for sure they were experimenting on their soldiers and prisoners, and they were experimenting on all kinds of people. Yeah, if we took some of that and applied it, the Jack Ruby connection to this, that Jolly West went to visit Jack Ruby after he shot Lee Harvey Oswald. And Jack Ruby was like pretty rational before that, and then after Jolly West leaves, he's like freaking out, seeing things that aren't there. I think he said something about Jews burning, you can see Jews burning alive, like full on, lost it, most likely got dosed the fuck with acid, most likely Jolly West went a fucking shot.
When they were at
their wealthiest, it doesn't like, he went so far off the deep end, then he died later. I think he died a few years later of cancer, but I think he completely lost his mind after Jolly West visited him. And Jolly West was he was involved with the Manson family thing. He was involved with Operation Midnight Climax, where they had brothels. The CIA was running brothels, and they would get these Johns to come in with the prostitutes, and the prostitutes would give them acid. They didn't know it, so they were sitting there, and there was two-way mirrors, and they were filming them. One of these guys. Blackmail for observation. They knew these people were never going to say, hey, you did that to me. You know, the government did it. Dose me up with acid. Because they're not going to admit they went to a brothel. So they have like the perfect group of people to victimize, just try stuff on.
Well, and they got in trouble for it too. Like the CIA had to do chaos they were getting sued for it, and then all this did flush out. I mean, you know, it's always
There's a Freedom of Information Act, and they found a bunch of documents. They found documents that were, I forget Tom O'Neill, the Robert of Chaos, goes into great detail into this.
Well, it's interesting.
About the Manson family and MK Ultra. It's fantastic.
Well, even just this conversation right now, there's such a stigma that exists around it because it's such a spooky topic. And so it's like,
you don't want to look stupid.
You don't want to look stupid. And so look, anyone watching this can go look at this information. Go to CIA.gov/reading room and know it's not going to be a phishing website that's going to steal your information. But you can find.
I'm sure it is.
This is like where we're accessing. But you know, it's always been one of those things that, you know, people ask me, I'm just very transparent about it. And I will say something that started out with a stigma of being, you know, this conspiracy theory investigation with taking taxpayer dollars has been arguably one of the coolest task forces in Congress, I think, and we have a lot of good people that are behind it. And
I think the time is turning on that kind of thinking. That these conspiracy theories are silly to pursue. Like some of them, yeah, some of them are silly.
Crazy, some are true.
But that doesn't mean that some are true also. there's a time-honored tactic of taking, like if I was an intelligence community, and I'm not accusing anybody of doing this, but if I was an intelligence community and I had some truth that was very inconvenient to a narrative, and I wanted to label that truth as being a preposterous conspiracy theory, I'd add a bunch of kooky shit to it.
Or have disinformation campaigns.
Or dole it out to the nuttiest people on the internet. Dole it out to the craziest people. You know, this guy's got a drinking problem. He's got a conspiracy theory website.
Or take a little and spin it. Yeah.
Get it to him. Tell him you're helping him out. You're going to get him to spread a bunch of kooky stuff so that when that stuff gets disproven, the other thing's attached to it. So the other thing looks stupid too.
We've had our fill. Like the one thing I wanted to do when I first got the task force is open up a skiff to any person who held a clearance to come brief us on what they knew about UAPs. And I can tell you that we've now had this skiff.
First conversation, like when the door shuts and you're like, oh boy.
Well, the problem is I've reached out to some of the biggest names in UFO lore. Okay, and they all got skiff flu, and we call it skiff flu, meaning like the day that the skiff was open, that we reserved it, we're like, we're here, like, come on, come brief us. They get sick, or the dog dies. They didn't recover, and then they just don't talk to us anymore. So
they ghost you?
They ghost us. Yeah, so I'm like, well, if you're not going to tell me to skip, then you're full of crap.
Or you're scared for your life because you're just a scientist who doesn't. Maybe they got threatened. Maybe someone let them know that maybe someone hung something on their door in the middle of the night.
But if people say they're going to go tell us in a skiff and then they don't show up, it's a problem, right?
Well,
so they're already about public.
But maybe those people don't feel like the government's going to protect them.
That is one of the biggest things that we've had people bring up is that you're a whistleblower, but whistleblower protections only go so far, and you can't do anything for my physical safety, and some of them do allege that there's these actual physical concerns. We actually had someone that we wanted to bring in to testify because our next hearing on UAP is going to be, I believe it's next month, and the individual that was actually told to us by David Grush is actually a former combat controller, and so my husband, Air Force Special Operator, combat control. So we knew the guy via some friends, so we knew that the guy was nuts or crazy, and reached out to him, and he did not want to come in. He wanted nothing to do with it, was like, I am not touching this. And so, you know, that stuff like that happens.
Also, you put those folks on TV, right?
Well, we don't have to. We can do private, but if we testify.
If it comes time where they have to testify, and there's a lot of time in between people finding out this guy came and told you guys what's up to testify.
Don't freak out our witnesses, Jeff.
But that's the problem. This is why what I was talking about is what's being advocated.
One of the things that many students wonder about the Talmud is why exactly does it begin on page 2? In fact, every single tractate of the Babylonian Talmud begins with that familiar base in the upper left-hand corner. The obvious question is, why doesn't it start with page 1? So there are lots of fanciful and kind of homiletic answers that are in many ways really quite appealing and fascinating, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic, and it dates back to the origins of printing in the 15th century. Of course, the Talmud itself was originally an oral document, then moving into a manuscript culture was written down, often as very beautiful works of art. Like, have a look at this late 13th century Spanish handwritten Talmud. It's just gorgeous. But when we get to the 15th century, there's this Gutenberg revolution with the invention of movable type and the printing press. All of a sudden, these extremely expensive manuscripts, which were typically, a yeshiva or a study circle with only maybe 1, 2, 3 copies of certain tractates to own the entire Talmud was an amazingly expensive investment. But with the advent of printing, all of a sudden it became possible for communities to possess the entire Talmud. So this was a huge change, and it really revolutionized the study of the Talmud, and greatly expanded the number of students who were studying it. But printing was in its infancy, and there were many conventions which were not accepted right away, and one of those was basically page numbers. The first major printers of the Talmud were the Italian Sonsino family, who produced some absolutely gorgeous editions of the Talmud, but they were kind of working their way through it, trying to figure out, how do we deal with these things, such as pagination. If you have a look, just as is a small aside. Here's a beautiful copy of the 15th century printing of Aesop's Fables, which the Sonsino family thought looked really great. This is the title page, so they actually adapted it with very minor changes for the opening of Tractate Chulet. You can even see the lines where the original had to be cut and then pasted in, because of course Hebrew is read left to right and they had to orient the page appropriately for the binding. But when they laid out their first Talmud, they did not think to include page numbers. Among other problems that arose as a result of this omission was the fact that people didn't know if a tractate was complete. I mean, what happened if some of the pages or some of the signatures of pages were missing? So what the printers evolved was they started adding at the bottom of each column of text a couple of words that connected to the following page, so that as you were studying the text, you could see, there's nothing missing between what I finished at the bottom of this column until I began the next column. And that's a convention which is retained in today's Vilna Shas and more modern printings of the Talmud often as well. And then eventually they said, you know what, why don't we just add page numbers as well? And that's how we get to our current punctuation system, which numbers actually folios, that is both sides of one page, with the recto, the first page known as Amud Aleph, and then the verso, the other side known as Amud Bet. And that's the convention we follow today. Where was page one? Page one was the title page, because when you would actually get the book of Talmud, the first page would be the Shar block, the opening page, which often has some beautiful artwork, like the classic Vilna Shas that has the pillars, and the gates, and the lions, and the curtains, and things like that. That was such an evocative image that has been retained for the last 200 years as symbolic of the entry into the world of the Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
He's in a powerless situation, right? If he does give you access,
he's getting in trouble.
He might be really in trouble.
Today's daf contains two references to converts, which just give a tantalizing little glimpse into what life was like for Jews in the Sasanian period when the Talmud was written, around the period of the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. The first reference, of course, is in the Gemara itself. There's a Ha'ik Yorta, a certain convert, that is in the era of Shmuel. This was probably during the reign of the famous king Shapur I, also known as Shapur Malka in much of the text. And he was a king that appears actually with some frequency in the Talmud. And he had a relatively expansive policy with regards to non-Zoroastrians in his empire. He wanted to be as inclusive as possible as the empire was expanding. Later, there would be a crackdown on non-Zoroastrians, which appears significantly throughout the Talmud. But during this time, there was more tolerance and acceptance of the idea of converting to Judaism. Very brief-lived period. It would ironically also be present in the era of a successor, not an immediate successor, but Shapur II with the same name, that was associated especially with Rava and the town of Makosa. So the first reference that we have today refers to this Ha'ik Yorta, the fact that there was such a convert in the era of Shmuel, which is in itself interesting. The second passage is really fascinating. There's a Rabbi Mari Bar Rachel, who stands out as an unusual character. First of all, the obvious thing is, why is he named after his mother, Rachel, when the overwhelming consensus is that rabbis are named after their fathers in the Talmud, as is the general practice. So there's a controversy between Rashi and Tosfos elsewhere in Talmud as to whether or not there is one person by this name or several people by this name. According to Rashi's opinion, however, the story was that Rachel was the daughter of Shmuel, also mentioned on the daf today, who unfortunately was kidnapped, and while she was kidnapped, she had relations with this improbably named, non-Jew named Isur. The name Isur means prohibition, but that's quite likely his actual name. At any rate, she became pregnant and she gave birth eventually to Mari. Now, fascinatingly, Isur was quite taken with his encounter with Judaism through his partner Rachel, and ultimately ended up converting himself and becoming an Adam Gadol, a great Talmudic scholar in his own right. Fascinating kind of story. And his grandchildren included Mar Zutra, one of the great figures of the Talmud as well. So it's a fascinating kind of story of how the lives of Sasanians and Jews interacted during the period of the Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
You know, most people today, I think, when you talk about like praying, even that whole concept is kind of just like, oh, you know, they're just. And I feel like that thing's kind of poo-poo, but if you have like a grounding in that, going back to what I was saying earlier, I think that that's not like, I don't think that society would do that. And I'm not a scientist, I'm not writing numbers, but just based on how we've kind of been evolving with access to information and kind of the questions and discussions that have been happening, not just here, but I think internationally. I just think a lot is changing.
Which is the core text of the Talmud as a whole. We'll have much opportunity to speak about many other Tanaim, God willing, in the course of these lectures, these small lectures. But for the time being, let's focus on Rabbi Yossi Hattuili himself. As his name implies, he came from the Galileo region, from the Galilee, which is the north of Israel. Typically speaking, one only gets an appellation at the end of one's name associated with a place if one is no longer in that place. So, for example, I come from Canada, and I live in New York. No one would call me Henry the New Yorker because everybody here is New Yorkers. They might call me Henry the Kanako because I come from Canada. I would only get that name though living in New York. I would not get it in Canada because everyone there works in Canada. So Yossi Hattuili indicates that he was generally known in a place other than Galileo. In fact, that place was Yavne. Yavne was one of the most important centers of Jewish thought, particularly in the first few decades after the destruction of the temple. This is the place that the great Rabbi Rothschild and Zakkai asked of Vespasian later to become emperor of Rome. Tenli Yavne v'Chachameh, give me the town of Yavne and its sages. When this request was acceded to by the general later to become emperor, this was an extremely important foundation for the continuity of Jewish thought over the ages. So Rabbi Yossi Hattuili migrated from the northern region, from the Galileo, down to the central coastal town of Yavne. The term Glili may have a slightly ironic twist to it as well, as in settlement, we tend to regard people from other regions as having various characteristics, sometimes better than ours, but often more negative than ours. In the case of the Galileans, the reputation in ancient Israel was that people from the Galileo were of less than average intelligence. For example, when Rabbi Yossi Hattuili encounters Luria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, and she calls him a stupid Galilean, and she corrects him in a rather harsh way. With regard to the way that he was speaking with her, which is a fascinating thing we'll get to in another class. So at any rate, the term Rabbi Yossi Hattuili may have been a little bit of an ironic comment, meaning that, wow, he comes from the Galileo, but he's an incredibly intelligent person. He came to Yavne already as an established scholar, really quite well versed in rabbinic teachings, but he presented himself with tremendous humility as a student to many of the great rabbis there, including Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva. Within very short order, however, Rabbi Yossi's genius became known, and in fact, on many occasions, he invested Rabbi Akiva in argument and was widely regarded as his equal, which is an amazing thing to say because Akiva ben Yosef was certainly one of the greatest scholars of that age, And for Rabbi Yossi, his equivalent was
Yeah, I
really
think,
quite
but that's the
significant.
thing, is it's a
Unfortunately, Rabbi
disagreement in
Yossi
religion
did
and
not
perspective.
enjoy
They
a
should still not
harmonious
remove
home
it.
life.
And so it's
He was
interesting because
married
then you
to
have,
a
you know,
woman,
the
and
evolution of
their
what the
marriage
King
was
James
not
Bible is.
a
We all know that
healthy
story,
and
trying to
happy
get
one.
remarried. They
He
rewrote it.
found
But
himself,
you have
however,
the
hard
Catholic Bible that
pressed
has, it's
to
what happened.
divorce her
You have the
because he
Catholic
could
Bible that
not
has books
afford
that were
the
taken out. And
ketubah,
then
the large monetary
I'm not
payment
saying
that
that,
each
you know,
one of those
read the
circumstances.
King James, you're okay.
Another rabbi
You don't have
generously
access
helped
to
him.
all the
He was
things,
able
but I
to
am saying
divorce
that there's
his
a bigger
wife.
picture here that we need to discuss, and I think
And this
that's
is all story, but what's really fascinating and revelatory about Rabbi Yossi's character is that she remarried, and unfortunately, that second marriage was even worse than her marriage to Rabbi Yossi. Really, they were frequently known to be arguing with each other and having great disputes, and they fell into penury as well. Rabbi Yossi really, when he heard that his ex-wife was doing poorly with her new husband, he actually undertook to support them financially so that they would have a more comfortable life, even though, he had already severed ties with her as his ex-wife. It was a fascinating insight into his character. Rabbi Yossi was also known as a miracle worker, and right up until the 10th century, his name was frequently invoked in folk players of Jews throughout Europe. A tomb is associated with Rabbi Yossi in northern Israel, just north of Tzfat, in the town of Dalton, a small Moshav there. And I have to share one small private thing, personal thing. When I was a young child, my parents and I used to travel south to Toronto to attend the big Passover Seder that was hosted by my Aunt Enid, Allah Shalom. And she used to let us all have these paper Haggadahs, usually printed by Maxwell House, these kind of like not very expensive things you get from the supermarket. And Rabbi Yossi Aglili, of course, is prominently mentioned in the Haggadah, but in the English translation, his name is spelled with a J, J-O-S-E, the Galilean. So I and my cousins, with our plural humor, used to refer to him as Jose Aglili, the world's first Hispanic rabbi. Anyways, I hope you have an amazing time learning this stuff.
Understanding what Enoch was talking about kind of makes sense.
Well, I go back to my thoughts on all this stuff. It's like, very few people could even read back then. Very few people could write, right? So you're not gonna write. You're probably going to try to capture a truth. You're probably not writing necessarily to deceive people to make up a story. So the question is, with all this stuff, is what was the original truth that they were trying to write down, and how much of it is getting distorted by translations from ancient Hebrew to Latin to Arabic? Yeah, like how much of it is it possible to even understand what they're saying without understanding the language? My friend Rick Strassman, he's a very fascinating guy, brilliant guy. One of the things he did is he taught himself ancient Hebrew so he could read the Bible in ancient Hebrew. It took him 16 years.
Wow.
But he did it because I want to know it in
So
that
let's
language.
start today's
And that's
lecture.
smart because there's always an aspect of translation where you lose
Sure.
certain
If
implications.
you're playing the telephone game, you want to be second. You don't want to be 15.
The short answer
Right?
is
And whoever was writing it down the earliest, that's probably you're closer to their depictions of what their truth is. Then after King James starts fucking around with it,
So to do what? Tell our listeners that.
people start getting involved. But boy, when you go to the really old stuff, the really old stuff is very strange.
The Orthodox, I'll tell you, the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible actually had a staffer that went to Ethiopia, and she was on a church trip, and she actually brought me back a copy, and she's like, you can translate it via Google Translation, so kudos to modern day technology. So I have it in my office, and actually when I did my swearing in, I actually did my swearing in on the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. It's direct translation.
It was
a turning point. I would wonder what the impact to all these religions would be if we had definitive proof that we're not alone. Like if there was an introduction, like some sort of an event where they decided, like, this government is too secretive with all this information, you're holding back the understanding of these intelligent life forms, that they are not the apex of this planet, nor are they anywhere close to the peak of the intelligence that's available out there in the universe. Just let me show you real quick, and then what does everybody do now?
Well, I think
what happens to the Mormons?
I think that brings us.
Everybody's gonna fucking blow a gasket.
Well, I think that brings us back to Mormon. So, by the way, I know by no means think that aliens are not. That's not what I'm saying. But I think that brings us back to the fundamental question on: do you believe that God exists? Because if we do, then you realize that our freedom, the freedom of choice, is not a man-given right, but a God-given right. And I think that goes back to the fundamental principles of like what we believe in true representation. So if you believe that God is real, God is powerful, then it shouldn't be a king or a man that you're looking to, but to God for divine inspiration and to make your life decisions. That's ultimately what freedom of choice is.
I think even the Catholic Church has acknowledged the idea that if there is intelligent life somewhere else, doesn't mean that God didn't create it.
Well, that's true. It's
God
interesting.
just didn't tell you about the neighbors.
Well, it does say in Enoch, and then also too, I think in Genesis, that the stars cried out. And so if you're looking, well, a star, if it's not, what do they mean by stars crying out? And then Enoch actually alludes to stars in certain capacities being potentially angels. Now, I'm not saying and this is kind of interesting because I have this aspect of my task force, what we've been investigating, but then I have my personal beliefs and my religious beliefs. And what I'm telling you is that in my position officially, I've seen men pervert information to get what they want. So it's not unlikely that an entire, very secret, very truthful text was omitted in an effort to control a population and to insert yourself between an individual's relationship between them directly and God. And I think that,
especially that doesn't agree with your interpretation of
whatever.
God. And this is the issue with these rabbis, right?
Well, I mean, if you're having people determine any information, yes, you should not be able to do that.
Just the same thing as the UFO stuff.
The UFO stuff,
Should be the gatekeeper of information.
exactly, and that's the transparency on the information.
Especially something it should be for all of us. This is nuts.
I think we're probably going to be responsible for like the book of Enoch sales probably increasing.
I need to read it now.
You'll trip out.
Well, I wish I could. I'm sure there's some interpretations of the Dead Sea Scrolls that I could sludge through. But the thing about it is, I really love to be able to read in Aramaic. I really wish I could read Arabic. If I did.
Go on, you should see if there's like an audible.
I'm sure there is, but what I'm saying is really like the Strassman idea of learning ancient Hebrew to be able to read the source material. That's where it gets really interesting. Like, what were these people trying to write about? And if these people like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson are correct, and these folks that believe in the Younger Tribes impact theory, the Bible was written a couple thousand years ago. These people that are talking about the Younger Tribes impact theory are talking about a cataclysmic event that wiped out advanced civilization 11,800 years ago.
Well, Plato talks about it, hearing it from Egyptian teachers, and then going back to the Atlantean civilization, and it was far advanced. Well, so
I mean, like if you can imagine 11,800 years ago and read what they thought went down, because I think that's probably where the oral traditions come from. The oral traditions come from complete collapse of society, rebuild over time, takes forever, and then a re-understanding of what you know to be true about the origin of man and the birth of the universe and why we're and then you gotta figure out what Jesus is.
Well, so I actually, when I was in my early 20s, I actually went to Egypt to see the megalithic structures there, and then I went to Turkey to see the Sumerian inscriptions and carvings and what they thought the ancient Sumerian gods were, the Anunnaki, all that. And what's interesting is in Enoch, it actually has reference to the Anunnaki, but a different, just like the term, different term to use for it. So,
you read the Zechariah and stuff.
No.
It's somewhat problematic.
I have heard of it,
that's the most fun.
Yeah, well, I will say with all of that going back to if you read Enoch and then follow about the fall of mankind and the angels with, this is Christian theology, right? So like angels came down, falling against God and interbred with humankind. That would be, I think, a good starting point for what potentially the works.
Yeah, God probably didn't like that they were coming around and taking the ancient hominids and juicing them up.
Not approved. Did not approve.
Yeah, it's against the code of the universe. God probably says, look, you can go visit, but don't mess around with it.
Well, there's definitely something to be said. It actually talks about this in Enoch about a divine justice, and so I think, you know, again, going back to what is our job, you know, how would society function? You have aspects in like government. Do you trust your government? Is government going to follow through and bring accountability? You know, that's our job at the same sense that we have to ensure that if we are to truly have an equal and fair society, we have to have this aspect of justice that has to be carried out. And I can go back to something that I found kind of crazy, but you know, the mandatory minimums for child predators are not that high in this country, and so Congress can actually increase the mandatory minimums. But there's been a lot of lethargy about that. It's like, why would you know, not want to increase it? Some people are against the death penalty, and I would say that it's not, you know, my job to play God or to judge people, just to help to arrange the meeting.
Yeah, it's a weird job, right? I mean, you're involved in the disclosure of things that have questioned, that people have questioned forever. I mean, those are the huge questions that exist from the 1960s on. UFOs, JFK, RFK. Those are the big ones.
We're pushing for it, and there's a good group of people that are assigned to it. I did say recently, so the MLK documents just came out. We're wrapping up our JFK investigation. So after we finalize the JFK investigation, we're putting out an official congressional report on our findings, and people can read it and decide for themselves. Then we have RFK and then MLK, but I think a lot of the MLK family was actually very concerned that we were going to go into extracurricular. And that's not the objective of the task force. It's to specifically expose what the government was doing if they knew about the potential threats. And people say, well, why do we care about it? I constantly get, well, we shouldn't care about this. No, you should, because there has to be a check and balance. And when you know if the CIA was operating outside the purview of the federal government, if you know that whistleblowers are being punished, if there needs to be reform to the FOIA Act, all this stuff, then we have to be able to put forward legislation to ensure it doesn't happen again. And what's been very interesting and almost serendipitous about the whole JFK investigation is you have President Trump now in the second term that's released all this information, and multiple presidents tried to, but they were worked against by their own secretaries within these agencies, and then agency actors that try to block the effort to release. Now you're seeing kind of a flush of the system, and even though the information hasn't come out as fast as we'd like it to, the fact that they made these admissions is really good. But moving forward into how do you prevent this from happening again, it's people really do, like young people especially, because there's so much fatigue for people that have been in office for, you know, and the reason I say, like, I don't even want to do this for the next 10 years is because everyone, even people I've looked up to, after a certain amount of time, they lose touch. And I think that that's because, like, you're up there, you're taking a lot of incoming. It's not a fun job. Like, you're getting attacked, like, you're getting beat down, it's stressful. But if you can put all your energy in it now, and then you can cut ties and pass it on, that's how our founding fathers wanted us to do it. It's like pass the torch, stand up the next generation.
Right, but we have a bunch of career politicians that want to stay in office for 50, 60 years.
Correct, that's a problem, and it's on both sides.
Yeah, it's on both sides.
So I'm trying to do a discharge petition now on term limits. So back in January of my first term, so back in January 2022, I'm sure you saw there was like this massive speakers fight about confirming Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, and I was part of one of those 20 that said we're not going to vote for you just yet. We need to reform the institution and the way that we function, because power had been consolidated within the speaker's position, so much so that how it's supposed to work is you're supposed to be able to bring the bill forward, that bill's supposed to come to the floor. All of these policies were being consolidated in one person, and if you didn't fall in line, you wouldn't get committee assignments, you wouldn't be able to fundraise, they would basically cut off all aspects of fundraising in Washington. And the mainstream media for a while was like, you guys are disrupting the process, you know, like you guys are fighting. Well, what the hell do you want Congress to do? You want us to just fall in line and not argue our principle? Like, that's last time I checked, you're supposed to fight for that. And so we were able to reform the institution, but one of the things that we had negotiated with the former speaker was we wanted a vote on term limits, and that never came up. And so now, because of our very slim majority, one of the most slim majorities in U.S. history, we have the ability to do something called a discharge petition, and it's where you can physically go down and basically collect signatures on a bill. And so I bring forward two that have already been filed. One is going to be to force a vote on term limits, so I'm going to see if members of Congress will actually put their name to actually bring that bill to the floor. There's going to be a massive, I hope, pressure campaign to activate members to do that. And then the other one is banning insider trading.
Yeah, that's been talked about for a while.
but hasn't been done.
Very,
And
very
we can do it now.
He just needs a little more money and then
as they stated in
Well,
that
it's
membership
not,
rules, they
you know,
did
there was a
exclusively
comms
for the
director
benefit
meeting for
of the
the entire
shooting up
GOP,
with the vice
and
president's
I'm
daughter.
calling up Burchett's bill on banning insider trading, and we were not invited to that meeting. Our staff was excommunicated from
I
that.
wonder why.
Yeah, I know, something about making money.
One of the most
It's crazy how like openly corrupt that part of the business is. But the thing is, once you become accustomed to being able to do something and you've been able to do it for decades, you're very reluctant to give that up. Why would you give that up? That's a huge advantage.
People say that it doesn't exist, but last time I checked, when you are given access to CEOs, when you're given access to information that are affecting markets, and then you're on the committee that has purview over those bills, you do have information like that.
You have a little more than the average person.
And there's a lot, you know, you can look at people's, you know, they go in, you're making 175 a year, and then all of a sudden you come out, you're worth like 20 million, 200 million. It's kind of shady.
Not really gambling.
Yeah.
The stock market is kind of gambling. You know, gambling. The UFC doesn't even allow me to gamble, and I can't even affect the outcome.
But yes, so you can't do it, but Congress can.
Congress can. You know,
For now, at least.
the inside information that I have, anybody
and
can
his
have.
disciples were
Mostly,
entranced with this.
not really. No,
Including,
that's not
of
true.
course,
No, I know some stuff sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was told if I forced a vote that I was going to cost us the Republic, is what I was
But
told.
the thing about the insider trading thing is the amount of money is so egregious. Like, isn't Pelosi now worth 400 million? Wasn't it?
It's upward. I saw upwards of 200 million, but
I thought she jacked up her portfolio recently significantly.
But it's not just her; it's on both sides.
Oh yeah, no, she's just the poster lady. Unfortunately,
you know,
no slight at her. It's all across the board. If you look at how many people, it's red, blue, red, blue. It's the whole thing. Everybody's doing it.
I told my husband, I was like, we're not going to do stocks because it's just that's the one thing. You could talk to anyone. I actually was reading an article, so like the local press are like, Red Balloon is trying to force a vote on this, right? So like I'm always the kind of redheaded stepchild usually, with especially in deaf circles. But this one lady posted, I actually started laughing. She goes, "Well, a broken clock is right twice a day." And I started laughing because I'm like, it's such like a bipartisan issue. Like over 80% of Americans don't think that Congress should be able to trade stock, and it's true because we're given access to information, and that's truly influencing your
Did you
decision.
ask her what the rest of you were wrong about?
I mean, I tend to. I think it's party associations. Like some people just will never vote. Yeah, but
People are rabid and they're super upset now, obviously, because Trump's in office again. So that rabid nature has been over amplified.
it has. I think a lot of it though is driven by like plot activity. I think is really big. I can tell you that when I first launched the task force, people were like, "She's an intelligence asset. She's never going to release information." Then it came out that I actually don't have declassification authority, but we have been able to produce wins, and we are getting full cooperation from the executive branch. So we're just simply investigating findings, collecting information, and touching for release.
There's real people along with those bonds, but real people are also influenced by bonds as well. There's waves of negativity and positivity that go in certain directions that are orchestrated, and there's companies that are known companies that you can actually hire them to do stuff.
They exist in Florida actually. There's a couple social media influencers that have been approached. I've seen it, so I know it exists. What's interesting though is it goes back to the you never want to get in trouble in a crowd of people because they'll just look at each other. You ever see like someone getting beat up and they just like film it right before they go to help that person, and that's part of that group thing that exists online. I do think X needs to do something, at least like be able to label bot accounts, because I've seen it happen, especially on certain things. Like I had done something to allow new moms to vote when you're recovering the our job is different. Like only 13 women in U.S. history have ever given birth. It's about to be 14 who are members of Congress, and God forbid we enter a war or something, we're not going to be able to vote. If you're recovering in a hospital, that's a pretty like rare circumstance, and so there was definitely lots of bot accounts that were attacking me for that, accusing me of like destroying their public again. I said I don't think that.
Yeah, that's not tinfoil hat stuff, folks. You need to know that. Why wouldn't there? This is the thing. Like, if you're, whether it's this country, a corporation, another country, why wouldn't you automate your system or have AI or even just have actual people that have a job and their job is to type inflammatory, whatever it is, insults, whatever it is, like whatever their accomplishment or whatever their goal they're trying to accomplish is. Why wouldn't you have a group of people that you have at your command if it's legal?
So it is legal. So it is legal, and And in politics, what's interesting is they'll test, like, especially when you're running for office, it's kind of interesting because you'll actually, during my first race, I actually had a firm that I was going to for consulting. And they had someone that had worked at the firm that had also worked with, like, McDonald's branding. So, like, people that are running for office will bring on these firms and then they'll, like, give them kind of like a branding profile. What was interesting about that is that, you know, you have this aspect of bot activity. Social media at the time was kind of just resurfacing as if you want to be kind of influential, you have to be able to use social media, share your message, and get that out there. I think Trump really kind of refined that, was kind of one of the leading figures in that, especially when Twitter 1.0 was in existence. But then you had this aspect of people that were running for office, and then there was actually a censorship state in this country, and we found that out that Twitter 1.0 was coordinating with the Department of Homeland Security. We found this out actually in a congressional hearing where they were actually, DHS had a division under CISA that was supposed to be monitoring terrorist organizations, and they were using it on the American people to censor information, specifically on COVID, on January 6th, all that. That is scary. You still have censorship issues in places like the EU. So, like, to think that they wouldn't use social media platforms, especially to influence masses, is just, that's not a conspiracy theory that happens. We have evidence of that.
Of course, censorship is influence. It's also causing people to self-censor, which changes discourse.
Yeah, not wanting to have conversations.
Yeah, when you get banned from Twitter for a variety of things, particularly during COVID. But I think COVID was also a great test case for them to see, like, if there's some sort of a catastrophe, some natural disaster, some national security issue, well, we can now enforce new regulations of censorship.
Well, and scary regulations of that, because COVID was really kind of dystopian, and going back to kind of, you know, I think you mentioned foreign government influence using bots. The one thing that's been interesting is in our investigation, so like taking now my task force hat off and going into actually problems that we see right now happening. We saw this like massive a couple weeks ago. Rift that was taking place between the American people, specifically on immigration, and all of a sudden these like pop-up riots. I actually called them the Timu riots, like the Timu Chinese out, because it came out. We actually, this woman, her name's Data Republican on X, and she actually tracked down the funding line. And what was happening was the Chinese government was basically propping up this billionaire, American billionaire, Neville Singham, and actually he was donating money to organizations like Party Socialism and Liberation, and they were actually funding a lot of these riot pop-ups in the area. So you had people that were being used, divided, for example, on the immigration topic. You literally have them passing out, you know, Mexican flags saying that they cared about immigrants, but in actuality, the financial type is actually coming from the CCP. So the Chinese government, on many occasions, and it's not uncommon within Congress, even on apps like TikTok, they were showing certain information in order to cause a rift and influence people. The same individual, Neville Singham, actually, once we got this information, we sent a request to have him come testify to Congress, and he spends part of his year in Shanghai, China, so we were not able to deliver him his subpoena, basically. And so there's a letter that Chairman Comer has now authorized to be sent that will go to the Treasury Department to freeze his assets once he comes to testify to Congress. And that, mind you, this is not, you know, people, and like, look, I started out before politics with my feet getting wet as an activist. Like, that's actually how I started out in politics. So, like, I understand the immigration, the war. I, like, understand all arguments because I've been through it. I've had a debate it. But what's the problem for me is that you have foreign governments trying to cause a rift and then promote ideologies that will empower people specifically to put forward policy that will actually put us as like second tier as opposed to the Chinese government. And I do think that the Chinese government in their execution has been very, very specific about how they want to hinder our ability to be global dominators. I think when you're looking at what happened in COVID timeframe, right? It's like a lot of people said that Wuhan lab leak, that was a conspiracy theory. We now know that it happened and that was true. But at the same time, if you look at what President Trump was doing, he was actually trying to negotiate trade with China, and he was winning, and then all of a sudden COVID happened. Well, what was interesting the second time around in Trump 2.0 is that you have all these Timu riots taking place at the same time, and it almost got no coverage in the mainstream media, but you had multiple Chinese nationals that were caught trying threatens to release agro-terrorism weapons.
Yeah, we talked
New
about
idea.
Yeah, agro-terrorism weapons, and then at the same time, the terror war was taking place, and then you actually saw them trying to infiltrate. So I don't think it's by accident, but I do think that it's important to remember that just because you see something happening on the mainstream, the media will always try to amplify something because it's rage baiting and it's manipulative views, which translates to money.
it's negative against Trump.
Of course, but when you actually look at where the funding stream is coming from, it actually goes back to China, and this is not the only incident where they try to drive a wedge between Americans and then actually compartmentalize with Hispanic Americans specifically. So in 2016, now the largest voting minority in the country are Hispanic Americans, specifically of Mexican descent. I think you can find that stat on teamhispanic.org. So when you're looking at voting demographics, how can you influence an entire demographic to help skew or influence a midterm election? And it would be specifically probably on the immigration topic to try to race bait people. But then you have this aspect of the same guy, Neville Stinkham, his wife actually funds an organization called Code Pink. So this is all Chinese money now going to a separate cause, and this one specifically is on the Israel versus Palestine issue. They don't care about Israelis or Palestinians. This is a Chinese-funded group, and what they're doing is they're using that front in an effort to then divide on that topic as well. So it's a multifaceted approach using minority classes in order to actually push the end goal, which would be communism. And also, too, you can actually look on the flyers for these organizations. So PSL, Neville Stinkham is actually an open admirer of Mao Zedong. I mean, like, it's all up there and it's out there for you to find. But it's just crazy because most people, you know, you see this aspect of propaganda that's being shown to you, and you're not gonna be like, who's funding that? You know, you're gonna say, like, you know, tell that person I'm gonna fight for this. But they don't actually realize the more nefarious perspective of what's happening behind the scenes.
So
what happens
I
next is
absolutely
the
believe this is true. I'm sure other countries fund similar things, but also it was in reaction to some of the ICE raids, right? I mean, it was a visceral reaction that a lot of people had. The idea of people just showing up and pulling people out of schools and pulling people out of Home Depot and pulling people that were just hardworking people that maybe snuck over here because they didn't have a legal way to get over here, but since they've been here, they've been good people and they're a part of communities, and that's what freaks people out, because when people thought about ICE, they thought, great, we're going to get rid of gang members. They didn't think, great, you're going to get rid of the landscaper.
But the question is, why did they do it then why did these riots and why did this
No, I don't disagree with you. I think, listen, I'm sure these riots, some of these riots absolutely are manufactured. I'm sure they are. I'm sure these pallets of bricks that get left off on corners when they don't, there's going to be
that was
bananas.
Well, they found ways, but to your point, so how do you fix something like the immigration system as a whole, right? So
you definitely don't have an open border. That's correct. Because you need to know people are criminals that are coming in. You don't want cartel members coming in. You don't want murderers coming in. It's serial killers. Like there's all the above, right? There's a reason why we have borders. But the thing that freaks people out is like how many corporations rely on illegal labor?
Oh, Tyson Chicken Bar is one of them. We actually last year. I was putting out some messaging on them because I watched this documentary about the slaughterhouses, how they're actually using migrant children, like 14, 15, in some of these slaughterhouses. And the lobbyist from Tyson Chicken Corporation contacted my chief of staff at the time and was like trying to basically say like, hey, like basically back off, but like I don't care, like it's wrong, like I don't care where you're on the spectrum, you shouldn't allow migrant labor with children specifically because child slave labor.
I'll tell you a story that a high-level government official told me. Okay. I don't know if he said it on here or not, so I don't want to say his name.
Wait, so he was on here, so then that narrows it. Okay.
Someone actually said to him that they don't want to stop the illegal immigration because they need cheap labor.
Correct. I actually think that it will never stop, at least not in
That they don't have to pay them any benefits. They don't have to take care of their insurance.
Or pay them at all.
Well, they pay them, but they don't have to pay them what they're supposed to pay them.
Well, I've heard cases where people, specifically contractors, will walk on people if they know that they're here illegally. And like, so going back to like how do you fix this? Is one of the top cases that I handle aside from Social Security help and refunds, like within my congressional office. So a congressional office does constituent services, and it's basically like customer service. Like, have you been victimized by the federal government? You know, call this number. That's your congressional office. So specifically on immigration cases, like if you've had an issue with state permit visas, all of that, you can contact your local congressman. And so what I will say is that we've had people that have spent like tens of thousands of dollars to come here, but it takes like 20-something years to do. And that's part of the problem is there's been such an influx and such a bog down of the actual system that our actual system is not functioning at the capacity that it should to actually help people come here the correct way.
Well, especially poor people. Right, and if you want to immigrate to the United States, the application, one of the things they ask you is, are you an expert in something where people in the United States can't do it?
Like a doctor,
or maybe you're a musician and like no one else can sing your songs. Maybe you can get citizenship from that, but if you're just a landscaper, here's a guy who lives in a third world country and you want a better life, and you say, I heard you can get across, and I heard when you get across you can get work. Like, what's that guy going to do? That guy doesn't have the money to hire a lawyer. He's not going to. How is he going to prove that he's more valuable than a United States citizen that's already here doing the exact same job?
I do think that unless we are able to assign probably more lawyers or judges to actually hear these cases, it's going to continue to be a problem. And I have heard, on the floor different conversations between members that to a certain extent, especially when you're talking about, an e-verify system within the ag industry, that actually members of that community don't want that because they know that the farmers are actually heavily reliant on some of these e-verify.
And construction crews and the fill in the blanks.
So I can confirm that.
Yeah, so isn't the solution force people to pay everybody exactly the same way?
Well, yeah, because you don't have the decrease in wages. However, I think the bigger problem that we have here, though, is that, at least specifically in my district, and then also to having argued this, is that this gray area that's been created, in my opinion, they don't want a solution for. They do it intentionally with the understanding that both sides are going to fundraise off of it. In my opinion, if I was to be able to actually fix this, I would say that you have to, pause, let the system run through, take everyone in, vet them, make sure that they're not criminals, etc. But then the system allows time for it to actually catch up to itself, and then you can continue as is.
I just said so scary that they don't want to resolve it because they want the issue to exist so they can fundraise for it against it.
Yeah.
That's so nuts and probably so accurate. That's probably so accurate. Because anytime anything ever happens, one of the first things they do is like, please donate. People are very reactionary, like, I can't believe this is happening.
And what's crazy is most elected officials might send out that email, but the email fundraisers actually are taking like 80% of that dollar. That's like usually the average measure, and it's like, I'm in the wrong business. This is crazy.
The scariest thing about nonprofits is how much profit they make. It's really weird when you see the salaries of some of these people that are nonprofits.
I will never.
You're like, how is that?
And they do nothing.
Or what's going on with the LA fire thing? Where they can't figure out where all the money went. It went to 188 different nonprofits.
Was it Spencer? Was this Spencer Pratt? I was like, Spencer Pratt for governor.
His fucking house got burned down.
And then they promised all these celebrities are like, yeah, donate, we'll give it to the victims. It's like, where did it go? There's like this fine print that he wrote.
It's really weird, but it exposes the legality of these systems. It's legal for them to operate like that, where an enormous percentage of all the money that comes in goes to overhead. It goes to salaries. But it's such a scam. It's such a weird scam, and it's such a devious thing because you're pulling on people's heartstrings.
Which is why, going back to what I said, we need younger people and we need more normal people to run for office.
We need AI to take over.
Well, I don't know about that.
AI is our god.
So no.
AI is our governor. AI is our king. That's what we'll say in school now. AI is our king.
We need to. I think AI can be used in good senses. Like I ask for things a lot, and I will argue points. But I think we need to work alongside it because there's an aspect of AI that removes the humanity. Like I don't think you can teach AI empathy, and there's a certain aspect of humanity that needs to be kept involved in these decision-making processes. For example, if you have a drone that's been targeted to, let's say, eliminate a terrorist at this sort of location, and it's functioning solely on AI, well, what's going to enable it to be able to pause on destruction of a location if there's children within it. I mean, if it's a bot, it's not thinking. And
That's true, but the U.S. history of drone use is no better than what you just described.
Well, there are oversights and massive investigations, especially if it's in regards to civilian casualties.
Right, but civilian casualties are the majority of deaths from drones.
I would say, based on the people that I've talked with and interacted, it's definitely happened in the past, and it's definitely problematic. However,
I think
people get in trouble for it.
But it's the majority.
I have to. I don't.
The majority of people that died were civilians. They weren't the intended targets.
Well, that's a problem, and that's where a lot of these people do. You have LOAC, so there's massive investigations with the JAGs, etc., that get involved in these investigations.
Would AI be better than that?
Well, I think you can have an AI decision-making process, but where there's a human involved in that step process. So, like, the human would be the final step in authority, so the AI would rank it. Maybe, and look, granted, I'm not an AI programmer, but I am saying that I think that there's an interface where you can have humans involved in the process.
Well, the most terrifying solution is not that. It's don't use the missiles. Instead, you have a drone that specifically targets one person.
Yeah, there's suicide drones. Yeah.
But even worse, like flies through the house and like lands on the dude's head, blows up.
Don't freak me out too much because the Chinese have a little spy drone that's like literally this big.
Oh,
See that? Yeah.
Bug drones.
It's huge.
Sure, our government does too. There's no way the Chinese are the only ones who do it. Especially if they really have been back engineering UFOs for the last 40 years.
I don't think that any other government is as advanced in regards to that topic as we potentially are. And I say that because if that were the case, then they would be the world superpower.
I agree with that, but I also think that even though we probably have the best military contractors, we also get infiltrated by the Chinese government and the Russian government all the time.
Oh,
they're always.
And Congress gets infiltrated.
Yes.
Like, how many people like have all of a sudden like girlfriends,
Hot
doctors?
Chinese girlfriend, wink, wink.
No comment on that one.
Guys are weak. We're so weak. All you have to do is be hot.
Yeah, he's my biggest fan, that guy.
Of course. There's always going to be people like that infiltrate universities, that infiltrate research centers. They get information back to the CCP. There's that famous story I think Mark Andreessen told us about how what was it in Berkeley? I forget what the corporation was, but the power went down, and so all these CCP people panicked because they were supposed to send the information back, and if they don't, hey, maybe your grandmother doesn't get her medicine, maybe maybe your family gets a visit, like you have to be on time.
The University of Michigan has now had like two. I think those agro-terrorism was like the University of Michigan.
Yeah, it's like all over the country. They've been infiltrated by these governments have like very cleverly inserted their ideology into these universities. Like Yuri Bezmenov talked about this, that Russia was doing this in the 1980s. It was 1984.
The one thing that's been interesting is, and a lot of people aren't talking about, there's one representative member, Republican from California, that's addressing it. But when they have surrogates have children here for U.S. citizenship, but then they take them back and fully integrate them and educate them in China. And so technically they're U.S. citizens, but they are being totally raised with the ideology and perspective of the Chinese government. And that's an interesting perspective.
And then they come back over here and they're full U.S. citizens.
Yeah. Full access to, access to all of our resources, everything, education system.
And then we sell the Chinese government land around our military bases.
Oh, that has been, I get, I love our libertarian brothers and sisters, but I have gotten into so many debates on this because they're like, well, we shouldn't limit an American's ability to actually sell their property. And I'm like, yeah, but the Chinese government literally wants to eliminate the West as we know it. And so we have to be cognizant of that. And also, too, by the way, it's not like you're just like buying a military installation. You think that they're not actually putting tech in, they're observing, monitoring, pulling all of our resources.
Not just that, like Mike Baker talked about this on the podcast, that they sell cell phone towers.
Huawei.
These companies, Huawei, which they were really problematic. But they sell these cell phone towers near these bases, and so they sell them at a discounted rate. And then the Huawei stuff was crazy because it actually had like third-party access built into some of their systems.
And a lot of the tech that they actually sell here, whether it's to our law enforcement, so like anytime you have specifically, I would say like within even our training and like our actual shipping operations, those things are sending signals back home.
Yeah, well, we're so stupid. We can't make those things.
Well, we should be making. So there's policy changes where if you have an American business, you can now actually get a big tax instead of for manufacturing.
It's great, but it's going to take 10 years for us to even catch up to where they are now.
We just got to stay the course.
What a dumb idea. Like, everyone has a cell phone, no one can make a phone. What? Is that, no one saw that coming? That's bananas.
They sold us out in the 70s for manufacturing, and I think that's where you're seeing this, aspect of people that are very, like, if you talk about, and I'm not, like, an isolationist by any means, but, like, I do believe that we should have, especially with COVID, everyone saw this, we should have certain things that are just manufactured here. I think tech is extremely important. I think Palmer Lucky's doing, like, laptops or something now, and the United States are trying to actually move that over.
Elon's make a phone. I bet he's thinking about it, because he's in some sort of a dispute right now with Apple, because Apple won't. There's something about the way Grok AI shows up, and he's saying that their algorithm is essentially rigged, where OpenAI is like Grok AI is never featured.
Oh, really? I have Grok app on my phone, but
so maybe that'll incentivize him to make a phone.
Elon, make a phone, and we'll try it out.
Elon Musk says Apple's rigging the App Store for ChatGPT. The tech mogul is threatening immediate legal action, accusing the iPhone maker of unequivocal antitrust violation designed to favor his AI rival.
Oh, it's his AI rival, the Sam Altman guy.
Yeah. It's interesting. I wonder if there's. I mean, you don't just say something like that, do you?
No, he's not as dummy. He's smart. There's definitely something.
Oh, readers added context. 2025, DeepSeek reached #1, and DeepSeek's the Chinese one, right?
Oh, DeepSeek's freaky about some of the stuff that it can
Just 1 month ago, Perplexity also reached #1 overall in India's App Store. Both of these occurred after the OpenAI Apple partnership announced on June 10th, 2024. But what about the United States? Because the United States is the biggest market when it comes to probably the highest percentage of people that use Apple.
I mean, it's literally when you go to buy a phone, it's usually an iPhone.
I think it's something crazy with kids, like 84% or something like that.
Oh, don't get me. If you have a kid, keep them off phones as long as you can.
Yes, for sure. But the point is, like, the App Store in America is the monopoly in this country if you want to get an app.
I mean, it's
not monopoly, but the leader.
To be honest with you, I've only ever had an iPhone, and so that's the only platform I've ever used. I know it's like Android versus iPhone.
I have both. They're both really good. The Android's way better than it used to be.
But it's so
I had it back in the day, but it's right there where the iPhone is right now, just different. It gives you a lot more access to stuff.
Well, it's so freaky though. Then you have these phones that are considered actual safe phones that aren't ripping your data and basically turning on every 10 minutes to kind of be able to target you for sales, whatever it might be. I can tell you that, given my job and some of the stuff, I am totally freaked out by having an iPhone, and I look forward to the day where I don't have to have a phone. I'm going to flip phone.
They're gonna already have a chip in your head by then.
No, absolutely. We of all people, no chips. We're chip free.
I don't know if there are any phones that really truly are safe. I mean, I know that there's some phones that run on alternative operating systems that aren't Google. What is that alternative system that they use Pixel phones? That now, at least the French government, when they find people that have Google phones, they immediately look at that person as a point of interest.
Because they're like, we can't track you.
Yeah, because they're using this other operating system. What is it called again? I can't remember it, but it's what Adam Curry uses. It's a de-Googled iPhone that uses an alternative operating system. So this doesn't send data. I'm sure the GPS sucks. It's probably Graphene. That's right, Graphene OS. So there's multiple different OSs that people use outside of the Google, but you can only use it on Android phones, and a lot of people use it on Pixel phones. You can actually buy them. What's that guy's name? The Asian gentleman who has that, Rob Braxton. He sells them, and he is like a security advocate. He's always talking to you about how insecure all of your technology is, and explaining why they added this and what this means now, and where your data is going, and how they can track you. And
it's made me.
So he sells de-Googled iPhones. Oh, he's in response to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was wondering what I'm hiding 5 years ago. I was fucking around. I was just saying, what's that guy hiding? He's scared. So this guy's been at this forever, right? So 5 years ago, we were talking about him, and he was making these phones 5 years ago.
Well, and from a government perspective, you have this aspect of a lot of people don't want to reform FISA. FISA, in the way that it can surveillance Americans, is pretty freaky. We would like
really freaky.
Really freaky, and we, I actually did not get a committee assignment on House Armed Services as of that because I voted against FISA, and I was one of two that voted against it, and they said that I was not a team player, but if you actually look at...
Play for the team.
Yeah. It seems to be like an ongoing thing. I am playing for the team, but it's just not the DC team.
It's not a nutty thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, whatever happened to representative of the people? What are we doing?
There's still a few good representatives, but it's huge representative.
Well, I think it's hard. It's probably hard to stay the course. It's probably hard to keep your morals and your ethics. Why everyone around you isn't.
You have to not. So some of the best representatives and best even people in government are the ones that did not have to do this job.
Right.
And that's because if you're giving up something to come here, it means that you're doing it for the right reasons. If you have nothing to gain from this position and this is the only thing you've ever wanted to be, you're usually not the best person for that job. And I say that because you are then only going to do what it takes to get reelected, which means that you are willing to compromise your principles. Because there will be decisions that you have to take where you're going to have to stand firm on your principles. But I can't vote for that. There's massive pressure campaigns. Like when a certain bill comes up, if I'm voting against it, you have plaintiff stories in the press, you have super PACs that will come in and drop text messages in your district to your constituents saying that, did you know that Representative so-and-so voted against this? And so you have to be able to be like, all right, I'm just gonna disconnect, and that, at a certain point you do have to do that because then you go crazy.
You definitely go crazy if you read all the bots.
Oh, you can't read. Don't fight with the bots. Don't fight with the bots.
No, people do read them. It's just interesting. It's like representative. Like when you see representatives today, some of them are kind of characters. When they become
it's like Gotham.
Yeah, when they become popular. They become like Fetterman. He's
not too. He's changed it. He's like actually. Makes sense.
Much more reasonable than most. Yeah, he's a logical guy. He's a very nice guy. I think it's hilarious that he still wears the hoodie and the shorts. And he's exploiting a role.
He is in the Senate.
Kind of right. He's kind of right, and that is really how he likes to dress. Like when I saw him in DC, it was like 10 degrees out. This dude had shorts on and a hoodie, a Carhartt hoodie. He's like, that's genuinely him, I think. He's a good guy.
Well, he's a big guy too, so there's only a certain.
Sweats a lot.
Yeah.
Probably easily warm. Like
not saying that we know he sweats, but just
For sure he does. He's a big guy. But he's reasonable. But the point is, he's kind of a character. Like Jasmine Crockett's a character. AOC's a character. There's characters, and they're like main characters in this political show that we're all watching on television.
Oversight. So I actually was on Oversight with all those people except for Fetterman, and what I'll tell you is that Oversight tends to bring out the characters for sure. And what I will say is that actually, I have been able to on certain things, like with AOC, I introduced a piece of legislation. So there was a partner bill in the Senate with Bernie Sanders and I think Josh Hawley to cap credit card interest at 10%. And then I started getting a lot of heat from because people were like, you can't do that. And I was like, well, most of these banks that we're talking about are actually taking government bailout. So if you're taking a government bailout and you're essentially operating off the goodwill of the federal government, then you should be held to standard. Because then you have like predatory lending, and what ends up happening, some of these people will take out a credit or max out their credit cards, and that for the rest of their life they're paying back the debt. And then also there's something that we've been able to introduce. So this is like the more populist representation where you see both the right and the left kind of agree on certain things. And there's another bill that I'm introducing with another Democrat, another Republican, it's a more moderate Republican, but it's actually to cap student loan interest at 2.5%.
That would be wonderful, because I was just going to ask you about that. I was reading this woman on X, and she was talking about how she graduated with student loans that equal, I think it was $28,000. She's paid off. She's never missed a payment. Paid off $24,000, and she still owes $60,000.
Yeah. So what they do is they actually, and I've been put on this, but it creates an indentured servant basically for the rest of her life. They're paying off this debt. You can never actually, function in healthcare.
Absolutely insane. Yeah. That if she's telling the truth, and I believe she is, That's absolutely insane. You could owe $60,000+ after a $24,000 or $28,000 loan when you paid $24,000 of it off.
It's for people that are actually trying to better themselves that might have to take out loans for that. It's crippling, and then they actually can't get a good start at being contributing members of society because they're actually in debt.
Exactly. If you want to make America great again, have less people in debt, have less losers.
Opportunity.
Yeah, have more people that can get things going on because they're not burdened by some crazy debt that really is not right. It's not right that you do that to an 18-year-old kid and saddle it down like that for the rest of their life.
And to be clear, like, I'm not talking about student loan forgiveness. I think you're not either. But, you know, I had to join the military. I paid for my college using the GI Bill. And so, do I think student loan forgiveness is fair? No. But is this a way that we can actually make a happy medium to where people are actually given the opportunity to pay back the debt? Yes. And so, I look forward to introducing that. But that's a piece of legislation that should be on the floor and that it's not. And it's not on the floor.
In an ideal world, education is free. In an ideal country where you really care about people and you really want more success stories, education is free. Difficult to get into. You have to be qualified, a true meritocracy. But education should be free. And if these certain people from different parts of the country don't seem to be getting in, address that. Figure out what's wrong with their school system and throw federal funds at that. It's not impossible to figure out why certain school systems are doing poorly and other ones are doing great.
I will tell you from a personal lens of perspective. So when I was in my freshman year in high school, I moved up to LA with my mom, and by the time I graduated, I went to 6 high schools and an adult school. That's actually I barely graduated. And what I will say is that one of the high schools I went to was
different schools.
It just how it ended up functioning. So like my freshman year, my mom went through a divorce, my dad got arrested, so I have an interesting background. So there's that. Yeah. But I ended up actually going to Venice High School one of these times, and that was around my junior year. And what the LA Unified School District was doing at the time, they were actually busing in kids from other parts of LA County. And at the time, specifically in the early 2000s, there was a big issue with the Black and Chicano gangs in LA. And so, what was happening outside in the neighborhoods was carrying on into the school districts. And when you have gang activity and like kids, the only opportunity that they have is like being able to join a gang and that's it. They're never going to go to college. They're never going to have the opportunity. And so that carries on into the education system. They're never given a chance. And so I think in Florida, we've been doing it right with school choice. President Trump's been pretty big on that. But being able to give students or their parents the ability to send them to good schools without gang activity outside of their zip code, that matters. And that does impact me.
And cracking down on gang activity.
So there was a kid that was shot in the parking lot of my school. And shot and killed. You guys actually pulled the article of Venice High School shooting.
No, well, listen, you don't have to tell me. Venice was crazy.
Back before it was gentrified, it was rough.
Yeah, man, it's kind of getting crazy now with homeless people.
I haven't been back since I basically left it. So when I was 19, I joined the military, and then my mom ended up leaving California with my older brother and sister, probably about like 5 years ago now.
Venice is always such an interesting part of LA because it's like LA, but really weird. Like weird people, like interesting.
LA is a weirdo as a whole.
Yeah, but Venice has like a surf culture,
Dogtown.
There's a lot of people that are artists that live there that affects the vibe of the place. Like Venice in the 90s was really cool.
Well, in the early 2000s, it was cool too, but it was rough. I mean,
It's always been filled with crime.
Well, I got jumped. Yeah, when I was I got jumped in high school. I swear, like part of the reason why I'm such a huge advocate for like standing up to bullies is probably because I know.
Venice was rough. Yeah.
Back in the day.
I had a buddy of mine who lived there in the park where he used to take his kid. Someone got shot in it.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, great. Where do I take my kid now? I can't,
Honestly, so like seeing all that though, like being able to see that and then kind of tell that story, like I do think that there's power in that because there's people that go through that and like think like, man, I might not be able to like be successful, but that's not true. You can always find your way out of it. I joined the military at 19. Best thing I ever did, and I met a lot of other people in the military who like grew up in inner city Chicago or wherever it was. They were able to go back and help their family, and like to my mom's credit, my mom also has like an incredible story, but she had me at 20 years old, single mom, My dad ended up eventually getting clean, but my husband and I moved him in with us, and then he got sober. And so that story in itself, I think, you tell your story and it empowers other people, especially to be fighters and not just give up.
There's a lot of people with bad childhoods.
Yeah, and people aren't going to tell you that. Like, no one's going to be like, but
it's also great for someone to hear a story like yours, for someone who came out of a similar childhood maybe that they're having, or maybe even worse than they're having, and you see what you've been able to do. Like, that's powerful to people.
Well, and it is, and it's powerful, I think, to an idea that would like to box certain people, whether like you're a woman or you're Hispanic, into this stereotype of like how you should believe and think and vote,
or you're poor, you come from a single mom. I think that was one of the most important things about Obama becoming president. They're like, okay, the guy comes from a single mom, and he became the president of the United States. So it's like, for a lot of people, it's like, okay,
relatable.
Well, maybe my life isn't what I wished it would be, but look what that guy's able to accomplish. Maybe I can do something too, instead of thinking I'm going to be a loser forever.
Well, what was interesting is I shared my story. So, like, remember I told you I started out as an activist, and I would tell people this because, I do feel like, too, at a certain sense, when you tell your story, you can share that you're empowering other people to take something and turn it into a positive. And within maybe a couple weeks of me getting elected, I all of a sudden started having this Washington Post reporter reaching out to my family and actually asked my mom whether she had proof that my grandmother had actually passed away HIV positive.
Oh, God.
And was harassing.
They're trying to get you
live. Yeah, and so they put out this nasty article about me, basically trying to say that I had fabricated my dad's incarceration record. They had tried to say that I was a registered Democrat in Washington, like all this stuff that was categorically false. And I had actually gotten contacted from like my old sources. Oh, it was terrible, but I had receipts. And so after this came out, I said, no, hold up. And I actually gave Fox News all of my stuff that I had, and I was able to refute. And then Time Magazine had actually reached out. They said, would you mind if we conduct like an interview on your background? I said, how about it? Here's my information. I had actually even gotten my DNA done to like prove that I'm Hispanic because of the fact that I'm lighter skinned. When I got elected, there was like this controversy of how Hispanic was I, and like it was actually a thing. I'm like, I'm also like Speedy Gonzalez with a sombrero running around. It's like, what am I supposed to do?
That's so racist. That's so
how Hispanic
racist.
are you?
How Hispanic? Isn't that funny that that's the time the left is allowed to be racist?
Just like so crazy.
That is such a crazy thing to say. How Hispanic is
you? Right?
How black are you?
Exactly.
Mr. Obama. You don't look that black to me.
It was crazy, but I actually gave all this information to Time Magazine.
You imagine saying that to Obama? How black are you?
When people would ask me, actually mentioned that to a reporter, actually, because of the fact that he's half white and half black. And I said, I'm sorry, last time I checked, am I not allowed to be white too? Because there's this aspect of I wasn't Hispanic enough because I'm white, but then also this aspect of I'm not white enough because I'm Hispanic. So, like, which one are you?
Oh, boy. That's so ridiculous. That's such a ridiculous thing to ask. It's like, it goes in the face of what's supposed to be about their principles. Their principles are supposed to be not seeing color at all.
Oh, there's a lot.
They attack you and say you're pretending to be Hispanic or that you're barely Hispanic enough.
I'm not Hispanic enough.
What percentage are you?
I'm half.
That's 50%. That's so crazy.
And then I had to explain though to a reporter. I said, well, if my mom's half and my dad's half, what does that make me? And she goes, a quarter. I said, no, that's not.
I said 3/4 Italian. Imagine someone telling you that I'm not Italian. That's hilarious. That's so racist. That's such a crazy thing that they allow it as long as it's coming from their side.
And also, too, if I were on the other side, I'd probably be like a rock star. So long story short, so this